More than 100 years ago, humanity achieved what had once seemed impossible, the mastery of space teleportation. With this breakthrough came the creation of the first spatial portal. But what awaited them on the other side was not just empty space or distant stars, it was an entirely new world. A realm filled with unknown mysteries and unimaginable dangers. To their astonishment, this new dimension was teeming with bizarre, otherworldly creatures, towering beasts and monstrous predators that defied all known classifications. The advanced weapons that mankind had developed over centuries proved utterly useless in this terrifying new landscape. And as it turned out, the portal they had opened could not be closed. Humanity was trapped, no longer the dominant force, but rather the hunted, sitting at the very bottom of the food chain. At first, people struggled to survive, trying desperately to avoid becoming prey for the powerful creatures that now surrounded them. But as with any species faced with extinction, adaptation began. Everything changed when one man dared to do the unthinkable. He consumed the flesh of an alien beast. His body underwent a strange transformation, sparking a genetic evolution that granted him powers previously unknown to humankind. This discovery led to a new survival strategy, hunting these monsters, capturing their souls, and merging them with human bodies. With every successful fusion, people grew stronger. Over the course of a century, this brutal evolution reshaped humanity. Through soul merging and genetic mutation, some individuals became so powerful that they were worshipped as gods. In this unforgiving world, where only the strong survived and the weak perished, the era of divine evolution had begun. This is the world known today as the refuge of the gods. Within this perilous realm lives a young man named Hansen. Though his powers are still dormant, his life is already marked by conflict. It has only been a month since he arrived at one of the shelters, known as vaults, but in that short time, he has made enemies. His offense? Claiming the souls of beasts that others had marked for themselves, breaking the unspoken rules of survival among the hunters. To some, his actions are disgraceful, an act deserving of death. But here, morality is a luxury. In the refuge of the gods, survival is the only law. Kill or be killed. Evolve or be consumed. And for Hansen, the stakes are simple. He will either gain everything or lose everything. For him, it truly is a matter of life and death. A month ago, on his 18th birthday, Hansen arrived at the steel armor shelter, one of the most renowned of the vaults. He entered through a massive tunnel, full of hope that this place would be the beginning of a new chapter in his life. But fate had other plans. Hansen had not come here willingly. His father had died suddenly. His mother, plagued by illness, was unable to work. His sister needed money for her education. Left with no other option, Hansen became the sole provider for his family. The vaults, dangerous as they were, offered the only path forward. As he wandered through the shelter, Hansen noticed a man clad in magnificent armor forged from the spirit of a beast. The sight filled him with envy and ambition. Someday, he thought, he too would wear such armor. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through his left eye, an eye that had always troubled him. The agony intensified, leaving him confused and alarmed. As he walked, unaware of what lay ahead, he turned into an alley, and there, looming before him, was a massive monster, its presence blocking his path. Hansen froze. A realization struck him, the pain in his eye might be linked to this beast. Rage flared within him. He cursed the monster for daring to intrude into the city, furious at its audacity. Without hesitation, Hansen drew his sword. He launched himself forward in a single, decisive motion, driving his warblade with all his strength and precision toward the creature. The monster, unaware of the ambush, did not react in time. Hansen's blade found its mark. A roar of pain erupted from the beast, startling the onlookers. To their shock, the young man had struck the monster in the rear. Thus begins the journey of Hansen, a young warrior carving his path through a world ruled by evolution, conflict, and the relentless pursuit of power. Just moments ago, Hansen had struck what he believed was a monstrous threat. But as the energy fog cleared, what stood before him was not a beast at all. It was a woman, a young woman glaring at him with burning fury. He had stabbed her. Right in the soft spot. Shock flooded Hansen's face as he looked at the place his blade had struck. The realization hit him hard. He had driven his sword into a person, specifically, into a woman's backside. Gasps rippled through the bystanders. Whispers turned into an audible uproar as everyone recognized who the woman was, Xuan, the most influential woman in the entire steel armor shelter. A heavy silence fell for a moment, broken by snickers and bursts of restrained laughter. The gathered hunters couldn't help but mock the young man. It was obvious he had no idea that some elite hunters possessed the ability to transform into beasts. A mistake like this could cost him everything. Xuan slowly turned toward him, her eyes blazing with fury. With a voice sharp as steel, she demanded to know just what he thought he was doing. Her words thundered through the crowd, leaving no doubt that this was no ordinary reprimand. This was a declaration of war. Within moments, powerful hunters surrounded Hansen. Their mocking jeers quickly turned to threats. One of them kicked him to his knees, and the message was clear: he wouldn't walk away from this easily. Xuan stepped forward and made her stance known: anyone who dared to help Hansen would be considered her enemy. Her authority in the steel armor shelter was absolute. The angry hunters leaned over Hansen, demanding an explanation for what he had done. To them, he had attacked their goddess. Hansen, trembling and clutching his head, was overwhelmed with horror. The reality of what had happened finally sank in. This can't be real, he thought. This has to be a nightmare. But there was no waking up. Days later, Hansen found himself outside the steel armor shelter, crouched beside a rocky mountain stream. He was dissecting the carcass of a massive insect, yet another in a long line of kills. His movements were clean, practiced, and efficient. In mere seconds, he stripped the beetle of its hard outer shell and began eating the flesh within. This was already the 13th such insect he had consumed. The system interface informed him that he had gained 10 random gene points. But once again, there was no bee soul. Hansen groaned in frustration. Despite the number of creatures he'd eaten, his evolution had stalled. He hadn't passed the first stage of transformation, nor had he received a proper soul. If things continued like this, he would never reach the rank he so desperately sought. Despair weighed heavily on him. He clutched his head, his mind spiraling. The truth was undeniable: the meat of low-level creatures held little value in the process of genetic evolution. A month had passed since he entered the steel armor shelter, yet he still hadn't undergone a single physical renewal. He had even considered hunting stronger monsters. But the last time he tried, he barely escaped with his life. That memory haunted him. Blooded and broken, he had limped back to the shelter to heal. The wounds had closed, but his confidence hadn't. Perhaps, he thought, joining a group of more experienced hunters would increase his chances of success. But before he could make a decision, it happened again. The familiar, stabbing pain returned to his left eye. It was always the same: every time a powerful beast was near, the pain signaled its presence. Darkness around him gave way to a strange, golden glow. The light grew stronger, slowly approaching. Hansen's pulse quickened. What kind of creature radiated such brilliance? Then he saw it, a massive black beetle, unlike any insect he'd encountered. Its size and aura were overwhelming. The system didn't recognize its genetic origins. Hansen knew immediately, this wasn't just another ordinary bug. Holding his breath, Hansen dropped into hiding. His heart pounded. As the creature crept closer, illuminating the entire forest path in golden light, he prepared to strike. With a burst of speed, Hansen leapt from the shadows. He lunged forward and plunged his combat blade into the beast's shell with all his strength. The system chimed. Congratulations! Black divine blood beetle killed. Soul of a divine blood beast obtained. Hansen froze, stunned. A divine blood beast? He could hardly believe it. Insects didn't yield souls of that class, at least, they weren't supposed to. There were 4 known beast classifications: normal, primitive, mutant, and divine blood. The last was the rarest and most sought after. Divine blood creatures were considered near mythical, and even in a place as dangerous as the steel armor shelter, such kills were incredibly rare. Countable on one hand. Shaking with anticipation, Hansen opened his status profile. It was true. He had received armor, a soulbound gift from an unknown divine blood black beetle. In a world where survival meant becoming something more than human, Hansen had just taken his first step toward true evolution. Hansen couldn't believe it. His long-awaited wish had come true far sooner than he had ever imagined. The body of the slain black beetle began to glow intensely. A brilliant column of energy surged out from the corpse, racing toward him at an incredible speed. As it reached him, the beam burst into countless glowing tendrils, each one weaving through the air like serpents made of light. They encircled him, drawing closer until they touched his body. In the next instant, the tendrils wrapped tightly around him, cocooning him in luminous coils. The sensation was warm and strangely pleasant. Then came the transformation. Before his eyes, his body was engulfed in radiant, golden armor. Plates of shimmering divine steel formed over his skin, locking into place like living metal. Within seconds, Hansen was completely transformed, no longer just a man, but a warrior cloaked in magnificent divine beast armor. He leapt into the air, amazed at how light and agile he felt despite the armor's heavy appearance. The strength, the fluidity, everything about it was beyond anything he had ever experienced. This was far more advanced than the primitive armor worn by hunters in the steel armor shelter. Hansen couldn't believe it. For so long, he had only admired such equipment from afar, jealous of those strong enough to claim it. And now, he was wearing it himself. Eager to test its power, Hansen approached a massive boulder. He raised his arm and struck. The rock exploded into fragments with a single hit. He stood in awe of his own strength, heart pounding with excitement. Later, back in his room at the steel armor shelter, Hansen sat in front of a pot of boiling soup. Though the meat of slain monsters tasted awful, he considered wasting it a crime. Resources in this world were precious beyond measure. He activated his holographic interface. To his astonishment, the meat from the divine black beetle had granted him 6 divine gene points, far more than he'd hoped for. He smiled. With a bowl of soup made from such a powerful beast, his physical strength would surely continue to grow. As he stirred the broth, his attention was drawn to something inside the beetle's remains, an object unlike any he'd seen. Nestled within the remains was a small, radiant orb. It pulsed with mysterious light. This wasn't part of the insect's anatomy. Curious, Hansen examined it closely. It looked almost alive. Beside him, in a reinforced cage, was a captured alien monster. Hansen assumed it was still asleep. But he was wrong. Without warning, a wet squelch echoed through the room. In a flash, the creature shot out its long tongue and snatched the glowing orb from Hansen's hand. Startled and furious, Hansen rushed to the cage and shook it violently. "Give it back," he shouted. But the monster ignored him. It swallowed the orb whole. Then, silence. For a moment, Hansen wondered if the creature had just killed itself. But his thoughts were cut off as the alien began to convulse violently. A bright green glow seeped from beneath its skin. Its body swelled rapidly, pressing against the iron bars of the cage. The metal groaned, then cracked. With a bone-chilling roar, the creature shattered the cage and charged at Hansen. Reacting on instinct, Hansen drew his blade. The clash was short but brutal. In a final desperate move, Hansen struck with all his strength. The blade sank deep, and the creature collapsed with a savage cry. Panting, Hansen stood over the twitching corpse, shaken from the near-death encounter. A system prompt flashed: primitive green lizard killed. Soul not acquired. Flesh and blood may grant a random increase in primitive genes, 1 to 10 points. Hansen frowned. A primitive class beast? That didn't make sense. Before consuming the orb, the monster had been far weaker. The pearl must have caused it to evolve rapidly. That much was clear. Curious and cautious, Hansen dissected the body, retrieving the glowing orb from within. He turned it over in his hand, deep in thought. If it could mutate a low-tier creature into a formidable threat in mere seconds, what could it do to him? Resolved, he brought the pearl to his lips. This might be the catalyst he needed to finally rise to power. Elsewhere, within the steel armor shelter, a heated family argument was unfolding. Hansen's mother and her daughter sat across from discontented relatives. Tension filled the room. The dispute centered around a bitter topic: the inheritance left behind by the previous generation. All of it had ended up in the hands of Hansen's mother. And not everyone was happy about that. Back at Hansen's family home, the atmosphere had grown tense. His relatives had gathered, pressing his mother to return their supposed share of the inheritance. They claimed that if she did so, she would be allowed to stay in the house alone with her daughter. Hansen's second uncle stepped forward, arguing that she had benefited from the house long enough. Now, it was time to divide the property fairly among all the heirs. The first uncle chimed in full agreement, his tone bitter. He complained that his family had received absolutely nothing from the inheritance, even though they had just as much right to it. One of the women present made a calculated offer. She stated that the house was worth 3 million and proposed giving each party 1 million, leaving the house for herself. But Mama Hansen's voice trembled as she explained that they didn't have 2 million. They were poor. If the house were sold, she and the children would be left homeless. The uncle's face twisted with frustration. He snapped back that she wasn't the only one with problems. His children, unlike hers, hadn't even received an education. Now he needed money, desperately. Realizing the conversation was going nowhere, the man gave her an ultimatum: either sell the house or be taken to court. With that, the relatives left. Mama Hansen sat silently on the porch, her thoughts spiraling in despair. She stared at the worn floorboards, her heart heavy. Hansen was furious. How dare they come and try to take the old house, his father's house, from them? He recalled the time when his father had helped those very same relatives, paying off their million-dollar debts. And now they had the audacity to demand more. Mama Hansen sat with tears streaking down her cheeks. Her husband had died in vain, she thought, after falling out with the Star Group. And now, she couldn't even protect the home he left behind. Her sense of helplessness crushed her. But Hansen gently placed a hand on her shoulder. He told her not to worry. He had already contacted a lawyer, a professional who promised to defend them. The reassurance gave her a glimmer of hope. Maybe, just maybe, they wouldn't lose their home after all. Still, Hansen was seething inside. He was furious that his relatives would stoop so low as to harass his mother and sister. One way or another, he vowed, they would be held accountable. Meanwhile, at Star World Station, the transport hub linked to the steel armor shelter, people bustled through glass corridors. Loudspeakers echoed announcements through the air. The president has completed the third evolution and has entered the fourth space of God's refuge, approaching the realm of a demigod. Hansen stood among the crowd, his mood foul. He had achieved nothing. He was still struggling just to survive, while others were soaring to unimaginable heights. Another announcement came through: a genius has entered the second space, with a divine gene mutation score of 100. Hansen couldn't believe it. 100 points? That was unheard of. Sitting inside a carriage, he stared out the window as another voice declared, yesterday, a council member displayed extraordinary courage. After tracking a demigod warrior, he engaged in an uneven battle and emerged victorious, showcasing flawless combat technique. It was too much. Hansen felt defeated, like fate itself was mocking him. Despite his best efforts, success always seemed out of reach. Still, he tried to shake off the self-pity. He had the crystal now, and with it, a chance. Maybe he wouldn't reach 100 divine gene points. That was a dream too distant. But he still had hope in the original gene mutation. That, at least, was within reach. His goal was clear: head to the Valley of the Winds. There, he would hunt basic alien monsters. He had no choice. He needed to earn money, and fast. 2 million credits to save the house. Tears welled in his eyes. The burden weighed heavily on him. But he clenched his fists. He had no time to cry. He had to fight. Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted by a sharp, echoing sound. He looked up. In the sky above, a wind mantis streaked toward him at high speed. A smile tugged at Hansen's lips. He was glad he spotted it first. These creatures were notoriously hard to detect. Though classified as primitive-level beasts, they possessed terrifying speed. Fortunately, their defense was poor, making them ideal targets. Hansen sprang into action. He lunged forward, ready to end the fight quickly. He figured the creature's blood alone would be enough to aid his next step forward. But the wind mantis acted oddly. Instead of fleeing like others of its kind, it hovered above him, then suddenly flared out its legs and dove straight at him in an aggressive, frenzied attack. Hansen's eyes widened. This wasn't normal. Before he could react, the mantis struck. Hard. Each blow from the wind mantis's claws slammed into Hansen's armor with jarring force, momentarily knocking him off balance. As he stumbled back, a flicker of doubt crossed his mind: had he underestimated the creature? Its speed was far greater than he had anticipated, and the strength behind its strikes caught him completely off guard. Breathing heavily, Hansen glanced down at his armor, expecting to see cracks or at least dents. But to his amazement, the surface was still flawless. He couldn't believe it. The armor hadn't taken a scratch. Relief washed over him, quickly replaced by growing confidence. If this suit could withstand an assault like that, then perhaps he truly was ready to reach new heights in battle. As he steadied himself, a system notification popped up in front of his eyes: primitive-level wind mantis eliminated. Hunt successful. That confirmation only fueled his rising determination. He raised his eyes to the sky and froze. Dozens more wind mantises now hovered above him. They had been drawn by the battle. Their wings shimmered in the light, creating a haunting hum as they swarmed the area. But Hansen stood his ground. He believed in the armor now. Death no longer felt like an immediate threat. Even mutated beasts wouldn't scare him with this kind of protection. One by one, the mantises dove at him, claws flashing. But their strikes bounced off harmlessly. His defense held strong. Drawing his combat sword, Hansen unleashed a whirlwind of attacks. His movements were fluid, his strikes precise. Blade met kiting with deadly efficiency as mantis after mantis fell. More system messages arrived. Kill confirmed. Primitive level wind mantis defeated. Hunt successful. He stopped counting after the 10th kill. There were too many. A veritable storm of wings and limbs circled around him, yet none could touch him. Fueled by adrenaline and confidence, Hansen charged into the insect horde without hesitation. At the entrance to the Valley of the Wandering Winds, a newcomer cautiously stepped forward. His name was Shirao, the son of wealthy parents. He was new to this steel-armored refuge and knew no one here. But he was content. Serving under the beautiful squad leader Shuan was enough for him. Now, hoping to impress her, Shirao had entered the valley in search of a mutant creature that could earn him a reward. He moved quietly through the dense thickets, eyes scanning the surroundings for any sign of a rare beast. Eventually, he stumbled into a large clearing and froze. There were no monsters. Just silence and the heavy scent of blood. Looking around, he muttered, "Where did all the wind mantises go?" The grass was stained red. Trails of blood crisscrossed the field. Whatever had happened here, it was recent. Shirao examined the battlefield carefully. From the amount of blood and the number of fallen creatures, he assumed a large group had hunted here. But then he saw him. In the middle of the clearing stood a single figure, Hansen, surrounded by a mountain of mangled wind mantis corpses. Shirao's eyes widened. His mind refused to believe what he was seeing. Was this guy alone? He studied Hansen more closely. The man stood confidently in powerful armor, calm and unharmed, amidst dozens of fallen monsters. The scene was surreal. Did you really do this alone? Shirao finally asked, still in disbelief. Or did you have help? Because I just can't imagine one person handling all this. Hansen turned to face him, calm and straightforward. I'll sell them to you. 1,000 each, he said. Shirao blinked. That was a solid offer. More than fair. And he'd get far more value than he expected. Still stunned, Shirao confirmed, "You're really selling them for 1,000 each." Hansen nodded. Without hesitation, Shirao pulled out a thick wallet. "I'll pay more," he said quickly. "And if you find anything else, anything, I want to buy it." It was clear. Shirao wasn't just looking to buy. He was proposing a long-term business relationship. Hansen agreed. "Tell me your name and your room number. I'll let you know if I find anything you can use," Hansen said, slipping back into a businesslike tone. Shirao did exactly that. Then, in return, he asked, "What's your name? What room are you in?" But Hansen didn't answer. Instead, he raised a hand in farewell, turned around, and walked away. "I'll see you when I've got something," he called over his shoulder. Shirao waved goodbye, grinning. "I'll call you money, brother," he shouted. "I'll be waiting for your next visit." After clearing the skies of wind mantises, Hansen set his sights on tougher prey. It was time to raise his hunting level. His next target, the copper-toothed wolves, beasts far more valuable than mere insects. As soon as Hansen approached their lair, the wolves noticed his presence. A feral growl echoed across the field, and in an instant, the pack lunged at him. Hansen didn't flinch. His armor burst with radiant light as he charged directly into the pack. Dozens of snarling predators surrounded him, but he met them head-on, slashing and striking with precision. Each blow landed cleanly, cutting through fur and muscle. The system chimed, "Primitive copper-toothed wolf eliminated. Hunt successful. No soul absorbed." Hansen narrowed his eyes. That wasn't what he wanted. Last time, he had killed all the wind mantises on instinct. This time, he had a plan. He allowed one of the wolves to live just long enough. He fed the beast a bee soul pearl, then quickly finished it off. Soul absorbed, the system reported. Soul type, weapon enhancement. A rush of energy erupted from the creature's corpse, swirling through the air like a glowing mist before sinking into Hansen's palm. He had done it. The soul had been successfully captured. Satisfied with the result, Hansen began his journey back to the Steelgate shelter. Behind him, he dragged his prize, bound and secured. But something felt off. As he neared the gates, a thunder of hooves echoed in the distance. A large group of riders approached fast. It was the retinue of the Divine Sun. Hansen immediately recognized them. Their numbers were vast, and their presence signaled something significant was about to unfold. At the center of the procession was Chinsuan, the Divine Sun himself, a proud, temperamental man with a cruel streak. He was also Shuan's suitor and didn't tolerate disrespect. The moment Qinsuan saw Hansen, he sneered. The boy's calm, indifferent gaze angered him. Without warning, Qinsuan lashed out with his whip. The strike landed hard against Hansen's side, sending a jolt of pain through his body. How dare you sell primitive creatures so brazenly? Qinsuan roared, his voice dripping with disdain. Hansen clutched his side, the pain flaring. He glared back, thinking to himself that the man before him was clearly unstable, possibly even deranged. Around them, other hunters began to whisper. That's the guy who stabbed Shuan in the butt before, right? One murmured. The crowd stirred with recognition. Qinsuan raised his voice for all to hear. Anyone who trades or associates with this man will regret it. Mark my words. One passing hunter sneered. You're lucky we're in a rush. Next time, I'll beat the hell out of you. Hansen said nothing, silently labeling them all as lunatics. He knew what he had to do. He needed more power. Fast. With the soul crystal in hand, he hurried back to his room in the steel armor hideout. There, he locked his captured beast in a reinforced cage. He studied the creature. Its fur looked like polished metal, typical of a mutated copper-toothed wolf. But something was strange. This one had a different coloration and lacked the same strength. Why the difference? Hansen considered the idea that evolution, whether primitive or mutated, might simply be too slow. He needed a faster path to growth. Before he could ponder further, voices drifted in from the room next door. He paused, then moved quietly to listen. What he heard made his blood stir. A conversation between two men revealed that 3 major clans had gathered near the mountain ridge. The reason? A divine-blooded beast had been spotted. Hansen's heart pounded. This was a rare opportunity. A creature with divine blood could change everything. Without a second's hesitation, he rushed toward the mountain slope. He climbed quickly, lungs burning, hoping he wasn't too late. When he finally reached the summit, he crouched, catching his breath, then looked out into the valley below. A massive battle was already underway. Qinsuan barked orders, and his hunters formed a tight battle line. Slowly, they advanced toward the target. Qinsuan, mounted on a powerful beast of his own, ordered his men to circle from the opposite side. His strategy was careful and calculated. But the creature they faced was a monster of myth. With a massive 2-handed axe, the divine-blooded beast towered above the battlefield. Each swing of its weapon sent hunters flying. They tried to surround it, but the beast broke their formation with ease. Bodies flew, weapons shattered. Hansen watched in awe. He had never seen anything like it. This was the power of a divine-blooded monster. The divine-blooded monster let out a terrifying scream and swung its massive axe in wild, deadly arcs. Each strike forced the hunters back, scattering them like leaves before a storm. The battlefield trembled with the sheer force of the beast's fury. Qinsuan, now on foot, charged straight toward the monster, his expression twisted with rage. "I'll destroy you this time, you wretched thing," he bellowed. The surrounding hunters watched with tense anticipation as Qinsuan closed the distance, hoping their leader could turn the tide. Meanwhile, several archers circled around to the rear of the beast, loosing a storm of arrows into its thick hide, but the divine monster stood its ground, roaring defiantly. High on the cliffs, Hansen remained still, observing every move. He clenched his fists. "This thing, it's in a completely different league from those bugs I fought before." Down below, the monster continued to wreak havoc. Hunter after hunter fell to its crushing blows. Despite their numbers, the group was failing to restrain it. Shouts of alarm echoed through the valley. The monster was breaking through the encirclement. Commanders barked orders to tighten the perimeter, but it was too late. The beast dropped to all fours and bolted through a gap, fleeing into the wilderness. At that moment, Qinsuan raised his hand, and the air shimmered with a brilliant green glow. He had no intention of letting the beast escape. With intense focus, Qinsuan began channeling soul energy into his palm, powerful and overwhelming. Everyone knew what was coming. Shuan, watching from nearby, gasped as she realized what Qinsuan was about to use, the soul of the poisonous 6-winged wasp, a divine-blooded beast soul transformed into a lethal weapon. Energy surged through the sky. Qinsuan summoned a massive spiritual arrow, aiming it with deadly precision. Drawing back the string of his spectral bow, he let it fly. A thunderous discharge rang out as the arrow shot across the battlefield. The fleeing divine beast sensed something too late. It turned just as the arrow struck. Boom! The monster let out a blood-curdling scream before crashing to the earth, its massive frame slamming into the ground with a thunderous quake. Dust and wind exploded outward. Qinsuan stepped forward, pride radiating from his posture. You dared to defy the divine sun, he sneered at the fallen creature. Now suffer the consequences. Hunters gathered, awe and admiration on their faces. They spoke in excited tones, praising Qinsuan for defeating a divine-blooded monster in a single blow. Xuan stared at him, eyes wide with admiration. Her expression softened, her feelings written clearly across her face. Qinsuan, noticing her gaze, smiled, pleased that his power had earned her affection. But then, the unexpected happened. A blinding column of energy rose from the corpse, the divine beast soul beginning to ascend. Before anyone could react, a blur of motion cut through the crowd. Something, or someone, raced past them at impossible speed. Gasps erupted. Hansen? In a flash, Hansen grabbed the divine monster's massive axe, still brimming with energy, and took off without hesitation. Qinsuan's jaw dropped. His eyes widened behind his glasses as he realized what had just occurred. The axe, the soul. Stolen. By him. By that reckless brat he barely tolerated earlier. Still disguised under the nickname Money Brother, Qinsuan was frozen in disbelief. Someone had just robbed him, in front of everyone. The crowd stood speechless. But Hansen didn't care. He dashed away, the colossal axe slung over his shoulders. His thoughts raced. This is insane. I just got a divine-blooded beast soul, and a weapon that could make me rich beyond imagination. Behind him, Qinsuan exploded in fury. After him, he roared. His face twisted with rage, he summoned his beast mount, the black brow horse, and leapt onto it in a single bound. His subordinates followed his lead, curses flying from their mouths as they chased the thief who had dared defy their leader and steal their victory. Hansen ran, pushing himself to the limit, but the axe was heavy. With each step, his breath grew shorter, his strength draining fast. Behind him, the sound of hooves and shouting grew louder. They were gaining on him. He glanced back. A horde of angry hunters was closing in, and fast. His legs burned. The divine genes in his body screamed, working overtime, but even they had limits. Qinsuan narrowed his eyes as he gave chase. How much longer can he keep this up? He growled. He's finished. Hansen knew it too. His lungs burned. His arms ached from the weight of the axe. The pain was unbearable. He stumbled. The footsteps behind him grew louder. He looked up at the sky, then closed his eyes. Mother. Sister. I'm sorry. He had risked everything. And now, it seemed, he had lost. At a critical moment, Hansen hears the voice of his deceased father, clear and resolute, asking him if he's truly going to give up. A vivid image of his father forms in his mind, questioning whether Hansen really believes that surrender is the only way out. Memories of childhood training sessions with his father come rushing back. He recalls the times his father told him that giving up was never an option, that life itself is just a game, and in games, you keep moving forward. The voice urges Hansen to climb the mountain ahead, destroy the NPC stationed at the summit, and gain 2 full levels. But Hansen hesitates. The mountain is crawling with monsters, and the path to the top seems almost suicidal. At the peak, the NPC is heavily guarded by relentless beasts. Still, the father's voice cuts through the fear. A danger is part of life, but living in fear of it is not. In a vision, Hansen sees his father ready for battle. He draws a bow, an unusual container attached to the arrow. He speaks of genetic evolution as an adventure open to all. With a single, precise shot, he fires. The arrow strikes, and the container releases a strange gas that spreads rapidly across the battlefield. Without hesitation, the father pulls out his combat blade and charges into the horde of monsters. He fights with incredible skill, cutting down enemies one by one, pushing forward until the path is cleared. Reaching the summit, he levels his weapon at the NPC, prepared to finish the mission. Turning to Hansen, the father delivers a final lesson: survival demands risk. If Hansen avoids hardship, how can he ever grow? He reminds his son that in this world, just like in reality, humans sit at the bottom of the food chain. The only path to survival is strength. He shares a hard truth: the faster Hansen becomes powerful, the better his chances. The psychological pressure is overwhelming for Hansen. His heart races. He remembers his father thinking that Hansen is still too kind, too innocent to grasp the brutality of this world, but sooner or later, he'll have to. In the game, the father can support him. But in life, Hansen must learn to stand alone. In a final, heartbreaking moment, the father grips Hansen's hand, filled with love, and drives Hansen's own sword into his chest, transferring his power to his son. Hansen screams, unable to comprehend what just happened. The system chimes in, Hansen has advanced to the next level. His father's words echo in his mind, if you want to survive, you must become stronger. That's the only secret. Realizing there's still hope, Hansen refuses to give up. He sprints forward as the hunters close in. Chinswin, one of the pursuers, jumps from his mount and yells in fury. Sword drawn, he charges at Hansen, determined to end it. But Hansen still believes in a slim chance. He activates a desperate transformation, emerging with the soul of the Blood Destroyer beast. The transformation unleashes an enormous burst of energy. A brilliant column of power shoots into the sky, forcing everyone around to freeze in shock. Even Jinsu halts his attack, stunned, whispering that what he's witnessing should be impossible. It breaks every rule of the game. Hansen completes the transformation. His body changes, turning into a massive, powerful centaur. He charges forward, gaining momentum and leaving the hunters behind. With confidence, he shouts that no hunter, no matter how experienced, can defeat a transformed soul. The hunters think he's lost his mind. Fusion between two beast souls is a dangerous, nearly suicidal experiment, especially during a chase. Xuan, observing from a distance, watches in disbelief as Hansen speeds farther away. While the hunters curse and yell that he's no longer human, one of them radios the commander, warning that continuing the pursuit is too risky. Ahead lies a mountain serpentine trail that's nearly impossible to navigate during a chase. Xian, watching the chaos unfold, can't help but feel admiration. Not only did Hansen steal the golden axe, but he also absorbed the soul of a vile creature right under the nose of the Son of God. Left with no other option, the hunters give up the chase. Frustrated, they turn to criticizing their commander, blaming him for wasting the divine beast's one-time use arrow and failing to achieve anything, while Hansen narrowly escaped death and vanished into safety. Exhausted, Hansen collapses in the forest, gasping for air. He knows that his transformed state only lasts 7 to 8 minutes. Wiping sweat from his brow, he realizes just how lucky he was. If gods had been chasing him, he wouldn't have made it out alive. Despite his successful escape, Hansen's mind is far from at ease. He's now worried about the golden axe. Unlike a beast soul, it can't be hidden easily. Worse, he has made the Son of God himself his enemy. Hansen reflects on the reality of his situation. The beast soul isn't something he can sell, but he hopes to gradually earn 2 million from the axe over time. The initial fear begins to fade, giving way to satisfaction. This single hunt wasn't just a win, it was a humiliation for 3 major families. Back at the main gates of the shelter, the hunters continue to discuss the mysterious young man who vanished into the forest. They sneer, calling him a coward, yet beneath their contempt lies a grudging recognition. He's caused them significant trouble. As if mocking their assumptions, Hansen himself now approaches the gates. He decides to set the axe aside for the time being and focus on mastering the beast's soul. But just as he arrives, a hunter stops him, announcing that a search will be conducted. Another guard scoffs, saying it's a waste of time. The kid doesn't look like a smuggler or someone worth watching. The first hunter listens, shrugs, and casually pushes Hansen aside, telling him to get lost. A small, amused smile crosses Hansen's lips. He walks past the guards, fully aware of the irony. They had no idea they'd just let the very person they were looking for walk right by them. As he strolls through the bustling streets of the shelter, he hears the chatter of locals. Word of his actions has already spread. Everyone is talking about a mysterious figure known only as a money brother, the man who tricked the Son of God and left an elite unit humiliated. The public retells the tale with excitement. They say the Son of God flew into a rage so intense he destroyed his own home. Hearing this brings Hansen genuine joy. No one knows his true identity, and everyone talks about him as the anonymous money brother. The legend is growing. Elsewhere, in a secret room, a girl named Xuan watches events unfold. Speaking to her contact, she remarks that Hansen was lucky she intervened on his behalf. If she hadn't, he might have been captured and tortured. She then presses the man for more information. She wants to know everything about this money brother and how he came to be involved. The man, Xiao, admits he doesn't know Hansen personally. They met only once, by chance in the Valley of the Winds. Xiao had bought some beasts from him and passed them on to friends. Xuan doesn't blame him, nor does she intend to punish him. Instead, she gives him a task: deliver her message to the money brother. She is prepared to pay handsomely for both the divine beast soul and his weapon. Xiao agrees eagerly, but before he leaves, Xuan warns him sternly. Their meeting must remain a secret, and this conversation is not to be spoken of again. Far from the city, deep within the mountain forests, Hansen remains on the move. The system congratulates him for hunting a primitive-level green-scaled beast and informs him that its soul has not yet been absorbed. It then offers him a choice: consume the beast's flesh to gain one original gene point. Hansen complies, eating the meat slowly as he contemplates the bounty now placed on his head. He's still concerned. He has yet to acquire the mutation gene, and the dangers are far from over. Suddenly, he senses something. Near a nearby pond, something stirs. A creature, hidden in the shadows, watches him closely. Then, there's a noise behind him. Instinctively, Hansen turns. Emerging from the darkness is a human figure. The forest is silent, and every step the stranger takes is deliberate and eerie. Under the pale light of the moon, Hansen sees a worn and exhausted young man. His clothes are shredded, and his body seems barely able to move. He's clearly been through something intense, and his sudden appearance puts Hansen on edge. Why are his clothes so torn? Why is he alone? Hansen doesn't take chances. He raises his voice, ordering the man to stop. He warns him not to go further. There are bloodthirsty crocodiles up ahead. The stranger looks up and asks where he is. Then, he demands directions to the Sanctuary of Glory. Hansen replies that he's never heard of such a place. The only shelter nearby is steel armor. The man repeats the name under his breath, confused, and then mutters that he must have wandered into the wrong sanctuary altogether. After a brief silence, his tone shifts. In a commanding voice, he demands that Hansen escort him to the Sanctuary of Glory. That crosses the line. Hansen is instantly irritated. Who is this guy to give him orders? Hansen decides for himself what he does and where he goes. He's not about to follow someone else's commands, especially not from a stranger. With controlled annoyance, Hansen tells the man to head south. If he hurries, he might make it out of the forest before nightfall. Hansen, trying to shake off the stranger, confidently declares that he's heading out on a hunt and doesn't have time for meaningless talk. He hopes the blunt dismissal will be enough to make the man leave, but he's wrong. In the very next moment, Hansen is struck violently from behind. The blow is so forceful that he's hurled several meters through the air, crashing to the ground and hitting his head hard against a rock. Dazed, he slowly rises, clutching his head, fury simmering just beneath the surface. Gritting his teeth, Hansen demands to know what the hell the stranger is doing. But the response is pure arrogance. The stranger coldly orders him to shut up and take him where he wants to go, now. The tone is commanding, disrespectful, and completely dismissive, only adding fuel to Hansen's rage. Without another word, Hansen activates the beast soul. A vibrant flame of energy ignites in his hands, quickly taking the form of a radiant, magical spear. With a steady voice, he warns the stranger he will not be treated like trash. The stranger brought this on himself. Hansen strikes fast, unleashing a series of swift and precise spear attacks. But to his shock, the stranger dodges every blow effortlessly, moving with unbelievable agility. Then, with a sneer, he mocks Hansen's technique, dismissing it as child's play. Even without a beast soul of his own, the stranger doesn't consider Hansen a real threat. Then it happens. The stranger gathers a terrifying amount of energy in his hands, a condensed field of raw, destructive force. He lashes out with it, landing a brutal blow. Hansen tries to block it with his magical spear, but the attack is so overwhelming, it shatters the spear in two. Stunned, Hansen reels from the impact. How could someone destroy his spear with their bare hands? The stranger answers the unspoken question with chilling confidence. He reveals that he uses ancient martial arts capable of unlocking dormant genetic potential, techniques that produce explosive force, akin to nuclear fusion. It's a skill available only to those in the middle stage of training. With contempt, the stranger raises his hand toward Hansen, calling him an idiot and giving him a final ultimatum: guide him to the sanctuary or die. Hansen snaps. His fury erupts like a volcano. Who the hell does this guy think he is? Hansen roars back that if the stranger wants directions, he'll get them, but the road leads straight to hell. In an instant, Hansen transforms, donning his divine beast soul armor. The suit radiates with power and menace. He launches a furious assault, striking with lightning speed and savage force. But again, the stranger evades every attack with calm, calculated ease. Then, moving into position, the stranger lands a punch at close range. It collides with Hansen's armor, unleashing a burst of energy that blasts both fighters apart. The clash is so intense it shakes the battlefield like a violent storm. Still recovering, Hansen stares in disbelief. Even his armor, crafted from the soul of a divine beast, is taking damage. That shouldn't be possible. The stranger starts laughing, his voice filled with rage and envy. He realizes Hansen is wearing divine beast soul armor strong enough to endure techniques like the ice muscle and jade bone. That fact alone enrages him. With venom in his voice, the man spits out that Hansen isn't worthy of wearing such sacred equipment. He demands that the armor be handed over immediately. Without hesitation, he charges again, this time with even greater force. Hansen is battered by the next wave of blows. The stranger's strikes are too strong, each one feels like it's going to break him. Then, seizing him by the leg, the stranger lifts him and slams him into the ground with devastating force. The pain is excruciating. Hansen screams. The stranger, standing over him, scoffs coldly. He declares that a weakling remains a weakling, no matter what power he's been granted. He mocks Hansen for refusing to give up the armor peacefully. But then, everything changes. A surge of power explodes from Hansen's body. In a blinding flash, he transforms, ascending to a new level. The energy that bursts forth is raw, unstable, and violent. In one clean, brutal motion, he delivers a crushing blow to the stranger's head. Caught off guard, the stranger reels from the impact. For the first time, he feels pain, real, sharp pain. The expression on his face shifts from arrogance to stunned disbelief. Hansen's blood boils. The fury that's been building inside him finally erupts, engulfing him completely. His eyes burn with rage. The real fight has only just begun. Hansen hovers in the air, his body now radiating a powerful energy field. His transformation is complete, and he stares down at the enemy below with cold finality. In a chilling voice, he declares the stranger's fate. He is doomed to die today. The stranger, once confident and arrogant, now looks up in horror. He realizes too late, he's made a fatal mistake. What stands before him is no longer the same Hansen. Drawing upon the soul of the divine beast, Hansen unleashes a devastating assault. The energy surrounding him takes shape, morphing into the terrifying figure of a colossal alien creature. Then, in a blinding flash, Hansen charges. The stranger throws everything he has into defending himself, summoning every ounce of skill and strength. But it's not enough. The beast soul's overwhelming power crushes everything in its path. The stranger is sent crashing to the ground. Stunned, he can barely react before Hansen descends upon him, striking again and again. Each blow is brutal, filled with all the anger and humiliation Hansen has held back until now. The stranger's defenses crumble. Blow after blow rains down. Hansen has become a merciless force of destruction, consumed by fury. His opponent, now broken and helpless, finally pleads for mercy, acknowledging his defeat. But it's far too late. Then, silence. The battle is over. Hansen stares at the lifeless body, breathing heavily. A cold realization settles over him. He has killed a man. For the first time in his life. The rush of battle fades, replaced by shock. He drops to the ground, knees buckling under the weight of what he's just done. Even now, Hansen can't make sense of it all. His opponent was powerful, terrifyingly powerful. Had that man possessed a divine beast soul of his own, Hansen might not have survived. Despite the victory, his own armor was damaged, and his body battered. Driven by curiosity and caution, Hansen crawls toward the fallen enemy and begins to search him. Somewhere in the wreckage of clothes and armor, he finds it, a strange, glowing crystal. Small, bright, and clearly high-tech. It looks like a memory chip. Intrigued, Hansen takes it back to his room in the shelter. At his desk, under the glow of the molecular microscope, he carefully examines the chip. This is no ordinary object. As the data loads, he's stunned by what appears on the screen, a complete record of the ice muscle and jade bone. Technique. This is the very technique used by noble elites, techniques so rare that even princesses of the imperial family are trained in them. Hansen once dreamed of acquiring this nuclear-level gene technology, but it was far beyond his reach. Yet now, by pure chance, he holds the original. For the next 3 days, Hansen isolates himself, diving deep into the data. He studies the technique with laser focus, absorbing every detail. Slowly, he begins to notice changes, unnatural changes. His body starts to feel cold. The warmth of human life seems to fade from his skin. Concerned, Hansen checks his body temperature. It has dropped by 2 degrees. His suspicions are confirmed. This technique is changing him, transforming his very biology. As he stares at the chip in his hands, he wonders, how could something this powerful have simply been carried around in such a dangerous world? Just then, his phone rings. On the other end is an old friend, calling with excitement and urging Hansen to come out right away. When Hansen asks where they're headed, the answer is vague and playful, "You'll find out soon enough." He agrees. Later, Hansen finds himself sitting in his friend's car. He's quiet, listening absently to the lively conversations around him. One of his companions recounts an exaggerated tale, how the mysterious money brother transformed into a golden centaur and vanished before anyone could catch him. Hansen says nothing. He stares out the window, expression unreadable. His mind lingers on a dangerous truth: none of them know that the legend they're chasing, the man everyone in the shelter talks about, is him. He is Money Brother. And his story is only just beginning. Hansen suddenly recalls that one of his friends had ended up in a steel shelter after a family crisis, leaving his loved ones in a difficult position. The memory stirs something in him. It's time to stop pretending. He turns to his friend and asks, plainly, "Where exactly are we going?" His friend smiles and replies cryptically, "We're almost there." Minutes later, their car pulls up in front of one of the massive martial arts stadiums. As Hansen steps inside, he's stunned by the sheer number of people, an overwhelming crowd, chanting in unison, their voices echoing off the stadium walls. They are all here for the same reason, to witness the arena's star, the Son of God, ranked 5th in the first shelter. He's the fan favorite. The battle begins. A blinding flash of energy erupts in the arena as one of the monster fighters undergoes its soul transformation. Hansen watches, captivated. The atmosphere is electric. Caught in the moment, he suddenly shouts in support of one of the fighters. His friend laughs, telling him that the guy he's rooting for is far weaker than the mysterious warrior known only as Money Brother, a rising legend whose reputation is already shaking the shelter. Everyone talks about how Money Brother stole the soul of a monster, a move that shocked the entire shelter. Hansen remains quiet, but inwardly, he agrees. Yes, it was a dirty move. But it was also a necessary one. The Son of God is his enemy, and stealing the soul was his way of taking revenge. He knows no one must ever learn the truth, he is Money Brother. 2 weeks pass like a blur. Back in his room, Hansen sits near a cage, watching the copper-toothed beast inside. Now mutated, the creature represents a valuable opportunity. Hansen is tempted to consume it and enhance his genes, but he holds back. Right now, he needs money more than power. So, he arranges a deal. That night, Hansen meets with Xiao in the Valley of the Winds, a desolate clearing surrounded by shadows. He hands Xiao a heavy package, mutant jerky made from high-grade monster meat. When asked the price, Hansen doesn't hesitate, 2 million. In cash. He insists he's no scammer. The meat is authentic, and the quality justifies the cost. Xiao agrees and pays up, complimenting Hansen on being a reliable partner. Then, almost casually, Xiao adds that Xuan, a prominent girl from the shelter, sent a message. She's offering to buy the soul of the divine blood beast and the golden axe that Hansen had taken. Hansen's response is simple, tell her to name a fair price. Later, deep in the forest, Hansen makes his way into the bottomless pit, a dangerous underground labyrinth. He's in good spirits, his armor has kept him safe from the poisonous crystal scorpions, and his bag is full of loot. But then, he freezes. Ahead, in the dim glow of the cave, he sees someone, a lone figure sitting on a stone. A woman's voice echoes through the tunnel. Money Brother. The words hit Hansen like a bolt. He stands motionless, stunned. She repeats her question, "Are you really Money Brother?" He doesn't respond. Instead, he starts walking, trying to avoid the conversation. But Xuan calls out again. She asks him to take her away, she's badly injured and clearly in no condition to move. Her voice is desperate, not manipulative. Hansen turns, skeptical. "You want me to carry you?" She nods. Her leg injury is too severe, and there's no other way out. Hansen takes a deep breath. He tells himself to stay calm. He's still wearing his armor. She can't recognize him. And besides, she's hurt, there's no way she could pose a threat. But still, he asks cautiously how someone stung by a scorpion can still speak. In response, Xuan shows him the shattered remnants of a monster's soul, explaining how the scorpion struck just as the dragon's power within her faded. Hansen steps closer. But Xuan is ready. She whips out a dagger and warns him not to try anything. The blade in her hand was forged from the soul of the poison heart butterfly, and not even his armor might withstand it. Hansen stops, raising his hands in surprise. I didn't even think about that, he replies honestly. He wasn't here to hurt her. But now, things have just gotten much more complicated. Hansen doesn't intend to hurt Xuan, after all, she's the one who asked him for help. When she promises to pay him generously if he gets her out of the cave safely, Hansen shrugs it off, saying he doesn't need money right now. But then he remembers the scorpion she mentioned. He turns back to her. Is the scorpion dead? Confused, Xuan points to its remains nearby, wondering why he cares. As she notices his heavy bag, filled with dead scorpions, realization hits her. How did he survive fighting so many poisonous monsters without a scratch? Hansen smirks. He tells her that as payment, he'll be taking the soul of the mutant, and he'll also be keeping the scorpion's body. Soon, they're trekking through the forest again. Hansen carries Xuan on his back, walking carefully near the bottomless pit. As they near the shelter, she asks him to take her all the way to the front gates. But Hansen refuses. If people see them together, it could expose him. Too risky, he says. Xuan, meanwhile, can't stop thinking about how casually he ate crystal scorpion meat earlier, as if it were a common meal. The idea of it makes her stomach turn. Hansen stops. The shelter's close. Call for help from here, he tells her, holding out his hand. Now pay me. Without a word, Xuan throws the mutant's soul to him. Did you get the message? He catches it easily and then says, the golden axe and the divine blood beast soul will cost you 2 million. Xuan is shocked. She argues that those items are nearly useless inside the shelter, their value outside doesn't apply here. 1 million, tops. That's her final offer. Hansen turns around and starts to walk away. Fine. I'll let you know the time and place for the next meeting through Xiao. Xuan glares at his back, furious. In her mind, Hansen is nothing but a greedy opportunist, a curmudgeon, always squeezing profit from every situation. Later, Hansen returns to Steel Armor Shelter, but something feels wrong. Despite being in disguise, he senses unease. It clings to him like fog. Then, on the street, he sees an old friend, but the guy quickly turns his head and pretends not to notice him. Hansen watches in silence. The fear on his old friend's face is unmistakable. He doesn't want anything to do with Hansen anymore. Moments later, Hansen hears footsteps behind him. A familiar voice calls his name. He turns. It's the same friend, now speaking. Directly. You crossed Xuan, and the Son of God. I want nothing to do with it, the friend says coldly. From now on, let's pretend we were never brothers. Never even knew each other. I'm starting a new life. Hansen listens quietly, then nods. Fine. From now on, we're strangers. He walks away, holding his emotions in check. But deep down, he admits the truth to himself, they were never really friends. Back in his room, Hansen looks over his haul. The desk is piled with valuable artifacts and 2 briefcases stuffed with cash. He picks up a bundle of bills, his heart swelling with joy. At last, he says to himself, now my family can finally live a good life. That weekend, Hansen takes his mother and sister out for a walk around the city, a rare treat. He wants them to have a carefree day and forget their struggles. They stop in front of a luxurious pastry shop. Didn't you always want to try sapphire ice cream? He asks his little sister, smiling. Her face lights up. You're the best brother ever? Their mother, however, hesitates. She warns Hansen that this place is too expensive and that he should save the money he worked so hard to earn. But Hansen gently reassures her. Don't worry, Mom. Now that I've gone through gene mutation, I'll grow stronger, and I'll earn even more. You'll never have to worry again. The family heads inside the fancy shop and walks up the staircase to the 2nd floor, excited to enjoy a special moment together. But halfway up the stairs, an employee blocks their path. His face cold, the man says firmly, you can't go up there. Just like that, the mood shifts. As Hansen and his family try to ascend to the 2nd floor of the luxurious pastry shop, an attendant steps in their way. He gestures to a nearby sign and states firmly, the 2nd floor is reserved for celebrities and aristocrats only. The meaning is clear, this place isn't for people like them. Hansen is stunned. He thought having money meant he could go wherever he pleased. But this moment shows him the hard truth, wealth alone isn't enough. Class and status still draw the real boundaries. His mother gently steps in, trying to calm him. It's fine, she says. Buy your sister some ice cream, we'll wait for you outside. Hansen tries to hide his rising anger. But inside, the humiliation stings. That simple wooden sign, it wasn't just a rule, it was a wall. Right then and there, Hansen makes a vow. One day, he'll be someone powerful enough that no door will ever close to him, or to his family, again. The vault is a vast metropolis, divided into districts and connected by high-speed rail. Inside one of the crowded train cars, Hansen rides quietly, annoyed by how packed it always is during these hours. Suddenly, the train jerks to a violent stop. Passengers are thrown off balance, and Hansen is among them. He crashes hard right into a girl next to him. Worse yet, his hand accidentally lands on her chest during the fall. Mortified, Hansen scrambles to apologize, but he doesn't even get the words out before, wham! The girl punches him in the face. As he reels from the hit, still apologizing, the girl glares at him with fury. And that's when it clicks, they know each other. It's Soon, the same girl from his earlier misadventures. "What are you doing here?" Hansen mutters, rubbing his sore cheek. "You again?" Soon snaps. "At first, I thought you were just stupid, now I know you're a pervert and a scoundrel." The other passengers start whispering. They'd all seen the accidental contact. It didn't look good. Hansen desperately tries to explain, "It was the train. I fell." But Soon cuts him off. "Maybe I'd believe that if this weren't the second time. Or did you forget the knife you stuck in my butt?" The train finally arrives at the station, breaking the tension. As Soon steps out, she turns to Hansen one last time. "This is your final warning. Do anything like this again, and I'll personally see to it that you land in prison." As she walks onto the platform, a military honor guard greets her. The soldiers salute and call her mistress, revealing her status as the commander of the local garrison. Hansen's eyes widen. She's the one in charge here? He realizes with dread her people can now watch his every move. One mistake, and his secret identity could be exposed. Determined, Hansen makes another decision. From now on, avoid Soon at all costs. But his train of thought is cut short when a rough voice growls behind him, "You idiot! Come here!" Hansen turns to see a man glaring directly at him. The man grabs Hansen by the collar and drags him forward. "I didn't ask for excuses. You're coming with us." Before he can protest, Hansen finds himself swept up into a fast-moving group of men heading into the mountain forests. These are elite hunters, moving with purpose, their conversation filled with talk of successful monster captures. Hansen has already been with them for days. Though they've caught many monsters, they've yet to find a high-ranking mutant, which leaves the team slightly frustrated. Eventually, the group reaches the top of a towering cliff, where they stop before a massive, ominous cave. One of the men turns to Chinwan, the Divine Sun's right-hand man, and reports that this is the place. Chinwan nods, his voice sharp. He barks orders, pointing at several hunters to go in for reconnaissance. No one dares argue. Then he notices Hansen standing nearby. With a smirk, Chinwan nudges Hansen's shoulder. "Try not to screw this up," he sneers. Hansen clenches his jaw. He knows exactly what's happening, they're using him as cannon fodder. A disposable body to send into whatever danger lurks in that cave. He stares at the dark entrance and realizes, if he wants to survive, he'll have to play this smarter than anyone else. Torches flicker against the cave walls as the reconnaissance team slowly ventures deeper into the darkness. Tension hangs thick in the air. Some of the more seasoned hunters begin to murmur, they've gone too far, and the cave's silence feels unnatural. One of them suggests slowing their pace. But their warning is met with a sharp crack of an energy whip. The man from the Divine Sun's retinue, irritated by the chatter, lashes those lagging behind and snarls, "Enough talking. You've already been paid, move faster." The group pushes forward, their fear growing with each step, until the path opens into a massive chamber. Before them lies a vast, underground lake, its surface perfectly still, smooth as glass. The mercenaries pause, stunned by the eerie beauty of the place. One of them steps forward. "The road ends here, sir. There's nothing but water." Without hesitation, the Divine Sun subordinate raises his hand, and several glowing capsules materialize in the air, transforming instantly into inflatable boats. The hunters stare in awe. Most had never even seen technology like this. "Get across," he orders. Hansen watches silently, noting how well prepared these people are. They knew what they were looking for, this wasn't a blind exploration. The mercenaries board the boats, which begin gliding slowly across the black water. But Hansen notices something disturbing. The Divine Sun's men aren't boarding. Only the hired mercenaries are being sent across. A chill creeps down Hansen's spine. Something's wrong. Then a splash, followed by another, and then a deafening roar tears through the chamber. From beneath the lake, a massive beast rises, a hulking, terrifying monster. Hansen's breath catches. The creature emerges fully from the depths, its scales black as obsidian, its eyes burning with hellish red fire. It's a black dragon, a rare, divine blood beast. With a monstrous roar, the dragon shatters the boats in a violent wave. Mercenaries scream, tossed into the freezing water. Chaos erupts as men beg for help, splashing desperately toward shore. On land, Chinsuan, the Divine Sun's second-in-command, smiles. At last, he says, the divine blood beast has shown itself. Then, the dragon strikes. It surges forward and snaps one of the mercenaries in half with its jaws. Panic spreads like wildfire. Hansen realizes what's really going on. This was never a reconnaissance mission. It was bait. Chinsuan cracks his energy whip again, barking at the mercenaries to hold their ground. You were paid. Fulfill your duties, or I'll kill you myself. He doesn't care who dies. The Divine Sun had been hunting this beast for a long time, and he was willing to sacrifice dozens of lives to get it. Terrified whispers circulate among the mercenaries. Despite their fear, a few decide to risk it, hoping that sheer numbers might let them outrun the dragon. Hansen, however, sees the truth. They're being fed to the beast to buy time. Suddenly, the dragon vanishes beneath the surface. Now's the chance, someone shouts. A desperate rush begins, mercenaries flailing across the lake, praying they'll make it to the other side. Hansen grits his teeth. He's not dying here, not for Chinsuan, not for anyone. As the massive shadow moves beneath the water again, he activates his hidden identity. In a flash, he dons his battle armor, using the chaos to slip away from the main group unnoticed. He will survive. No matter what. Then, boom! The dragon breaches the water again, smashing another boat to pieces. Bodies fly into the air, and blood stains the lake's surface. Of the 40 who crossed, only 7 survive. A shaken hunter reports to Chinsuan, the beast must be full. It's safe now. Satisfied, Chinsuan waves his men forward. Confident that the dragon won't attack again, the Divine Sun's entourage boards the remaining boats and sails across without incident. Their plan worked. The beast had been fed. The threat had passed, for now. But Hansen, watching from the shadows, knows one thing for certain: he will never forget this betrayal. The party continues deeper into the cave, their path lit by flickering torches. Each step is cautious, every breath held in suspense. Then, hidden behind a narrow crevice, the group discovers something extraordinary: 2 enormous eggs nestled carefully in the shadows. Chinsuan's expression twists into something dark and grotesque, like a demon savoring his prey. His eyes gleam with greed as he stares at the divine blood creature eggs. With these, he thinks, he can raise his gene count and increase his power. Take them, he barks at 2 mercenaries. The mercenaries obey without question. As they lift the eggs, they're startled by the immense weight. But before they can fully process it, a deafening roar erupts. A giant black dragon appears, its jaws wide open, unleashing a terrifying cry that shakes the cave walls. The mercenaries freeze, clutching the precious eggs, helpless before the monster. Chinsuan, snarling in frustration, calls them useless. He draws his sword and charges forward, shouting for his men to distract the beast while he retrieves the eggs himself. The hunters and mercenaries rally together, doing everything they can to divert the dragon's wrath. Amid the chaos, Chinsuan reaches the mercenaries and snatches the eggs from their hands. As the dragon's rampage grows more violent, Chinsuan clutches the eggs to his chest, retreating as fast as he can, triumphant. Finally, he thinks, they're mine. But then, wham! A powerful strike lands squarely on Chinsuan's face, sending him reeling. The eggs fall from his grip. Before him stands Hansen, clad in full battle armor, holding both eggs. Calm and defiant, he says, "You're celebrating too early." Chinsuan, blood streaming from his broken nose, looks up and recognizes the attacker. His rage explodes. Money, brother. Again. Hansen, however, feels the tide turning. Things are finally going his way. He's nearly reached one of the inflatable boats, but he suddenly stops. He senses something above him. He looks up. Another dragon. Turning around, he sees Chinsuan and his men rushing toward him. Hansen tosses one egg back to the furious divine sun, thinking to himself that the hunters can wait, the dragon is the real threat now. Chinsuan catches the egg. But something doesn't feel right. He glances at it, the egg is empty. Before he can react, the elder hunter screams a warning. And then, a second massive black dragon explodes from the water behind him, mouth wide open, unleashing a roar that freezes everyone in place. Chinsuan screams in fury, "Money, brother! Your death will be long and painful." But Hansen has already escaped. At the steel-armored shelter transport station, Hansen is brimming with satisfaction. Not only did he survive, but he tasted the black dragon's egg and humiliated his enemy in the process. His divine gene count has increased by 13 points. One step closer to the power he dreams of. Just as things seem calm, Jan appears, blocking his path. She glares at him. "Where were you?" she demands. "Did you really think I'd let you disappear for days without saying anything?" Hansen, caught off guard, doesn't know what to say. He doesn't want to provoke her, but her sudden appearance throws him off balance. Soon, they're in the sparring room of the training complex. The air is thick with tension. Jan sets the terms: "If you defeat me, I won't bother you again." Hansen knows this won't be easy. Jan is no ordinary opponent. She possesses nearly 100 divine genes and is a highly experienced combatant. Worse, she also has multiple high-level souls, though she graciously agrees to leave them out for this fight. Instead, she sets a new rule: take 50 of my hits, and we're even. Hansen quickly realizes standing still would be suicide. He'll never survive her full-strength blows unless he stays mobile and takes the initiative. Jan assumes her fighting stance and begins the countdown. The moment she says start, Hansen strikes. A lightning-fast blow lands cleanly on her face before she can react, shaking her confidence. The sparring match has begun, and Hansen isn't holding back. Suan clutches her bruised face, stunned by Hansen's unexpectedly brutal strike. She hadn't anticipated such a fierce attack, and it puts her in a tough spot. Hansen feels awkward. He actually hoped she'd block the blow. Embarrassed, he rushes forward to apologize but inwardly wishes only to escape this fight as quickly as possible. He's unsure how this will end and worries he might be making a mistake. Just then, after landing a hit himself, Hansen regains focus and invites Suan to continue the match. Without hesitation, Hansen delivers another lightning-fast punch. Suan fails to parry again, confirming how shockingly strong and fast Hansen is for her. She drops to her knees, nursing her bruised nose. Feeling a bit guilty, Hansen reminds her that she had told him to attack first, so he did what she asked. Yet, in his mind, he knows this opportunity won't come again, and he can't stop now. Suan's anger ignites like wildfire. Her eyes flash with rage, and she screams that she will kill him. Launching a powerful counterattack, she forces Hansen to dodge with all his remaining strength. Realizing that speed and endurance are his only hope for survival, Hansen fights to keep up as Suan's body transforms, her anger manifesting physically as a demonic aura and a radiant energy field pulsing around her. After the brutal sparring, Hansen limps out of the training room, face battered and bruised. He admits to himself that he failed to withstand 50 hits and has a long way to go. This defeat sharpens his resolve. He is still too weak and must train harder to grow stronger. Every failure is a reminder of how vital preparation is. Meanwhile, Suan takes a shower, feeling unsettled by the fight. Though Hansen attacked unexpectedly, she's disturbed by her inability to block even 2 of his strikes. Curious and concerned, she reviews the fight's video replay in her room. Watching carefully, she acknowledges Hansen's powerful punches but notes his moves are somewhat formulaic, which she believes could be exploited next time. She's intrigued by his explosive strength and decisiveness, pondering just how serious a threat he might become. Suan suspects Hansen behaves like a professional killer, focused on landing one decisive blow, and wonders if his skills are innate or trained. Regardless, she finds him too vile and contemptible to forgive. Elsewhere, an older man relaxes in a chair, explaining the different training courses offered: beginner, intermediate, and advanced, covering disciplines like Wu, weapons, and harder styles. His surprised Hansen chose the advanced and notoriously difficult Evil Ghosts technique, which requires exceptional physical fitness. This makes the man question how serious Hansen truly is. Hansen brushes off concerns and hands over a card loaded with 1 million in currency, confident he can handle the challenge. He knows he's stronger than before thanks to mastering the ice muscle and jade bone techniques, but understands he still needs more experience to fully harness them. Spying on other training sessions, Hansen is shocked by what he sees: hardly serious training, more like awkward touching and clumsy grappling. It's a disgrace. Grabbing his head in disbelief, he worries that Jianyu will be furious if he uses these or techniques in their sparring. Realizing there's no turning back, Hansen resolves to train hard, especially since he's already paid for the course. After several days, he feels clumsy himself, much like the old man who teaches him, but he hopes this new technique will be useful when facing tougher opponents. Back in his room, Hansen watches his mutated monster pet. The crystal he gave it is accelerating its transformation, potentially turning it into a divine beast. This fills Hansen with hope and excitement, opening doors he never imagined. Later, alone in the forest near the shelter, Hansen reflects on how he hasn't seen the Son of God or his followers in quite some time. What's happening with them now? While he still has time, Hansen decides to test and study the spirit beast he received from the girl, curious about what might emerge. Suddenly, from the energy field on his hand, a small, adorable kitten materializes. Hansen can't help but feel puzzled. He expected a fierce or wild spirit beast, not a tiny, cute feline. He wonders if the girl was mocking him with this weak ally. Holding the kitten, he questions what use such a fragile creature could possibly have in battle. Still, Hansen extends his hand and commands the three-eyed mutant cat to attack the large monster nearby. The huge beast stops grazing and watches cautiously as the kitten approaches. The cat growls and leaps at the monster, only to be swiftly kicked away and sent tumbling back to Hansen's feet. Hansen is surprised and disappointed by how weak the spirit is. In a real fight, the kitten would have been easily killed. The little cat sits by Hansen's feet and meows pitifully. Hansen realizes that with such a helpless companion, he's unlikely to become a powerful hunter anytime soon. He suspects the girl tricked him, giving him a spirit beast meant only for show. Accepting that this home spirit offers no real battle advantage, Hansen draws his combat dagger and charges the monster himself. Later, Hansen picks up a large piece of meat from the fire and offers the kitten a small portion. The cat eagerly drools over the treat, which surprises Hansen. Unlike typical spirits that return to the void to recover, this one eats real food, and with a huge appetite, even more than Hansen himself. Despite the kitten's uselessness in combat, Hansen finds its company enjoyable, and that alone brings some comfort. Suddenly, a loud scream cuts through the air, pulling Hansen's attention away from the kitten. A young man bursts from the nearby bushes, running toward Hansen and shouting desperately for help. A few seconds later, loud stomping sounds echo through the air, and clouds of dust rise as Hansen realizes the young man is being chased by a pack of huge monsters. The stranger, terrified, begs Hansen for help and promises to pay him handsomely. The desperation in his voice reveals his urgent will to survive. Without hesitation, Hansen jumps up and starts running. He warns the stranger that the herd could easily trample them, and no amount of money would matter if they don't find shelter quickly. Hansen races toward a steep cliff, grabbing a sturdy vine to climb up to the plateau, a potential safe haven. The stranger follows close behind, screaming for help and pleading to be lifted up. Hansen reaches out, telling him to hurry before the monsters catch him. The stranger grabs Hansen's hand tightly, and together they climb to safety on a small ledge. Hansen explains they'll have to wait there until the monsters move on. The stranger lights a cigarette and begins sharing his story. He's been traveling for a long time and lost the souls of the animals he was carrying. Starving, he stumbled upon a large pack of monsters, which became a nightmare for him. Hansen notices the cigarette is expensive, signaling the stranger isn't poor. Grateful for the rescue, the stranger asks Hansen's name and inquires about the Glory Shelter, hoping to find useful information. Hansen tells him about a steel armor vault 2 days away but admits he's never heard of a Glory Shelter. Frustrated and angry at being lost, the stranger curses his misfortune. He looks down at the pack of monsters below and assures Hansen not to worry, promising a generous reward once they escape. The stranger asks if Hansen has any water or food, explaining he hasn't eaten in days. Hansen offers a glass of water and a piece of dried monster meat, but tells the stranger it will cost him 10,000. Outraged, the stranger calls it robbery and doubts they'll get along. Hansen shrugs and says the stranger can eat elsewhere if he doesn't like the terms. Eventually, the stranger calms down and proposes a deal. He'll take the food and water on credit, promising to repay 3 times the amount once they reach safety. Days pass as they remain stuck on the ledge, trapped by aggressive monsters below. The stranger grows increasingly impatient, loudly complaining about the animal's refusal to leave. Realizing their supplies are running low, Hansen decides to act. He plans to climb the mountain and descend from the other side. Grabbing a strong vine, Hansen carefully ascends the steep cliff, focusing intensely to avoid mistakes. The stranger watches nervously and warns Hansen to be careful and to never leave him alone. At the mountain summit, Hansen finds a massive nest with an enormous egg at its center. Curiosity and unease flood him as he wonders how large the parent creature must be. Wasting no time, Hansen draws his dagger and strikes the egg, painstakingly piercing its shell. Using a tube, he sucks out the egg's contents, hoping this creature might carry the divine blood he desperately needs. His suspicions prove true when a system notification confirms the hunt was successful. The divine bloodstorm phoenix has been killed, granting Hansen one gene of this rare power. Meanwhile, the stranger remains alone on the ledge, anxiously watching the monsters below. He vows never to approach such terrifying beasts again, no matter how hungry he becomes, as their presence fills him with fear and disgust. Soon after, Hansen descends the mountain safely and returns to the ledge, greeted by the clearly worried stranger. The stranger confesses that he was very worried about Hansen, fearing something serious might have happened to him. His attention immediately shifts to Hansen's unusually swollen belly, and with a hint of irony, he jokingly asks if Hansen is expecting a child. Hansen hands him a glass and explains that it contains the egg of a divine-blooded creature known as the Storm Phoenix. The stranger accepts it gladly, making jokes as he takes the glass. In one swift motion, he drinks it all at once, visibly delighted. Curious, Hansen asks the stranger what a phoenix egg tastes like, adding that he has now gained one divine gene. The stranger's expression changes instantly. Overwhelmed with gratitude, he starts addressing Hansen respectfully as a sir, thanking him deeply for such a generous gift. He promises to repay Hansen's kindness and protect him from anyone who dares show disrespect. Hansen, however, warns the stranger that his reputation in the shelter isn't the best and suggests he keeps his distance. The stranger refuses to back down, insisting that Hansen has treated him as a friend and that he intends to repay that friendship with loyalty and protection. At that moment, the pack of animals that had been guarding them at the foot of the mountain suddenly retreats into the forest, leaving them in safety. The stranger bids Hansen farewell, waving goodbye and expressing that it was a pleasure to meet him. The scene then shifts to a busy transit station shelter, a bustling transport hub filled with non-stop activity. Hansen walks along the platform in high spirits, reflecting on the fact that the Storm Phoenix egg has granted him 5 more divine genes, bringing his total to 18. He plans to go home to rest. But his mood quickly changes when he encounters a girl blocking his path. Hansen greets her warmly, calling her boss and trying to keep the conversation light and friendly with jokes. However, Sean responds with strict seriousness, commanding Hansen to follow her. Though Hansen tries to maintain a friendly facade, he feels irritated and reluctant to engage with her. After a while, they arrive at the training center, stepping into the sparring room where the atmosphere instantly grows tense. Hansen knows he has reached the peak of his demonic possession technique and believes that facing Sean this time will be easier than before. Soo-an announces the start of the sparring and begins moving around the room with incredible speed. At the last moment, Hansen notices her close approach and prepares to kick him. He feels genuine relief that he spotted the attack in time and narrowly dodges Sean's blow. Having studied Hansen's technique well, Soo-an realizes he is capable of sudden, explosive attacks. Determined not to give him any chance for surprise moves, she decides to keep him constantly on guard. Despite her swift movements, Hansen manages to anticipate Soo-an's next strike. With a sharp reaction, he sidesteps her attack and seizes her leg, effectively cutting off her momentum. In one fluid motion, he executes a powerful throw, slamming her to the ground. Without hesitation, he transitions into a painful leg hold, bending her limb to restrict her movement. Speaking in a mocking tone, Hansen addresses Soo-an as mistress and asks if this performance qualifies as his victory. Enraged, Soo-an lashes out verbally, hurling insults at him and stubbornly refusing to acknowledge defeat. She declares that he shouldn't even dream of beating her in a spar. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifts. A powerful energy field erupts around Soo-an, morphing into blazing flames. Hansen is visibly shaken and instinctively retreats. Without warning, Soo-an summons the soul of a monstrous beast, a towering predator radiating raw power and fear. Faced with the terrifying spirit, Hansen panics. He shouts at her, reminding her that they had agreed not to use animal souls in sparring. He barely dodges the beast's devastating strike as it crashes into the arena wall, sending concrete debris flying and plunging the area into chaos. As the dust settles, Shuan's body begins to take on a demonic form. Her energy flares with fierce intensity, and her relentless pressure becomes overwhelming. Hansen watches in stunned silence as she exits the arena, leaving him to grapple with his own limitations. He clutches his head in despair, realizing just how vast the gap is between his strength and hers. Strength he once took pride in now feels utterly insignificant. Yet, Shuan acknowledges that Hansen has grown. She admits, albeit grudgingly, that he's improved enough to not only resist her strikes but to provoke her into unleashing her beast soul, something she hadn't anticipated. In the days that follow, both continue training intensively in the sparring arena. Shuan, still fuming, accuses Hansen of playing the fool and resolves to teach him a lesson for his supposed deception. Hansen, sensing that she's deliberately trying to provoke him, chooses to remain calm. He views this ongoing challenge as an opportunity to sharpen his skills and considers himself lucky to have such a formidable woman as a sparring partner. However, he's still troubled by her harsh demeanor and complete lack of tenderness. Then, an unexpected voice calls his name. Turning, Hansen sees a girl confidently announcing that she's completed her initiation and can now leave the shelter. He instantly recognizes her as a former classmate from elementary school. Smiling, he reminisces on how quickly time has passed and begins to strike up a conversation. But their reunion is abruptly interrupted by a jet car landing beside them. A stern man steps out, clearly irritated. He scolds the girl for not using the home teleport again, forcing him to come looking for her. He warns her about the dangers of such travel, mentioning that transfer stations are full of raga muffins and insisting she be more cautious. The girl tries to defuse the situation, explaining she was simply catching up with an old friend. But the man, exuding arrogance, gives Hansen a scornful glance. Hansen politely introduces himself and extends his hand, only to be coldly rejected. The man declares Hansen unworthy of being the girl's friend and warns him to stay away, threatening consequences if he doesn't comply. Deeply insulted by the man's rudeness, Hansen asks if he even knows who he's speaking to. The man is taken aback by Hansen's boldness and, irritated, demands clarification. The confrontation escalates. The man threatens to put Hansen in his place and charges at him. But Hansen, thanks to his intense training, is more than ready. He's mastered close-quarters combat and learned to harness demonic possession, skills that now give him the edge. Effortlessly, he dodges the incoming blows, swiftly closes the distance, and grabs the man by the collar. With precision and strength, he hurls the man to the ground. The girl screams out in alarm, pleading with Hansen to stop. Hansen loosens his grip and reassures her that the man is tougher than glass and won't break. He clarifies that he didn't mean to harm him, this was merely his way of saying hello. With that, Hansen checks the time and announces he's heading home. He turns to the girl and says they can catch up over dinner another time. Left fuming and humiliated, the man seethes. He repeats Hansen's name under his breath and vows to take revenge. The defeat is not something he will forget, or forgive. As the girl watched Hansen walk away, a man's voice broke the silence behind her. He remarked that her friend was quite an interesting one. The girl, sensing trouble, quickly asked him not to do anything to Hansen. The man simply smiled, a sly, knowing grin creeping across his face. He suggested that she should invite her new acquaintance to dinner sometime. After all, in his words, Hansen had given him a generous gift, and it was only polite to repay it. Though she agreed to the idea, the girl couldn't shake the feeling that the man had something far more sinister in mind. Meanwhile, Hansen was back in his room, seated in front of his computer. He was deep in thought, reflecting on how he hadn't been able to hunt animals in the mountains lately. Determined to find an alternative, he scoured a forum for any promising opportunities. Soon, one offer caught his eye. Someone was willing to pay a high price for the souls, flesh, and blood of mutant beasts. But Hansen knew how rare such materials had become, it wouldn't be easy to fulfill that request. Then, another advertisement stood out. A private client was hiring escorts, offering generous compensation. The only condition was the ability to take down 10 primitive creatures alone. It was a challenge, but one Hansen believed he could meet. He decided to respond to the offer, but he'd need a reliable weapon first. His old bronze crescent spear had broken during the last battle, so he started browsing for a replacement. That's when he found it, a Black Knight Series dual alloy bow paired with Demon's Edge Series arrows. The combination boasted exceptional killing power. On the market, it would cost at least 7 million credits. Strangely, the listing had been up for a while, with no buyers. Hansen studied the specs. The bow had a maximum range of 800 meters and could pierce armor from 300 meters away. However, there was a catch. According to the association's regulations, the weapon could only be used by those with over 7 power points. Hansen wasn't sure if he qualified, but he hoped his training, especially the ice muscle and jade bone techniques, might be enough to meet the threshold. He only had 1 million credits left, but he placed an offer anyway. Hours passed with no response. Hansen began to suspect the listing was outdated or that the seller was unimpressed by his offer. But then, to his surprise, a notification came through. The seller had accepted. Overjoyed, Hansen knew he'd secured an incredible deal. The next day, a transport company employee arrived at his room with a delivery. Hansen signed the documents, and the moment the worker left, he tore open the box to inspect his new weapon. He pulled the bowstring back, feeling its power. A thought flashed in his mind: this weapon would allow him to avoid close combat when facing beings of divine blood. He remembered that he'd already stolen prey from the Son of God twice before. That thought filled him with satisfaction, and he vowed to do it again. When he arrived at the designated meeting spot, he was surprised by the crowd that had gathered. Then, a stranger pointed directly at him and shouted that he recognized Hansen. The man laughed and called him an ass maniac, making fun of the bow slung across Hansen's back, which, he joked, suited him perfectly. Among the crowd, Hansen spotted an old acquaintance who pretended not to know him. The men teased him, asking if he was seriously here to get hired as a bodyguard. The first man continued his mockery, recalling the embarrassing incident where Hansen accidentally stabbed a man named Jan in the buttocks. Despite the laughter, Hansen kept his composure. He told them that if they didn't think he was fit to protect them, he would simply leave. But the man who had been joking earlier suddenly turned serious. That's not the case at all, he declared. Then, in a commanding tone, he ordered Hansen to stay. He would be his personal bodyguard. Those nearby were surprised by the decision. They asked the young man if he was sure and whether it was a wise move. The young gentleman, however, was resolute. He handed Hansen an employment contract and told him to sign it. One of the guards, clearly displeased, voiced his disapproval. He muttered that Hansen was just lucky and warned him not to disappoint their employer. Soon after, the group began moving through a forested area near the shelter. As they advanced cautiously, someone pointed to a patch of dense bushes up ahead. He claimed he'd just spotted a primitive creature hiding within. Tension rose in the air. The mission was only beginning. The group turned their heads, eyes narrowing as a blur of motion darted through the nearby bushes. A shadowy animal figure rushed past, barely visible through the thicket. Without hesitation, young Master Yuan issued an order to his hunters, who immediately sprang into action, charging into the underbrush in pursuit of the creature. The senior hunter shouted after them, reminding the team to ensure the young master's safety above all else. From his elevated position on a small hill, Hansen calmly readied an arrow. Drawing it from his quiver, he took aim and released it with practiced precision. The arrow cut through the air, but struck a tree trunk, nowhere near the beast's last location. Hansen noted that his Spirit of Destiny arrows were just as powerful as expected, but he needed to adjust the bow's draw weight for better control. The senior hunter, ever critical, smirked. He mocked Hansen's shot, saying that if he couldn't hit a target from just 20 meters away, he had no business calling himself the bodyguard of young Master Yuan. Unbothered, Hansen responded coolly. He hadn't meant to hit the animal, he was merely testing the arrow's balance. But the elder hunter wasn't convinced. That didn't look like practice, he muttered. It looked like an embarrassment. Nearby, Hansen noticed a familiar face, an old acquaintance standing silently among the crowd. It was clear from the man's expression that he didn't want anyone to know they had history. Meanwhile, the hunters had successfully driven the beasts into a dead end, herding them toward the base of a steep cliff. From his vantage point, Hansen watched the hunt unfold. Young Master Yuan was clearly elated. His team had managed to trap 3 black-spotted primitive beasts. The hunters urged him to be cautious, but Yuan, eager to test himself, lunged forward and attacked the predators with a blade known as the Pain Blade. Hansen, observing from afar, acknowledged the truth: these young masters were well-trained and had strong techniques. Their only real flaw was inexperience. The rest of the hunters, seasoned and disciplined, swiftly handled the creatures within minutes. As the dust settled, one of the young hunters eagerly approached the fallen monsters, admiring the trophies. But in his excitement, he failed to notice that one of the beasts wasn't quite dead. The creature's eyes opened silently. It had been feigning death, watching. waiting for the perfect moment. And then it pounced. The predator leapt into the air, its jaws wide open as it lunged at the unsuspecting hunter. Panic rippled through the crowd. The surrounding men stared in horror, too far to help in time. Suddenly, a sharp twang echoed through the forest. A single arrow whistled through the air, slicing cleanly past the young hunter's head and burying itself in the primitive beast's skull. The monster collapsed mid-air, dead before it hit the ground. The hunter fell backward, wide-eyed and gasping in disbelief. He screamed, scrambling away from the beast's lifeless body. His fellow hunters rushed to his side, hacking furiously at the corpse to ensure it was truly dead. Then Yuan himself ran over, kneeling beside the shaken hunter. With genuine concern on his face, he checked him for injuries and asked if he was all right. Still trembling, the young man nodded. "I'm fine," he muttered. "But I was scared to death." The senior hunter's reaction was far less gracious. Furious, he turned on Hansen, shouting that the man had nearly killed one of their own with his reckless shot. The other hunters joined in, voicing their anger and suspicion. But before things could spiral, a sharp command rang out. "Stand down," young Master Yuan ordered, his voice cutting through the tension. The senior hunter, clearly displeased, glared at Hansen. He asked why the man was still here, hadn't he been dismissed? Suddenly, Yuan strode forward. Without a word, he seized the senior hunter by the throat. His voice was cold and composed as he clarified, he had told the man to leave. Yuan's eyes blazed with fury. "I pay you to provide security," he snapped. "Where were you when one of my men was being attacked?" He didn't stop there. The young master continued dressing the man down, accusing him of inaction and cowardice, and now, trying to shift blame onto the only person who actually saved someone. The senior hunter stood his ground, reminding Yuan that firing him meant breaking their contract. He would be owed compensation. Without hesitation, Yuan pulled a thick wad of cash from his pocket and tossed it contemptuously into the air. "Take your money and leave," he spat. "You're useless." The older hunter stormed past Hansen, glaring daggers at him. His eyes were full of rage and humiliation. It was clear he bore Hansen a deep grudge. Meanwhile, the young hunter who had been saved approached Hansen, bowing his head in gratitude. "Thank you," he said sincerely. Hansen only smiled. "It was nothing," he replied modestly. "I'm just glad you're safe." Yuan's gaze lingered on the bow in Hansen's hand, Doomed Soul, a weapon that could only be used by those with a power level of at least 7. He raised an eyebrow. "Are you really level 7? He asked. Before Hansen could speak, the young hunter who'd just been rescued answered confidently, "He has to be. There's no way someone below level 7 could shoot like that." Young Master Yuan studied Hansen closely. The precision, the speed, no hesitation. He wasn't just strong, he was controlled. The young master mused aloud that Hansen's level had to be even higher than 7, perhaps 8 or more, just to be able to draw and fire that bow with such perfect form and deadly accuracy. Impressed, he stepped forward and extended a hand. "I hope we can work together for a long time," he said sincerely. Hansen shook his hand, feeling a sense of quiet pride. This wasn't just a job, it was recognition. A wealthy employer with insight and intelligence like Yuan was hard to come by. Hansen felt he had finally found someone worth following. 2 days later, Hansen returned to the shelter. At the gate, he was met by a group of hunters. One of them, a familiar face, mockingly asked if he had made a fortune yet. It was the senior hunter, the same one who had been humiliated and thrown out by young Master Yuan. His tone was sharp and laced with venom. Stepping closer, he growled that he didn't appreciate Hansen being there. And then, without warning, he lunged. Drawing a knife, the older man hurled himself at Hansen, shouting that he'd teach the boy a lesson. Hansen's old acquaintance, watching from the side, said nothing. He pretended not to know Hansen, too scared, or too cowardly, to intervene. The dagger whistled through the air, but Hansen was gone. In the blink of an eye, he had vanished from where he stood. Before anyone could process what had happened, Hansen reappeared beside the senior hunter. With a fluid motion, he grabbed the man's arm mid-strike, twisted it effortlessly, and disarmed him. The knife fell into Hansen's hand. The hunter hit the ground, stunned. The onlookers stood frozen. Their eyes were wide with disbelief. How had this quiet young man just taken down an experienced hunter so easily? Even Hansen's old friend looked on in shock, remembering a time when Hansen was weak and hopeless, barely able to kill a black beetle, scraping by just to survive. But this was someone entirely different. Still pinned to the ground, the senior hunter screamed at the others. "What are you waiting for? Help me," he bellowed, furious and humiliated. But Hansen wasn't done. "You talk too much," he muttered, twisting the man's arm harder until a scream ripped from his throat. The other hunters sprang into action, drawing their weapons and rushing toward Hansen in unison. In response, Hansen took the dagger, her gleaming blade now pulsing with energy, and made a series of calculated movements. Lines of radiant light crackled in the air around him. The hunters skidded to a stop. They stared, stunned. This wasn't normal. This wasn't something they had seen before. That glow, that pressure. It was something else. Hansen glanced down at the knife, eyebrows raised. "Who? Ruby steel," he murmured. That was a top-tier weapon. Blades like that could sell for over $1 million. A smirk tugged at the corner of his lips. "Yeah. I've been needing a short dagger like this." Behind him, his former friend watched in disbelief. This couldn't be the same Hansen. Not the weak boy who once barely survived. Not the failure who hunted insects. But Hansen wasn't interested in nostalgia. He turned back to the wounded man on the ground. "This knife's too good for someone like you," he said. "So I'll be keeping it." Tucking it into his belt, he turned his back and walked away, each step deliberate and calm, as if nothing in the world could stop him. But it wasn't over. The senior hunter roared from the ground. "Stop right there," he ordered. "This isn't finished yet." One of the other hunters echoed his anger. "You're too arrogant," he snapped. "You think too highly of yourself." Suddenly, another rider appeared, blocking Hansen's path. He was a powerful man on horseback, cloaked in dark leathers, and his mere presence made the air feel heavier. The older hunter pointed at Hansen, his voice full of bitterness. "That bastard injured me. And stole my weapon. Avenge me." The man on horseback, referred to only as the writer, sneered. "You idiot," he spat at the senior hunter. "You're a disgrace." Without warning, the writer drew a massive whip, its barbed coils glinting dangerously in the light. "You're mad," he said to Hansen, raising the weapon high. "And today, I'll introduce you to death." The whip snapped forward with terrifying force. But Hansen was ready. He moved like lightning, parrying the blow with practiced ease. Their duel exploded into motion, whip cracking through the air, Hansen dodging and countering every strike with astonishing precision. The young man was stunned by the strength of his opponent. So the rumors are true, he thought. This guy's physical level is at least 9.5. But he wasn't the only one surprised. The writer's expression twisted. When did this loser get so strong, he wondered aloud. He can't be allowed to live, he's too dangerous. With renewed fury, the man raised his whip again, ready to end it. But Hansen moved first. In a single smooth motion, he pulled a battle arrow from his quiver and drew his bow. The tension in the air thickened instantly. The arrow pointed straight at the man on horseback. For the first time, real fear flickered in the writer's eyes. He hadn't expected this. He thought Hansen would run, submit, not draw on him. Now, with the arrow aimed squarely at his chest, that confidence began to crack. Silence fell over the group. Everyone held their breath. The hunters nearby were stunned. None of them could believe what they were witnessing, a lone young man aiming a drawn bow at Tanyang, the strongest among them, the so-called son of God. Faces full of disbelief and confusion turned toward Hansen, who stood unmoving, the string pulled taut, the arrow ready to fly. Hansen could feel the strain in his muscles. Holding a bow at full draw wasn't easy, and it drained his strength by the second. But he couldn't show weakness. Not now. His eyes locked on Tanyang. "Move again," he warned coldly, "and I'll kill you." His voice wasn't raised, but its calmness was more terrifying than a shout. The confidence in it sent a chill through the air. Suddenly, a group of figures emerged from the side. At their center was Xuan, flanked by her men. She approached without hesitation and stood between the two combatants. "Lower your arrow," she ordered Hansen, her voice firm and unwavering. Hansen blinked, surprised. What is she doing here? Her sudden appearance threw him off for a moment, but her presence only deepened the mystery surrounding her. Xuan didn't wait for a response. She turned to Tanyang. "You too. Stand down." Hansen kept his eyes on Tanyang, unsure if the man would obey. His fingers stayed firm on the string. He wasn't letting go until he was sure it was safe. Tanyang scowled. He clearly didn't want to obey, but he also couldn't disobey Xuan directly. Reluctantly, he lowered his whip, but his anger didn't fade. This brat has no respect for anyone, Tanyang spat. Just days ago, he stabbed you in the buttock. Does that mean nothing? The words rang through the air like a slap. It was loud, insulting, and laced with venom. His rage surged again. He challenged me today, humiliated me. I won't let this go. But before he could act, Xuan raised her hand. A blazing energy flared to life in her palm, and in an instant, she launched a focused energy beam directly at Tanyang. It struck his whip arm with a thunderous impact, the force knocking him clean off his horse. Gasps erupted from every corner. Tanyang hit the ground hard, his weapon flying from his grasp. His men rushed to his side, panicked and scrambling, asking if he was all right. Xuan didn't even flinch. I can handle my people, she said sharply. I don't need others interfering. With grace and authority, she passed by Hansen, her voice low and commanding. Follow me. Now. Hansen hesitated only a second before obeying. He could tell, this was not a request. Behind them, Tanyang glared with seething hatred. His pride was shattered, and the image of Hansen walking away beside Xuan only fueled his jealousy. How did that bastard charm her? He thought bitterly. His men whispered behind his back, some snickering. Looks like it was love at first stab, one muttered. Their laughter was crude and inappropriate, but Tanyang couldn't contain his fury. His face darkened. This will not go unpunished. Later, Hansen learned that Xuan wanted him to join her sharpshooting team. But the idea didn't excite him. His mood didn't match her plans. Xuan, however, was undeterred. You can channel the spirit of fate, she told him. That means you're not just a good shot, you're a rare one. She stepped closer. You challenged someone powerful today. If I hadn't stepped in, you'd already be in trouble. I suggest you stop pretending you can do everything on your own. Hansen nodded slowly, appreciating her concern. Thanks, he said. But I can handle myself. Xuan didn't flinch. Maybe, but I'm the only one here with an elite marksman squad. And if you want to survive long enough to make it into military school, you'll need allies. Starting with me. Hansen frowned. Who said I want to go to military school? I don't even have the physical fitness to hit level 10. Xuan's eyes narrowed with conviction. That standard is high or for ordinary people. But you're not one of them. Hansen stared at her, suspicion creeping into his voice. What are you trying to say? She didn't hesitate. You might look like a newbie, but I've seen enough to know what you really are. And I need what you bring to my team. Hansen studied her face, trying to gauge her intent. Then, with a smirk, he asked, so, you're still mad about that whole stabbed you in the butt thing? The reaction was instant. Xuan's face turned crimson and she exploded with fury. Don't you dare bring that up again, she screamed. Her shout echoed down the hall, and everyone nearby turned to look. Hansen just raised an eyebrow, more amused than apologetic. In her eyes, without military education or a noble title, Hansen had no future in the army, no chance at advancement. He'd be cannon fodder at best, just another nameless private. Her assessment was harsh, but grounded in realism. But Hansen wasn't the kind to accept such a fate. He looked her straight in the eye. Why are you so sure I won't earn a noble title? There was steel in his voice. He declared his plan. He would continue mastering the icebone technique, harness the power of higher-level genetic crystals, and climb the ranks himself. His words weren't boastful, they were a challenge to fate. Xuan didn't like being challenged. With a scowl, she grabbed him by the lapels and shook him hard. Don't question me, she barked. Join my squad. Now. Hansen realized that it was not worth pushing her further. Her intensity was dangerous. Calm but firm, he nodded. All right. I'll join. His tone was steady, his decision final. That night, Hansen lay in bed, exhausted. The last few days had been a whirlwind of tension, fights, and revelations. He thought about Xuan, her determination, her strength. If she ever decided to kill him, he wasn't sure he'd be able to stop her. The thought chilled him. She's not just a fighter. She's a storm. His train of thought was broken by a gentle knock on the door. When he opened it, his mother stood there. Can you take your sister to school tomorrow? She asked softly. I've got errands to run. Hansen's face lit up with surprise and joy. You enrolled her? His mother smiled and explained that the money he had left earlier had been enough. Not only had she used it, she had managed to get his little sister into one of the best schools in the city, known for its cutting-edge education and elite status. Hansen felt a surge of relief. Finally, something good. The next day, he walked hand in hand with his little sister toward the school gates. On the way, he asked her, "So, how do you like it? Made any friends yet?" She hesitated. "Not really. I'm still a bit shy. I haven't talked to anyone much." Hansen smiled and gently ruffled her hair. "That's okay. Just be kind, be yourself. Take your time. And if anyone bullies you, you come to me first, got it?" The girl nodded, a small smile forming. His calm, protective presence gave her the courage she needed. But just as they reached the school, Hansen froze. He spotted a familiar figure in the crowd, his first uncle, standing with his own child. Their eyes locked. The uncle's expression soured instantly, his surprise quickly turning to suspicion. He walked over, his voice restrained but cold. "What are you doing here?" Hansen remained composed. "Just bringing my sister to school." The uncle sneered. "This school costs millions. Where did your family get that kind of money?" Then came the accusation, "You still haven't given me my share of the house. According to the contract, everything should be split equally. So, where's my part?" Hansen's gaze turned sharp. "Did you even read the contract?" He reminded the man that his late father had paid off 2 million of the family's debt out of his own pocket. That debt, Hansen argued, cancelled any claim the uncle had. "No one in your branch gets a single coin more," Hansen said icily. The man's voice rose. "You little brat. You think you can cheat me? I'll go talk to your mother right now and set things straight." Hansen didn't flinch. "If you trespass onto our property, I'll have the right to shoot you." His voice was low, calm, and utterly cold. The uncle snapped. "You arrogant little mutt," he shouted, and lunged. But Hansen was faster. He stepped in, caught the man's fist effortlessly, and with a swift, fluid motion, lowered his stance and executed a perfect throw. The uncle hit the ground hard, stunned and humiliated. Standing over him, Hansen looked down with eyes like steel. "If you want to die, feel free to come to my house again." The words weren't loud, but they carried the weight of finality. Nearby, his little sister had watched everything. Her eyes were wide with fear, but behind it, there was something else. Admiration. Her brother had protected her, stood strong, and shown no fear. She clutched his hand a little tighter. The chaos wasn't over yet. The uncle's wife, trying to comfort their crying child, gently hushed him and said, "Don't be afraid. I'll take you to school now, and then I'm calling the police to have that hooligan arrested." Hansen didn't flinch. Calmly, he turned to his uncle. "You should relax," he said coldly. "Let's make decisions carefully." Then, with a practiced motion, he pulled out a tiny voice recorder. The uncle's eyes widened in horror. It didn't take long for him to realize everything had been recorded. His threats, his shouting, even his attempt to attack, captured in crisp audio. And it could all be used against him. Panic took hold. "You disgusting little rat," the man growled, lunging toward the recorder. "Delete it. Now." But Hansen didn't step back. He simply grabbed his uncle's arm and twisted, locking it in a painful hold. The man winced, gasping in pain. "We're still family," Hansen said with a chilling calm. "So let's be civil. You transfer me 2 million, and I'll consider deleting the file." The man growled, his voice shaking with fury. "You're insane. This is blackmail." Hansen didn't even blink. He twisted harder, the pressure making the man's face go red. "Do it." A few moments later, Hansen's phone buzzed. "Transfer confirmed, 2,000,000 credits." Hansen smiled, cool and satisfied. "See? That wasn't so hard." He leaned in closer. "Of course, I'll delete the recording if I feel like it. And don't come near my house again unless you want trouble." He released the man's arm and turned away. His uncle sat on the ground, clutching his arm and muttering curses under his breath. The humiliation was eating him alive. Once Hansen and his sister were out of earshot, the man exploded. "Vile bastard," he screamed. "When did that weak little brat become so twisted?" The bitterness in his voice was unmistakable. Hansen, meanwhile, was quiet. The encounter had left a heavy weight on him, not because of the fight, but because his little sister had seen it all. She walked beside him in silence, her voice barely audible. Hansen's chest tightened. "She's scared." He blamed himself. The violence, the yelling, none of that belonged in her world. Not at her age. And certainly not from him. He made a silent vow he would never use violence in front of her again. Not unless there was no other choice. She deserved peace, not a front-row seat to family hatred. Later that day, Hansen arrived at the Star River Physical Training Center. He'd been working hard on his icebone technique, and now he wanted to see the results for himself. He signed up for the test, quietly determined. Overhead, loudspeakers blared with names and scores. Not a single participant had managed to reach the required combat rating in under 20 seconds. Then, Hansen's name was called. Not bad, he thought. But next time, I'll do better. I need to hit level 2. His ambition was clear. He wanted to become the captain of a starship, and that required excellence in both skill and strength. Hansen had deliberately waited until the test room was nearly empty. But just as he was about to enter, he realized someone else had beaten him to the capsule. The doors were sealed. Curious, he walked over to the observation screen to see who it was. What he saw made his eyes narrow in surprise. Inside the training capsule, a participant was unleashing devastating attacks using a bee soul, a rare technique where ones will bonded with the power of a creature. The robots inside the simulation were being shattered one after another. Robots charged. He tore through their cores with a single blow. With each step forward, his strikes grew fiercer, power and fury combining in perfect rhythm. The training capsule echoed with the metallic wail of broken machines. Hansen surged forward. He wasn't just participating, he was dominating. He wasn't done yet. Back at the physical training center, a stunned young man stared at the results on the screen. 10 seconds. That's impossible. He blinked again, trying to process what he'd just witnessed. In disbelief, he whispered, he cleared the test in just 10 seconds. Outside the center, word spread fast. Crowds had gathered at the entrance, buzzing with excitement. Did you hear? Someone said. A newbie destroyed all the robots in only 10 seconds. No way, that armor, wasn't that the money guy's beast gear? Another chimed in. Inside, many recognized the armor. It wasn't just any suit, it belonged to someone with deep resources. Whispers followed, all wondering the same thing, who was this masked newcomer? Far from the commotion, in a luxurious villa by the sea, a conversation was already underway. Hey, come take a look at this, a voice called out. A young man entered the room, having just finished dressing for class. What's the matter? His friend pointed at a glowing holographic screen. A new record just dropped. Some random guy completed the physical test in 10 seconds flat. No face on the camera, he added, but judging from his performance, he's got mastery of ultranuclear gene techniques and can use beast souls too. The young man frowned. That means he might max out every gene, except maybe the divine one. All right, the friend sighed. Enough with the breakdown. Just tell me, who is he? His tone turned anxious. If this guy's for real, he could stop me from making it to the second refuge of the gods. I need a spot among the 10 sons of God. The other man nodded. He's definitely not ordinary. My guess? Military background. Could be, his friend replied. But we need to find out everything we can, fast. His expression grew serious. A guy like that could shake the entire shelter. And I need to know who I'm up against. Meanwhile, Hansen was back at the transfer station, summoned only days after his short departure. Swen was already waiting. You're mine now, she told him bluntly. I need to know where you are at all times. Hansen raised his hands. I wasn't trying to hide. I just went back to the Star River. She didn't care for explanations. No excuses. Report to the training center. You're officially joining the shooting team, starting today. She turned to leave but stopped and glanced back sharply. And remember, you're only part of this group because I brought you in. Hansen watched her go. Her words echoed in his mind. The Son of God is tied to the Star Group. Rumors swirled around that name. And Hansen had more than curiosity, his father's death was somehow connected to them. Despite her sharp tone, he bowed his head respectfully. Thank you for trusting me. You surprisingly kind. As he followed an escort officer down the corridor, Hansen couldn't help but wonder. Why did she choose to protect me? Does she like me? They arrived at a door. The officer pushed it open. You're expected inside. Hansen entered the room. There stood a striking woman, powerful and elegant. She eyed him carefully. I'm Hansen. Schwen told me to report here. She stared at him in silence, then asked, Name? Hansen. Her eyes narrowed. You're 10 seconds late. He fumbled for words. I didn't mean to be late. Swen gave me instructions and she cut him off coldly. No more excuses. If you're going to be in my unit, you'll learn discipline. She handed him a form. Fill this out. Now. As Hansen sat and scribbled answers, the woman leaned in close. Her imposing figure and confident air distracted him a lot. It was hard to focus. What's with this hostility? He thought. He finally handed her the form. You're expected in the training room tomorrow. 6 sharp. No delays. Just then, a soft beep echoed through the room. A holographic projection formed in the air. It was Schwen. Both of you, report to my office. Immediately. They arrived at Schwen's office. On the large screen behind her, a video played in silence. It was the training test. Hansen's test. Robots exploding. Beast armor glinting. 10 seconds. The internet had exploded with reactions. Hansen's jaw tightened. How did this even get online? He stood there, watching himself tear through combat bots on screen, his secret now broadcast to the world. And he knew there was no going back. Back in the training center, a group of girls crowded around a screen, their eyes wide with awe. That has to be the money brother, right? One of them whispered. Did you see the way he moved? That's ultra-nuclear technique for sure, another replied, still stunned by the speed and precision shown in the video. They couldn't believe what they had witnessed. But did anyone see his face? One of them asked. No one had. The footage was impressive, but the identity of the mysterious fighter remained hidden. Meanwhile, Hansen sat in silence, trying to calm his nerves. At first, fear gripped him, the video's out. But then, relief washed over him. They don't know it's me. Zwan, one of the women discussing the video, narrowed her eyes. This proves it. Not only does the money brother possess divine-grade armor, but he's also mastered ultra-nuclear techniques, she said, more to herself than anyone else. She was determined to find him. If he was at the fitness testing center, then he must have been close by. We'll find him. She speculated that he must be from a distant district, someone extraordinary like that couldn't have come from the Star River area, where talents were rare. We have to recruit him, she said firmly. If we do, we won't need the Son of God to help us hunt divine-level creatures. Hansen quietly observed. He could see it clearly now, Zwan wasn't just chasing talent. She was aiming to change the social order of the shelter. He chuckled lightly, trying to sound casual. I heard the money brother is a lone wolf. It won't be easy to rope him into any group. Zwan gave him a playful but intense look, resting her hand on his shoulder. Oh, don't worry, she said, eyes gleaming. We have ways of persuading men. Hansen swallowed hard. He couldn't deny it. Zwan, like Yang, was dangerously beautiful, confident, and utterly persuasive. He looked between them both. They've gone insane, he thought. Later, Hansen returned to his quarters. He glanced toward a large reinforced cage in the corner of the room. Inside was a beast, restrained but powerful, and evolving. Its aura was growing more intense each day. Just a few more days, Hansen thought. Then it will reach the divine level. The next morning, Hansen arrived at the rifle group's training camp. Rows of shooters trained relentlessly at automated stations, firing shot after shot. Among the crowd, Hansen suddenly spotted a familiar face. Xiao? The shooter paused, turned, and froze in confusion. Wait. How do you know my name? Hansen blinked. His cover was slipping. Everyone knows you, he bluffed smoothly. You're associated with the legendary money brother. Xiao beamed with pride. Huh? Yeah, I guess word's getting around. But trust me, training here isn't easy. He leaned closer, voice dropping. You better watch out. The leader of the shooting group is a sadist. And a pervert. Hansen sighed. I've already had the pleasure of meeting her. Before they could say more, a loud voice cut through the air like a whip. What are you two doing just standing around? Yang Man approached, her eyes glowing an intense red, filled with irritation. Both young men froze. Her presence was overwhelming. Her voice was cold steel. You're distracting each other from training. That means punishment. Her sentence was harsh. Xiao, 1,000 target hits. With a level 7 bow. Don't stop until it's done. Both boys looked horrified. Yang's eyes narrowed. Break the rules, and you'll regret it more than you can imagine. Xiao whispered in despair. There's no way I can do that. I just reached level 7. Even drawing that bow will drain me. Hansen put a hand on his friend's shoulder. No time to complain. Let's get started. Xiao sighed heavily. The elder will probably assign someone to watch us. There's no escape. Hansen nodded. Exactly. We have to train anyway. Might as well push through. He looked his friend in the eye. This is the kind of thing men are supposed to endure. He knew how tough it would be. Xiao's strength had only just broken into level 7. It wasn't just the number of hits, it was whether he could even last that long. As they trained, they overheard a group of older disciples talking nearby. Tomorrow morning, we're heading out to hunt a creature with divine blood. Yeah, another said. The Son of God himself invited the best marksman to join the mission. The words echoed in Hansen's ears. The Son of God, again. That name kept coming up. And with it, the shadow of the mysterious organization connected to his father's death loomed ever larger. Hansen kept his expression calm, but inside, he absorbed every detail about the upcoming hunt. Just then, an instructor strode over, his voice sharp and commanding. Enough chatting. Get back to training, now. Without hesitation, Shiro reached into his pocket and handed the instructor a wad of money. Please, put in a good word for me. I want to join the hunt. To Shiro's surprise, the instructor brusquely shoved the money away. Don't think I'd take a bribe from a bad shooter like you, he sneered. Turning to Hansen, the instructor's tone grew harsher. And you, don't slack off. Train harder. Before walking off, he glared at them both. This unit isn't a place for scum. Remember, 1,000 hits on the target, or you'll regret it. Hansen watched him leave and thought, no point slacking here. The rules are brutal. Shiro muttered, what's wrong with that guy today? He never refused bribes before. Hansen shrugged, but Shiro's words hung in the air. The instructor doesn't like you. Watch yourself. If he's angry, it could get dangerous. Shiro warned him not to be too honest with the instructor, explaining that the man was obsessed with Yang and might be acting out because of her. Hansen felt his mind swirl with too much new information. Deciding to clear his head, he focused back on training. The arrows won't shoot themselves. He told Shiro, we'll definitely go hunting tomorrow. Then, with surprising ease, Hansen drew his bow and sent an arrow flying from 150 meters straight to the target. Even Shiro was stunned. That kind of accuracy was rare, especially for a beginner. Hansen knew the secret, the basics of archery were easy to pick up, but persistence made the difference. One after another, Hansen hit the bullseye 40 times in a row. Yang, watching nearby, couldn't hide her surprise. He's got real talent, she muttered. Older students passing by nodded approvingly. He shoots fast and steady, way beyond a beginner's skill. They noticed Hansen never changed his stance and always shot from the same spot. Clearly, he'd been practicing in secret. But the instructor watched silently from the sidelines, his expression unreadable. Unlike the others, he wasn't impressed. People like him don't last long at the top, he thought coldly. Hansen urged Shiro, don't stand there. Keep training. Hard work is the only way to get results. Shiro pulled back his bowstring, thoughts racing. If this guy can lead tomorrow's hunt, he'll be my hero. Hansen smiled mysteriously. Trust me. We'll succeed, I have a plan. Yang Man observed closely, nodding to herself. Shron had made a good call. Hansen was capable, and on pace to finish the task before midnight. But Yang wondered if Hansen could work well with others without conflict, a vital trait for team hunts. Exhausted, Shiro finally collapsed to the floor. Together, they had shot over 5,000 arrows, a brutal challenge that tested every ounce of their stamina. Most of those hits belonged to Hansen, who had become the driving force behind their success. Shiro looked at him with sincere gratitude. Without you, I'd never have made it. You're my idol now. Despite the triumph, Hansen's mind churned with worry about the hunt ahead. What kind of divine blood creatures will the Divine Sun squad be after? He asked. Shiro shrugged. No problem. I've already learned everything there is to know today. In this world, if you've got money, there's no secret you can't buy. He lowered his voice. Our target tomorrow? A flying creature with divine blood. That sent a chill through Hansen. Flying beasts were notoriously fast and agile, hard to catch, even for the best marksman. Shiro smiled wryly. There aren't many in the steel armor hideout who can shoot a bow well. Hansen's resolve hardened. Tomorrow will be the real test. The Son of God had no choice but to ask for help from Hansen and the others to improve his chances of success in the hunt. Hansen pondered how he could possibly defeat the flying creature, knowing that divine blood-flying monsters were incredibly powerful, and that ordinary arrows wouldn't even scratch them. Back in his room, Hansen set out to find a special kind of arrow, one containing Z steel. Z steel was no ordinary metal. It was a new alloy far stronger and more elastic than regular steel. Even adding a tiny fraction of Z steel to a weapon's material would dramatically boost its performance. The problem was the official market prices were astronomical, and Hansen couldn't afford them. So, he had to search for alternative sources. He knew the Black Knight's weapons contained only about 0.5% Z steel, and bowstrings had barely reached 1%. Luckily, Hansen discovered a seller offering arrows with more than 1% Z steel, and at a reasonable price, perfect for him. The seller arranged to meet Hansen in a strange location, an abandoned alley in the red light district. The setting immediately made Hansen suspicious. During negotiations, the atmosphere was tense and mysterious. Hansen even offered to handle the transaction remotely and have the arrows mailed to him, but the seller insisted on a personal meeting. At the meeting spot, Hansen saw a stranger waving at him, whom he assumed was the seller. The man led him into a deserted alley and straightforwardly asked if Hansen really intended to buy the rare arrow he was offering. The seller proudly presented the arrow, explaining it was handmade, and invited Hansen to inspect the quality before paying. Hansen picked it up and immediately noticed the arrow's perfect center of gravity, a sign of a true craftsman's skill. To test the arrow's strength, Hansen pulled out a knife from the cutting steel series and asked permission to strike the arrow with it. The seller, confident in his work, said Hansen could test the arrow as much as he wanted. Hansen struck the arrow several times with the knife. While the knife's blade quickly got nicks and scratches, the arrow's surface remained flawless. This proved the arrow contained at least 1% Z steel. Satisfied, Hansen told the seller the arrow was excellent and that he was ready to buy. The seller explained that his arrows were crafted from bearings taken from a Star-class battleship, assuring Hansen he wasn't trying to cheat him. He stressed that the Z steel content exceeded 1% and that his craftsmanship far surpassed anything machines could produce. At first, Hansen was skeptical about the offer, but after testing the arrow's strength, he relaxed and began to trust the seller. The man pocketed the money and said he was glad to cooperate, adding that Hansen could contact him anytime if needed. The next morning, a large group of hunters gathered near the gates of the refuge of the gods, preparing for a crucial mission. Tien reported to the Son of God that among those assembled was a familiar troublemaker, the same guy who regularly stirred up problems around them. Xuan, accompanied by his team, approaches the main entrance of the vault, drawing the attention of all the hunters gathered. The Son of God greets Xuan confidently, declaring that they will defeat the divine creature with a single blow. Xuan promises that her shooting group will perform at their best. Suddenly, Tianang interrupts Hansen with a rude question, asking why the rifle team accept someone like him and calling him a freak. Xuan quickly steps in, reminding Tianang that she had already told Hansen he was part of her group, and that Tianang should remember that. The Son of God notices the tension rising and tells Tianang to stop embarrassing Hansen. Reluctantly, Tianang backs down but mutters a quiet, contemptuous remark, calling Hansen trash hiding behind a woman. Xiao watches warily, concerned that Tianang might cause trouble. Hansen, unfazed, says it doesn't bother him since Tianang is all bark and no bite. Meanwhile, the lookout hunters report that they have reached the destination and are ready. Xuan and her team take their positions at the mountain's base, prepared to track and flush out the creature according to the Son of God's plan. Qinhuan proudly presents a special gift to Xuan's shooting team, tight cases filled with arrows. The Son of God orders 100 arrows, each containing 1% Z steel, to be distributed to every shooter. Then, pointing at Hansen with obvious hostility, he declares that Hansen will receive none. Hansen stays calm, knowing his secret identity as the money brother gives him an unseen advantage. Yangman questions the Son of God's decision, reminding him Hansen is part of the shooting team. Qinhuan arrogantly replies that he gives the arrows for free and can choose who gets them. Yangman reluctantly accepts since the Son of God is in charge. She orders her subordinate to pick the 5 best test participants and give each 20 arrows, confident that their arrows are just as good as the star arrows. Yangman suspects the Son of God holds a grudge against Hansen and is deliberately ignoring him. She feels furious, almost wanting to beat him. Senior warriors give instructions to all hunters, prioritizing elite fighters for key ambush spots. Tianang contemptuously points to Hansen and Xiao, telling them they are not elite and must position themselves near a boulder far from the main spots. Hansen tells Xiao to ignore the insult and follow orders to avoid trouble. Xiao is furious, feeling deliberately humiliated and convinced the Son of God is sabotaging them by withholding the star arrows from Hansen. Hansen isn't surprised. He believes he's long been a thorn in the Son of God's side, and this is just more proof. When Xiao asks why he isn't angry, Hansen admits he is but chooses to stay calm and collected. He knows that to gain respect from the senior players, he must speak their language, force. He's determined to kill the divine creature and claim its soul. Xiao doubts this is possible. He points out that the Son of God's people on the opposite cliff will shoot the creature first. Examining his arrows carefully, Xiao sadly concludes that regular weapons won't harm such a powerful monster. Suddenly, a loud and terrifying scream echoed through the mountains, instantly sharpening the focus of the young hunters. The hunt for the powerful creature had begun. The Divine Sun's team had successfully lured out the beast, a massive purple dragon known as a perp. Yangman took command, instructing her archers to hold their fire until she gave the signal, ensuring maximum impact. The archers readied their bows, drew their arrows, and held their breath in tense anticipation. When Yangman finally ordered the volley, dozens of arrows shot through the air toward the purple dragon. But the creature's thick, powerful scales deflected most of the arrows effortlessly. A few struck, but caused no serious damage. Xiao quickly realized the star arrows were surprisingly ineffective, questioning their supposed quality. Hansen reached into his quiver and pulled out one of his star arrows, knowing that a shot had to be perfect, hitting the dragon's eye or it would be wasted. Carefully, he drew back his bowstring and aimed. Arrows made with over 1% Z steel should be able to pierce the dragon's defenses. Xiao noticed the Divine Sun's men were only making a feint attack to bait the dragon out and distract it for a decisive strike. Then, the Son of God leapt into the air, drew a star arrow, and prepared to fire the final blow he believed would end the battle. Shinsuan was confident this arrow would bring him glory. He let loose the shot, and the arrow hit the dragon, causing severe damage that left the beast unable to fight back. In pain, the purple dragon opened its massive jaws and released a roar so fierce it sent chills through even the most hardened warriors. Hansen, however, held back. He felt the time wasn't right yet, the dragon's defenses were still too strong, and he needed to wait for a better moment. The hunters continued firing volley after volley, gradually wearing down the beast's strength. Then Yangman summoned the dragon soul into the form of a glowing, energy-charged arrow and bow. Refusing to let the Divine Sun claim victory, she aimed carefully and released the energy arrow. It struck with devastating force, igniting powerful fiery explosions across the dragon's body. The beast screamed in agony, its massive form engulfed in flames, but it still survived, its remarkable regenerative ability kicking in. At this moment, the Son of God rode a trained monster, chasing after the purple dragon and ordering hunters to shoot its wings to prevent it from escaping. The dragon, seeing the hunters as a mortal threat, tried to flee to a nearby mountain ledge to hide and recover. Hansen sprinted after the purple dragon along the treacherous mountain trails, frustrated by his lack of gear and mount like the others. He knew they needed to capture the monster first. Xiao doubted their chances, fearing injuries amid the difficult terrain. Suddenly, they spotted Xuan deftly chasing the dragon, leaping from ledge to ledge on her mount with astonishing agility and confidence. Flying overhead, Xuan extended her hand toward Hansen, signaling for him to join her. Without hesitation, Hansen leapt up and grabbed her hand mid-air. Moments later, he was behind her on the tamed monster, and they raced after the purple dragon together. Xiao, left behind, reached out with a pitiful look, silently begging to be taken along. Hansen, now seated close behind Xuan, couldn't help but notice her slim waist. Xuan immediately noticed his distracted gaze and sharply ordered him to focus, warning him not to let his hands wander. She explained she only brought him along because her assistant vouched for his excellent marksmanship, he could be valuable in battle. As the chase continued, Hansen thought about how useful it would be to have a flying mount for navigating the rugged mountains. Meanwhile, Kinsuan saw Xuan and Hansen together. Irritated and jealous, the Son of God's resentment grew deeper, seeing Hansen close to the girl. Yang told Xuan that she had arrived just in time, the purple dragon had just flown to the very top of the mountain. Even the arrows imbued with the beast's soul hadn't been able to cause it serious harm. She asked what their next move should be. Xuan believed they had two options, either climb to the dragon's summit and try to kill it there or find a way to drive it down. Otherwise, once it fully healed, their chances of winning would be zero. Qinsuan ordered his men to gather and start the climb, intending to force the purple dragon to descend, while he himself planned to wait below to deliver the final blow. The hunters approached a steep cliff and quickly realized the mountain looked nearly impossible to scale. The Son of God, irritated by their hesitation, abruptly commanded them to start climbing immediately. He added that anyone who reached the top would receive an extra share of the purple dragon meat as a reward. The hunters exchanged looks, seeing this as a prime opportunity not only to secure a large piece of dragon meat but also to increase their own genetic strength. Hansen observed that the Son of God's tactics remained the same, risking his people's lives to achieve his own goals. Xuan was confident the climb was doable and believed the chance for greater rewards justified the effort. Noticing Xuan's eagerness, the Son of God snapped at her, saying she had no reason to go upstairs, her place was below, leading the subordinate hunters. Xuan disliked the idea, preferring to actively fight rather than wait on the sidelines. Then, unexpectedly, the Son of God shoved Hansen sharply on the shoulder and demanded to know why he hadn't started climbing yet. He ordered Hansen to follow Xuan immediately. The two young men exchanged angry, silent glances. Hansen realized the Son of God was deliberately setting obstacles for him. He clearly had some hidden plan that could endanger Hansen's life. Meanwhile, the hunters found strong vines and began their careful ascent, navigating the steep ledges as the purple dragon slowly regained its strength atop the mountain. Xuan led the way with confidence, showing impressive physical fitness and unyielding determination. The massive purple dragon spotted the hunters approaching, spread its enormous wings, and let out a loud, menacing cry that echoed through the mountains. As the first group reached the summit, the dragon launched a fierce counterattack, using its powerful wings and claws to push back the hunters. Xuan quickly assessed the situation and realized that the hunters couldn't defeat such a colossal beast in an open fight. She ordered her archers to take cover and attack from a safe distance. The shooters promptly found shelter behind rocks and crevices, ready to open fire on her command. Despite its exhaustion and numerous wounds, the purple dragon fought fiercely, waving its tail and smashing the archers' shelters to pieces. Hansen watched closely and saw that the dragon was seriously weakened. He decided the time had come for a decisive shot that would finish the monster once and for all. At that moment, the Son of God appeared nearby. He activated the spirit of the beast, and a massive energy field instantly formed behind him, taking the shape of a terrifying monster. Hansen hated the Divine Son's presence, knowing he could ruin his entire plan. The beast spirit lunged at Hansen and struck him with a powerful blow, stopping the young man from taking his final shot. The strike sent Hansen flying far to the side, and he plunged toward the abyss. At the last second, he grabbed hold of a rope. The rope swung violently, and Hansen's body slammed against the cold, steep rock face with a loud thud. He cried out in pain and cursed the Divine Son fiercely. Fortunately, Hansen's physical conditioning was enough to survive the blow without breaking any bones. Determined, Hansen climbed back up, looked around, and called the Son of God a bastard for using the beast soul in a clear attempt to kill the purple dragon. Meanwhile, the monster spirit summoned by the Divine Son swiftly approached the wounded purple dragon, ready to deliver the finishing blow. Hansen observed how cleverly the Divine Son used this tactic. His assistant had also employed the beast soul to complete the dragon's encirclement. Hansen realized his own monster spirit, called Bloody Killer, was powerless at this moment, so he decided to wait for a better opportunity. The spirit of the monster, taking the form of a massive lion, leapt forward and sank its enormous fangs into the dragon's body, attempting to cripple its ability to fight back. At the same time, the Tanyang monster spirit, shaped like a giant gorilla, struck the dragon's head with a powerful blow, delivering a final coordinated attack. Despite this, the purple dragon let out a piercing roar, rose to its feet, and violently threw the attacking spirits aside, showing it still had strength left. Seizing the moment, Xuan drew her combat dagger and charged in, convinced the dragon was already too weakened to resist. The Divine Son, confident in his quick victory, ordered his men to maintain the pressure and continue their assault until the dragon was destroyed. The young hunters gritted their teeth and simultaneously plunged their weapons deep into the dragon's massive flesh. Overwhelmed by unbearable pain, the dragon spread its wings and released a deafening cry that shook the surrounding area. A forceful wing strike blasted the attackers away in all directions. Xuan crashed into the nearest rock with full force. Hansen, watching closely, was filled with concern for her after such a hard impact. Gathering its remaining strength, the purple dragon soared into the air and landed on a nearby cliff. Panic swept through the hunters. They feared that if the monster gained height, their chance to kill it would vanish. Without hesitation, Hansen sprinted after the dragon. Voices rose from the senior hunters, demanding that the monster be prevented from escaping. Realizing the decisive moment had arrived, Hansen slowly reached for his quiver and drew an arrow forged from Z metal, capable of piercing even the toughest foes. Just then, the divine son, unwilling to lose his prize, summoned the beast spirit again, which took the shape of a massive bow. He fired an energy arrow directly at the purple dragon. Hansen watched as the divine son's energy beam sped forward, but his own confidence grew. The time was right. He released his bowstring, sending his Z-metal arrow hurtling through the air with a sharp whistle. The arrow raced toward the target, colliding mid-air with the divine son's energy shot. Then, overtaking it, Hansen's arrow surged ahead, striking the purple dragon first. To an outside observer, it seemed both arrows hit simultaneously, but in truth, Hansen's shot was faster. The dragon let out a final, earth-shaking roar before its massive body crashed onto the mountain plateau, silencing the hunters in stunned confusion. The hunters, along with the divine son, expressed clear irritation, blaming Hansen and calling him a fool, since it was his arrow that ended the hunt. Xuan, still recovering from her fall, looked at Hansen in disbelief, wondering how he had managed to defeat such a formidable creature. The divine son, furious, grabbed Hansen's clothes and demanded to know if he had obtained the blood beast soul, his voice harsh and commanding. Hansen calmly replied that, of course, he would have liked to claim such a valuable trophy, but regrettably, this time luck was not on his side, and he did not receive any souls. Xuan, eyeing Hansen with suspicion, pressed him again about the purple dragon soul, insisting he tell the truth. She reminded him that, according to accepted rules, the soul of the beast belongs to whoever deals the fatal blow. Hansen said he felt no change within himself and was quite certain he had not gained the dragon soul. Hansen defended his decisive shot, arguing that if he hadn't acted when he did, the purple dragon might have flown away, rendering all the hunters' efforts useless. Xuan believed he might be telling the truth. After all, obtaining the soul of such a powerful beast was no easy feat. She ordered Hansen to drop the subject and warned him not to attract the attention of the divine son, who would surely kill him if he did. Hansen gratefully acknowledged her warning. Then his thoughts turned back to the fierce anger of the divine son, how violently he had struck him, cursing him with the worst names. He recalled how Xuan had shielded him with her body, boldly telling the divine son that if he harmed Hansen again, she would not hesitate to retaliate. As Hansen pictured Xuan standing protectively before him, he admired her fierce determination. He felt lucky knowing that without her, the divine son might have easily destroyed him. Later, Hansen enjoyed a hot shower, feeling physically renewed. A smile spread across his face as he pondered the dragon soul and tried to make sense of the day's events. Stretching out his right hand, a bright purple flame suddenly flared up on his palm, filling him with power. He remembered shooting the arrow at the dragon, and then a system notification congratulated him on a successful hunt, confirming that he had indeed received the beast soul. Joy swelled within him. Souls of such a high class were rare in the shelter, and he knew this was a valuable prize. Stepping out of the shower, Hansen immediately noticed that the color of his copper-toothed wolf had changed. He examined the creature closely and realized its blood level had now reached divine status. In just 3 months, the crystal had grown into a beast soul. Filled with awe, Hansen admired the creature and called his armor magnificent. He was thrilled by the rapid progress, realizing that he could reach divine warrior level in just 5 years, far faster than the divine son, who had taken more than 10. Grasping a sharp blade, Hansen resolved to consume the copper-toothed wolf and then purchase a primitive creature to raise next. In cold determination, he struck the monster and thought about how he couldn't afford to delay his plan to achieve god-level power. Eating the prepared meat, Hansen savored its taste. The soup was thick and rich. As he gnawed the bone, a system notification popped up, informing him he had gained 1 gene of divine blood. His excitement grew as more notifications arrived. He had received 7 genes in total, bringing his count to 25. Hansen planned to improve his beast soul arrows because Z-class arrows disappeared after 1 use and were very expensive. He wanted to find a way to make them more effective and reusable. Believing there must be information somewhere, he prepared to search the internet, ready to find the needle in a haystack until he succeeded. During his research, Hansen discovered mentions of a dark swamp, a frightening, dangerous place full of unknown threats. Anxiety gnawed at him as he read an old post by a hunter who described being pursued there by a mutant unlike any he had ever seen, barely escaping with his life. Further reading revealed that the dark swamp was home to many rare creatures. The post's author described spending a long time hunting there before finally killing a needle bee, a poisonous flying insect whose soul he transformed into a venomous arrow. The hunter warned that these bees were extremely dangerous and that hunting them had become a real test of skill and survival. Hansen was excited by this information. He believed mutants like these could offer powerful rewards. Their souls and bodies were excellent sources of strength. However, there was a major problem. The post did not specify the swamp's exact location. Hansen understood that finding it could take a very long time, complicating his quest. Determined not to get overwhelmed by distant problems, Hansen decided to focus on what he could do now without distraction. The story then shifts to an industrial area on the outskirts of the shelter, where Hansen met the arrow seller again. He was amazed by the vast arsenal of weapons displayed. Curious, Hansen asked if the seller had crafted all the weapons himself. The man confirmed that he did. The seller welcomed Hansen as a regular client and said he had something special this time. He handed Hansen a dagger made with 5% Z steel content, priced at a hefty 500,000 units, a cost that immediately piqued Hansen's interest. Carefully inspecting the dagger, Hansen could not hide his delight. The weapon was of exceptional quality and reasonably priced, definitely worth the investment. Hansen decided to buy the dagger and then gestured toward the wall, asking the seller to tell him about the other weapons on display. His eyes caught the glow of a sword hanging nearby, and he immediately sensed it was something special. The seller praised Hansen's sharp eye and explained that the sword was indeed exceptional, containing an astonishing 75% Z steel, a rare and incredibly valuable material. He then revealed the price, a staggering 100 million units. Hansen was skeptical. He couldn't believe a weapon could really contain that higher percentage of Z steel. His doubt offended the seller deeply. Without hesitation, the man threw Hansen out onto the street and ordered him to leave, adding that even if Hansen wanted it, he could never afford such an item. Now suspicious, Hansen began to wonder if the seller was a fraud. He knew that with current technology, it was impossible to embed such a high concentration of Z steel into a weapon. Just as these thoughts swirled in his mind, his phone suddenly rang. The caller told Hansen to meet him at 4 o'clock in the afternoon and promised to show him something intriguing. When Hansen asked for details over the phone, the caller insisted that Hansen had to see it with his own eyes. The following day, the young man arrives at his friend's place. Hansen, already intrigued, is eager to understand what's going on. His friend, however, simply asks him to wait a little longer, promising that he will soon witness everything for himself. They step into a room, and to Hansen's surprise, he sees someone unexpected, Mingao, an old friend who had previously disowned him. Although Mingao doesn't acknowledge their past, he greets Hansen cordially and asks how he's doing. Hansen is left confused. Why is Mingao here? And why did he just respectfully refer to him as brother? Then, the young man draws everyone's attention. He announces that he's about to show them the highlight of the day. A radiant energy field suddenly bursts from his hand. It's the unmistakable sign of a monster soul. The energy rapidly condenses and transforms into a formidable combat blade. Hansen watches, genuinely impressed. The sheer power of this beast soul is no small feat. The young man turns to Hansen and tells him that he's named the weapon Snow Tiger. Hansen nods with admiration, admitting that it's a worthy name. Deep inside, though, he can't help but feel a twinge of envy. His friend had become the owner of a powerful soul beast. Next, the young man opens a box resting on the table. Inside is another blade, his old one. Now that he has the Snow Tiger, he no longer has use for it. So, he offers the weapon to Hansen as a gift. Hansen examines the blade closely. It's clearly not some ordinary knife, it's valuable. He immediately protests, saying he can't accept such an expensive gift. But his friend insists. He considers Hansen a true friend and doesn't want the blade to go to waste. Moved by the gesture, Hansen accepts, silently vowing to one day repay his friend's kindness. Meanwhile, Mingao, who has been observing the entire exchange, feels a pang of envy. He begins to long for a renewed friendship with Hansen, but not for sentimental reasons. Mingao has his own motive. He wants to join the prestigious shooting club, and he knows that reconnecting with Hansen could help him get there. Mingao takes a step forward and tells Hansen he has a small favor to ask. But before he can say anything more, a loud knock echoes from the door. A sharp female voice cuts through the air, scolding the young man and calling him a little brat. The door bursts open, and an irritated woman storms in. She chastises the young man for wasting time chatting with friends instead of preparing for the banquet his sister is hosting. This woman, it turns out, is Mingao's mother. Without giving him a chance to explain, she grabs him by the hand and pulls him along. On the way, she emphasizes the importance of the event. Influential elites will be attending, and he must seize the opportunity to make valuable connections, especially with members of the rifle squad. The young man tries to speak, but she cuts him off coldly, commanding him to stop mumbling and move faster. Left behind, Hansen and his friend silently observe the scene. They discuss how controlling Mingao's mother is and how she clearly disapproves of their earlier conversation, dismissing it as a complete waste of time. Hansen, however, can't help but feel like he recognized some of the names she mentioned, people who will be attending the banquet. As evening falls, the banquet begins to fill with guests. The atmosphere is lively. Attendees enjoy appetizers, sip on drinks, and chat casually. Young people mingle, share stories, and exchange contact information. Two men in the crowd notice a striking young man. One of them identifies him as the eldest son of the Banfin family, a household recently thrust into the limelight. Rumors say they discovered a rare mineral on an abandoned planet, drastically boosting their wealth and influence. Mingao's mother, with her son in tow, approaches Banfin. She greets him with poise and introduces her son. Banfin politely returns the greeting and asks how he can assist her. Nearby, the other guests whisper about Banfin's background, impressed by his family's newfound status. With pride, Mingao's mother informs Banfin that her son is under the protection of the steel armor shelter. She expresses her desire for their two families to become good friends and assures Banfin that if he ever needs help or support, he can rely on her. Banfin responds thoughtfully. In fact, he was just about to ask her about someone associated with the shelter. Elsewhere in the banquet hall, Hansen and his friend continue to enjoy the evening. They talk about the exquisite food, prepared by the Banfin family's personal chef, a man renowned for turning every dish into a masterpiece. Back at the main gathering, Mingao's mother assures Banfin that if he needs help finding someone at the shelter, her son is well connected and more than capable. She then excuses herself, saying she has urgent matters to handle. As she moves through the room, she spots Hansen. Her mood shifts immediately. She approaches, scolds him once again, and demands to know what he's doing at the banquet. Her tone is sharp and filled with disdain, making it clear she's not pleased with his presence. Mingao's mother made it clear she was not pleased to see Hansen at the banquet. Her disdain was not subtle, she openly demanded that he leave immediately. With a stern expression, she accused Hansen of casting a shadow over her son's reputation. She insisted that his presence could damage her family's standing among the elites. Pointing a finger at him, she coldly declared that Hansen didn't even believe in his own potential. According to her, that was the very reason he had come, to beg for favors from powerful people. Her words were biting, meant to humiliate. But Hansen did not back down. He met her glare and firmly asked what business it was of hers where he chose to be. Then, with deliberate sharpness, he added that he had no dealings whatsoever with her son. His tone was defiant, his words cutting. The woman's irritation turned to fury. She lashed back, reminding him exactly where he was, and that this was no place for arrogance. Just then, someone else noticed the commotion. Banfin, the distinguished heir of a wealthy and powerful family, turned to his companion. He remarked that it looked like his mother was arguing with someone. But as he focused, his eyes widened in recognition. The young man she was scolding was none other than Hansen, the person who had once saved his life. Without hesitation, Banfin rushed toward Hansen and wrapped him in a grateful embrace. His emotion was genuine and overwhelming. He called Hansen his savior and reminded him of the time in the mountains, near the steel armor shelter, when they had been stranded on a plateau for days, trapped by vicious monsters. Hansen had been the one to keep him alive during those desperate hours. Hansen's friend looked on in utter disbelief. He had never imagined that his quiet friend once saved such an important figure. Around them, murmurs began to spread. Though the crowd tried to remain composed, it was obvious that something extraordinary had just happened. Whispers circled the banquet hall. Hansen's social standing was about to change. Rumors would spread, and quickly. Mingao's mother stood frozen, stunned by the revelation. She couldn't fathom how this insignificant boy could be the savior of someone as influential as Banfin. To her, it was simply unthinkable. Hansen, for his part, felt overwhelmed and awkward. He tried to deflect the attention, suggesting that there must be some kind of mistake and that they could talk later. But Banfin wouldn't hear of it. He asked Hansen to stay, even offering him a ride in his private helicopter. However, Hansen and his friend decided to leave. As they exited, Banfin waved after them warmly, expressing his hope that they would meet again soon. Back in the hall, the air was thick with confusion. No one could understand why Banfin treated Hansen with such reverence. From appearance alone, Hansen didn't seem like someone from an elite background. Even Hansen's friend remarked on the shift, noting that all eyes were now on him. Mingao's mother, meanwhile, was clearly livid. Her expression was a blend of anger, jealousy, and disbelief. Mingao himself wasn't much better. Watching his former friend rise in status so suddenly filled him with envy and frustration. He had always seen Hansen as nothing more than a weak, directionless boy who relied on others, especially women, to get by. Now outside, Hansen walked slowly through the streets, deep in thought. He never expected to meet Banfin again, let alone learn that he was from a family of such wealth and power. Hansen realized that this connection could prove useful. With Banfin as a powerful ally, Hansen no longer had to worry so much about money or influence. He now had access to resources that could help him face future challenges. But before he could finish that thought, a sudden explosion shattered the night. A fiery blast erupted from a skyscraper just a few blocks away. Hansen's eyes widened in shock as the ground shook. A system notification immediately popped up in his field of vision, warning, unknown entity attacking civilians. Exercise caution. Without hesitation, Hansen rushed toward the explosion. As he ran, he passed crowds of terrified people fleeing in the opposite direction. Along the way, he learned the source of the chaos. The fireball that struck the skyscraper had come from an aircraft. Hansen's expression turned grim. He knew exactly who could wield such destructive power, the Ashura clan. The Ashura were humanity's most feared enemies in near-Earth space. Their attacks always spelled disaster. In response, human warriors clad in jet-black armor were already assembling into formation to defend the area. These elite soldiers prepared to face the alien monsters head-on. The Ashura themselves looked eerily humanoid but were unmistakably alien. Their armor bore jagged masks and horned helmets, terrifying symbols that struck fear into their enemies. For centuries, humans and the Ashura clan had clashed across the stars. Despite humanity's efforts, the Ashura's superior strength and brutal tactics had often given them the upper hand. Now, with the city under attack, Hansen found himself pulled into the next chapter of a much larger war. Hansen raced toward the towering skyscraper, his thoughts clouded with concern. For nearly 200 years, since humanity had discovered the sanctuary of the gods, the war against alien invaders had begun to stabilize. While battles still raged across the stars, the Star River region had always been considered a secure rear zone, far from the reach of enemy attacks, hidden and protected. But today, that illusion was shattered. A massive explosion had ripped through the high-rise, exposing the interior structure. From within the wreckage, a large alien object had embedded itself, clearly of extraterrestrial origin. And suspended in the air near the breach was a little girl, crying loudly for help. Her voice, though small, pierced through the chaos, filled with fear and desperation. Hansen's eyes locked on her. Without hesitation, he shouted for anyone nearby to assist, but the surrounding crowd was too panicked to act. Then, the alien pod hissed open with a metallic screech. Its heavy doors exploded outward, crashing into the surrounding debris. From within the pod stepped an Ashura warrior, a towering creature wielding a massive sword. His eyes glowed with burning red light, casting an eerie glow around him. But what made Hansen's heart sink was the golden horn rising from the alien's helmet. This was no ordinary soldier. This was an Ashura aristocrat, a warrior of noble blood, known for unmatched power and merciless brutality. As the monster turned slowly toward the girl, her terrified cries echoed across the shattered cityscape. With terrifying calm, the Ashura approached her, raising his blade high to strike. Then, a surge of power. From the ruins. Below, a radiant pulse of energy erupted. Hansen had activated his beast soul, initiating a fusion transformation. In seconds, his body changed, becoming that of a majestic centaur, cloaked in shimmering, armored plating. His new form was awe-inspiring, radiating strength and divine power. A nearby news crew, arriving by chance, had just begun broadcasting the chaos. The reporter gasped into the microphone, declaring live to millions of viewers that someone had stepped forward to confront the invader, a being the media now called the God Among Men. The camera zoomed in on the alien warrior, who was moments away from executing the defenseless girl. As his blade descended, Hansen charged at full gallop. In one swift move, he scooped the child into his arms and shielded her with his body. The Ashura's sword slammed down just a second too late. With perfect timing, Hansen raised his armored arm to block the blow. A deafening clang rang out as metal clashed with monstrous force. The blow would have cleaved a normal warrior in two, but Hansen's strength held. The crowd watching the broadcast erupted in shock and awe. The reporter exclaimed that a miracle had just occurred, that God had saved the girl from certain death. Cradling the child protectively, Hansen realized that staying would only put her in further danger. He turned, locking eyes with the furious Ashura, and took off into the city ruins. Though armored, Hansen knew that the enemy's weapon was powerful enough to pierce even his fusion form. Escape was the only option. The Ashura, now roaring with fury, launched after them. He pushed off from the wreckage with such force that the remains of the alien pod cracked beneath him. With terrifying speed, he caught up and lashed out with another devastating sword strike. Hansen accelerated, weaving through the remains of the city, dodging debris and navigating the maze of shattered buildings. Shielding the girl tightly in his arms, he suddenly veered toward a glass tower. Without slowing, he crashed through the side window, sending shards flying. Inside the building, he landed hard and immediately searched for a place to hide. "Don't cry. You're safe now," he whispered gently to the girl, then pointed to a small corner behind a broken desk. "Stay here. Don't move. Don't make a sound." Outside, the reporter adjusted the camera's focus, capturing the ominous figure of the Ashura closing in on the building. The aristocrat's glowing eyes never wavered. He kicked through the ruined wall and entered with unrelenting fury. The room exploded into chaos. With brutal efficiency, the Ashura launched a barrage of heavy sword strikes. Concrete shattered. Furniture splintered. Every blow shook the building. Hansen parried and dodged, but the relentless pressure was beginning to take its toll. A loud crack echoed through the air, his armor was starting to fracture. The reporter, still filming, watched with growing dread. For the first time, doubt crept into his voice. "Why isn't he dodging anymore?" he whispered. Is this where it ends? Did we just broadcast the death of our god?" The world watched in breathless silence as the battle between man and monster raged on. Hansen stood firm. His body, already battered and strained, shielded the young girl behind him. He had made his choice, no matter the cost, he would protect her. The alien warrior Ashura howled with unrestrained rage. His strikes became wild, savage, tearing through what remained of the building. Hansen braced himself, silently calculating his odds. At this pace, with this power, survival was unlikely. From a nearby vantage point, the reporter shouted into his microphone, his voice cracking with fear. "Don't take it head-on. Dodge it!" But even as he yelled, he knew Hansen couldn't hear him. Ashura roared again, drawing in all of his strength for one final, monstrous attack. His sword rose, glowing with dark energy, then crashed downward, sending a shockwave that vaporized the debris in its path. But Hansen moved first. With a silent prayer and iron resolve, he lunged low beneath the alien swing. Then, pushing his centaur frame to its limit, he wrapped his arms around the monster and launched himself outward, straight through the wall and into open air. The two of them plummeted. A brilliant energy field erupted around them as they fell, a halo of burning light streaking across the sky. The earth rushed to meet them. And then, impact. The explosion was cataclysmic. Buildings shook. Shockwaves rippled through the city. The landscape itself fractured under the force. Where they landed, a massive crater yawned in the earth, scorched and smoking. The reporter, still filming, raced toward the scene. His heart pounded, not just for the story, but for the terrible possibility that the young man, his god, had perished in the blast. He reached the edge of the crater, dust swirling thick in the air, and aimed his camera. The moment the dust began to settle, the silhouette of the alien warrior came into view, broken and lifeless, sprawled in the center of the blast zone. The reporter gasped. But where was Hansen? He scanned the area desperately, unable to find the human hero. Then he heard something, children screaming, from above. The camera turned sharply toward a shattered skyscraper. There, by a blown-out window, a group of rescued children gathered, wide-eyed and safe. And in that moment, the reporter understood. That's why Hansen never fought back. A full battle inside the building would have doomed those children. He had taken the monster outside, risked everything, and saved them all. The broadcast went viral instantly. The story spread like wildfire. Talk shows, news networks, and online feeds flooded with footage of Hansen's desperate fight and heroic sacrifice. To the world, he had become a legend. After the storm, back in a modest room, Hansen sat alone, wrapping gauze around deep bruises and bleeding gashes. Despite everything, none of his injuries had proven fatal. He could already feel his genetically enhanced body knitting itself back together. He had survived. The sword, the alien's massive weapon, lay on the floor nearby. Its golden hue glinted under the dim light. Hansen knew what it was, a relic from the Golden Horn clan, a weapon far beyond human craftsmanship. He examined it carefully. It was too recognizable, seen by millions during the broadcast. He couldn't wield it in public without drawing unwanted attention. As he ran his fingers along its edge, a small click echoed. A panel on the hilt sprang open, revealing a hidden memory chip. Hansen blinked in surprise. A gift? Plugging it into his scanner, he activated the file. What appeared was a combat manual, written in alien code, but immediately decipherable through his interface. It was a secret Ashura technique. Heartbeat. As he read through the instructions, he felt a surge of excitement. It wasn't just a technique, it was an art form. A way of channeling one's life force into raw, elemental energy. With the sword in hand, he tried the first motion. The blade ignited. A pulse of searing flame filled the room, dancing with power. His smile widened. The technique was flawless. Elegant. Deadly. He was still practicing when his communicator buzzed. He picked up. The voice on the other end belonged to Ban Fin, inviting him to join the next underground competition. Not now, Hansen replied calmly. I'm busy. Moments later, Hansen stood in an office, speaking to Yang Man, the girl who had been overseeing his admission process. She had helped him generously, but now it was time for a serious conversation. I've made up my mind, Hansen said. I'm not going to enroll at Black Hawk Academy. Yang Man blinked in disbelief. You? What? I want to join Star River Academy instead. Shuan, standing nearby, looked equally stunned. Why? Black Hawk is in the top 50. Star River can't compare. Their tech is outdated, their staff is underqualified, heck, they don't even have simulators for armored vehicles or spacecraft. And Black Hawk offers military deferral, Yang Man added sharply. You'd be free from service for years. But Hansen stood firm. He wasn't seeking comfort or status. He was seeking purpose, and in the shadow of the Star River, he sensed something greater was waiting. Hansen stood his ground, his expression calm but firm. I understand the opportunity, he told Yang Man. But Star River Academy is far from home. I worry about my mother and sister. Who will take care of them while I'm away? Yang Man frowned. Not everyone gets this kind of offer, she reminded him. Her voice carried the weight of her position and her genuine concern. Without another word, she walked to the control panel and pressed a button. A massive screen flickered to life. Load the video, she instructed. Hansen's heart sank. He instantly recognized the footage, the battle with Ashura. They were about to watch his fight. His jaw tightened. That reporter. Wrong place, wrong time, and now the whole battle was on record. Hansen felt a dangerous urge to track the man down and give him a lesson in boundaries. Yang looked to her superior. Do you see anything special? After a pause, the woman answered without hesitation. This divine warrior is probably a fool. Hansen didn't flinch. Outwardly, he stayed silent. But inside, he was bewildered. Fool? Why would she say that? And more importantly, what did she have against someone so dashing? The girls continued their analysis as the footage played. He's strong, one of them observed. Fast. Flight capable. He's got precision even at range. But the tactics? Shuan added. They are sloppy. He only survived because the alien was injured. Otherwise, that divine warrior would have been dead. Hansen, still listening, gave silent credit. Their breakdown was sharp, brutal, but fair. These women were clearly elite officers. Smart. Tactical. Ruthless. They're the best women in the army, he thought to himself. Yang Man narrowed her eyes. Who is he? This is the second time he's been caught on camera. Remember the gym? Shuan nodded. His armor and wings. That's divine blood mixed with a beast's soul. But why didn't he use a bow and arrow? That was when Hansen, unable to stay quiet, cut in. Excuse me, he said. But how can you analyze a divine warrior's choices like this? Shuan turned to him, coldly. You're free to go. The comment hit like a slap. She added curtly, think carefully about Black Hawk Academy. Hansen bit back his frustration. They treat me like a punching bag, he thought. I'm not even 20, and I've already been thrown into the jaws of the army. He knew the truth. If he went to Black Hawk, His ability to support his family would vanish. His mother and sister needed him, not someday, but now. He needed to earn. And soon. Later, Hansen made a call. "Did you send the blade?" he asked. "The one with 5% Z steel content." The voice on the other end chuckled. "Of course. My family's tight with a steel manufacturer. You'll get something better than expected. Want me to come with?" Hansen shook his head. "It'll be dangerous. I can't ask you to take that risk." "I'm not a burden," the friend replied. "I can help. I'll pay well," Hansen promised. "And if I'm lucky, I'll throw in a mutated beast as a bonus." Evening fell. Clad in steel armor and carrying a heavy bag, Hansen quietly left the shelter. His boots sank into the soil of the forest trail as he walked into the wilderness, disappearing beneath the shadows of the trees. 2 days passed. He arrived at the edge of a dense, ominous canyon, the place spoken of in whispers. A dark swamp, said to house a creature he desperately needed. Hansen activated the souls of his beasts, feeling their essence surge through him. This is it, he thought. The legendary swamp where hunters said an arrow-type soul beast had been seen. A place far more savage than any he'd defaced before. The mutated creatures here were bigger, meaner, deadlier. And that's exactly why he came. I don't need to wipe them all out, Hansen reminded himself. Just one perfect target. Ripples moved through the water. He crouched, watched, focused. From beneath the murky surface, a snake-like fish slithered. Strange, sinuous, dangerous. Hansen transformed. His armor unfolded around him like a living machine. With a flap of his wings, he took to the air. He drew his bow, narked one of his precious 2 hunting arrows, and pulled back the string. One shot. Don't miss. The arrow tore through the air. The snake creature shrieked as the projectile pierced it cleanly, erupting from its flank. It rose above the water, writhing in agony. System alert. Target killed. King snake. Consume its flesh to obtain 1 to 10 random mutant genes. Hansen grinned. He notched his second arrow and loosed it, another perfect strike. A rare fish thrashed in the water, impaled. He tugged the retrieval line connected to the arrow. The fish fought back hard, dragging him forward. But Hansen held fast. He wasn't going to lose this fight. The more monsters I take down, he thought, the stronger I become. And he intended to become unstoppable. The system's message blinked in front of Hansen's eyes, white heavy checkmark target killed, sawfish. Soul obtained. Another trophy. Another step forward. Throwing his arms skyward, Hansen let out a victorious roar. His voice echoed across the swamp, a triumphant release of pent-up adrenaline and pride. He decaptured yet another monster soul, and the momentum only fueled his hunger, literally. Settling down, Hansen cooked a makeshift stew using the fresh meat of the slain beasts. Each bite fed more than his body, it fed his future. The system buzzed again and again, reporting new mutant genes acquired with every swallow. This swamp, Hansen muttered between mouthfuls, is paradise. By his side, his spirit kitten slept peacefully, its tiny body curled against his armor like a symbol of innocence in a brutal world. It had been several days since he entered this cursed place. His tally of mutant genes had climbed to 31. Suddenly, a gleaming battle spear materialized in his grip, surging with energy, a gift from the sawfish soul. But Hansen's smile faded. It wasn't what he needed. A spear, he muttered. Not an arrow. He sighed. That's when he heard it, a strange rustling overhead. Instinct kicked in. Hansen stood, tense. In the sky above, a massive bird swooped down fast. Most mutated avians avoided humans, yet this one was diving straight for him. Hansen drew the Ashura sword and braced himself. But instead of an attack, the bird landed. And someone dismounted. A tall, unknown figure stepped forward casually, tossing a bundle at Hansen's feet. Meet, the stranger announced. My master wants to trade. Hansen's eyes narrowed. A desperate hunter, he thought. No one entered the dark swamp alone unless they were fearless. Or reckless. The man helped himself to Hansen's monster stew and, unbothered, explained, poisonous centipede meat. That's what you're tasting. As he ate, the system chimed again, divine gene acquired. The stranger smirked and pointed a dagger at Hansen. Better accept the deal, or you might end up as dinner for my iron-winged bird. Hansen's patience snapped. I said no, he replied coldly. Were you not listening? But the stranger wasn't in the mood to listen. His expression darkened. If you won't trade the easy way. He lunged. The dagger struck, but didn't penetrate. The blade skidded off Hansen's armor with a dull clang. Not even a scratch. Big mistake. A flash of light burst in Hansen's hand. His energy spear reappeared. "You're using a knife against me," he scoffed. Hansen launched a counterattack, his spear glowing with power. "Learn about your enemy before you try to kill him, fool." A flurry of spear strikes followed. The stranger scrambled back, barely dodging. He leapt to safety, panting, and touched his face, blood. A shallow, deep cut had opened on his cheek. Fear replaced arrogance. The stranger realized he couldn't win. He jumped back onto his giant bird and snarled, "You'll pay for this." But Hansen wasn't done. The bird took off, wings flapping, but Hansen launched after it at blinding speed. The stranger looked over his shoulder and froze. He's catching up. Panic set in. Hansen closed the distance and, without hesitation, stabbed the stranger in the buttocks. "A reward for your manners," Hansen said with a wicked grin. The man howled in pain. "Quite the fashionable guy," Hansen added. "But you could use more piercings." "Stop! Stop stabbing me in the butt," the man screamed, now fully regretting ever threatening this maniac. Later, the two men sat by the fire. The roles had flipped. "Your life's in my hands now," Hansen said firmly. "You're going to help me." "Help you do what?" "Where is the black mutant bee?" Fear crossed the stranger's face. "You don't want to go there. That creature. It lives in a hellish grove, deep in the swamp. I'd never go near it. You will now." They mounted the giant bird, heading for the dreaded hive. Along the way, the stranger rambled. "There are multiple hives, each with a queen. One sting from her could kill a grown man. This is madness. No hunter attacks those bees." "Then shut up," Hansen snapped. "Your silence might be the only thing that saves your life." The stranger fell quiet, swallowing hard. Why did I ever mess with this lunatic? Ahead, a dense grove emerged, dark, foreboding, and buzzing with danger. The giant bird dove toward the hive, slamming its claws into a large cocoon. The hive burst open. A massive swarm of black mutant bees erupted into the air, roaring after them like a hurricane of death. Now was the moment. Hansen clutched the Ashura sword tightly and surged forward. With precision and speed, he twisted mid-air, entering the swarm head-on. Steel met stinger. 1 slash. 2. 5. 10. The sky lit with fragments of shredded insects. Hansen's form became a whirlwind of blades and fury, each move lethal, every strike perfect. The black bees, feared by all, fell like leaves in a storm. The system's voice echoed in Hansen's mind, target eliminated, mutant black bee. Soul not retrieved. He clicked his tongue in frustration. His blade moved with deadly grace, cutting through yet another of the massive, venomous insects. 10 kills in, and still not a single soul acquired. His irritation mounted. Then, finally, a flash of light. The system pinged again, monster soul acquired. New soul arrow crafted. A crooked smile crossed Hansen's face. About time. He left the battleground and wandered through the city streets, his mind racing. The dark swamp hunt had pushed his mutation gene count to 47, unlocking an entirely new realm of possibilities. Then, a loudspeaker crackled above him. "Attention! Martial Arts Conference registration ends today." His eyes widened. The conference? I completely forgot. What was supposed to be just a few days in the swamp had nearly cost him a life-changing opportunity. This wasn't just a tournament. If he made it into the top 10, he'd be rewarded with random souls of divine blood beasts. Exactly what he needed to evolve. Without wasting a second, Hansen made his way to the martial arts gymnasium, pushing through crowds of contestants. At the front desk, he slammed his hand down on the registration button. A small chip spat out, "No. 9,000. He blinked. There are this many people competing. Inside, the stands overflowed with warriors and spectators. The booming voice of the announcer cut through the roar of the crowd. "This year promises to be exceptional. New legends will rise, leaders of the Steel Armor Shelter." Hansen listened carefully as the rules were announced. Each round would consist of 100 fighters battling at once, with only one survivor per group moving forward. He checked his number. His group wasn't fighting today. That gave him time. He looked for a quiet place to watch and observe. But the calm didn't last. As he wandered through a corridor, he suddenly crossed paths with Tien, the son of God. The divine heir looked him over with disdain. "What's your number?" he demanded. I'm not participating, Hansen replied flatly. Tien's eyes narrowed, his voice dripping with contempt. Coward. Stay out of my sight if you want to live. Before things could escalate, Xuan and her assistant appeared. Her eyes landed on Tien. Are you ready? She asked. You'll be competing soon. Tien gave a smug grin. Victory is inevitable. Come watch, witness greatness. He turned to strut away, confident and arrogant as ever. As soon as he left, Joanne stepped closer to Hansen. Why were you afraid of him? She asked, her voice soft but curious. Hansen remained silent. She stared at him, unblinking. Well. He sighed deeply. The Son of God. He's no ordinary opponent. He's from the Starry Sky group. I can't take him on, not yet. Before Joanne could respond, Yang Man cut in. He wasn't afraid when he took down the purple scale dragon right in front of the Son of God, no less. Joanne's eyes widened with realization. It's not you you're afraid for, she said quietly. You're trying to protect your family. That hit home. Hansen met her gaze, and she was right. Every time he backed down, every time he avoided confrontation, it wasn't because of fear for himself. It was because the people he loved, his mother, his sister, could become collateral damage. Xuan nodded in understanding. You care deeply for them. That's good. In that case, you should consider entering the Hawk School. But you'll need to pass an exam first. Hansen's interest sparked. What kind of exam? Don't worry about the details now, she said. If you pass, the school will place you in a special team. From that point forward, your family will be protected by the military. No one, not even the Son of God, can touch them. Her eyes gleamed. No one. A sense of calm washed over Hansen. Maybe this could work. He thought about it seriously. This academy could unlock new paths for him and offer his loved ones the safety they desperately needed. Elsewhere in the arena, one of the groups was preparing to fight. A crowd of 99 warriors stood, restless and annoyed. Where the hell is that last guy? Someone growled. Whoever he is, we're gonna beat the arrogance out of him, said another. Tension rose. Then, footsteps echoed through the corridor. A calm voice followed, apologies for the delay. The warriors turned and went dead silent. It was him, the very same young man who had defeated the alien. The one they whispered about in hushed tones. The one no one wanted to face. Their anger turned into awe, and maybe just a little bit of fear. Hansen knew one thing, no one would see his true face today. He walked into the arena clad head to toe in his powerful armor, hiding his identity behind sleek plating and an unreadable helmet. The arena buzzed with anticipation. Then, the match began. Within seconds, Hansen moved like a storm. His fists and weapons slammed into his opponents with the weight of a wrecking ball. Armor cracked, shields shattered, and warriors were sent flying across the battlefield like ragdolls. Each blow was a masterpiece of destruction. Metal fragments from broken armor littered the ground like confetti. In less than a few minutes, the match was over. All 99 warriors lay sprawled across the field, groaning, unconscious, or too broken to stand. A hush fell over the audience. Hansen slowly raised one hand. Anyone else? He asked, his voice cool and unshaken. No one stepped forward. The defeated warriors could only lower their heads in shame and awe. Some even began calling him a god, begging him to spare them further humiliation. Seeing their submission, Hansen declared the obvious, then I am the winner. The crowd erupted into applause. He had done what no one expected, faced 100 alone and emerged completely unscathed. His strength, speed, and unshakable will made him an instant legend. Whispers of his feat spread through the stands like wildfire. After the match, Hansen stepped off the battlefield. Still armored, he was approached by Xuan, accompanied by none other than the Son of God himself. Xuan's eyes gleamed with curiosity. I've been meaning to talk to you, she said. There are things we need to discuss. Hansen's gaze shifted warily to Tien beside her. Why is he here? The pairing felt too intentional. Xuan continued, I'd like to introduce you to the strongest people from the Steel Armor Sanctuary. People like us. Hansen chuckled dryly beneath his helmet. Sounds like the beginning of a scam. Tien flinched but kept his composure. After all, Hansen had already stolen a divine-blooded creature from under his nose. Still, he swallowed his pride and said, it's worth getting to know each other. Our strength makes us valuable allies. Xuan added, among all the fighters in this shelter, the three of us are unmatched. If we join forces, I'm not interested, Hansen interrupted. I don't want allies or enemies. I walk alone. Always have. He smirked. So if you'll excuse me, I'll be on my way. I don't do politics. Tien's assistant, Tanyong, stepped in with a diplomatic tone. That's fair. No pressure. But could you at least tell us about that divine blood creature you recently acquired? It could be valuable knowledge. Hansen smiled behind his helmet. Smart one. Nothing special, he replied casually. Just a lucky break. Then, as if dangling bait before sharks, he added, I've got dozens of mutants, if that's what you're after. That made both Tien and Tanyong perk up. You're willing to sell? Tanyong asked quickly. Name your price. Before Hansen could respond, Han, another member of Tien's group, spoke up sharply. No. I won't allow this. He can't sell all of them off. But Tien silenced her. I'm the richest man in the shelter. I'll pay 2 million per mutant. Give them all to me. Tension thickened in the air. Hansen grinned beneath the helmet, amused at how easily this fake alliance was unraveling. They're turning on each other already. How fun. He thought of the black bee from the dark swamp. That one would be useful soon. Still smiling, he calmly said, Don't worry, and then added, The mutants are not for sale. I don't care about money. If you want a trade, bring me an S-rank card. Nothing less. Xuan's face tensed. Even she knew how rare and tightly controlled the S-zone cards were. That's a steep price, she said. Too high, Tien added. Even with all my wealth, I couldn't just buy one outright. But Hansen was already walking away. He threw one last line over his shoulder, then don't bother contacting me until you have the card. And just like that, he disappeared into the corridor, unshaken, undefeated, and very much in control. The next night, under the pale light of the forest canopy near the steel armor shelter, Hansen arrived in disguise, wearing the iconic armor of the Money Brother. Waiting at the agreed spot stood Xuan, and in her hand shimmered a card, an S-rank license. I brought what you asked for, she said coolly, raising the card. It wasn't easy to get. Hansen stepped forward, eyeing the card with visible satisfaction. He took it, examined the seal, and nodded with approval. You're quicker than the other two, he said, chuckling. Smart and efficient. I like that. From his bag, he pulled out a container and held it up. Inside are 30 black bees. Mutated. Rare. If you consume all of them, your gene enhancements will spike dramatically. Xuan's eyes lit up. This kind of material was nearly impossible to find. The value? Immeasurable for someone seeking power. But Hansen wasn't finished. I also have sawfish meat and a portion of the mutant snake king, he added. You can buy the whole lot for 3 million. Xuan smiled, not at the offer, but at the man in front of her. Money isn't everything, she replied. You're smart enough to know that. I didn't make this deal just to enhance my genes. Later, alone in his room, Hansen studied the S-rank card. Everything had gone better than expected. That woman. She really does deserve the title of Shelter Queen, he thought. Her decisions were precise, her actions, decisive. He smiled to himself. Maybe she really wasn't just doing this for a transaction. Maybe, just maybe, she wanted him. But sentiment quickly gave way to responsibility. His thoughts drifted to his mother and younger sister. I can't always be there to protect them. He needed a solution. And he had one, the Holy Angel technique. The method was similar to the Jade Bone technique he had practiced in the past, an advanced martial art that could grant incredible power if trained properly. Hansen decided that his sister would learn it. The next day, Hansen arrived at Star River Elementary School, seeking leave for his sister. The teacher raised a brow. A vacation? For how long? He hesitated. I can't tell her the truth. We've got some issues at home, he said awkwardly. It might take a while. The teacher frowned. Parents should take more responsibility, she said. Since she enrolled, you've been the only one to show up. Where are your parents? Hansen apologized on behalf of his family. They're busy. I know it's not right. The teacher sighed, then softened. Despite everything, your sister is doing quite well in class. But she's still using a basic nutrient solution. She leaned forward. If you want her to keep up with the top students, she'll need an S-grade solution. Hansen tensed. How much? About 15 million a year. His heart sank. That kind of money was far beyond their current means. Later that night, Hansen sat in silence, his mind weighed down by numbers, pressure, and worry. He didn't even have a third of what was required. If I can use the crystal to grow more mutants, I could sell them and make enough. Meanwhile, at home, his little sister was diligently following along with interactive training exercises on the television. Hansen watched with pride. "You're amazing," he told her with a soft smile. "You learn so fast. When I get back, we'll start on the Holy Angel technique." His sister beamed but looked unsure. "Can I really do it?" "That technique seems for adults." "You'll be fine," Hansen reassured her. "But promise me you won't tell anyone. It's our family's secret, okay?" She nodded, her eyes shining with excitement. Hansen thought to himself, once I get her the proper nutrient solution, her progress will skyrocket. Elsewhere, Yang Man spoke with his superior. "What's the next move?" The girl didn't answer right away. Her expression was tight, irritated. "It's been long enough," she snapped. "And he still hasn't given me an answer." In her hand, a small capsule shimmered ominously. From within, a voice echoed, cold and cutting. "He's not worth your time." Later, Hansen and Sean stood together once again, this time in a combat training room. What began as a business transaction was starting to feel like something much more complicated. The girl attacked Hansen with fierce anger, landing a rapid series of blows. Yet, Hansen could not understand the source of her rage. At times, it felt as if she wanted nothing more than to break him completely. Amidst the flurry of strikes, Hansen missed a crucial attack and received a crushing kick that knocked the wind out of him. Standing nearby, Zoan watched coldly. She criticized his slow progress, confessing that she had placed too much hope in him. Without ceremony, Zoan tossed Hansen a bottle of water. "Drink this," she said casually. "We'll take a break, then continue training." Hansen stared at the bottle, puzzled by her harshness, but obeyed. He opened the bottle and drank greedily. Almost immediately, strange sensations rippled through his consciousness. The girl appeared dazzlingly attractive, almost surreal. Visions blurred around him, and a voice echoed in his mind, "Evil can never touch a flawless body." Hansen's mind began to slip. His vision blurred, his thoughts fragmented. He collapsed onto the floor, dazed and confused, realizing too late that the water had been drugged. Xuan leaned close, her voice soft and seductive. "Do you think my body is beautiful?" she whispered. Hansen barely registered her words, his mind was clouded, struggling to cling to awareness. Though confused, Hansen sensed her words carried some unspoken permission, an invitation he couldn't fully comprehend but desperately tried to grasp. With great effort, he managed a response. "You have a stunning figure," he stammered, his eyes fixed on her form. He thought to himself that he had never seen anything so full, so tender in his life. Sean's eyes blazed with rage at his words. To her, all men were disgusting creatures, identical in their base desires. She muttered something indistinct to Hansen, he couldn't hear it, but it seemed like permission to touch her. Summoning his last strength, Hansen slowly lifted his hand, struggling to reach her. Then, suddenly, Sean slapped him hard across the face. She declared that Hansen had completely succumbed to the drug's effects, exactly the result she wanted. Leaning over him, Sean's tone shifted, low and probing. "Who is the mysterious man in the golden armor?" "The one they call the Money Brother." Hansen, still groggy, shook his head. "I don't understand what you're talking about," he whispered. Undeterred, Sean pressed on. "Why won't you enroll in Black Hawk Academy?" Hansen struggled to answer but managed, "Black Hawk is too far away. If I go, I can't care for my mother and sister. They matter more to me than any ambition." Sean remembered his words from before and began to believe his sincerity. Then, suddenly, she shifted gears. "What kind of girl lives in your heart right now?" she asked, eyes sharp. Despite his hazy state, Hansen summoned his remaining strength. "Sean is the girl of my dreams," he said quietly, repeating the confession. "She's the most beautiful girl I've ever met." Sean's surprise was unmistakable, she hadn't expected such honesty. Without warning, she struck him hard on the head. Instantly, Hansen's mind cleared. Anger surged within him. "What did you do to me?" he demanded. He confessed that the last thing he remembered was drinking the water she gave him. Sean calmly explained. "We were training hard. You overexerted yourself and passed out. I just woke you up." But inwardly, she was anxious. She sensed the young man was telling the truth, but uncertainty gnawed at her. Hansen thought carefully. She was just a woman, capable of losing control, of doubt. He decided he could use her. He would use her as a shield, get stronger, and when the time was right, show everyone his true power. The following night, Hansen met an old friend near the shelter's edge. He opened a case to reveal a mutant sawfish, the rare prize his friend had requested. "I'll keep this between us," the friend promised solemnly. Suddenly, from nearby bushes, the Son of God and his assistant stepped out, as if they had been watching all along. The Son of God looked at the pair and asked, "What are you doing here?" The friend quickly explained, "This is Hansen, my old friend. I know there's been a misunderstanding between you two." Hansen's old friend reveals that he hopes to end the long-standing feud between them. However, Tanyang, the Son of God's assistant, overhears this and immediately declares his intention to destroy both men, calling them scoundrels. But the Son of God stops Tanyang with a calm hand gesture, signaling him to hold back. He tells his assistant that they must conserve their strength because a far more important battle against a powerful enemy lies ahead. This battle, the Son of God insists, must be their top priority. At that moment, Hansen realizes something crucial. In the second round of the upcoming competition, he will have to face Tanyang himself. This realization fills him with tension and unease. The second day of the martial arts competition arrives, and crowds gather around the hall, buzzing with excitement. Xiao, a confident young man, is in high spirits. He boldly claims that the Money Brother will surely win today's fight. As Xiao takes his seat, he notices a strange man beside him. The man is oddly dressed in many layers, and Xiao wonders if he must be uncomfortably hot. An instructor sitting nearby joins the conversation, suggesting that the Money Brother has wronged the Son of God by depriving him of a being with divine blood. For this reason, the Son of God will stop at nothing to take revenge. Xiao disagrees. He believes the Money Brother is equally powerful, possessing a combination of divine blood and beast souls that will allow him to overcome Tanyang. The instructor proposes a bet. If the Money Brother fails to last at least 1 minute in the fight, Xiao must hand over his mutant beast, Nightwolf. Xiao hesitates. Nightwolf is not just a fighter, it is a companion he has grown deeply attached to. Losing it would be painful. Nearby, Yang Man listens with disdain. To her, men are boring and reckless, risking precious things over meaningless competitions. A loud gong signals the start of the fight. Suddenly, the stranger sitting beside Xiao leaps to his feet. It is revealed to everyone that this man is none other than Hansen himself, dressed in his iconic battle armor and known as the Money Brother. Yang Man is stunned. She hadn't even noticed such a powerful warrior so close to her. Xiao cheers loudly, declaring Hansen his idol and begging him to defeat his opponent within 1 minute to win the bet and save Nightwolf. On the other side, Tanyang snarls, calling Hansen a vile dog, and vowing to watch him suffer and die. Confident and ready, Hansen steps into the arena. He knows he is in peak physical condition and possesses 3 divine-level beast souls and 4 mutated genes. His confidence is unwavering. The host announces the start of the fight. Tanyang immediately begins a fusion ritual, summoning the soul of his monstrous beast. A blinding aura explodes around him. The energy coalesces into a towering multimeter gorilla, roaring ferociously. Its body is sheathed in gleaming metal armor, and it wields a massive club, adding to its terrifying presence. The instructor watching the fight declares that this is Tanyang's strongest spirit beast and is certain he will win the bet. Xiao's anxiety reaches a peak. He clutches his head, silently praying that the Money Brother can endure at least 1 minute. He cannot bear to lose Nightwolf. From the VIP balcony, the Son of God watches intently, his eyes cold and calculating. He believes he spent his money wisely, acquiring 1 divine beast soul and 2 mutant souls to guarantee victory. His greatest regret is not being able to kill Hansen himself, but he takes comfort knowing his deputy, Tanyang, will avenge him. Suddenly, Hansen's armor bursts into radiant flames of energy. Stepping forward boldly, Hansen challenges his opponent, "Who gave you the right to be so arrogant?" The fight is about to erupt into a spectacular battle between 2 powerful rivals. In an instant, Hansen transforms into a massive centaur, his roar echoing fiercely across the arena. His spear flashes like lightning as he charges at his opponent, the towering gorilla. With incredible speed, Hansen strikes the gorilla's chest plate with a powerful blow. Though the armor isn't critically damaged, the beast feels the full force of the attack and emits a loud, piercing scream. The gorilla retaliates swiftly. Its massive right hand smashes into Hansen, knocking the spear from his grasp. For a moment, Hansen's confidence falters as he stands unarmed. The instructor nearby cheers loudly, thrilled by the hit. The Son of God watches with anticipation, quietly ordering his deputy to destroy Hansen. The gorilla roars deafeningly, its body crackling with destructive energy, sending waves of force through the arena. The ground trembles beneath its charge. But Hansen doesn't back down. He pulls out the legendary Ashura sword and lunges at his opponent with astonishing speed and strength. A blinding flash of energy erupts, overwhelming everyone's vision. The gorilla spirit beast screams in agony. It cannot block the devastating strike and suffers critical damage. Staggering, the massive beast collapses to the ground with a thunderous crash. The crowd, stunned by the sudden outcome, falls into a heavy silence. No one can comprehend how the fight ended so quickly. The instructor is speechless, muttering in disbelief that his fighter has lost. Yang watches in awe, struggling to grasp how Hansen's skill allowed him to defeat such a powerful foe with a single strike. Xiao, initially shocked, soon erupts in joyous cheers, declaring that a new record has been set. The fight lasted only 9 seconds. Qinsuan, the son of God's furious master, can hardly accept the defeat of his sacred beast. He angrily berates his assistant, calling him useless and demanding the fight continue. But the sacred beast's soul is critically damaged, and its body lies motionless, fading away. The transformation reverses, and only Tanyang, the assistant of the Son of God, remains in the arena, vulnerable. Still in his centaur form, Hansen gallops triumphantly around the arena, basking in the cheers of the massive crowd. The spectators hail him as the god of war. Hansen's gaze shifts to the VIP stand where the Son of God sits, seething with rage. The Son of God lashes out with insults and solemnly vows that Hansen's victory will not go unpunished. He will make him beg for death someday. Proud and confident, Hansen mounts his new beast of burden, the prize he won in the bet, and invites the crowd to admire the magnificent creature. Despite the cheers and glory, Hansen can't help but feel a twinge of melancholy. He wonders why the glory often goes to others, though he knows he is the true winner. He notes to himself that he still doesn't have his own pack animal. Suddenly, Xiao approaches him and informs Hansen that Captain Yang urgently wants to see him. Puzzled, since he hasn't broken any rules, Hansen wonders why she would summon him. Xiao notices Hansen's downcast mood and tries to cheer him up, offering a ride on his new mount. Hansen politely declines, claiming he's busy but secretly dreaming about soon having his own riding animal. After some time, Hansen visits Captain Yang's office, cutting straight to the point with a direct question: why did she call for him? Without looking up from her documents, Yang reports that the head of the garrison has ordered her to organize a special training program just for Hansen. Hansen immediately suspects that after the hypnosis incident, the garrison commander no longer distrusts him. In fact, he might be trying to persuade Hansen to officially join the army. Yang confirms this, telling him that he must report to the army training hall where a series of tests awaits him. She reminds Hansen that the commander holds high hopes for him and warns him not to disappoint. With a slightly annoyed glance, Yang openly admits she doesn't think Hansen is particularly strong. She adds that he can quit the tests anytime if he feels overwhelmed. Hansen quickly completes the training tests and returns to Captain Yang's office to report that he has passed all performance checks. Yang reviews the data with a growing frown. Things are worse than she expected. Despite the tests being relatively easy, Hansen looks exhausted. Wiping sweat from his brow, Hansen thinks back on how his real strength stats have long surpassed the usual limits, how he's had to artificially suppress his abilities to avoid drawing attention. Yang wastes no time and orders Hansen to follow her to the training hall, where a crowd of cadets has gathered near the test capsule. She tells Hansen to watch her demonstration carefully and warns that she will only perform the technique once. Inside the capsule, Yang begins a combat demonstration. On the surface, the moves look like ordinary martial arts. Hansen watches, confused by what makes this technique so special. A man nearby notices Hansen's confusion and explains, the capsule is a gravity training chamber where every move happens under altered gravity. The cadets call it demonic training because only those with immense physical strength, like Yang, can handle it. Yang finishes and steps out, stating plainly that only those with attributes at or above level 10 can perform these movements. Now it's Hansen's turn. Yang tells him to repeat everything exactly as shown and promises to expect a detailed report once he completes the exercise. Nearby, the man from before offers Hansen a tip. He suspects Yang holds a grudge against Hansen and offers to share a useful trick for 2 packs of Blackwood. Intrigued, Hansen weighs the value of the offer, wondering if the information might help him now. Hansen steps into the capsule and immediately feels the crushing weight of increased gravity. Every movement demands enormous effort. He realizes he might need the stranger's help in the future, especially if the training program can be modified. For now, though, Hansen is determined, ready to push himself to his limits and prove his true strength. Hansen approached the control panel with unwavering confidence and immediately selected the maximum power setting. He believed that only by pushing himself to the extreme could he truly discover the limits of his abilities. As the gravity pressure intensified to an almost unbearable level, Hansen began performing martial arts techniques. Instantly, he realized that his skills were far from perfected. Handling the sword under such conditions proved to be immensely challenging. Every movement demanded his utmost concentration and strength. Despite the difficulty, Hansen held on to the hope that this intense training would ultimately strengthen him and elevate his power in the future. Meanwhile, Captain Yangman studied Hansen's test report with growing irritation. Suddenly, she slammed her hand on the table, demanding that Hansen confess to cheating on the test. She found the dramatic increase in his strength suspicious and refused to believe his results were legitimate. Hansen remained calm and assured her that cheating was out of the question. He reminded her that the entire training session had been recorded on video, making it easy to verify his performance. When Hansen attempted to explain the technical settings of the training capsule, Yangman abruptly cut him off. She was uninterested in the machine's data, her concern was solely with the sharp improvement in Hansen's abilities, which starkly contrasted with his previous results. Growing frustrated by Yinman's accusations, Hansen spoke up, his voice tinged with irritation. He credited his progress to the captain herself, explaining that her honesty, kindness, and unwavering resolve had inspired him to unlock his true potential. Yangman was momentarily taken aback by his words and hesitated before declaring the conversation over. Internally, she resolved that Hansen would not be allowed to pass so easily in future training. She was also wary of the obvious flattery in his speech, which only deepened her displeasure. As Hansen left the office, a slight smile played across his lips. He was confident that the captain had appreciated his praise and planned to use this to her advantage in the future. Outside, the streets buzzed with lively discussions about the recent tournament final. Passers-by placed bets and speculated about which fighters might face each other in the next duel to determine the strongest warrior in the shelter known as the Steel Armor. Soon, Hansen met with the man who had revealed the secret settings of the gravity chamber to him. True to his word, Hansen handed over 2 packs of Black Forest tobacco. The man opened one pack with a satisfied smile, took a drag from his cigarette, and remarked on the unique taste and aroma, declaring it unmatched. He admitted he never expected to taste Black Forest again and, as a token of gratitude, revealed he had something special for Hansen. Without warning, the man lunged at Hansen, brandishing a knife aimed for a fatal strike. Hansen reacted with lightning speed, dodging just in time to feel the blade sweep past his throat. His eyes locked on the attacker's hand, only to witness the knife vanish into thin air. Moments later, a combat knife reappeared in the man's other hand, as if moved by magic. Twisting the blade between his fingers, the man took another drag of his cigarette and grinned broadly. He asked Hansen if he liked his little trick, explaining it was a secret technique called Heaven in Hands. Determined to master this skill, Hansen entered the training capsule. Immersed in virtual reality, he began learning the movements and techniques of this extraordinary art. Hansen was surprised to discover that the technique was based on an ordinary virtual game called Heavenly Hand. He admired the training device, noting that the controller perfectly replicated the anatomy of the human hand. He believed it to be an excellent tool for developing reaction speed and manual dexterity. Suddenly, Hansen noticed the garrison commander approaching from behind. The commander was surprised to see Hansen practicing the Heaven in Hands technique. However, she quickly lost interest, believing Hansen had started too late to make any significant progress. The technique contained 10 levels of increasing difficulty, and she doubted he could achieve meaningful results. Meanwhile, the long-awaited day of the final fights was drawing near, where the best fighters of the Steel Armor shelter would be determined. The Son of God and his men eagerly discussed the contenders, speculating who would make it into the top 10. Filled with anger, Qinwan hoped the Money Brother, Hansen's known moniker, would lose in one of the matches so that he could find a way to destroy him. The next match is announced, and the crowd stirs with anticipation. The opponents are revealed, the garrison commander herself, and Hansen, the man widely known as the Money Brother. Cheers erupt as Hansen raises his hand to greet his fans. With a confident smile, he promises not to disappoint them, sincerely thanking everyone for their support. Yet behind that composed exterior, a storm brews within. Excitement and anxiety clash inside him, for he knows exactly who he is up against, none other than the legendary Queen of the Steel Armor Vault. Looking down at his trembling hands, Hansen realizes they still bear the after-effects of his brutal training the day before, a training focused on mastering the technique known as heaven in the sleeves. Then, unexpectedly, the garrison commander, Xuan, turns to him and proposes a bet. If she loses, she promises to make Hansen the deputy head of the shelter, allowing her to leave for the second shelter and naming him the new leader in her place. Hansen is genuinely taken aback. He never expected such an offer from her. Qinwan, observing Xuan's respectful tone toward Hansen and her willingness to offer such a valuable position, grows increasingly irritated. On the other hand, Xiao, ever loyal to the money brother, hopes Hansen will accept the offer. With excitement, he urges him to agree. The captain, however, finds the proposal strange. After all, the steel armor unit represents the strength of their entire union. Why would the commander stake her position so easily? Hansen, ever composed, thanks Xuan for her trust, but immediately refuses the bet, shocking everyone around him. Xuan narrows her eyes, genuinely puzzled by his rejection. She awaits an explanation. Calmly, Hansen gives his reasons. First, he declares she won't be able to defeat him. Second, he confidently states that he will reach the second shelter before she does. His words ignite a fire in Xuan. She is furious at his audacity. How dare he challenge her authority so casually? Despite the tension building around him, Hansen outwardly exudes confidence. Internally, though, he braces himself, already preparing to apologize should the outcome turn against him. The captain, watching from the sidelines, dismisses Hansen as a shallow fool, someone with coins for brains, and her irritation only deepens. In contrast, Xiao beams with admiration, loudly proclaiming that this is exactly the kind of response he'd expect from his charismatic idol. Shinsuan can barely contain his anger. Fed up with all the talk, he demands the commander begin the battle at once and crush the money brother. But then, Hansen leans in closer to Xuan and quietly makes a counteroffer. If she wins, he promises to reveal his true identity. However, if she loses, she must hand over an S-rank card. Without hesitation, Xuan agrees and immediately takes a fighting stance. Streams of radiant energy swirl around her, forming a glowing halo, a clear sign of her immense power. Hansen instantly notices the weapon in her hand, the sacred poison butterfly knife. One look is enough to tell him that this blade can pierce even his reinforced armor. He knows that in this battle, he cannot afford to hold back. Drawing upon his countless hours of training, Hansen recalls her combat style and techniques. With full resolve, he charges forward. Unshaken by emotion, Xuan silently watches his approach, waiting for the perfect opening. Then, with flawless timing, she leaps high into the air, showcasing her incredible agility. She dodges his powerful attack, flips over him, and prepares to strike back. Hansen counters with another fierce swing of his massive sword, but again, she evades it effortlessly. The commander acknowledges his strength and weaponry, but notes a critical flaw, his sluggish reaction speed. With lightning speed, she closes in, aiming to finish the fight with her signature dagger strike. The audience watches in awe, unaware of the faint smile beneath Hansen's helmet. He's trained with her extensively and knows every one of her tricks. Xuan continues to unleash a barrage of rapid, precise blows. Yet she soon begins to wonder, how is he dodging them so well? Her attacks grow more intense, but none connect, leaving her increasingly unbalanced. Seizing the moment, Hansen switches to a counter-offensive. His bold, almost reckless style forces Xuan to reconsider. She finds it brash and arrogant, convinced it's driven by delusional overconfidence. But Hansen knows better. His strategy is calculated. He's certain she can't kill him with a single blow, which allows him to take risks others wouldn't dare. With a mighty swing, he attempts to cleave her in two. But Xuan, with astonishing reflexes, evades each strike. Hansen is stunned, not only by her speed, but also by the fact that she even dodged his Ashura technique, known as the reverse vortex. The battle is far from over, but one thing is clear, both fighters are far more dangerous, and far more prepared, than anyone watching could have imagined. As the battle rages on, Hansen begins to understand just how formidable the garrison commander truly is. Each movement she makes, every technique she uses, reveals the presence of a truly exceptional warrior. He can no longer deny it, she is no ordinary opponent. Meanwhile, Xiao is practically glowing with excitement. From his perspective, the money brother is slowly forcing the commander into a corner. After all, she hasn't landed a single blow, and Hansen appears to be dominating the duel. But not everyone shares Xiao's optimism. Captain Yangman, observing the fight with a seasoned eye, points out Xiao's naive understanding of the battle. She explains that the garrison commander is not being pushed back, she is strategically evading, employing a powerful technique known as atomic fission. Xiao is stunned. He had no idea the commander was intentionally conserving her strength. It becomes clear to him that she is waiting for her opponent to exhaust himself, to reach a moment of weakness. Only then will she strike. The atomic fission technique is no ordinary skill. It is a hypergenetic art that manipulates the body's smallest particles, enhancing them and turning the user's body into a nearly flawless weapon. With this technique, Xuan's strength is amplified many times over. Fatigue no longer touches her, and her will is steeled with one goal, to earn her place among the top 10 chosen warriors of the steel armor shelter. Qinhuan watches in awe as the commander moves with precision and patience. In his mind, Hansen's defeat is no longer a possibility, it is a certainty. But his thoughts are interrupted by a voice nearby, calm, confident, and composed. A man standing next to him declares that the outcome will be quite the opposite. Qinhuan turns and is startled to see none other than Lord Yuan. Quickly, the Divine Son offers his respects and apologizes for not recognizing him sooner. Trying to maintain his pride, Qinhuan objects to Yuan's claim, suggesting that the Lord is still too young to grasp the full intricacies of combat. But Yuan answers without hesitation. He admits that he may not understand every nuance of martial arts, but he knows one thing for certain: the Money Brother has already shaken the Divine Son's reputation to its core. Qinhuan grits his teeth, struggling to remain composed, but his anger boils beneath the surface. Yuan continues, calmly asserting that Hansen's actions have already become the stuff of legend within the steel armor shelter, and today's duel will only further solidify his legend. Back on the battlefield, Xuan begins to sense something is off. Despite activating the atomic fission technique, she hasn't managed to turn the tide. Even after all this time, Hansen still shows no signs of fatigue. He remains calm, steady, and relentless. A seed of doubt creeps into her mind. Is she truly capable of defeating this man? As if sensing her uncertainty, Hansen speaks with quiet resolve. He tells her that he isn't tired, not even slightly, and is fully prepared to continue the fight. His endurance, he explains, is not a fluke. He aspires to become the strongest warrior of the steel armor shelter, and his body must be able to withstand any trial. Hansen reveals that he has been undergoing intense training. He has mastered the ice jade skin technique, a method that keeps his body cool, calm, and energy efficient during combat. Furthermore, he has endured countless hours inside the gravity chamber, which has strengthened his stamina to exceptional levels. Now, he is capable of going toe-to-toe with the garrison commander herself. Realizing that conventional methods will no longer suffice, Xuan makes a fateful decision: she will unleash her most powerful ability. Calling upon the soul of the beast, Xuan summons a brilliant field of energy that blazes above her, slowly forming into the shape of a massive, fearsome creature. Then, in a blinding flash, her entire body erupts with overwhelming power, shaking the battlefield and drawing gasps from the crowd. Qinhuan's eyes widen with hope. He knows what this means. The commander has summoned her sacred beast, the legendary golden lion, a creature famed for its devastating might. Captain Yangman, seeing this spectacle for the first time, is left speechless. She never imagined the commander would reveal such a trump card in an official duel. Xiao, still watching in awe, recalls that the sacred beast is capable of transforming mid-battle, adapting to situations and evolving its shape, a trait that makes it especially dangerous. He begins to worry for Hansen's safety. That fear quickly becomes reality. The spirit of the golden lion unleashes a surge of mental force, powerful enough to knock Hansen's massive sword clean out of his hands. The crowd goes silent. The balance of power has shifted, and the true battle is just beginning. The air trembles as the golden lion lets out a deafening roar that ripples across the battlefield. With a thunderous leap, the beast's colossal soul lunges at Hansen, intent on ending the battle once and for all. But Hansen, recognizing the impossibility of defending against two enemies at once, makes a snap decision. In a flash, his body transforms. Wings burst from his back, and with a powerful thrust, he takes to the sky, just moments before the lion's attack obliterates the spot where he stood. From the sidelines, Xiao Yao cheers wildly, thrilled that his idol managed to evade such a deadly strike. But his celebration is short-lived. Yang spins toward him, grabs him by the collar, and yells furiously, demanding to know whose side he's actually on. Meanwhile, Qinhuan seethes with hatred. His envy and rage toward the money brother boil over as he watches the battle escalate. Beside him, Lord Yuan remains calm, reflecting on Hansen's incredible resilience. Despite the odds, Hansen is not backing down, even in the skies. The battle shifts to the heavens. The massive spirit of the Golden Lion roars through the clouds, chasing Hansen with savage intent. But Hansen's wings give him the advantage. He dodges effortlessly, weaving through the air and avoiding each devastating strike. The beast grows increasingly frustrated, its fury mounting with every failed attempt. Watching from below, Xuan's eyes blaze with anger. Her most powerful technique is failing her. No matter how fiercely the lion attacks, it cannot reach Hansen. To her, it feels like mockery. Enraged, she shouts at Hansen, demanding that he descend and fight her properly, like a man. But Hansen remains composed. He replies coolly, telling her that he won't fall for emotional provocations. For him, victory is all that matters, no matter how it's achieved. Then, with a hint of sarcasm, he asks what she would do if other contenders in the tournament of the gods could fly. Would she chase them across the sky too, yelling at them to come down? His logic stings. From the crowd, Lord Yuan nods in agreement. No warrior should expect their enemy to fight by their rules, he remarks. Then, with quiet confidence, he turns and walks away, declaring that the fight's result is already decided. Qinwan trembles with rage, calling Yuan a shameless, arrogant rich kid. But he can no longer deny it, the tide has turned. Up in the air, Xuan slowly comes to a painful realization. She can't reach him, and even if she could, she's no longer certain she can defeat him. Resolved, she releases a bright flare of energy around her and announces her surrender. Gasps echo throughout the stadium. No one expected the garrison commander to admit defeat, not like this. Hansen himself is stunned. He was prepared to win through combat, not concession. Still processing her words, he raises his hands in silent victory. Moments later, the competition's host confirms it. The champion of the tournament is none other than Money Brother. Cao Yao explodes with joy, whistling and celebrating. His idol has done it, and in just 10 days, Hansen will represent the steel armor shelter in the legendary tournament of the gods. As the arena begins to empty, Xuan approaches Hansen. Quietly, she tells him that if he intends to claim an S-rank card, he must visit the steel armor squad office. Then she walks away, still burdened by her unexpected defeat. The crowd gathers around the giant ranking screen. Hansen looks up and sees his nickname now sitting at the top, number 1 among the elite warriors. He knows Xuan is likely still frustrated about the outcome. The idea of visiting her as the money brother carries obvious risk. But for now, Hansen decides to set that aside. The only thing that matters now is preparation. The tournament of the gods is approaching fast. Later, Hansen watches quietly as his friend trains in the archery hall. Cao Yao, still buzzing from the victory, wonders aloud why Hansen continues to train so obsessively. From where he stands, Hansen already seems perfect. Hansen simply looses another arrow, straight into the bullseye, and calmly replies that there's no such thing as perfection. There's always more to improve. Outside the gravity room, a silent observer watches Hansen's intense training. He's impressed. The young warrior has unknowingly progressed to a higher level of difficulty, all while making it look effortless. But the truth is, Hansen is struggling. He pours all his strength into each session, pushing past his limits again and again. While refining his sword technique, Hansen's thoughts drift to the looming tournament. There will be other champions, powerful ones from distant shelters, and many could be far stronger than him. Elsewhere, Xuan walks the corridors of the training facility, still waiting. Days have passed since the tournament, but the money brother has yet to appear at her office to claim the card. As she strolls past the training pods, she pauses. Someone is still inside, training after hours. She peers in and spots Hansen. He's practicing a rare skill, Heaven in the Sleeves. Intrigued, she checks his stats and is stunned. He's already at the skilled level, and he's somehow jumped ahead 3 full ranks. That level of progress is unheard of. Even she had needed years to advance like that. As she watches in silence, Hansen continues his relentless training, honing his agility and grace. The ice jade skin technique flows through him, amplifying his movements and sharpening his focus. And still, he pushes forward, eyes locked on the divine battleground ahead. As Hansen completes the latest stage of his training, a calm voice from the system informs him that the next level has been successfully cleared. He exhales with satisfaction and removes the virtual reality mask from his face. But the moment of peace doesn't last long. He nearly jumps in surprise when he notices the garrison commander standing quietly behind him. Without a word, she hands him a bottle of water and compliments him on his excellent performance. Hansen eyes the bottle warily. The last time he accepted a drink from her, things didn't end well. Still, for the sake of courtesy, he takes it, but in the back of his mind, he remains suspicious. She's definitely up to something again. Yet despite his doubts, one thing is clear, Xuan is glad to have him on her side. Even now, his abilities are enough to make a significant difference for their organization. With the tournament of the gods drawing closer by the day, pressure begins to mount. Hansen can feel it. He studies the list of participants carefully, noting that only 2 names seem to pose a real threat. One of them is familiar, a technique he's seen before. But the other? A complete unknown. What's worse, the second candidate has enough power to enter the second divine shelter. Before Hansen can analyze further, his thoughts are interrupted by a sudden phone call. He frowns and picks up, introducing himself and asking who's calling. The voice on the other end introduces himself, and the name rings a faint bell. The caller explains that he found Hansen through someone who revealed the secrets of the gravity room, and he insists they urgently need to talk about the tournament of the gods. He mentions that a powerful friend of his is willing to reward Hansen handsomely for his help. That catches Hansen's interest. He listens intently. The stranger walks to a nearby window and elaborates, saying he wants to show Hansen something. The screen shifts to a video. A brutal battle is underway. A mysterious warrior is fighting multiple opponents at once. His movements are deadly and precise. Twin combat daggers slash through the air, each strike releasing energy waves that send enemies flying in every direction. Within seconds, the warrior has downed a dozen strong fighters. Hansen watches the footage until the end. Then he turns and asks, somewhat skeptically, if the point of the meeting was just to show off this video. But the stranger presses him further. Didn't you notice anything unusual? Hansen nods. The fighting style resembled heaven in the sleeves, but something was off. The technique felt darker, more vicious. It wasn't just a combat style, it was bloodthirsty. He asks who the warrior is. The answer surprises him. The fighter is the grandson of a senator and a demigod. Though impressed by the lineage, Hansen states firmly that he has no interest in politics. He prefers to stay out of such matters. The stranger assures him that no political entanglement is expected. They merely want Hansen to study the warrior's combat style and eventually spar against him. It's meant to be preparation for the tournament of the gods, nothing more. At first, Hansen hesitates. But the stranger persists, praising Hansen's rapid progress and reminding him how quickly he conquered advanced levels in the simulation. The offer becomes more tempting by the second. Still calm on the surface, Hansen is calculating. This might be a golden opportunity. Not only will he gain combat experience, but the promised rewards are also too good to ignore. So, he agrees, but on one condition: he wants an S-rank card as payment. The young men glance at one another, tension thick in the air. After a brief pause, they nod. They agree to his demand. Hansen will receive his reward. They ask him to review all the material related to the senator's grandson and begin training immediately. Every day counts now. A full day passes. The group begins to grow restless. Hansen still hasn't appeared, and they begin to question whether he truly intends to help. Just then, a loud knock echoes through the hall. The door opens, and Hansen steps in. His eyes are sharp, his expression focused. He announces confidently that he has thoroughly studied the fighter's techniques and is ready to begin the duel right now. One of the young men, smiles, clearly impressed. Hansen's words carry weight, and his confidence reignites their hope. hands Hansen a training dagger. Hansen inspects it carefully. It's light and blunt, not even sharpened. That surprises him. Chuckles softly and explains that while they trust Hansen's skills, caution in training is never a bad thing. Safety must always come first. And with that, the stage is set. Hansen is ready to face the bloodthirsty style of a demigod, not in the arena yet, but in preparation for the divine war to come. The young men exchange glances and scoff, adding that whether the dagger is sharpened or not makes no difference to them. After all, they don't believe Hansen poses any real threat. That assumption hits a nerve. Hansen's eyes narrow. With a sharp tone, he warns them not to underestimate him. He's not here to play nice, he's here to prove a point. And with that, he suddenly launches into a rapid assault that leaves his opponent stunned, frozen in confusion. Charging forward with precision, Hansen uses the heaven in the sleeve technique, moving fluidly and without hesitation. Your enemies won't wait for a signal before attacking, he states coldly, striking fear into his training partner. The young man watches closely, only for his eyes to widen in disbelief. The training dagger in Hansen's hand has disappeared. In one seamless motion, Hansen performs a complex sleight of hand, and the weapon reappears in his other hand. Before the young man can react, Hansen strikes with speed. Though the blow is narrowly dodged, the blade still grazes the opponent's face, leaving a shallow yet visible mark. Listen, observing from the sidelines, exhales in relief. Good thing we gave him a blunt dagger, he mutters. Any sharper and this would have gone very differently. The spar intensifies. The clash continues in a blur of movement, the two exchanging rapid blows. Hansen dodges expertly, weaving through a barrage of attacks. But then, a heavy strike lands squarely, sending Hansen flying backward. He crashes to the ground, the pain pulsing through him. It hits him then, he had underestimated his opponent. This young man wasn't just skilled, he was strong, far stronger than Hansen had anticipated. His opponent smirks, stepping forward. Don't get ahead of yourself, he sneers. You're not ready to celebrate just yet. Hansen rises slowly, brushing off the dust. He's right, Hansen thinks. In terms of brute strength, I'm definitely at a disadvantage. But power isn't everything. Hansen still has cards left to play, tricks they haven't seen. Without hesitation, he bursts forward again, closing the distance with dazzling speed. His movement is sharp, refined, but his opponent, possessing quick reflexes, anticipates the attack. Hansen's strike veers just slightly off target. The opponent wastes no time. He raises his arm and prepares a powerful counterattack, mocking Hansen as he does. You're still not on my level. But Hansen isn't done. In a heartbeat, he regroups and blocks the attack mid-swing. His mind races. He's reading my every move, but let's see if he can follow this. With the finesse of the heaven in the sleeve, Hansen once again switches the blade to his opposite hand. And this time, using his now free right hand, he snatches the opponent's wrist in a tight grip. Before his opponent can react, Hansen moves to finish the maneuver. With precision, he brings the blade toward the other's throat, fast, direct, and unavoidable. The opponent freezes, stunned. In one instant, Hansen had completely reversed the situation. From the sidelines, Lisitson bursts into applause, thoroughly impressed. Remarkable! His technique, it might even surpass the senator's grandson. Later, Hansen sits quietly in the central business sector of the steel armor hideout, a subtle smile playing on his lips as he twirls his newly acquired S-rank card, a hard-earned prize. He replays the fight in his mind, analyzing every moment, every movement. Though it was only a training match, it offered something valuable, experience. Still, he knows that in a real battle, the outcome might have been very different. His thoughts drift to the senator's grandson, the mysterious warrior whose strength was still an enigma. How powerful is he really? Hansen wonders. And what will it take to defeat someone like that? He reflects on his recent progress. Through repeated viewings of the footage and relentless practice of heaven in the sleeve, Hansen has significantly refined his technique. He's even identified subtle blind spots in his opponent's moves, cracks in an otherwise flawless style. But one thing remains clear, his own movement still isn't perfect. To bridge that gap, Hansen sets his sights on a new goal, to use the S-card to unlock the art of the hypergenome, leg movement. Only then, he believes, will he be able to match and surpass even the likes of the senator's demigod grandson. Elsewhere, the young warriors gather to discuss the recent sparring match. Leighton, clearly impressed, remarks that Hansen's performance saved them countless hours of training, and more importantly, proved that he may not be any weaker than the senator's grandson. Another agrees, noting Hansen's formidable close combat skills. If he can adapt to fighting stronger opponents, he might even surpass the senator's heir. However, not everyone is convinced. Lee Sen tempers the praise, reminding them that Hansen is still the undefeated champion of the first vault, and that kind of dominance shouldn't be taken lightly. Finally, the long-awaited day arrives. Crowds pour into the venue, circling the tournament's central stage, the Shining Star fighting ring. The atmosphere is electric. From the stands, Shiro watches with certainty in his eyes. He firmly believes the Steel Armor Shelter's champion will win it all. As the audience erupts in cheers, Hansen steps into the arena, donning the armor of the Money Brother. The crowd's reaction is thunderous. Fans call out his name, clapping and chanting, and Hansen responds with a grateful nod, genuinely moved by their support. He hadn't expected this kind of turnout. It dawns on him, it's the money brother persona that drew the masses. Looking around the grand arena, Hansen notes that the garrison commander is nowhere to be seen, likely still bitter over her previous defeat. He shrugs it off and shifts his focus to the tournament brackets. Studying his potential matchups, he realizes a shocking truth: if he keeps winning, then by the 10th round, he'll be facing none other than the senator's grandson. That revelation brings a mixture of tension and clarity. It's going to be one hell of a fight, Hansen thinks. I'm not sure I can win. But maybe he'll lose to someone else first. Still, a surge of resolve fills him. If it comes down to that final match, then so be it. As the tournament begins, fighters from various shelters take to the ring, each eager to showcase their strength. Hansen watches closely from the stands, carefully analyzing their styles. He notices a common tactic: many rely on constant aggression and relentless pressure to overwhelm their opponents. One match in particular grabs the audience's attention. Lee Sen steps into the ring and fights with everything he has. When it's over, the host announces that his match has been selected for the audience vote, a sign of how thrilling the battle was. Hansen nods to himself. He could tell Lee Sen pushed his limits, but even then, he stands out, not just for his strength, but for the strange, unreadable energy that surrounds him. It's an unsettling presence, one that makes it hard to gauge his true potential. I shouldn't rush to judgment, Hansen thinks. I need to keep watching, keep studying. There's more to these fighters than meets the eye. Suddenly, in the corridor, he bumps into someone, Leighton. Leighton walks with confidence and a slight smile, extending a hand in greeting. Money brother, right? Heard a lot about you. I'm Leighton, good to meet you. Hansen is taken aback for a moment. Leighton clearly doesn't recognize who he really is. So, he plays along. Just a regular warrior from Steel Armor Shelter, Hansen replies modestly. But Leighton only laughs. That's how all champions start. Don't sell yourself short. After a brief conversation, the two part ways, both with the same silent realization: we'll be seeing each other in the final. Around them, whispers ripple through the spectators and participants alike. Many believe it's inevitable, the grand finale will come down to Money Brother versus Leighton. As Leighton walks away, Hansen turns and watches him disappear into the crowd. There's something about him, an unpredictability, a raw, intimidating energy. Hansen narrows his eyes. I need to be ready. Anything could happen in that ring. The tournament continues. The best warriors from across the region step forward, determined to prove their worth. Then comes a match that stuns everyone, a showdown between the senator's grandson and a fighter known as the Dragon Warrior. The latter had been one of the top contenders in the last tournament and had not lost a single match so far. The crowd is abuzz with anticipation, expecting a clash of titans. But what happens next leaves them speechless. In mere seconds, the senator's grandson utterly demolishes his opponent. The Dragon Warrior screams, a sound more of disbelief than pain, and collapses. The audience gasps in horror as his lifeless body crashes to the arena floor. The fight is over before it even began. With chilling grace, the senator's grandson performs an aerial pirouette, lands smoothly beside his fallen opponent, and delivers a finishing blow, not out of necessity, but to underline his absolute dominance. The announcer declares him the victor. Murmurs spread through the crowd, followed by a wave of discontent. The match was too short, too one-sided. Many in the stands are visibly shaken. How could someone as powerful as the Dragon Warrior fall so quickly? Hansen watches in stunned silence, eyes fixed on the scene. What kind of monster is this man? Though Hansen appears calm on the surface, internally he's shaken. The Dragon Warrior, a top contender, was felled by a single blow. The audience remains stunned, but not everyone reacts. Lee Sen continues to calmly read his book, seemingly unbothered by the chaos around him. He's entirely absorbed in its pages, unfazed by the shocked murmurs and reactions of those nearby. A friend nudges him, attempting to start a conversation about the unexpected outcome. That couldn't have been the real Dragon Warrior, he says. No way he lost so easily. Still reading, Lee Sen responds without looking up. We made the right call. We've prepared for this. That's all that matters. He places his faith in the strategy they've carefully developed for confronting the senator's grandson. His friend offers to go get food, but Lee Sen declines. There's another match he refuses to miss. In the arena, a new fighter draws attention, a renowned archer, famed for his unique bow and pinpoint accuracy. The crowd shifts, intrigued by his entrance. His opponent? Hansen. The battle begins, and it quickly becomes clear that this archer is no ordinary foe. Hansen struggles to defend himself, constantly forced to deflect a barrage of deadly arrows. Each shot pushes him closer to exhaustion. There are no weak opponents in this tournament, he realizes. Each one is powerful in their own way. Then, he notices something far more dangerous. The arrows are laced with a strange, shimmering poison. The pressure intensifies. Without warning, the archer unleashes his trump card, the sacred beast soul. Arrow. Unlike the normal volleys, these arrows possess a mind of their own, homing in on Hansen as they twist and circle midair. Dodging them is a grueling effort. One arrow passes within centimeters of his face. His stamina is draining fast. From the stands, Listen's friend asks why this fight matters. It just looks like the archer is crushing his opponent, he says, unimpressed. But Lee Sen watches in silence. The audience, however, begins to murmur. Doubts creep in. Was this really the best warrior from the steel armor vault? Was all the hype around the money brother just an illusion? Then, in a split-second decision, Hansen transforms. The crowd gasps as his form changes, and in an instant, the entire tide of the match shifts. He defeats the archer decisively, ending the battle before anyone can process what just happened. Some, however, see this as a sign of weakness, that Hansen had to resort to transformation just to defeat a mere archer. The match is uploaded and shared widely online. Among those analyzing it is the garrison commander, who watches with folded arms and narrowed eyes. She doesn't share the host's enthusiasm. His equipment is average at best, she says coolly. Yang Man agrees. There wasn't anything remarkable about the fight, no rare techniques, no overwhelming display of power. But the commander's tone sharpens. He has to win this tournament. He took my place. Yang offers another video for analysis, one captured in the corridors before the tournament began. It shows the moment when Hansen, as the money brother, first crossed paths with Lee Sen. The two exchanged brief but weighty words, hinting at an inevitable showdown in the finals. The atmosphere grows more serious. Yang, with a smirk, brings up the circulating rumors, people joking that only a weakling would date someone who always comes in second place. The statement stings, but it's a reminder, this competition isn't just about strength, it's about reputation, legacy, and pride. The second day of the Battle of the Gods tournament begins. The crowd roars as the senator's grandson steps into the arena. His every movement is deliberate, filled with arrogance and precision. Across from him, already waiting in the ring, stands Hansen in his money brother armor. His eyes never leave his opponent. The senator's grandson approaches slowly and coldly declares, "I will kill you today." Hansen flinches at the words, not out of fear, but resolve. If he wants to reach the top 10, if he wants to prove that he truly belongs here, then he has no choice but to win. Without hesitation, Hansen transforms, his body shifting into the towering, muscular form of a centaur. The transformation shocks the spectators, and even stirs concern. Why is he using such a reckless tactic against someone known for mastery in close combat? The senator's grandson smiles cruelly. Rushing to your death, are you? Still, he adds with a note of twisted respect, I admire your determination. Then, his own transformation begins. An enormous field of energy forms around him, condensing, twisting, until it manifests into a colossal creature. A blinding light flares up as his soul beast bursts forth. The pressure in the arena becomes suffocating. Spectators stare, mouths agape, holding their breath at the spectacle. From the stands, Lee Sen watches, eyebrows furrowed. Why isn't he using the sacred level transformation like Hansen did? He wonders. Is he hiding his true strength? Or saving it for something else? In the very next moment, Hansen realizes something crucial. The senator's grandson is a specialist in close combat, relying on swift, lethal strikes. However, the form he has taken now limits him. While his beast transformation grants overwhelming power, it prevents him from fighting at full efficiency. To unlock his full potential, he would have had to suppress his transformation and remain in a humanoid state. But he's chosen otherwise, confident that his current strategy, bolstered by the sacred dagger wielded by his beast, will be enough to secure victory. The towering creature that represents his beast soul leaps high into the air, raising the sacred dagger for a decisive strike, one that could end the battle in a single blow. Hansen, still in his centaur form, narrowly dodges the strike at the last second and continues to fight. The senator's grandson doesn't let up. His beast soul follows through with a relentless assault, launching devastating waves of energy at Hansen, each hit designed to crush his defenses. Despite the barrage, Hansen remains composed. He studies his opponent, confident in his understanding of the senator's grandson's fighting style. He knows there's no room for mistakes. With that, Hansen retaliates. Wielding his massive battle sword, he swings with controlled fury, launching a counterattack so forceful it takes his opponent by surprise. The senator's grandson stumbles, not from the physical blow, but from recognition. This fighting style, it's familiar, but he can't place it. What he can tell, though, is that this centaur warrior is no ordinary contestant. Hansen continues his assault, pressing the advantage. Watching intently from the sidelines, Lysiton comments calmly to his friend, he just changed his technique. That's heaven in his sleeves. It's over. Now utilizing a more refined martial arts form, Hansen breaks through the senator's grandson's defenses, landing a flurry of precise and powerful blows against the beast's soul. Unable to withstand the punishment, the beast's soul is knocked backward, sustaining catastrophic damage. The spiritual link between the beast and its master shatters. The senator's grandson, overwhelmed and unable to maintain his balance, is flung backward as well. Lysiton's friend is speechless, astonished at how quickly this fight, which had seemed like an uphill battle, ended in such a decisive victory. Lysiton, unfazed, simply states what has now become evident to all: the Money Brother truly deserves his reputation as a legend of the steel armor shelter. This wasn't luck. It was raw power, honed skill, and flawless execution. The senator's grandson, still conscious, seethes with anger. He glares at Hansen and hurls one final curse before his body gives in to the damage. He collapses, unconscious. The stadium erupts. Cheers echo across the arena as spectators celebrate Hansen's victory. A single, perfectly executed transformation followed by a tactical assault, he had bested one of the tournament's strongest fighters. Hansen walks over to his fallen opponent and coldly informs him, "Your internal organs are damaged. At this rate, you won't last 5 minutes without medical help." The senator's grandson regains consciousness briefly, still cursing, still filled with rage. "Next time I'll kill you," he growls through clenched teeth. But it's over. The announcer declares the winner, the Money Brother. Hansen raises his arms in triumph. The crowd roars in approval, chanting his name. Meanwhile, Yangman sits in her office, watching the replay. She turns to the garrison commander. The second part of the Money Brothers fight is already online, and it's exploded in popularity. Tens of millions of views. The commander remains quiet. Yangman continues, he didn't disappoint the steel armor shelter. He beat a powerful opponent, and made it look easy. As she speaks, Xuan, standing nearby, silently reflects. Just who is hiding behind the mask of the Money Brother? Back in his room, Hansen replays the footage of his own fight. Though victorious, he's not satisfied. He studies his movements and admits to himself, his lower body wasn't fast enough. If my legs were stronger, I could have finished the fight even quicker, he thinks. Determined to improve, he starts browsing S-Class gear, looking for something worthwhile to buy. But there are too many options: swords, armor, enhancements, and Hansen struggles to choose. Just then, he gets a call. It's Lysiton. At first, Hansen assumes it's an invitation for a sparring session, but Lysiton quickly corrects him. He's got a business proposal, one that promises great rewards. Curious, Hansen asks for details, but Lysiton insists it must be discussed in person. Not long after, Hansen is seen wandering near the towering walls of the steel armor shelter, deep in thought. So much has changed, and yet, he knows that this is just the beginning. Soon, a large group of hunters arrives at the designated meeting point. The oldest among them steps forward, studying Hansen closely. "So, this is the guy my brother was talking about," he mutters. Hansen steps forward. "Why are you organizing an expedition without the authorities?" he asks. "Is it just to avoid splitting the profit?" One of the men doesn't take kindly to his question. Aggressive and clearly skeptical, he grabs Hansen by the collar. "You're weak," he growls. "You'll drag us down. You'll get us killed." The tension rises. Another challenge awaits. The older hunter, seeing the aggression unfold, immediately intervenes. He orders the irate man to stand down and makes it clear that he trusts Hansen. He places his hope in the young man's abilities, believing that Hansen could be the key to securing the divine gene, an objective of immense value to everyone involved. However, the elder doesn't sugarcoat the risk. He tells Hansen bluntly that if he fails to follow orders, no one will be able to guarantee his safety. Still, he sweetens the deal by promising a generous reward, a mutated beast soul, should Hansen succeed in completing the mission. The rest of the hunters now turn to Hansen. Their eyes are filled with expectation, not just for success, but for something more. They want him to honor the reputation of the steel armor shelter. A lot is riding on him. Hansen meets their gaze and responds calmly, "Don't worry. I won't let you down." With that, the hunters mount their riding beasts and begin their slow ascent into the mountains. The journey ahead is long, harsh, and unforgiving. Hansen learns that the target location lies roughly 30 kilometers away, nestled deep within a steep and treacherous mountain range. Evaluating the terrain, he estimates that, if all goes smoothly, they'll reach it in 2 days. Eventually, the group arrives. They dismount and proceed on foot, entering a narrow cave passage. As they move deeper, Hansen notices bloody footprints on the stone floor. He pauses, inspecting them closely. Something clearly happened here. "Are these from your last hunt?" he asks one of the hunters. The man nods grimly. "Yeah. We fought a sacred beast here not long ago. It was fast and strong. We lost a lot of good men." The older hunter then briefs Hansen on the plan. The target is a massive scaly armadillo, which comes to a specific watering hole to drink. The plan is for the hunters to distract it while Hansen submerges himself underwater and waits. Once the beast lowers its head to drink, Hansen is to strike a single, fatal blow. Anything less, and the creature will go berserk, likely killing them all. Suddenly, a loud, crunching sound breaks the stillness. The beast arrives. The enormous scaly armadillo steps into view, its armored body rippling with power. It lowers its massive head and begins to drink deeply from the pool. Hansen studies the monster carefully. Its size is staggering. Its physical strength and natural defenses are clearly formidable. This is no ordinary target. Growing uneasy, Hansen turns to the elder hunter. "Are you really sure this will work?" he asks. "It's risky. If that thing catches on, we're all dead." Then, with perfect calm, Hansen adds one more condition. He wants an advance payment. The request causes immediate outrage among the other hunters. "How dare you try to bargain now?" one of them snaps. "Do you have any idea what's at stake?" But the senior hunter remains calm. He hands over a beast soul as an advance and instructs his subordinates to let it go. "He won't run," he explains. "If he does, his name and honor will be ruined forever. That's a fate worse than death in our world." With the deal made, the hunters divide into 3 tactical groups, each assigned to approach from different directions to bait the monster. The leader and his most experienced comrade take position near the beast's den. Their job is to lure it out. Then, with a final command, the older hunter lifts a boulder above his head and shouts, "Begin the operation." The hunters hurl large stones at the beast, aiming with precision. But when the rocks strike the armadillo's hide, they bounce off harmlessly. Its armor is simply too strong. The bombardment has no effect except to infuriate the beast. The scaly armadillo lifts its massive head and emits a deafening roar that shakes the cave walls. Then, it rolls its entire body into a giant ball and begins to charge at high speed toward the attackers, smashing everything in its path. As the chaos erupts, the older hunter quickly hands Hansen an underwater breathing device and urges him to get into position while the creature is distracted. Without hesitation, Hansen dons the breathing apparatus and slips into the dark pool, silently descending beneath the surface in search of the perfect strike zone. Meanwhile, the armadillo barrels toward the first group. Its rampage is relentless. The second group springs into action, pelting it with rocks from a new direction to divert its attention. The plan works. The monster turns and rushes after the second group, giving the first team a chance to retreat. Underwater, Hansen waits. He studies the beast carefully, scanning for weaknesses. Eventually, the monster returns to the watering hole, unaware of the danger lurking below. It plunges its head into the pool, greedily drinking again. This is the moment. From beneath the surface, Hansen observes the beast with sharp focus. He sees it now, a vulnerable spot, partially exposed. Slowly and silently, Hansen approaches, positioning himself for the decisive strike. Then, in a single fluid motion, he lunges forward and drives an arrow deep into the weak point. The reaction is instant. The armadillo rears back, bellowing in pain. Its massive roar echoes like thunder through the cave. Then, overcome with fury, it begins slamming its tail against the water's surface in a blind attempt to crush whatever dared to hurt it. Hansen struggles to maneuver underwater, barely dodging the deadly swipes of the armadillo's massive tail. The scaly beast, frustrated by its inability to reach the attacker, suddenly curls into a giant armored ball and begins retreating from the watering hole. The hunter commander immediately orders his men to pursue the creature before it can get too far. Hansen breaks the surface, gasping desperately for air. As he clutches his chest, he realizes he's been seriously wounded, a deep, painful gash bleeding heavily. In that moment, Hansen questions if the risk was worth it. The hunters shout after the fleeing armadillo, frustrated and confused by its unexpected speed. They assume Hansen must have missed the shot. Yet Hansen knows otherwise. He clearly saw his arrow strike the beast's vulnerable belly, and if the poison coating the arrow had taken effect, the creature should already be weakened. Despite the injury, the scaly armadillo vanishes into the tangled mountain labyrinth. The hunters cautiously follow its trail, determined to track it down. Suddenly, a system message arrives, announcing the beast's defeat and confirming the successful acquisition of the sacred soul. But Hansen abruptly freezes. Sensing danger, the hunter commander spins around and asks, "What is it? Why did you stop?" Hansen remains silent, his instincts warning him something is wrong. Then, a strange, chilling cry echoes throughout the labyrinth. The hunters look around, confused, raising their heads to locate the source of the eerie sound. Slowly, the advanced group edges toward a nearby ledge, moving with extreme caution. Hansen and the senior hunter hurry toward the ledge, knowing the mission's fate now hinges on what they find. When Hansen reaches the open space, he stops dead in his tracks, his face a mixture of shock and fear. Below, at the labyrinth's bottom, a giant bird is tearing apart the lifeless body of the scaly armadillo with its powerful talons. The massive bird lifts its head, eyes blazing with hellish red light, and lets out a piercing cry. The hunters panic, their voices trembling as they scatter in every direction. They understand immediately, they're facing a monster they cannot hope to defeat. But Hansen remains rooted, unnervingly calm. One fleeing hunter yells at him in disbelief, "Why aren't you running?" The giant bird spots the motionless Hansen, spreads its enormous wings, and launches itself into the air, rapidly closing in. Hansen recognizes the creature as a white eagle, a sacred beast fiercely protective of its territory. The hunter's intrusion has enraged it. Knowing escape is impossible, Hansen braces himself for action. He pulls an arrow from his quiver, aims at the approaching beast, and shouts loudly, trying to draw its attention. He fires, but in his haste, his aim falters, and the arrow misses by mere centimeters. The giant white eagle barrels past him with tremendous force, its wing beat knocking Hansen sideways like a gust of wind. Without pause, the eagle turns sharply and relentlessly pursues Hansen, striking him repeatedly with its massive beak. Desperately, Hansen spots a small ledge ahead and sprints toward it, hoping to find cover from the relentless predator. The bird nearly catches him, its thunderous beak crashing inches behind Hansen's back. Summoning every ounce of strength, Hansen pushes forward, gaining precious ground. From a distance, the other hunters watch in awe. They realize Hansen is deliberately drawing the deadly creature's attention to himself, buying them time to escape. The senior hunter, impressed, nods with respect. "He's no slouch," he says. "His actions deserve our sincere gratitude." As Hansen dodges and hides from the giant bird, the elder hunter quietly acknowledges he now owes the young man a debt. Hansen realizes the white eagle probably can't swallow him whole while on the move. Without hesitation, he transforms into the Money Brothers' armor for protection. The giant bird continues its furious chase, tearing through everything in its path. Suddenly, Hansen spots a small body of water ahead and dashes toward it, hoping the eagle struggles to swim. Relief washes over him, salvation is close. Just a few dozen meters remain. He plunges into the water, pushing off the shore with force and gaining speed, aiming to hide from his relentless pursuer. But the massive white eagle is undeterred, swooping low over the water and striking Hansen repeatedly with its sharp beak. Grateful for his armor, Hansen knows that without it, he'd already be dead. This bird had slain the scaly armadillo with a single blow. As he swims deeper, Hansen suddenly spots a giant swordfish. For the first time in his life, he feels glad to encounter a monster. He quickly grabs its upper fin and desperately urges it to swim away fast, understanding that his survival now depends on this underwater beast. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Lit-sun reads quietly while his friend trains on a treadmill. Suddenly, the runner stops abruptly, turning to Lit-sun with confusion and asking why he's laughing. Lit-sun smiles and explains he's not laughing at him, just feeling good because something important is about to happen. The runner, irritated, asks if Litsun wants to fight the money brother to test his strength. Litsun calmly replies that the battle of the gods is point-based, and the money brother may not have enough points to make the finals. Back to Hansen, he feels a sharp pain forcing him to slowly open his eyes. A concerned girl leans over, asking if he can hear her. Hansen blinks in surprise, trying to comprehend where he is and what's happening. The girl smiles, happy to see him conscious, and credits medicinal herbs for his recovery. Looking around, Hansen notices a man sitting near a fire. When he asks where he is, the man explains they're in a forest near Slava's shelter. Hansen was pulled from a river, barely alive. The trio sets off toward the shelter, just 7 kilometers away. The man mentions Hansen owes 300,000 for medical care and escort, which makes Hansen uneasy. Hansen admits he doesn't have that kind of money now. The man reassures him they can settle the debt after returning to the shelter. The girl, disagreeing, says people should help others out of kindness, not for money. The man calmly points out that since last night, they've only defeated one primeval beast, and their genes are evolving too slowly, they need the money. Hansen studies their simple gear but admires their courage and determination in hunting for primitive genes. After a while, the group stops. The girl points excitedly and asks if they see what she does. Nearby, a group of black-tailed monkeys approaches. Among them are several mutated ones, their poisonous souls visible. The man grabs the girl's hand, urging her to run fast. He warns that the monkeys are too many to fight head-on. Hansen stays calm, watching the monsters approach thoughtfully, wondering if he can earn enough mutated genes to pay off his debt. The man turns and stares at Hansen in disbelief, confused why he's not running. Hansen draws his bow and boldly declares, "The apes of the Glory Vault will now know the full power of the Steel Armor Vault Warrior." The man and woman watch in shock as Hansen pulls out a mutated beast's arrow and fires at the dangerous monkeys. Despite the arrows flying, one monkey doesn't retreat. Instead, it takes a fighting stance and screams loudly, showing its strength. The man screams a warning, this mutated monkey is far stronger than usual, and they should flee immediately. But Hansen, confident, tells him not to worry. His arrows pack enough power to handle this monster. The mutated monkey ignores the arrows and charges rapidly toward Hansen and his new allies. Hansen's arrows swiftly circle the massive black-tailed monkey before striking its head directly. A powerful explosion follows, and moments later, the enormous beast collapses unconscious. Without their leader, the frightened monkeys scream and scatter in all directions, avoiding further conflict. Calmly holding the mutated beast's arrow, Hansen reflects on how easily he defeated such a formidable foe. Soon, the man and woman approach, impressed by Hansen's skill and curiosity, asking who he is. After several hours of travel, the trio safely arrives at Slava's refuge. Hansen takes in the solid, well-built structures around him with interest, remarking that this is the first time he's seen such a beautiful, lively place. He acknowledges how many have dreamed of coming here, making this moment even more meaningful. The man looks Hansen over seriously and announces that he no longer considers him a debtor. Recognizing the value of the mutant genes Hansen provided, Hansen suggests these genes will significantly boost the man and woman's abilities in the future. The girl thanks Hansen sincerely, saying the valuable genes mean more than the 300,000 debt. The man eyes Hansen with envy, silently vowing to become stronger than him soon. He then explains they have reached a teleportation station, where Hansen can travel to common space, but there's a catch. This station only links to an external teleportal, meaning Hansen will have to continue on foot from there and cannot reach the steel armor shelter directly. Hansen sees this as bad news since it might prevent him from arriving at the Battle of the Gods finals in time. Still, he remains hopeful about making the top 10 and receiving a random sacred beast soul. After bidding farewell to his new friends, Hansen heads toward the spatial teleport. The girl thanks him again for his help and wishes him a safe journey. Meanwhile, in the stadium arena, the host announces Litsun as the main champion of this year's Battle of the Gods based on points. Descending slowly from the arena, Litsun thinks sadly that he never fought the warrior known as Money Brother in this championship. Spectators buzz with rumors about why Money Brother didn't appear for the final fight. Reporters quickly surround Litsun, pressing him on why Money Brother didn't show. He dismisses the popular theory that his opponent was scared, believing Money Brother is as fearless as he is. When asked who would win their fight, Litsun admits it's impossible to say without facing Money Brother personally. Litsun's friend is frustrated at being overlooked despite finishing second this year. Litsun remains puzzled about Money Brother's absence but knows one thing for sure: he is more eager than ever to face him. Back at the teleportation station, Hansen strolls leisurely, feeling incredibly lucky to have survived the white mutated eagle. He contacts the hunters, promising to give the elder hunter the soul of the beast when they meet. His contact advises against it, explaining that most of the beast's carcass was eaten by the eagle, but the elder hunter still gathered enough materials to max out his divine gene. The elder hunter will soon prepare to move on to the second shelter. The hunter thanks Hansen for his bravery and heroism. Hansen laments not having his sacred bow and arrows, certain he could have killed the eagle with them. He quietly repeats sacred bow and arrows, suspecting a meaningful coincidence. Hansen learns the elder hunter plans to sell his sacred bow since he no longer needs it. The hunter asks honestly whether Hansen received the armadillo beast soul, which Hansen confirms. From that soul, the hunter crafted a strong prickly soul shield, just what he needs. He asks Hansen to keep the shield safe and promises to help trade it for the sacred bow. Hansen thanks his friend and expresses pleasure in doing business. Suddenly, Hansen spots the garrison commander nearby. He bids farewell to his contact, explaining he cannot speak further. Immediately, the girl aggressively confronts Hansen, sharply demanding where he has been, clearly upset by his absence. The girl informs Hansen that the entrance exam for the Black Eagle Military Academy will begin in just 3 days. She tells him to be ready, then hands him a tightly wrapped package containing his ticket. She explains that she has already spoken with people at the academy to arrange this. Urgently, she orders Hansen to hurry to the spaceship arriving in 3 days for the exam. Suddenly grabbing him by the collar, she warns fiercely that if he, like his money brother, runs away at the last moment, she will stop at nothing to drag him out of hiding and tear him apart. Despite her anger, Hansen feels a genuine thrill knowing how much he can irritate her. Later, Hansen is at his family home, where he tells his mother about his plans to attend the Black Eagle Military Academy. He promises that through his military service, both she and his sister will be protected. His sister, upset by the long separation, anxiously asks how long it will be before he returns. Hansen tries to reassure her, explaining that the academy is strict and that he will only be able to visit home during holidays, a hard consolation for the young girl. His mother quietly wipes tears, reflecting on how much her son has grown. She resolves not to hold him back, hoping he will succeed at the academy. She believes their late father would be proud to see the man Hansen has become. Hansen promises not to disappoint his family and vows to pursue success despite all challenges. A few hours later, Hansen arrives at the planet's interplanetary airport, mentally preparing for this important journey. Passing through security, his ticket is confirmed, and an automated voice congratulates him on a successful flight, easing his nerves and signaling the start of his journey. Everything about the place is new and impressive. The towering warships and advanced spaceport equipment make him feel as if he's stepped into a different world. Standing next to a massive military liner, Hansen thinks that being here is every man's dream. The sheer size of the ship fills him with awe and hope, as if his life is truly beginning. He boards the ship and starts to find his seat when he notices a girl sitting nearby, completely absorbed in a holographic screen. Immediately, Hansen recognizes that she's playing the Black Eagle Academy uniform and the game Heavenly Hand. Although he has played the single-player version, he's never competed against real players before. The girl suddenly throws her hands up in triumph, announcing she has won 10 times in a row, a huge achievement that irritates the girl and makes her visibly nervous. She quickly reprimands him, saying he needs to learn manners because his words were thoughtless and inappropriate. Hansen is puzzled, not understanding why she is so angry, as he was only speaking honestly. Suddenly, the girl proposes a challenge to Hansen, a game of Heavenly Hand. She sets an unusual condition: if Hansen wins, she will become his girlfriend. The offer surprises him, but the spaceship has already taken off toward another planet, and Hansen wonders if she is serious. The girl introduces herself as John and assures him she always keeps her promises. Hansen admits he has only ever played Heavenly Hand in single-player mode and never against real opponents. John happily suggests he start with 5 training matches, explaining that to enter the Black Eagle Academy, newcomers must master any weapon after just 3 training sessions. Hansen is surprised by her confidence. She seems so sure of victory that she even offers to teach him, acting as if she's not upset with him at all. Hansen proposes skipping the training matches since he must master the game anyway. He only asks for a few minutes to get familiar with the new interface. Activating the holographic screen, Hansen quickly studies the controls. John, surprised by his confidence, warns him she will not tolerate excuses once the match begins. Hansen registers with the nickname "Get a Girl," which immediately annoys John. He reminds her that if he wins, that will indeed be the outcome. John warms up her hands, confident in her skills as the leader of the Heavenly Hand Game Club, and suggests turning on difficult mode. The game system announces the start. Excited for his first real duel, Hansen begins playing and quickly earns 30 points. This impresses him and boosts his confidence. John is taken aback. Such a result is rare even for top players, which makes her wary. She rationalizes it as beginner's luck and prepares to counterattack. Hansen cleverly executes another combination, scoring 90 points, leaving John genuinely amazed and confused by his skill. Encouraged, Hansen performs a third combination, adding 60 more points. This frustrates John, who finds his tactics strange. He's taking points on her side of the field, which makes no sense to her. She loses her temper, accusing him of mocking her. Hansen, focused, asks her not to distract him and lands a complex combo worth 150 points, escalating her irritation. John is outraged. No one in the club has ever taken points from her so boldly. She performs a simple combo and accuses Hansen of cheating, unable to believe his skill is genuine. Her confidence falters, but Hansen continues to surprise her with unpredictable, lightning-fast moves. The system reports John losing more points. Desperate, she tries to counterattack, but Hansen wins the round with 100 points. The game abruptly ends, leaving Hansen shocked that the match finished so quickly. John explodes in rage, shouting that no one has ever beaten her so brazenly. Hansen tries to calm her, saying it's just a game and she shouldn't take it so seriously. Instead, John accuses him of cheating and demands he confess. Hansen insists he never cheated and that this was his first time activating the mode. They both misunderstood how it worked. Still furious, John insists that no fair player could lose so humiliatingly and demands a rematch on professional equipment at the academy. Hansen agrees, saying they can play again anytime once he's admitted. Annoyed, John leaves, warning Hansen that the Black Eagle Academy does not accept liars as cadets. After she departs, Hansen rubs his head, feeling he went too far and that he should have given her a head start. With thoughts of how the game should have gone, Hansen approaches the massive gates of the Black Eagle Military Academy. Inside, a crowd is gathered, studying the information boards intently. The atmosphere is tense and serious. Hansen is struck by the sheer number of hopefuls and realizes the competition for entry will be fierce. The examiner carefully reviews Hansen's personal file and notices that he comes highly recommended by the commander of the Steel Armor Shelter Garrison. The examiner remarks that Schwan, the commander, is their best guarantor, so they won't be overly strict with Hansen, giving him a good chance of admission. He explains that Hansen only needs to pass a written test, but since he aims to enter the archery department, he must also pass the practical archery tests. Hansen, confident and determined, replies without hesitation that he is ready to take the tests at any time. Stepping into the military academy, Hansen immediately senses the strict, serious atmosphere. He feels nervous but works hard to control his emotions. Outside the archery exam room, Hansen pauses, wondering which foot to step in with first. He enters the training cabin and is immediately impressed by the high-tech holographic archery range. Holding the mechanical bow for the first time, he marvels at the advanced armor design of the bow and arrows, excited for the challenge ahead. As the examination system announces the start, multiple targets appear around him. Hansen pulls back the bowstring, aware that the targets can move in any direction. He focuses on testing his new technique called super particle flow acceleration. Confident and skilled, Hansen passes the test with flying colors. A wave of relief washes over him as the tension leaves his body. The examiner informs him that official enrollment will occur in 3 months, giving Hansen some time before his training truly begins. Hansen hopes he might be able to visit his family soon, who remain safe in the steel armor shelter. At that moment, 2 cheerful girls run past, laughing and enjoying their student life. Hansen smiles, feeling the excitement and promise that come with this new chapter. Meanwhile, the examiner reviews Hansen's test results with disbelief. The entire test, shooting from stationary, moving, and levitating positions, took only 6 minutes, and Hansen scored over 300 points, an outstanding achievement. Shuani, a member of the Academy's management, is delighted. She expresses pride that the Academy's decision to send Hansen was the right one. She plans to contact Hansen's family soon, ensuring his mother receives a military certificate. Shuani also asks the garrison commander if Hansen should be included in the squad's main roster. Several days pass, and the scene shifts to the mountains near Slava's refuge. Hansen is alone, activating the souls of mutated monsters. He wants to return to his steel armor shelter, but the quickest route takes him through dangerous, unfamiliar dark swamps. To navigate, Hansen plans to use a mutant-riding beast loaned to him by a friend, a practical and clever choice. Days later, Hansen finally reaches his room in the steel armor shelter. Exhausted, he barely wants to get up. Suddenly, a loud, persistent knock on the door startles him awake. Grumbling about the early disturbance, Hansen slowly rises. The knocking grows louder, vibrating the room. At first, he wonders if it might be an earthquake. Agitated, Hansen rushes to open the door. He freezes in surprise at the sight before him, the very beast he had purchased earlier, now transformed into a magnificent creature of divine blood. Hansen reflects on recent events. He left Slava's refuge 10 days ago with little rest, and after returning home yesterday, he immediately fell asleep. Relieved the monster hasn't escaped, Hansen prepares to feed it a large meal. With precision, he shoots an arrow to bring down the divine blood beast. Preparing the meat, the system notifies him that the hunt was successful, though he did not gain the beast's soul. After eating, Hansen receives multiple system messages. He has earned several points toward his super god genes. Over the past 6 months, his super god gene count has increased to 34 points. Additionally, after consuming a black-tailed poison monkey, his mutated gene points have risen to 52. With these gains, Hansen has grown much stronger, though no one else yet knows the full extent of his power. Confident in his progress, Hansen believes he will soon amaze everyone with his extraordinary abilities. Suddenly, Hansen remembers something important. He never received the super god beast spirit that was supposed to be his reward from the God of War competition. Determined, he is instantly transported to the martial arts field, where a massive crystal sparkles atop a towering monument. Although the martial arts field was closed after the competition, Hansen plans to sneak in under cover of night to claim what's rightfully his. Quietly, he walks through the main hall, thinking about how he could have forgotten such a crucial reward. Even though he didn't place first, the prize is still the soul of a beast of divine blood, a rare and powerful gift. As Hansen touches the crystal, he realizes that accepting this reward means he can no longer enter the battlefield of the gods tournament this year and will have to wait until the next competition. The soul of the divine beast is assigned randomly, and Hansen wonders what he will receive. Suddenly, a bright energy flame ignites in his hand. Unsure of what kind of soul it is, whether a weapon or a mount, Hansen watches as a spirit takes form before him, appearing as a graceful girl who respectfully addresses him as a sir. From her glowing energy field, a small protuberance shoots toward Hansen's forehead, flooding his body with a surge of energy. A system notification appears. The spirit of a divine blood beast named the Empress has been received. The spirit merges with Hansen, instantly transforming his body. He finds himself clad in gleaming steel armor, and his appearance subtly altered. Turning to the Empress, Hansen feels the fusion has granted him immense strength and a harmonious sense of balance. He considers that while the Empress may not be as powerful as the legendary black beetle of divine blood, her armor offers a unique and promising potential. Looking into the distance, Hansen notices his eyesight has sharpened dramatically. He can see even the tiniest details on a small bird hundreds of meters away. His perception of movement is also enhanced. An insect's flight appears almost painfully slow. Though pleased with his newfound powers, Hansen wonders why the Empress hasn't granted him wings. Shrugging, he decides there's no point in finding fault. The armor's vast potential is what truly matters, and he plans to study its abilities in detail. Later, in a men's dormitory room, 3 young men argue loudly over who will be the leader of their room. At that moment, Hansen enters and announces his name, declaring that by order of the commandant, he will be living there from now on. One cadet casts a displeased glare at Hansen, who wonders why the hostility. The big guy finally speaks up, grabbing Hansen's hand and dragging him inside, explaining that choosing a room leader is important. They need someone who embodies the spirit and worldview of room 304. Another cadet, adjusting his glasses, argues that leadership isn't about strength but intelligence. He boasts an IQ of 167 as proof of his suitability. The third cadet turns to Hansen, asking his opinion on who should lead the martial arts group. Hansen laughs and says he doesn't really care and doesn't intend to be the leader. He suggests they decide among themselves. One cadet pulls out a room leader badge and proposes a competition. Since they're all from the archery department, the contest will determine their leader fairly. The big guy and the high IQ cadet exchange determined looks before agreeing to compete. Hansen praises their intelligence and says the approach is fair. He suggests they head to the training ground immediately and start the competition. The big guy, however, rudely interrupts, asking who gave the other cadet permission to go first, clearly not impressed. Watching all this, Hansen scratches his head and realizes that living with these three won't be peaceful at all. Thus ends the competition for the leader of room 304. The big guy, Gene, is in tears, upset and confused about how he ended up with the worst result in the competition. His neighbor tries to comfort him, saying there's still plenty of room to improve. If Gene keeps training hard, his skills will grow significantly. Jan, the cadet with the high IQ, is genuinely surprised he only got second place despite trying so hard. He guesses he must have lost focus during the competition. Hansen steps in to calm Gene, telling him not to worry since it's just a game. He adds that Gene will still be the elder brother in the room, and he'll call him older brother. Gene is deeply touched by Hansen's respect and invites him to reach out whenever he needs help. The third cadet, Tingan, is enthusiastic and has the highest shooting skills among them. Hansen thinks, let Tingan be the leader and handle that troublesome role. Suddenly, Tingan hears a loud noise nearby and wonders what it could be. A huge crowd is lining up to sign up for a club called the Hand of God. Hansen spots a massive poster by the club and feels like he's seen the girl on it somewhere before. Gene is thrilled about the recruitment and the fact that the Academy's star is on the poster. Hansen finally remembers where he saw the girl and asks his new friends how popular she is at Black Hawk Academy. Gene is surprised Hansen isn't familiar with Academy life and explains that John is the president of the God's Hand Club and considered the most beautiful girl in the Academy, practically a goddess. Gene gushes about her ancient noble family, her wisdom, beauty, and how she rejects all suitors. Jan tells Gene to stop daydreaming and focus on training, since John isn't interested in guys like him. Tingan, however, sees this as a golden opportunity and invites everyone to join the club. Jan tries to discourage them, but his roommates ignore him, pushing him aside as they rush to register. Hansen, intrigued by John's popularity, thinks it might be best not to mention he beat her in a game. The next day, lessons begin. In class, the teacher talks about how genetic evolution has advanced alongside human civilization. Hansen is a bit surprised by the curriculum since he studied it before, but decides it's a good chance to review the material. After theory, it's time for firearms training. The instructor advises Hansen to raise his hands higher and spread his elbows to release shoulder tension. Then comes a thrilling lesson, controlling a massive robotic manipulator. Hansen feels like he's dreaming as he sits in the control chair, fully absorbed. The instructor warns him to stay focused and keep the indicator lights green. The classes are long and exhausting. When they return to their dorm, the students collapse onto their beds. Unlike the others, Hansen stays up late to study and complete his homework. This week has been intense, and he struggles to keep up. Later, Hansen checks his phone and is surprised by a flood of missed calls and messages. One is from hunters he helped on a previous mission. Without hesitation, Hansen agrees to meet one of them in a nearby forest by the steel armor shelter. The hunter asks why Hansen didn't respond sooner. Hansen explains he's been busy since starting at Black Hawk Academy. The hunter thanks him for saving their lives and presents a gift from the group leader, showing appreciation for Hansen's courage and loyalty. In return, Hansen gives the hunter the spiked shield he earned after defeating the scaly armadillo, hoping it will help the group in future battles. Feeling genuinely pleased with the gift, Hansen reflects that every step brings him closer to his goal of becoming the strongest warrior. After the meeting, Hansen heads back to the male dormitory, number 9. As he approaches his door, he overhears a strange argument. His neighbors are debating who is the strongest and talking about some kind of revenge. Intrigued, Hansen listens carefully. Hansen hesitates before entering his dorm room, surprised to hear a female voice inside. It feels strange to him. As he steps in, he asks Gene who he's talking to. Irritated, Gene replies that his game has just been ruined. Jan then asks Hansen if he wants to join the God's Hand game and requests that Hansen punish their opponents for their bad behavior. Though not very eager, Hansen agrees to help his new roommate who is clearly eager to play. Hansen notices Gene sending rude messages to their opponents and politely reminds him that it's just a game and players should keep it fair. Jan adds Hansen as a friend and asks him to first connect to the school's network and then log into his account. Jan is shocked and confused when he sees Hansen's account name, My Girl John. He asks if Hansen isn't worried about the academy students finding out and giving him a hard time over such a bold username. Hansen says he only has half an hour and suggests they stop chatting and start the game. When the system signals the game start, Hansen confidently makes his first moves on the holographic screen, quickly earning 40 points. Jan is genuinely surprised by Hansen's speed and admits he can't keep up with his hand movements. Meanwhile, on the first floor of the dormitory, other students are buzzing excitedly about the game. They've heard that some newbie beat an experienced player, one of the best in the God's Hand Club. They find the newcomer's audacity outrageous and vow to track him down and teach him a lesson. The cadets recognize the newcomer as a serious threat since he's now ranked 7th. Across the academy grounds, John moves slowly. Suddenly, a friend catches up with her, eager to share something important. John is in a hurry and says she has no time to chat. The friend asks if John has a boyfriend, surprising her. John asks where the idea came from, and the friend shows her a phone with a player named My Girl John. John becomes angry, insisting she has no idea who that bastard is. The friend urges John to stop pretending and says she wants to meet her boyfriend soon. John turns sharply and leaves, telling her not to believe the rumors, she has no boyfriend. Back in the dorm, Hansen's roommates keep praising his performance, amazed that he's been hiding such potential. Jean happily reports Hansen almost crashed the academy's internal network with his gameplay and invites everyone to check out the massive number of views he's gained. Jan thinks Hansen is smart to hide his real name and abilities to avoid trouble. The group continues to argue excitedly about the game, unaware that John has approached. She passes by Hansen without recognizing him, her mind focused only on finding the impudent stranger who dared to use her name, and teaching him a lesson. A few days later, Hansen arrives at the transfer station to move to the steel armor shelter. The garrison commander warns him that he is about to receive his first assignment, and mistakes won't be tolerated. The commander has arranged a day off from the academy so Hansen can complete the mission. Hansen is open to the new challenge but hasn't heard any details yet. The commander pauses, then smiles slightly. She reveals that Hansen's first assignment is to be a nanny. Hansen is shocked and asks if he heard correctly. The commander explains they need protection for some children with special status. Hansen studies the documents carefully and sees that a unique reward awaits if he protects the assignment successfully. The protected child is a young girl named Bio, living in a desert location. The next day, Hansen arrives in the desert, still remembering the commander's stern warning, failure means expulsion from Black Hawk Academy and severe punishment. Bio is very happy that the academy assigned Hansen as her guard. Hansen modestly tells her that he is just a simple archer. He finds it odd that Bimo and Shurao were also sent on the mission with him, but hopes everything will go well so he can earn his reward. Bimo admires Hansen's armor and weapons, believing that not everyone is equipped like him. She assumes Hansen must be some kind of celebrity. Hansen realizes just how vast the differences are between people, and that his goal isn't weapons but to become an elite by enhancing his genes to those of a super god. Suddenly, Bimo spots movement on the horizon, a mutated beast. Indeed, perched on a rock in the distance is a one-horned sand fox, a valuable and rare prey. Bio quickly draws her daggers and rushes toward the creature, asking the others not to interfere as she wants to handle it herself. Hansen immediately follows her, telling his partners to cover their flanks. Bimo moves into throwing range and launches several daggers at the sand fox, but the creature easily dodges every attack. Surprised by its quick reactions, Bimo continues to throw daggers but realizes she needs more power to defeat the beast. Without hesitation, she summons the spirit of her monster, a huge polar bear, which appears instantly beside her. Together, they charge the sand fox. Bio orders the spirit bear to prevent the sand fox from escaping. Bimo grows worried, noticing the color of the sand fox and realizing it is a god-blooded monster, a sign of extreme danger. He urges caution, but Bio ignores the warnings and, despite the risk, climbs onto her polar bear spirit to chase the sand fox. Hansen commands his teammates to summon their beast souls and saddle them, preparing for any unexpected threats and to keep Bio from getting too far ahead. Hansen himself summons his mount and leaps on, trying to catch up. Xiao Qiao struggles to keep pace with Bio, but her polar bear is incredibly fast, and the gap between them grows larger every moment. Bio shouts at the sand fox, telling it cannot escape and urging it to accept its fate by giving her its divine gene. The one-horned sand fox, full of rage and hatred, growls fiercely, baring its teeth in preparation for battle. Suddenly, a large pack of ordinary sand foxes appears beside the horned one, making the fight much more dangerous. Bio realizes it's a trap. The horned fox intentionally lured her here, knowing she can't fight off so many foes alone. Bio commands her spirit bear to turn and flee as fast as possible. The pack immediately gives chase. Though the polar bear spirit moves quickly, the foxes bite its paws with sharp teeth, slowing it down and causing it intense pain. The beast roars loudly in agony, struggling to fend off the relentless attackers. The pack surrounds the polar bear and attacks from all sides, making the situation even more perilous. Bimo watches with growing fear as Bio appears defenseless against the overwhelming number of enemies. Just then, the whistle of an arrow cuts through the air. It flies past Bio and strikes one of the fox's inches from her, taking it down. Hansen orders his teammates to assist Bio's escape while he provides cover fire with his bow. Bio looks at Hansen with admiration, feeling reassured. She believes he will not let her die here and that there is still a chance to survive. One arrow after another flies from Xiao's bow, each striking the attacking foxes as he grumbles about the danger he warned them of. Amidst the chaos, Bimbo charged directly into the heart of the sand fox pack, slicing through the enemy lines with fierce determination. With his combat daggers drawn, he carved a path through the corridor and barked an urgent command for the girl to retreat immediately. Nearby, Bo struggled to calm his beast, urging it toward the newly opened escape route Bimbo had created. Recognizing that fleeing was their only option, Bemo, mounted atop her creature, dashed past the young man, her voice filled with regret. She apologized, blaming herself for acting alone, and acknowledging that her pride nearly cost her life. From behind, Xiao reached for his bow, only to halt in terror. The earth beneath them began to rupture. Geysers of sand and stone burst skyward, and from the ground erupted a monstrous, serrated sandworm. It towered several tens of meters high, its bellowing roar freezing everyone in place. Hansen immediately took note of the creature, his expression turning grim. This was not just another obstacle, it was a mortal threat. The sandworm roared again and lunged after the fleeing group, its bulk moving with terrifying speed. Shurao, astonished, muttered in disbelief. He couldn't comprehend how something so massive could move so quickly. Hansen, now deeply concerned, warned the others, sandworms rarely hunt alone. If one appeared, more were likely nearby. Suddenly, the group came to a stop. The path ahead was blocked by more violent eruptions of sand and rock. Panic surged through Shurao, who screamed in fear. Hansen reached out to the girl, instructing her to mount his beast instead of her own. They needed speed more than ever. She apologized again for her earlier recklessness, but Hansen urged her to focus and stay calm. This is not the time for self-punishment, he said firmly, then turned to Bimbo and gave the signal to initiate their next move. A confident smile crossed Bimbo's face. He unsheathed his Tibetan blades and declared that he would clear the path. Hansen followed closely, firing arrows at sand foxes attempting to flank them. Meanwhile, Bemo trembled with fear. Tears streamed down her face as she took responsibility for their dire situation. Hansen, still firing, vowed to see the mission through, and silently swore that he wouldn't let her be harmed. To Bemo, Hansen's kindness stood out. Despite her mistakes, he never scolded her. Instead, he offered comfort and protection. In that moment, she felt safe by his side. Though Bimbo possessed the advanced sky technique, the sheer number of sand foxes, growing by the second, made progress difficult. Suddenly, the enemy pack halted. Their leader froze in place, then lifted its head and released a thunderous howl. A moment later, Hansen received a system notification: a super god-rank sand fox leader with unknown stats had entered the battlefield. The threat level spiked. As the sand foxes grew to triple their size, preparing for a final, deadly assault, Bemo sobbed again. She begged the others to leave her behind, believing herself to be the cause of their suffering. But Hansen refused to listen. He pulled her from her mount and handed her her daggers. "It's too early to give up," he told her. "Have you ever fought while riding double?" Before she could answer, Hansen began to transform. His body glowed with power as he donned the armor of the Empress. He told Bemo to shut her eyes if she was too afraid. Charging ahead, Hansen commanded the others to protect the flanks. He tore through the sand foxes with precise, devastating strikes. Their movement slowed, granting him more accuracy, but the effect would only last 10 minutes. Bemo clung to him tightly, her heart swelling with admiration. To her, he wasn't just a warrior, he was her savior. Then, another chilling howl echoed. The fox leader summoned reinforcements. Despite Bimbo having slain dozens, new enemies poured in. He realized the leader's strategy: conserve strength while others exhausted themselves. The battle was a trap. Out of arrows and desperate, Shirao cried out, unsure of what to do next. Hansen saw through the leader's plan. If they didn't eliminate the commander now, they wouldn't survive. Drawing his bow, Hansen prepared his final arrow, infused with a beast soul, their only hope. Xiao, watching anxiously, understood the risk. This was their last chance. The arrow soared like a meteor toward the fox leader. Oddly, the creature didn't flinch. Whether it underestimated the threat or trusted its power, it remained still. A heartbeat later, the arrow struck, piercing the sand fox leader cleanly. Silence fell. The team watched in astonishment. Hansen's shot had landed true, and the tide of battle was about to turn. In a feat that bordered on the impossible, the young man had struck a relatively small sand fox from a distance of 400 meters. Such precision was unheard of, even among skilled warriors, and it stunned everyone present. The sand foxes, thrown into disarray by the sudden death of their leader, faltered. Their rhythm broke, their coordination lost. Xiao turned his gaze back toward the direction of the sandworms and was shocked to see that they, too, had abruptly ceased their assault. A rare moment of silence fell across the battlefield. Hansen, quick to act, took advantage of the confusion. With focused urgency, he continued to carve a tunnel, allowing his comrades to fall back to a safer position. Activate your beast spirit, now, Hansen ordered. Without hesitation, Bemo obeyed. A brilliant flame of energy ignited in her hand. In an instant, they were mounted atop a colossal polar bear, summoned by her spirit power. With the creature's immense speed, they began to retreat, gaining precious distance from the chaos behind them. But the respite was brief. A deep roar shattered the stillness. The ground erupted once more, spewing sand and stone skyward. Their path was cut off by a massive sandworm rising to the surface, far larger than any before. It was no ordinary beast. This was a gold-level mutant, its very presence radiating dread. And atop its towering head sat a one-horned sand fox, clearly the one controlling the giant worm. Xiao's eyes widened in alarm. This was no random mutation. The fox was a tactical mastermind with dominion over the sandworms. Bemo confirmed his worst fears. The creature was at least god-level in power, an enemy far beyond their current strength. Realizing the severity of the situation, the team quickly split into smaller groups to confuse and mislead the creature. But Hansen's luck had run dry. The enormous sandworm, under the command of the one-horned fox, had locked onto him. It wanted revenge. With calm resolve, Hansen pulled back his bowstring and told Bemo to duck. He released a powerful arrow, but the ordinary sand foxes leapt forward, sacrificing themselves to shield their leader. Still, the arrow found its mark. A message flashed in Hansen's mind: hunt completed. Mutant fox soul acquired. A rare trophy, one that lifted his spirits and filled him with a renewed sense of determination. If fortune remained on their side, they might escape not just with their lives, but with valuable spoils. The sand fox leader howled again, his eyes glowing with hellish fury. The tension in the air spiked. Hansen noted that their polar bear mount was beginning to slow, its endurance nearing the limit. If they didn't act fast, they'd be caught. Pointing to a nearby rock formation, Hansen instructed Bemo to head straight for it. She hesitated, spotting a vast cliff ahead. "You're not thinking of jumping that, are you?" she asked in disbelief. Hansen didn't flinch. "Nothing is impossible," he said. "Hold on tight." With a mighty push, the polar bear leapt. The cliff yawned beneath them. As they soared across the chasm, Hansen readied another arrow. He shouted for Bemo to dismiss her beast spirit. She obeyed just as he released the shot. The one-horned fox managed to dodge, but the arrow struck the sandworm square in the head, causing massive damage. The beast roared in agony, thrashing violently. Rocks shattered beneath its enormous body as it convulsed across the terrain. Then came a flash of energy. The polar bear vanished. Bemo screamed. Her beast spirit had disappeared before completing the jump. "We're going to crash," she cried. But a strange sensation followed. They weren't falling, they were flying. Eyes shut in panic, Bemo dared to peek. Suspended above the abyss, she realized the impossible was happening. She remembered tales of those who possessed monster souls, gifts that granted flight. They soared over the cliff and landed safely on the other side. As they touched down, Hansen quietly shifted back to his human form. Bemo, still stunned, asked where the wings had gone. "I saw them," she insisted. "Where are they?" Hansen, evasive, replied casually. Probably just a shadow from the clouds. But Bemo wasn't convinced. That was no cloud, she said firmly. I saw wings. Before the conversation could continue, a terrifying roar echoed behind them. The sandworm was not dead, it had followed them over the cliff. Though weakened and on the brink of collapse, the beast's fury was boundless. Blinded by rage, it charged forward, hurling its failing body toward the young warriors. Even in its dying moments, it refused to surrender. Hansen watched the weakened sandworm closely, tracking its sluggish, labored movements. Sensing danger still lurking, he told the girl to rejoin the others. It was no longer safe for her to stay. Moments later, a system notification appeared in his mind. Hunt complete, super god-level golden sandworm defeated. God-blooded beast soul acquired. With the battle behind him, Hansen returned to his intense training regimen. His fists hammered into wooden dummies, shattering them into splinters with every blow. His focus was unwavering, his strength undeniable. Nearby, a group of girls had gathered, watching the young warrior with admiration. They whispered among themselves, impressed by his skill and charmed by his looks. To them, Hansen wasn't just strong, he was handsome, young, and potentially influential. Each girl silently hoped to win his attention. But their quiet moment was broken when a young man appeared behind them. You ugly freaks! Get out of my way, he sneered. One girl gasped, beginning to object, but her friend quickly silenced her and offered an apology to the newcomer. They hurriedly stepped aside. This young man was Fanglu, widely known as the primary contender for John's affection. Though he had never participated in official competitions, leaving him without a public ranking, rumors of his power ran deep through the academy. As Fanglu walked past, the girls exchanged hushed reactions. His insult had angered them, yet they couldn't deny he was attractive in his own arrogant way. Fanglu approached Hansen directly. The moment Hansen saw him, he stopped training. Is that in my girlfriend John's account yours? Fanglu asked bluntly. Hansen replied coolly, telling the guy to leave his jealous nonsense at the door. Fanglu, realizing Hansen wasn't the one he was looking for, simply said, "Then I've got nothing to do here," and turned to leave. Later, Hansen's roommates informed him that Fanglu had set his sights on revenge. The reason? Fanglu was furious about the account name, believing someone was mocking his obsession with John. Tingan handed Hansen his device and told him to check the forums. The drama was exploding online. Instead of backing down, Hansen decided he would accept the challenge. But first, a shower. He mused about using the S-level card he had been promised but never received from the garrison commander. Instead, he turned to the cards he had earned under his money brother persona. Hansen activated the 2 beast souls he had acquired in the desert to evaluate them. The first one? A riding beast. Functional, but not exciting. He already had a similar one. He decided to sell it and hopefully earn some good money. But the second? His hopes were high. It was the soul of the golden sandworm, a super god-level beast. Surely, it would be powerful. Then came the blow. Pet beast soul registered. A pet. Hansen's excitement turned to frustration. All that effort and the prize was nothing more than a glorified companion. He was irritated. Worse, he still had to deal with Fanglu's challenge. With a sigh, Hansen muttered to himself that today simply wasn't his day. Elsewhere on campus, students were glued to their screens, watching the countdown to the duel. In 10 minutes, the match between Fanglu and the mystery account My Girlfriend John would begin. John herself, alongside a friend, checked the time. Only 5 minutes left. Her friend asked playfully if she thought her boyfriend would win. "He's not my boyfriend," John snapped. But her voice betrayed a mix of confusion and curiosity. Whoever had created that account, she intended to confront him soon. Fanglu, now seated behind a glowing holographic screen, waited confidently. His friends whispered behind him, suggesting the mystery opponent might not even show, afraid of Fanglu's power. Fanglu smirked. If the guy showed up just to apologize in front of everyone, maybe he'd let it slide. Then it happened. A notification from the system, "Player My Girlfriend John has entered the room." The host, already brimming with excitement, announced the match to a massive virtual audience. "Ladies and gentlemen, the long-awaited battle is about to begin," he declared. A clash between the Academy's strongest talent and a total enigma. Who is the mysterious player known only by that infamous nickname? The arena buzzed with anticipation. The first round began. Fanglu made the opening move, launching into a flawless, high-speed combo. His hand movements were blindingly fast, almost too quick to track. He racked up 5 points in moments, showing why he was feared despite his lack of official rating. Meanwhile, Hansen calmly sipped his juice, watching his opponent without a flicker of worry. He hadn't moved yet. But when he did, everything would change. Fang Lu narrowed his eyes. His opponent still hadn't touched the playing field. Coward, he muttered under his breath. To him, this was just a rookie, overconfident, maybe, but no real threat. The host's voice boomed over the speakers, full of mockery. Fang Lu lands his second double-8 combo. That's over 40 points. Meanwhile, our mystery player? Still nowhere in sight. He let the sarcasm hang in the air, stoking the crowd. Honestly, folks, I haven't seen a more one-sided match in ages. Maybe we should just expel this coward from the academy already. The camera panned to the audience. Whispers turned into laughter. Eyes rolled. The girls watching the match weren't impressed either. One of them leaned toward John and quipped, "Your boyfriend's a total flop." At the dorm, Hansen's roommate stared at his screen in utter confusion. "Why haven't you started playing yet?" one of them asked. Hansen, calm as ever, replied, "He's too slow. Guess it's time to show him what real hand speed looks like." On the broadcast, the host continued, clearly enjoying himself. "It's 80-0, folks. At this rate, we should just, wait, what's this?" He paused, reading something on the screen. His expression shifted from smugness to pure disbelief. A message had appeared from the player. "My girlfriend John, sorry, was in the bathroom. Let's get started." The crowd erupted in boos and laughter. Many believed it was just an excuse but desperate attempt to save face. But they didn't know Hansen. He placed his fingers on the controls and began to play. Within seconds, his screen lit up with a flurry of movement. The combo was lightning fast, clean, precise, and aggressive. The host nearly choked on his words. 9 points. Already, he shouted. How did he? That hand speed, impossible. Fang Lu's confidence cracked. He stared at the screen, unable to believe what he was seeing. No rookie could perform that kind of combo, not without intense training. The host tried to regain control of the narrative, speculating that maybe Hansen had used the bathroom excuse to throw Fang Lu off. Dirty trick or not, he's in now. And he's fast. But then he realized something. The message wasn't visible on Fang Lu's screen. It was just a well-timed deception. The points had been earned legitimately, without giving Fang Lu any chance to react. Even John was stunned. She leaned forward, trying to make sense of what she was witnessing. He's catching up. Fast. Hansen's roommates erupted into cheers. You're a monster, one of them shouted. That speed is terrifying. Inside the game, Hansen remained composed. The gene injection had worked. His reflexes were enhanced. His vision was sharper. To him, Fang Lu now moved in slow motion. Then, in one dazzling maneuver, Hansen executed a high-level combo, one that left no room for counters. The scoreboard exploded. 100 points. Victory. The system flashed, winner, my girlfriend John. In the academy's common hall, where dozens of cadets had been watching on the big screen, silence fell like a hammer. The crowd was stunned. Even John was frozen in place. The strongest fighter at the academy, defeated. Fang Lu couldn't take it. He screamed in frustration. No. That's impossible. But the scoreboard didn't lie. Back in the dorm, Hansen's roommates were celebrating wildly. The big guy grinned and declared, I'm getting smashed tonight. You're paying, champ. You're a star now, another added. The whole academy's talking about you. Tingan chuckled and warned Hansen, a lot of people are trying to figure out who owns the To My Girlfriend John account. If you keep feeding us like this, we might just keep your secret. Hansen forced a smile. Feeding this bunch would be expensive. Suddenly, a girl appeared behind him. She looked surprised but happy. It's really you, isn't it? Hansen greeted her with a polite nod, but his mood was too guarded for small talk. He wasn't in the mood to share anything personal. The big guy, already tipsy, slung an arm around Hansen's neck. Hey! What have you been doing behind our backs, huh? Where'd you snag such a beauty? The others chimed in, teasing him. No way you're a loser now, not with girls like her dropping in on you. Hansen tried to wave it off. It's not what you think. Just a misunderstanding. The girl smiled warmly at him, her eyes sparkling. I only have one request, she said. The big guy, clearly feeling himself, puffed out his chest and turned to the girl with an exaggerated sense of pride. "Whatever you want, just say the word. I'll do anything for you." He was obviously trying to impress her, acting bold, dramatic, heroic. The girl burst out laughing. She had him wrapped around her finger, and she knew it. "Great," she said with a mischievous smile. "My club's short on members. We could really use a hand." The guys blinked. A beat of silence. "Wait, what club?" She answered casually, "The Heavy Armor Club." Their jaws hit the floor. The Heavy Armor Club wasn't just any student organization, it was a legendary department focused on piloting combat mechs and multi-ton exoskeletons. Elite. Intense. Dangerous. Without wasting time, the boys followed her straight to the club's headquarters. Inside, they were greeted by the club's duty officer, who barely looked up from his monitor. His tone was dry. "Archers, who? We don't usually accept people with stamina lower than a level 11. The tension thickened. Then, to everyone's surprise, the girl stepped forward and took Hansen by the arm. "Don't worry about this one," she said confidently. "He won't disappoint." They moved deeper into the facility, entering a vast, cathedral-like hangar. The young men stared around in stunned awe. This place was massive. Inside the hangar stood 3 colossal exomechs, each one a beast in its own right. Their names were stamped boldly across their armored chassis: Rhino, Porter, Builder. Each had its purpose. Rhino was built for brute force. Porter focused on speed and mobility. Builder was a fortress, heavily armored, highly adaptable, and packed with multifunctional systems. But it was the Builder that caught Hansen's eye. Towering and powerful, it was clearly not made for beginners. A single mistake in that machine could lead to disaster. The girl, seeing their amazement, smiled. "There's a virtual gym next door. You can train anytime you want. Just know this, daily practice is expected. We're preparing for club tournament soon." To Hansen, this was a dream come true. Back at the main academy, students had to wait for hours to get even 5 minutes with a machine like this. But here? Unlimited access. Real combat models. No restrictions. Elsewhere, tensions were rising. An instructor questioned the director about allowing cadets to use Warehouse 7A. Zone never intended for student use. The director brushed it off. "They're good students. Disciplined. Let them try." But the instructor wasn't convinced. "They're spoiled rich kids," he muttered. "And you're too soft on them." Without another word, he stormed off to inspect the hangar himself, worried the cadets might damage the expensive machinery. When he arrived at Hangar 7, what he saw made him stop in his tracks. Inside the Builder mech, someone was training. Hard. The robot moved with shocking precision, defensive maneuvers, attacks, cooldown resets. The instructor narrowed his eyes. Must be the new club trainer, he thought. Not bad at all. In reality, it wasn't a veteran. It was Hansen. And in just a few days, he'd nearly mastered the Builder, one of the hardest machines to operate. Suddenly, a warning alert flashed across Hansen's console: unknown unit detected. Approaching rapidly. He locked in. Am I being attacked? The answer came fast. A second mech, the Porter, charged at him and opened fire with a barrage of blunt force attacks. The battle had begun. What Hansen didn't know was that the instructor himself was piloting the Porter, eager to test this mysterious talent. And for the first time in ages, he felt excited. Finally, a student worthy of a real match. Hansen quickly realized something strange: the Porter wasn't a combat unit. But whoever was inside was piloting it like a war machine. Without warning, the Porter deployed a massive rotating saw, one powerful enough to shred even reinforced steel. Hansen's heart jumped. He pulled the Builder back just in time, barely dodging the deadly attack. The instructor laughed out loud, thrilled by the intensity of the match. He activated even more combat tools: hooks, drills, claws. The Porter was now a makeshift juggernaut. Hansen knew he had no choice. I need to fall back. He's too aggressive. I can't counter this, yet. His reflexes kicked in. Enhanced by training, focused by instinct, he weaved the Builder through the barrage of attacks, narrowly avoiding strike after strike. His concentration sharpened. And then? He decided to fight back. His strategy was set. The hangar echoed with the thunder of steel as the two exomechs collided: heavy weapons, fierce dodges, brutal counters. It wasn't just a training session anymore. It was war. The clash of metal rang through the hangar, brutal impacts, grinding steel, screeching gears. The sound was deafening, a battle symphony between two towering machines. The instructor watched intently, eyes fixed on Hansen's movements inside the builder. Risky, but brilliant. He was impressed. Hansen had just pulled off a maneuver that even seasoned pilots rarely attempted, and executed it flawlessly. But the instructor couldn't help but think, a pilot this talented? He doesn't belong in some second-rate club. Inside the cockpit, Hansen launched one final, crushing strike, so fast and powerful that the instructor barely dodged in time. Still, the man remained calm, certain that the young pilot would eventually make a mistake. One slip, and he'd have the perfect chance to end it. But instead of pressing the attack, Hansen suddenly powered down the builder. The mech came to a halt. Silence fell over the hangar. The cockpit hissed open. Hansen climbed out, exhausted, his arms numb. Operating the machine had drained him. It demanded both physical endurance and mental sharpness beyond anything he'd experienced before. The instructor raised an eyebrow. Not as strong as I expected, he thought, but definitely skilled. Brave. Controlled. Still, a talent like this was wasted here. Then came the shock. The instructor stared, dumbfounded, as Hansen stepped out of the builder. His expression froze. A student. He pointed directly at him. Are you seriously just a first year? Hansen blinked, confused. Wait, you're just an instructor. He had assumed his opponent was someone far more senior, maybe even the president of a combat club. Straightening up, Hansen introduced himself politely. Yeah, I just joined the heavy armor club. That was an incredible fight, sir. You're really skilled. The instructor was still in disbelief. Have you trained on mechs like this before? Hansen shook his head. No, just some training simulations at the academy. That's it. The silence was thick. The instructor frowned. Which unit are you from? Archers. Archers, he echoed, like the word physically hurt him. You're telling me an archer did all that? He couldn't believe it. In front of him stood a genuine prodigy, and the kid didn't even know it. Hansen, noticing the time, bowed slightly. Sorry, I've got to run. Maybe we'll meet again sometime. He walked off, leaving. The instructor stunned and suspicious. No experience? Just an archer? Is this kid even legit? For a brief moment, a wild thought crossed his mind. Is he a spy? The next day, excitement buzzed across the club. The head of the robot division made an announcement. The championship starts in a few days. Check the list of available categories and sign up. The girls looked over the list and quickly came to a consensus. We're skipping the combat divisions. Too hard. Let's go with something simpler, loading, maybe transport. But Hansen had only one question. What are the prizes? One of the girls replied with a glint in her eye. Top 3 get new Star Beast and Emperor-class armor. Worth tens of millions. Hansen lit up. I'm not missing this. No way. Ian, watching him, frowned. You're talented, yeah, but this is serious. These competitions are no joke. Tingan interrupted, full of fire. That's exactly why we should do it. A real man signs up for everything. The girl beside him beamed. He's right. It'll be fun. We'll learn so much. But the club manager was clearly uneasy. Fun? This isn't a game. One bad showing and we'll be the academy's laughingstock. We need to focus on fewer events. Hansen stepped forward calmly. I get it. But trust me, if we go all in, we increase our odds of winning. The manager rubbed his chin. You might have a point, but some events will overlap. We can't be in 2 places at once. Before the debate could continue, a sharp knock came at the door. It opened, and in stepped the instructor from the hangar. The girls fell silent, whispering among themselves. That's him, one of the academy's top warriors. He can pilot the most powerful machines here. Hansen's eyes widened. Wait, that was him. The instructor walked in, glanced at Hansen, and gave a respectful nod. You've got incredible skills, he said. I want to invite you to my club. The room went quiet. Even Hansen's friends looked at him like he was glowing. An offer from one of the most elite combat instructors in the academy? This was no ordinary invitation. This was recognition from the very top. The room fell into a stunned silence. Everyone stared at Hansen, bewildered, confused. Why him? That club only takes the elite. What does the instructor see in him? But before the murmurs could swell into an uproar, the girl from the heavy armor club stepped forward confidently. Hansen is already part of our club, she declared without hesitation. We're not considering any transfers. The instructor raised an eyebrow, then gave a warm, amused smile. He's talented. In your club, he won't grow as fast. He won't reach his true potential. His words carried no arrogance, just quiet certainty. The head of the Heavy Armor Club seemed to agree. Hansen would be a fool to turn this down. Every cadet dreams of being in that club. But Hansen didn't even flinch. He turned to the instructor, bowed slightly, and spoke with calm conviction, "Thank you for the offer, sir. Really? But I've already made my choice. I'm staying with the Heavy Armor Club." The room exploded with reactions. Some gasped in shock. Others looked at him with wide eyes, murmuring admiration. And a few clenched their fists, proud to have someone so principled in their ranks. The instructor, stunned, took a moment to process the rejection. "Why?" he asked, genuinely curious. "With my help, you'd be a championship contender in no time." Hansen's reply was steady and simple, "Because I like this club." The instructor's tone shifted, more forceful now. "Winning the championship could boost your graduation score, raise your rank, secure your future." But Hansen didn't waver. There was no arrogance in his refusal, just clarity. Realizing he wouldn't be able to change the boy's mind, the instructor gave a small sigh. Then, with a quieter voice, he added, "Don't be too quick to shut the door, Hansen. The future's unpredictable." He paused at the doorway, looked over his shoulder, and said one last thing, "You know where to find me, if you ever reconsider." Then he was gone. As the door closed behind him, Hansen's classmates rushed to his side. "Are you sure about this?" That was the instructor. "You might regret saying no." But Hansen smiled and waved them off. "Don't worry. Everything's under control. I just need to train." The room grew quiet again. No one pressed further. Moments later, the group headed out together, conversation shifting to lighter topics. It was lunchtime, and Hansen still had a long day of training ahead. The last bottle of soda water stood alone near the distribution point until two hands reached for it at the same time. Hansen managed to snatch it first, and when he turned to see who his rival was, surprise lit up his face. It was John. Smiling, Hansen greeted her, noting how long it had been since they last saw each other. But John wasn't in a nostalgic mood. She immediately recognized him as the guy who had tricked her on the ship and coldly asked why he was still hanging around the academy. Before Hansen could respond, Fang Lu walked up, misreading the situation. Assuming Hansen was bothering John, he stepped in and demanded an explanation. John quickly shut him down, telling him to mind his own business and to leave her alone. A heavy silence followed as the two young men locked eyes, their gazes filled with cold hostility. Hansen was amused. His recent opponent didn't even realize who had beaten him. With a glint of mischief, he proposed a game. They sat down at a gaming table, quickly drawing the attention of onlookers. Whispers spread, some bold newcomer was challenging the famous cadet Fang Lu. Hansen picked up a small ball and smirked. "Watch closely," he warned, spinning the cups with practiced ease. The audience leaned in, intrigued. Fang Lu scoffed at the simplicity of the challenge. He was confident, too confident. He believed it beneath him but saw it as a chance to humiliate his unknown rival. John, still watching, asked why Fang Lu was being so aggressive when Hansen hadn't even done anything wrong. Then she turned to Hansen, puzzled by his playful attitude. In response, Hansen grinned and casually told her that if he won, she'd have to go on a date with him. John was furious. "What kind of nonsense is that?" she snapped. The game reached its climax. Hansen stopped the spinning and told Fang Lu to choose. Calm and sure of himself, Fang Lu dismissed 2 cups, declaring the third to hold the ball. He flipped it with smug anticipation, but found it empty. Gasps erupted from the crowd. Everyone had seen the ball go under the center cup. And yet, Hansen opened his hand to reveal the ball. It had never been under any cup. With a mocking smile, he told Fang Lu that he should have paid better attention. The next morning, the sun rose over the rugged terrain surrounding the steel armor shelter, bathing everything in a golden glow. Hansen and his enthusiastic friend stood at the edge of a deep crevice. The friend had exciting news. He had discovered a massive nest of mutated creatures, completely unknown to others. His plan was simple: harvest their genes and sell the surplus. Hansen listened, but his mind was elsewhere, still caught up in last night's confrontation and John's harsh rejection. It stung more than he wanted to admit. As they looked into the crevice, they saw the nest. It was teeming with massive mutated ants. They began descending cautiously, knowing full well that one wrong move could alert the swarm. Hansen quickly assessed the danger. These creatures couldn't be taken down with bare hands, their armored shells required arrows to pierce. He drew an arrow and took aim, only to pause. Another arrow had already flown ahead of his, striking an ant. Hansen spun around, trying to find the source. Moments later, the answer emerged. A group of armed strangers had appeared, ambushing the nest with precision and coordination. Their leader barked orders to switch to star alloy arrows, determined to wipe out the mutants and claim all the spoils. Positioned on a high ledge, they fired with deadly efficiency using wrist crossbows. Hansen's heart sank, not from fear, but from the thought of losing such a valuable find. But he stayed calm. Turning to his friend, he reassured him that the hunters hadn't seen them yet. Then, without another word, Hansen drew an explosive arrow. He knocked it to his bow, aimed silently, and whispered with quiet confidence, "They won't be so lucky today." The hunters, focused on their attack, had no idea what was coming. The arrow landed behind them, then exploded with a thunderous bang. The ledge trembled beneath their feet. Cracks split the rock, and with a final rumble, the entire platform gave way. Panic spread among the attackers as the stone beneath them crumbled and fell. Hidden in the dense bushes, a figure watched the chaos unfold with a satisfied smile. Hansen knew the hunters were about to pay dearly for attempting to steal what he considered his rightful prey. A massive slab of stone, the very ledge the hunters had been standing on, finally cracked away from the mountain side. With terrified screams, the intruders plummeted into the river far below. The mutated ants, now alerted to their presence, immediately descended on the fallen group with vengeance in their mandibles. Furious from the earlier assault, the insects attacked in a tightly organized column, pincers snapping and venom stingers striking with lethal precision. Though the hunters scrambled to escape, the ants were faster. The insects overran them, biting and stinging until screams turned into silence. From his hidden perch, Hansen watched everything with intense focus. He realized the moment for a decisive strike had come. Drawing his bow, he loosed an arrow that sliced through the air and pierced a massive ant cleanly. The arrow struck true, right through the shell. Hansen reeled the creature in with a taut line, examined it, and quickly deduced that the key to killing them instantly was to target the neck. His companion, elated by the successful hit, couldn't contain his admiration. Hansen had claimed the ant soul with a single arrow. Both of them were in high spirits. Hansen hadn't expected his first attack to be so effective, nor the prey to be so rare. With renewed energy, Hansen unleashed a barrage of arrows, each one tipped with a line to pull back his kills. The two youths devoured the fallen ants, absorbing their genes, fully aware of the genetic value packed into each creature. Notifications from the system arrived one after another, mutated gene acquired. Hansen was ecstatic. He had already gathered 64 gene sequences, and the number was climbing fast. But their celebration was cut short by a low, resonant sound that made the earth seem to vibrate. They turned and saw it, a colossal ant emerging from the depths of the colony. This one was different. Hansen's eyes narrowed. This wasn't just another mutated insect. This was a divine blood-level creature, the leader of the colony. And suddenly, everything made sense. The ants hadn't just been attacking aimlessly. They had lured the hunters away, protecting their strongest. Quietly retreating into the shadow of a nearby rock ledge. Hansen grasped the rare opportunity before him. Such powerful mutants didn't appear often, and fate had delivered this one into his hands. The massive insect climbed onto a rocky outcrop, unaware that an arrow had already been loosed in its direction. It struck the beast's thick armor, harmlessly bouncing off. The attack had done no damage. Worse, it had alerted the creature. Hansen's heart raced. Not only was the ant impervious to normal arrows, it clearly possessed a level of intelligence far above its kin. The ant's head turned slowly toward them. Realizing the danger, Hansen quickly ordered his friend to hide. He would handle this one alone. His companion, worried but obedient, ran for cover, not before urging Hansen to be extremely careful. Launching himself from the ledge, Hansen soared into the air. As he flew, his body was enveloped in a powerful transformation. He donned the Empress's armor, a piece of rare and powerful gear. Immediately, he felt the difference. The armor, combined with his mastery of superparticle acceleration, boosted his speed and perception. The world seemed to move in slow motion. Slicing through the horde of regular ants, Hansen leapt high into the air once more. This time, his arrow was ready. It struck the ant leader square in the head, and this time, it worked. The creature's skull shattered, and the system confirmed the kill, soul of divine blood ant acquired. From the shadows, his friend emerged, a mix of awe and envy on his face. "You're blessed by the goddess of fortune," he said, half joking. Then, more seriously, "Sell me that soul." But Hansen shook his head. He was still collecting divine blood souls and needed more supergod genes. His friend's expression shifted as he made a new offer. "I'll trade you something better, superbiological armor." That got Hansen's attention. He asked for more details. The friend explained, the armor was a cutting-edge military prototype, developed through the recombination of biological particles. Though it looked like a small suitcase in its base form, its potential was immense, equivalent to destructive-grade weapons. The only catch? It had no built-in weapons, and couldn't be used inside shelters. To prove its authenticity, the young man revealed a sleek metal case. Hansen, intrigued, carefully inspected it. The core systems functioned, and while incomplete, it was clearly a high-value item. Still, Hansen wasn't ready to part with the ant soul. Instead, he offered 2 other rare souls, one from a powerful riding beast and another from a one-horned fox. The friend accepted the deal eagerly, pleased with the bargain. The 2 young men looked around at the battlefield littered with ant corpses. Despite consuming so many, their gene counts had stopped increasing. Yet the number of remaining ants was still massive. Their hunt was far from over, but what lay ahead now was no longer just survival or profit. It was power. Hansen stood among the remnants of battle, considering what to do with all the loot. Without hesitation, he threw the soul of a sandworm toward the remaining ants. His friend, stunned, immediately questioned the decision. "Why would you feed a valuable soul to these insects?" he asked, confused. Hansen shrugged. "I don't really know how to use a divine blood bee soul yet, or what it's for. But I'm hoping it'll strengthen the ant somehow. Maybe it'll be useful in future battles." Though uncertain, he acted on instinct, believing the investment might pay off. Still, part of him felt a pang of regret, not because of the soul, but because his new roommates weren't around to share in the spoils. He decided to surprise them later with some mutated and jerky as a gift. Nearby, his friend sat sulking, silently crying out of frustration. He still hadn't acquired a divine blood soul himself, and eating ordinary mutants only reminded him of the gap between them. The following day, Hansen made his way deep into the forest to examine his newest acquisition, the armor he had traded for. As he activated the system's scan, it responded immediately, "Scan complete." Silver Death Machine activated. What happened next was something straight out of a science fiction dream. The contents of the small suitcase, metallic particles in a liquid-like state, suddenly began to move. They flowed outward and swirled toward Hansen, quickly enveloping his entire body. Within seconds, they formed a sleek, high-tech layer of armor that clung to him like a second skin. Power surged through him. He dashed forward and stopped abruptly, realizing he'd covered an incredible distance in the blink of an eye. The acceleration was far greater than he'd expected. "This is just a prototype," he thought, amazed. "I definitely got the better end of that trade." Elsewhere, preparations were underway for an upcoming academic competition. A well-known reporter chatted with his cameraman, gathering updates on the current standings. "The Black Hawk team is still at the top, as usual," the cameraman said. "Anyone else making waves?" the reporter asked. "Well, the God's Hand group has been improving fast." The reporter leaned in, curious. "What about that unknown player who beat Fanglu at the last minute?" The cameraman dismissed it. "He's from the rifle squad. Doesn't matter. Those guys aren't a real threat in serious competitions." The reporter chuckled and suggested a food break. "Let's go to the Black Hawk mess hall, grab something to eat, and maybe pick up some info on the cadets." They arrived late in the evening. As they entered, they spotted someone eating alone. It was Hansen. They approached and asked why he was eating so late. Hansen looked up, confused. "Are you teachers or something?" he asked bluntly. The reporter blinked in disbelief. Millions had seen his broadcasts. Countless more had read his articles. And yet, this student didn't recognize him. He sat down, trying to play it cool. "What competition are you preparing for?" Hansen replied casually, "Just finished my general physical training." In truth, he had just been testing the new armor and wasn't about to share that detail. The reporter praised his discipline. "Which event are you entering?" "I'm an archer. Part of the heavy armor club," Hansen answered. The reporter raised an eyebrow. "You signed up for every competition involving mechas or exosuits?" "Yeah," Hansen said, unfazed. "I plan to compete in all of them. And win." The cameraman chuckled, clearly skeptical. You should start with something easier. Like archery. Hansen stood and gave a calm smile. Archery's boring. I've already beaten the best player by 20 points. I like new challenges. With that, he walked off. The reporter, though expressionless, had just made the connection. This was the mysterious player who'd beaten Fanglu. He studied Hansen's retreating figure carefully. This kid's not as simple as he looks, he murmured. His cameraman noticed. What are you staring at? The reporter smiled. I think we've just found our headline. The next day, Hansen encountered John. He greeted her warmly, noting it had been a while. But John didn't respond. She walked past him without a word, frowning. Just my luck, she thought. Bitterly. Of all the people I could run into, it had to be him again. As John tried to walk away, Hansen grabbed her by the hand, stopping her in her tracks. You being really rude, he said calmly. Last time you slapped me and didn't even apologize. John turned to him, her eyes flashing with irritation. And you didn't even ask if I wanted to go on that date. That's why I was angry. So you're upset because I called you my girlfriend? Hansen asked, half smiling. Stop talking about that, she snapped. Say another word, and I'll hit you again. But Hansen, unfazed, made her a bold offer. If I win the championship, will you agree to go on a date with me? John paused, clearly caught off guard. Winning the championship was no easy feat. Her expression turned unreadable, mysterious. Fine, she said at last. Take first place in 5 events. If you manage that, I'll consider it. But Hansen wasn't about to be tricked again. You already lied to me once, he reminded her. I'm not falling for it this time. Without hesitation, John extended her phone toward him. Then let's make a contract. I'll back it with my account. Hansen smiled and accepted. Now the deal was sealed, and this time, he was sure she'd hold up her end of the bargain. The day of the Inter-Academy Championship finally arrived. In a broadcast room, the cameraman looked at the host with confusion. Why are you so fixated on that guy we saw in the cafeteria? The host leaned back in his chair. Just a gut feeling. He's special. This will make for an incredible story and massive ratings. Moments later, the live broadcast began, streaming across countless screens, including massive displays across academy grounds. The host welcomed viewers from all over the sector. This year, something unprecedented is happening at the Black Hawk Military Academy, he said. A student is participating in every armor-based competition except one, due to certain restrictions. And he's dominating the stats. His words caused an uproar. Students all across campus buzzed with speculation. Who is this guy? From the Heavy Armor Club. There's no one that's strong in their lineup. Is there? One person who wasn't impressed was Fanglu. Scowling at the screen, he dismissed the reporter's claims as nonsense. But the girl next to him ignored his complaints. Focus. The match is about to start. The screen shifted to show massive combat robots lining up for the first event. The reporter's voice boomed over the arena. Welcome to the first match of the Armor Division. And pay attention, among the competitors is a machine called Destroyer. Though outdated, this model once cost hundreds of millions and still boasts impressive specs. Fanglu raised an eyebrow. That machine's powerful, but I think the real story is its pilot. Then came the starting signal. Engines roared to life and the massive machines lurched forward. But just seconds into the race, the destroyer stumbled and crashed onto the ground with a deafening roar. Gasps echoed throughout the arena. The host's voice returned. An unfortunate accident. Looks like the pilot lost control, perhaps too much excitement. The rest of the robot sped ahead while cadets burst into laughter. Sympathy mixed with ridicule. Fanglu sneered. This was supposed to be the best? What a joke. Even John shook her head in disgust. What a disgrace. And in front of such a huge audience. Inside the fallen destroyer, Hansen realized the truth. Controlling a high-level mech like this required far more training. But instead of giving up, he made a bold decision. He triggered his nano-armor, abandoning the cockpit. His body transformed as the sleek silver death machine suit deployed, wrapping around him in seconds. With a powerful burst, Hansen sprinted forward, closing the gap with incredible speed. His helmet's virtual display lit up as his teammates contacted him. Don't worry, we've got your back, they reassured him. Now, Hansen surged ahead. Despite the overwhelming weight and momentum of the other machines, the Silver Death Machine number 69 tore through the track like lightning. The host's voice returned. "We're down to the final lap." Leading the race is, unbelievably, the Silver Death Machine, number 69. The crowd erupted. Students whispered in shock. "Where did that machine come from? That's a military prototype. I've never seen it sold anywhere." At the finish line, Hansen burst through the tape, arms raised in victory. The announcer's voice thundered across the arena, and first place goes to the Silver Death Machine, number 69. Cheers echoed as Hansen stood tall, basking in the spotlight. He raised his hands, smiling broadly. "Thanks for the support, everyone," he shouted. "And don't go anywhere, I'll be competing in several more events." The identity of the pilot behind the Silver Death Machine is finally revealed. It's Hansen. The news spreads rapidly among the cadets, triggering a wave of shock and excitement. But for John, it's a moment of dread. Panic flickers across her face. She had made a promise, one she now regrets. All she can do is hope that Hansen fails to win the remaining competitions. Meanwhile, the reporter keeps the hype alive, his voice booming through the screens across campus. "This contestant isn't just talk, he's the real deal," he says, stoking the flames of public curiosity. At this rate, he might just be the next champion. Members of the Heavy Armor Club swarm around Hansen, congratulating him on his stunning victory. They are proud, excited, and aware they've just witnessed the birth of a serious contender. Hansen meets their praise with cool confidence. "I will become the champion," he declares. "Racing is my specialty, and I'm just getting started." Around the campus, cadets are buzzing. Some are amazed by Hansen's performance, others remain skeptical, placing bets on different competitors. Their chatter is abruptly cut off by the instructor, who orders them to focus. Though outwardly composed, the instructor doesn't truly believe Hansen will win it all. Still, he admits that Hansen's presence is pushing others to give their best, and that, at least, is a good thing. The reporter announces the next event, the obstacle race. Tension fills the arena. The Heavy Armor Club is ready at the starting line. John, watching nervously, can't hide her anxiety. Hansen's dominance has her on edge. She silently hopes someone will finally manage to stop him. The second competition begins. As soon as the signal sounds, the Silver Death Machine rockets forward, taking the lead instantly. It blazes through the course without slowing, ignoring the obstacles entirely. The crowd is stunned. They watch in awe as Hansen's mech smashes through barriers rather than maneuvering around them. Watching from the sidelines, Fang Lu sneers. A malicious grin forms on his face. He's going to regret that. No amount of speed cancels out physics. But Hansen isn't stopping. With blistering momentum, he crashes through a meter-thick concrete wall, obliterating it. The audience gasps. How is that possible? Did he just? That wall was solid. Whispers of disbelief echo across the arena. The sheer power of Hansen's armor leaves everyone stunned. Fang Lu, now fuming, mutters, "That guy's crazy. He's going to kill himself at this rate." Near him, one of John's friends notices the color draining from her face. "Are you okay?" they ask in concern. But John says nothing. Her eyes are locked on the screen. Hansen continues to charge forward, pulverizing every obstacle in his path. One by one, concrete blocks crumble under his assault. Nothing slows him. Finally, he blasts through the last barrier and crosses the finish line. The host's voice rings out, "We have a winner!" With unmatched speed and raw strength, the Silver Death Machine secures first place once again. The cadets erupt into discussion. Many are in disbelief. Others are simply amazed. Fang Lu can't process what he's seeing. "That shouldn't even be possible," he mutters. "How?" John, on the other hand, is seething. "This is humiliating," she spits. "Veteran players, losing to him? It's a disgrace." Fueled by anger, she spins on her club members and screams, "Get in the arena. Win. Or don't bother coming back to the club." Elsewhere, Hansen's fellow clubmates cheer wildly. They're awestruck. "Your armor is insane," one of them says. "It's like magic. The crowd can't get enough of it." But Hansen isn't satisfied yet. "This is just win number 2, he says. "I've got more to go. I'll prove I deserve to be called the best." In another part of the arena, the instructor sits silently, clearly irritated. He doesn't like the way things are going. Combat matches used to take place through projections, but now, they're happening in real time. It worries him. He voices his concern to one of the officials. The rules are changing. This isn't war, it's a competition. Who's responsible if someone gets hurt? The official calmly responds, the rules were changed to protect the players. Besides, our company sponsors your club. You wouldn't want to jeopardize that relationship, would you? The instructor falls silent, clearly displeased but unwilling to press further. Then, the host's voice echoes again through the arena. Attention, everyone! For the upcoming competition, the rules will be officially changed. A new phase is about to begin, and no one knows what to expect next. The host makes a thrilling announcement. From now on, the competitors will fight in real armor, not simulations. The audience erupts in excitement, craving the danger and spectacle that only live combat can offer. The shift in format electrifies the arena, and the reporter doesn't hold back. This won't be just a race, this will be a massacre, he predicts. With the new survival-based rules, only one contender will be crowned victor, and everyone knows who they're aiming for, Hansen and his silver death machine. Backstage, Hansen's friends excitedly inform him that he's become the talk of the academy. More importantly, his stellar performances have caught the attention of a major military company, one deeply interested in his skills and the power of his unique armor. Flattered, Hansen responds with calm confidence. If they think this machine is impressive now, just wait. No one's ready for what it can really do. But Ian, always strategic, isn't blinded by success. He quickly gathers the heavy armor club and presents a plan. We need to protect Hansen, he says seriously. We're no longer racing, we're surviving. If we can disrupt the enemy formation, force them to interfere with each other, Hansen can break through. The others nod in agreement. They know what's at stake. I'll lead the right flank, Ian adds. Hansen will punch through the center, but he can't do it alone. We'll clear the way. The girls in the club step forward without hesitation. We'll suppress enemy fire, one says. Just make sure Hansen gets through. Moved by their loyalty, Hansen nods. Thank you all. This will be a real battle, and we'll win it. No matter what. The battlefield soon fills with massive armored machines, each one rumbling with energy. The teams assemble. From his cockpit, Ian adjusts the manipulators of his war unit. His eyes narrow as he surveys the enemy force. They've all teamed up against us, he mutters. Figures. The signal blares across the arena. The final battle begins. The ground shakes as the titanic mechs rush forward. The girls from the heavy armor club open fire, unleashing a storm of suppressive fire to keep the enemy at bay. Their priority is clear: protect Hansen at all costs. Within the silver death machine, Hansen darts between enemy mechs, moving with breathtaking speed and precision. His armor glints under the stadium lights as he weaves through enemy fire like a ghost. Behind him, his team continues the offensive. The girls spread out, laying down continuous fire to blast a path open. Ian, coordinating from the rear line, radios in urgently. They're flanking from the right. Too many targets. Even under pressure, Ian keeps his voice steady. Stick to the plan. Hansen, center lane. I'll hold the flank. Hansen activates the Empress Armor's advanced systems. The battlefield slows around him, his perception heightened. To him, the enemy moves in slow motion. With absolute clarity, he drives forward. Suddenly, Tingan and his partner charge the front line, shielding Hansen and absorbing a storm of enemy fire. Their courage is unmistakable. Hansen locks onto multiple targets. Energy weapons deploy from the arms of his mech. His expression hardens. With lethal precision, he opens fire, dropping opponents who dare block his path. The crowd watches in stunned silence, then erupts. The host's voice booms out again. The heavy armor club has taken the offensive. A bold move, and it's working. The reporter nods, eyes locked on the screen. Hansen? This isn't the rookie we saw in the first round. This is a born tactician. In the control room, the competition organizer slams his fist into the table. Why aren't they losing? How is a ragtag club overwhelming my entire formation? His fury echoes through the chamber. Shouts and curses fly from his staff as everything spirals out of control. Back in the arena, Hansen continues his unrelenting march. Voices echo in his comms, enemy pilots yelling, trying to coordinate an ambush. Hansen doesn't stop. He surges forward, barreling straight into enemy lines. Confused by his audacity, the enemy forces panic. Their crossfire becomes disorganized. In the chaos, they begin to hit each other. Cease fire! You're hitting friendlies. But it's too late. A massive explosion erupts, blinding light and thunderous sound engulfing the battlefield. The audience gasps. Out of the smoke and debris, the silver death machine emerges, unscathed, unstoppable. Hansen continues his advance without a word, leaving behind ruins, wreckage, and the furious cries of defeated opponents blaming each other for the humiliating loss. And in that moment, there's no doubt, Hansen isn't just surviving, he's dominating. The reporter, eyes gleaming with excitement, speaks directly to the roaring crowd. That was spectacle incarnate. The Heavy Armor Club didn't just survive, they dominated the battlefield. He highlights how Hansen masterfully utilized the full potential of the Empress armor, maneuvering with a calmness that borders on eerie. With surgical precision, Hansen struck from blind spots, turned enemy weapons against their owners, and fought like he was executing a pre-written strategy. The reporter chuckles, "You won't learn that in a classroom." Realizing their current tactics are failing, the enemy forces hastily regroup and agree on a new plan to eliminate Hansen's teammates first. Without the support of the Heavy Armor Club, they assume Hansen won't be able to last. But their strategy collapses in seconds. Hansen charges into their formation like a whirlwind, his energy blade slicing through metal with terrifying speed and force. His assault is a blur, devastating and unstoppable. The host's voice rises, nearly shouting, "The silver death machine is untouchable. They can't even slow him down." The camera zooms in on the carnage Hansen leaves in his wake. The host, nearly breathless, adds, "This isn't just top-tier piloting. That armor, it's at the level of a senior officer's equipment." Meanwhile, in the control room, the tournament organizer explodes in rage. He hurls a mug across the room, shattering it against the wall. "Cut them off. No sponsorships for any of them." Grinding his teeth, he orders his staff to uncover everything: who built that machine, who authorized its use, and how a student managed to get their hands on it. Back in the arena, the audience rises to their feet. Deafening applause fills the stadium as Hansen is declared the victor once again. The host, still high on adrenaline, addresses the crowd. "Remember this moment. Remember the silver death machine. And remember Hansen, no longer a rookie, but a legend of this tournament." Cadets swarm Hansen, unable to contain their joy. They cheer and call him the pride of Room 304 and the entire Heavy Armor Club. But not everyone is celebrating. Amidst the jubilation, one girl notices John, standing off to the side, her expression blank and distant. Concerned, she approaches her quietly. "John, what's wrong? You look like you're somewhere else." Before John can answer, a group of cadets passes by, enthusiastically discussing Hansen's performance and how they want to buy armor just like his. When they begin praising the pilot, something inside John snaps. She slams her fist into a nearby wall. Her friend flinches and immediately asks, "Who said something to you? Who upset you?" But instead of answering, John's demeanor suddenly flips. A wide, unsettling smile spreads across her face. "Oh, it's nothing. Really, I'm fine. Let's go eat, my treat." Her friend stares at her in disbelief. "John, you re-scaring me. What is wrong with you?" The next day, far from the chaos of the arena, a military research facility reviews the match footage. Scientists and officers watch with rapt attention. One of them comments, "Unbelievable. That was just a test unit. And a first-year cadet won 5 matches with it." Another man nearby nods, still stunned. "If even beginners can pilot it like that, we're looking at something revolutionary." A representative from the development team speaks up. He's no ordinary cadet. Hansen is part of Shuan's special security team. He was given that armor to test it and promote it. As night falls, John sneaks through the shadows in a long coat and large cap, trying not to be recognized. She recalls a message Hansen sent earlier: "If I win 5 competitions, you owe me. Don't forget our promise. Meet me by the dining hall in trance." John clenches her teeth. She hates crowded places, and she knows Hansen chose this spot on purpose. He wants people to see them together. When she arrives, she finds Hansen already there, surprised to see her. "Early? Wow. Didn't think you were that eager," he says with a teasing grin. He eyes her outfit and raises an eyebrow. "What's with the get-up? Afraid of getting swarmed by fans?" John, clearly irritated, slaps a hand over his mouth and snaps, "Shut up." John, trying to break the tension, asks Hansen if he has an account on the school forum. Hansen smiles and nods. Of course. It's under the name My Girl John. Hearing this, John thinks to herself how obvious it was and wonders why she never realized it sooner. She feels a bit flustered and confused. With a teasing smirk, Hansen reminds her, "Well, now it's time to keep your promise." John's heart sinks as she understands what that means. She has to kiss him. Reluctantly, she slowly reaches out, mentally promising herself that as soon as she gets home, she'll wash her mouth with soap and buy a pack of gum. She braces herself, telling herself she can't let his scent stick to her. Suddenly, Hansen surprises her by pulling her into a firm hug and kissing her decisively on the lips. Right at that moment, a group of girls appears nearby. Spotting them, they whisper loudly, surprised and judgmental, "Why choose such a public place for your little show?" Hansen grins and points to one of the girls. "That's my friend. Want to say hi?" The girls, chatting among themselves, walk away, complaining that it's time to hold a student council meeting about this kind of behavior. John feels mortified. She quickly turns away and mutters a curse under her breath aimed at Hansen. Hansen heads toward his room, reflecting on John's shyness. He decides he needs to spend more time with her to understand her better and strengthen their relationship. At his doorway, Hansen is greeted by an unusual sight, his pet, a three-eyed cat. The system announces that the cat has mutated and evolved to a divine level. Hansen is shocked. He never expected this seemingly useless creature to transform into such a rare and powerful being. Gently petting the now larger cat, Hansen concludes it must have evolved thanks to its diet, mostly ants it had collected. Activating a holographic system screen, he learns the cat has developed a formidable fighting body. Hansen is impressed, thinking it's better to develop his pet than to go searching for new ones. He remembers his sandworm pet and hopes it will evolve as well. Clad in his money brother armor, Hansen rides atop the three-eyed cat across a desert plain. He decides to test his pet's usefulness in hunting. Spotting a huge mutated centipede nearby, Hansen commands the cat to attack. The cat swiftly catches up and bites the centipede with its massive jaws. The system congratulates Hansen on a successful hunt and reports the soul of a primitive sand snake has been obtained. Hansen happily hugs his pet, calling it his irreplaceable assistant and hoping its power will only grow. Looking around, Hansen notices the area is eerily empty. Previously, it had been teeming with worms and desert foxes. Walking forward, he finds dead sandworms scattered about. Puzzled, he wonders who could have done this. Deciding not to risk exposing his pet, Hansen calls the three-eyed cat back and prepares to investigate alone. Following a trail of blood, he soon hears the distant calls of sand foxes. After a while, he encounters a large hunting party led by the Divine Sun. The hunters cheer loudly, celebrating a successful hunt and feeling lucky today. Hansen immediately spots a strange, massive stranger among them, a warrior of divine level, new to the Divine Sun squad. The Divine Sun praises this huge warrior, reaffirming his value. The squad corners a small group of sand foxes, including their leader, in a dead end, believing their prey trapped and doomed. A cruel smile spreads across Chinsuan's face as he orders his men to hold back. He wants to enjoy the hunt himself. Hansen suspects the fox leader is very cunning and wonders if the animal will manage to escape. Indeed, the fox surprises everyone by finding a small crack in the rock and slipping through it. Chinsuan is furious upon realizing the beasts had an escape plan. He commands his men not to harm the fox leader, promising to catch it himself. Feeling a spark of excitement, Hansen senses the fox won't give up easily. Suddenly, the huge warrior feels an odd vibration without understanding its source. The Divine Sun urgently orders his squad to retreat to nearby shelter as a strange golden sand approaches from all sides. Hansen immediately recognizes the danger: golden ants, vicious creatures that devour everything in their path. The Divine Sun attempts to flee but is horrified to see one of his hunters consumed instantly by the ants. The huge warrior bravely swings his club, charging forward. "These ants are fragile. Don't be afraid, follow me." A satisfied smile crosses Chinsuan's face as he thinks again how lucky he was to recruit this mighty warrior. Hansen admires the hunter's strength, comparing him to a steel machine. Chinsuan thanks the warrior for saving the squad and claims without him, they would have surely died. The warrior modestly replies it was nothing. At that moment, the other hunters suddenly turn on the huge warrior, stabbing him in the back with knives at the Divine Sun signal. The hunters twist the wounded giant's body cruelly, mocking him by saying he was only lucky because of his divine-level club. Hansen's thoughts turn harsh. He considers the divine son and his hunters worthless scoundrels and worries deeply that such a strong man trusted them. Chinsuan, the divine son, coldly demands the giant hand over his club, promising that if he complies, he might be spared. The giant roars defiantly, shouting that he would never surrender his weapon, even if it means death. The hunters restrain the giant tightly while Chinsuan slaps him across the face, declaring, "You asked for this." Then, with cruel satisfaction, the divine son's men drop the giant roughly to the ground and gleefully announce his doom. Watching this, Hansen realizes he must act quickly to help the stranger before these scoundrels torture him to death. Suddenly, the divine son hears a strange noise and turns to see a beast of divine blood nearby. Alarmed, he orders 2 hunters to stay behind with the wounded giant while he and the rest of the squad chase after the monster. The hunters obey without question but mock the captive giant, taunting him about his earlier boasts of strength. They even offer him the divine club again, hoping to tempt him. Just then, Hansen appears. He confronts the hunters, condemning their cruelty. Swiftly, he strikes down one hunter with his sword. The fallen man drops dead, and his partner scrambles away in fear, seeking refuge behind nearby rocks. With great effort, Hansen helps the wounded giant to his feet, urging him to hold on. From above, the divine son spots Hansen, referred to as a money brother, and curses him for meddling in their affairs, then orders his men to return. Behind them, the voices of the money brother hunters warn that the fugitives won't get far since the giant is injured and slow. Hansen dismisses their threat, calling them foolish. Summoning his massive 3-eyed cat, Hansen carefully places the wounded giant on the creature's back and commands it to carry him to safety. One hunter, shocked, remarks that Hansen has tamed the beast of divine blood. Chinsuan angrily silences him, insisting it's just a pet. Hansen mockingly bids the hunter farewell as Chinsuan shouts curses, vowing he'll catch Hansen someday. At a safe distance, the wounded giant asks Hansen why he saved him, suspicious that Hansen might want the divine club. Hansen denies any such intentions, saying he simply likes helping others. He offers to escort the giant home after he pays what he can. The giant agrees, declaring that the enemy of his enemy is a friend. Though he refuses to give up the divine club, the giant offers Hansen 2 mutated animal souls, one as payment for his rescue, the other as a token for safe escort. Hansen accepts the deal, satisfied that it's more than enough.
2 days later, Yan walked into the garrison commander's office, curious as to why the girl had sought her out. Without much preamble, the commander instructed her subordinate to contact Hansen and summon the young man to her office the following morning. The reason? A prominent weapons company had expressed interest in having Hansen represent their newly developed biological armor. Yanmin was taken aback. She asked again, needing to confirm whether the weapons company was seriously targeting that young man. It made no sense to her. Why would a reputable organization select a mere first-year student for such a significant role? When Hansen was informed of the offer, he declined without hesitation. Acting in a commercial was far from his interests, and he explained that he was already overwhelmed with responsibilities. The captain tried to ease his doubts, saying it wasn't complicated. The Hansen Arms Company already considered him a rising star. She even reminded him that no student from Black Hawk Academy had ever received such an opportunity. Then, the garrison commander interjected with a sharp commanding tone. Cutting through the chatter, the girl clarified to Hansen that he had misunderstood. This wasn't a proposal, it was an assignment, and one he was required to fulfill. The commander stated plainly that the special group could not reject such an honor. With a swift motion, she handed him a document and instructed him to review the contract, assuring him that the terms were exceptional. Hansen scanned through the contract and quickly realized it was an order. Refusal wasn't an option. Still, upon noticing the generous salary, he decided to push his luck by adding a clause. The garrison commander, taken aback, asked what clause he meant. Hansen requested a combat death machine, not the standard version, but one equipped with a full weapons system. Schwan, caught off guard, awkwardly replied that he would consult the management about the matter. Meanwhile, excitement buzzed through the academy. The cadets were abuzz with anticipation for the upcoming lecture. Rumors were circulating that 2 renowned specialists would be attending, offering a live training demonstration. Hansen was genuinely intrigued. He believed the day's lesson would be far from ordinary. This wouldn't be a dull theoretical talk, but a dynamic class, featuring rare, hands-on instruction. The cadets chatted animatedly, thrilled by the chance to witness such important figures up close in what would otherwise be a routine session. One of Hansen's classmates even praised his recent performance in the competition, admitting he hadn't expected such skill from a mere first-year archer. Soon after, a group of men entered the classroom, and silence fell immediately. The cadets turned their attention to them, anticipation written across their faces. The professor greeted the students warmly and then introduced the guests, two prominent figures who had graciously agreed to conduct a short demonstration. The lecture began with a discussion on ancient martial arts. The professor emphasized that true mastery was not just about raw physical power, but the ability to harness one's inner strength with precision. He noted that in real combat, psychological fortitude often outweighed brute force. A punch, he explained, was not just a physical strike, but a reflection of intelligence and awareness. To bring the concept to life, the professor invited his guests to demonstrate. One of the specialists called for 2 volunteers to assist in the experiment. Immediately, every cadet eagerly raised their hand, desperate to be chosen. Everyone except Hansen. He had no desire to be involved, and preferred the professor to pick someone at random. Watching his classmates practically begging to be chosen left him bewildered. The specialist scanned the room and instantly noticed Hansen. With interest, he pointed him out to the second guest, remarking that he was familiar with the young man's strength. He even suggested not choosing him, but the second specialist took this as a direct challenge. Addressing the class, the man pointed out that one student had not raised his hand and asked Hansen directly if he wasn't curious about the secret technique. Hansen was stunned to realize he had just been selected. Though it felt like an odd twist of fate, he accepted and amid the applause of his peers, made his way to the front. The professor invited Hansen onto the stage to help demonstrate the technique. One of the specialists studied him closely, noting his popularity among the students. Then, the professor began the deeper explanation. The secret strike, he said, was a hybrid move, a fusion of a virtual attack and a physical blow. The opponent had to defend against both simultaneously. There were 2 primary methods to execute this technique, each requiring a distinct approach. The specialist emphasized the importance of quickly perceiving the trajectory and adapting instantly to counter. Finally, it was time for Hansen to demonstrate. With a swift motion, he advanced toward the specialist and delivered a powerful, precise strike. The move stunned the entire class. The specialist, unable to deflect the attack, was hit cleanly and sent sprawling to the side. The professor commended Hansen for striking at just the right moment, capitalizing on his opponent's lapse in attention. However, he pointed out a flaw. The blow should have been aimed at the head to inflict serious damage. Even so, the specialist, still recovering from the shock, concluded that Hansen possessed immense potential. His movements were decisive and unpredictable, traits that naturally earned respect. As the professor silently reflected, he realized Hansen might have overreached. Choosing such a risky maneuver could bring trouble later. Meanwhile, Hansen dropped into a fighting stance, signaling his readiness. The specialist, watching closely, dismissed it as nothing more than theatrics, a performance meant to intimidate, not threaten. He was confident Hansen was relying on a basic technique, one he could counter with ease. But reality struck differently. As soon as the bout resumed, Hansen launched a rapid series of attacks. The specialist, caught off guard, couldn't parry them. Each strike landed with precision, leaving no room to recover. Hansen recalled the professor's earlier words. The secret technique involved deception. Clearly, the specialist hadn't mastered that part. Forced to retreat, the expert tried to regroup and counter, but again, he underestimated Hansen. The young cadet concealed his strikes masterfully, slipping past the defense with ease. The specialist's expression turned from focus to astonishment. He had misjudged the student entirely. He now understood. Hansen wasn't just a promising talent, he was already a formidable fighter. Determined to shift the tide, the specialist decided to go all out. It was no longer about teaching or testing, it was about pride. Years of training surged through his next assault. But Hansen, eerily calm, blocked every blow as if he knew them in advance. The professor, observing closely, couldn't hide his surprise. This wasn't luck, this wasn't instinct, this was mastery far beyond what any cadet should possess. Around them, the watching students erupted in cheers. Chants of Hansen's name echoed through the hall. They were in awe. He had dismantled a veteran specialist's defense in just 3 blows. Elsewhere, in the academy cafeteria, Jean sat with her friend, picking at her lunch. Her companion buzzed with excitement, recounting the rumor that Hansen had taken down a seasoned fighter during a live lecture. She regretted missing it. But Jean, she feigned indifference. Shrugging, she claimed there was nothing remarkable about it. In her opinion, Hansen was just pretending to be strong. Across the room, Hansen was being swarmed by classmates. They congratulated him, peppered him with questions about his training, and even offered to treat him to lunch as a sign of admiration. One roommate nudged him and pointed. Jean was sitting just a table away with her friend. Hansen found the encounter oddly timed. Jean, meanwhile, was clearly irritated by his presence. A week had passed since their kiss, and he hadn't reached out even once. Her friend, trying to smooth the mood, invited Hansen and his group to join them. Acting as if nothing was amiss, she opened with small talk, keeping things casual and light. Zhang Yuanyus pretended she didn't know Hansen. Still, those at the table began to notice something different. There was an energy between them that couldn't be ignored. The girl turned to Hansen and noted casually that he'd become famous lately. Everyone at the academy knew his name now. She then mentioned that she worked with the Special Forces unit under the command. Hansen greeted her politely, introducing himself and revealing that he was part of the Archer squad. That's when the girl made a bold remark. She asked if Hansen was Zhang's boyfriend. The question visibly shook John. Her friend's reaction was nervous, nearly panicked. The others, though they tried not to show it, were clearly listening. Everyone was stunned. Zhang Yuanzhan's as a boyfriend. No one had seen that coming. Before the moment could settle, Fengalu suddenly cut in, challenging Hansen to defeat him first. Hansen only gave a slight smile, brushing it off as a joke, but Fengalu didn't take it well. His face darkened. He grabbed Hansen by the collar, furious at his nonchalance. Still composed, Hansen reminded him of their last bout. He had won by 20 points. Want to try again? He asked coolly. The girl seated nearby suddenly connected the dots. Her eyes widened as the realization hit. Hansen was the player known by the nickname My Girl Jian. Without warning, Zhang stood up from the table, grabbed Hansen by the hand, and urged him to leave the dining hall at once. She couldn't bear the idea of their relationship becoming public knowledge, at least, not yet. But her friend blocked their path. The conversation isn't over, she declared sternly. We're going to clear things up right now. She insisted they talk openly about Hansen's identity and the nature of his connection with John. Trying to diffuse the tension, Jean offered a tired smile and brushed it off. You sound sure, overthinking. I stepped in exhausted from all the studying. You probably misunderstood. But her friend was convinced. No. It's all making sense now, she said sharply. The realization struck her like lightning. Wait, that day you sneaked out. Just how long have you two been together? She was outraged. Zhang Yuanshan's had always insisted she wasn't in a relationship, yet here was evidence proving otherwise. At that point, Hansen saw no reason to keep secrets. The truth was obvious. She sips my girlfriend, he said plainly. The cadets nearby, who had been eavesdropping with subtlety, reacted with surprise. Murmurs quickly spread, but instead of judgment, admiration filled the room. They all agreed. They looked like the perfect couple. Tingyan, unable to hold back, declared enthusiastically, Hansen is a true hero, and heroes deserve the finest beauties. His words were sincere and joyful. The cadet community buzzed with discussion, but not all news was celebratory. Ian, visibly concerned, reported that the sponsor company had gone too far. They had officially disqualified Hansen from competition. Outrage followed. Tingyan was livid. Those freaks, they are accusing him of using illegal armor with zero proof. Despite the storm, Hansen remained unbothered. He already felt fulfilled. People knew his name. They'd seen him win. That was enough. Ian mentioned that the finals of the tournament were next month, and fans were threatening to boycott if Hansen didn't participate. But Hansen simply shrugged. The cup doesn't matter to me anymore. There are more important things now. At the TV center, tension brewed elsewhere. A girl confronted the CEO. She believed she had earned the starring role in the new advertisement campaign. Why would you give the spotlight to some student? She demanded. Zun Quan was just as frustrated. He felt like the network executives were misleading him. The girl had memorized the script, prepared for filming, and yet she hadn't even gotten to test the new armor. The CEO tried to remain calm. Yushang Star, the top student at the academy and part of the elite armor unit, control your emotions and follow orders. But Sung-on was not satisfied. She raised objections, but the CEO cut her off. I once said tolerate dissent. Do your job. Clearly angry, she stormed out of the office. Her mind was made up. She was going to meet the student who had taken her role. 30 minutes later, Hansen arrived at the television company. There, he was greeted by the general director, the director, and the cameraman in charge of the new promotional video. The CEO explained that Hansen would be showcasing a new armor model. Pointing to a suitcase on the table, he said, we made a few recent updates. You might want to try them. Hansen's eyes lit up as he opened the briefcase. The armor looked larger than usual, and the moment he lifted the lid, the nanoparticles began to stir. He recalled the CEO's earlier warning. The official specs were slightly underreported. As the liquid nanotech surged over his body, Hansen immediately sensed a difference. This armor was lighter, sleeker, and more comfortable than anything he had worn before. The engineers had outdone themselves. The cockpit interior was more ergonomic, and the control interface was incredibly intuitive. He activated the system and began moving. At first, he was thrilled with the expanded feature set, but his excitement led to recklessness. He dashed forward and stumbled. This wasn't like the old death machine he was used to. A few more missteps, and Hansen hit the ground. For a fleeting moment, he doubted himself. Am I even worthy of piloting such perfection? Suddenly, another figure appeared in the training area, wearing the same armor. The stranger glared at him. Show me everything you got, or get out. Hansen stared, stunned. Who are you? Why are you acting like this? Elsewhere in the control room, the CEO monitored everything via CCTV. His subordinate leaned in with alarm. Zun Quan had entered the gym in full silver mystery armor without permission. The CEO's expression hardened. I'll handle it. Prepare to intervene. The CEO continued watching the surveillance feed, his expression unreadable. After a long pause, he finally spoke. It's too late to intervene now, he said quietly. She sits far too stubborn. Nothing can stop her. Though the engineer was aware of the girl's combat capabilities and extensive experience, he couldn't help but worry for Hansen. Yet the CEO held firm. He wanted to see if the cadet could truly handle the advanced armor on his own. Inside the training hall, Zun Quan shouted with fury. Now I still show you who really deserves the lead role. She activated her mechanical armor, drew her lightsaber, and charged at Hansen without hesitation. Hansen, visibly irritated by her recklessness, realized he had no choice. He summoned his own lightsaber and met her aggressive strikes head-on. As her blade came crashing down, Hansen swiftly dodged and countered, landing a clean hit against her weapon. Zun Quan staggered back, unable to keep up with his precision. Another strike from Hansen sent her flying across the room. Regaining his rhythm, Hansen demonstrated remarkable control over the biomechanical armor, unleashing a flawless combination of blows. Each landed cleanly, each pushed her further back, until she finally crashed to the ground. Furious and stunned, Zun Quan struggled to understand how a mere cadet could wield the armor so perfectly. Hansen approached, pointed his light blade at her and said coolly, "You sham lost. It's steps over. Leave peacefully." Zun Quan cursed under her breath as she rose slowly to her feet. From the observation deck, the engineer was dumbfounded. For Hansen to defeat her so effortlessly was not just impressive, it was proof that this armor had massive potential. Zun Quan deactivated her armor and climbed out. Hansen blinked in surprise. She had been his opponent all along, and now he recognized her. Among the stars of the weapons company, there was only one famous woman in armor. She looked at him sharply. "You shaman just a cadet. Are you really a freshman?" Still stunned, Hansen bowed his head slightly. "I didn't expect to fight a celebrity. Sorry for using such a rough technique." Zun Quan narrowed her eyes. "How do you even train in that armor?" Hansen smirked. "Success is 99% genius and 1% hard work." She scowled. "Or maybe it sits the other way around." He chuckled. "It might sound arrogant, but in my case I stand by it." Clearly still fuming, Zun Quan muttered that she would remember that number, 99% genius. Then, with an icy smile, she said, "I hope we can get along on set." Hansen winced internally. Set. No one had told him they would be filming together. Suddenly, it all made sense. Her anger, the challenge, the hostility. He had taken the role she believed was hers. The atmosphere on set was buzzing. A massive film crew prepared the shooting location. Makeup artists scrambled prop technicians, adjusted final fittings, and the director barked orders for everyone to move faster. The CEO approached Hansen, smiling. "We tailored the silver secret armor to your exact specifications. It should fit you perfectly." Hansen tried on the armor and was amazed. It had been resized to match his frame precisely. "I'll take good care of it," he promised. The CEO added with a grin, "The photographer says you stark incredibly photogenic. You still look great next to Zun Quan." Then, he revealed a generous surprise. "In appreciation for your work today, we are gifting you this armor." 2 special models were being used in the shoot, red for Zun Quan, blue for Hansen. Both were emblazoned with the emblem of the Arms Corporation and carried a lifetime service warranty. Hansen thanked him sincerely, though inside, he braced himself. Zun Quan clearly wasn't happy to be working alongside him. Moments later, she approached. "The new armor looks great," she admitted grudgingly. "It seems your research team has really progressed." The CEO nodded. "Technology never stops moving forward, but for now, only the Death Machine model will go into mass production." Zun Quan turned to Hansen, her tone still sharp. "We have to fight in this new armor." Hansen could feel the tension radiating from her. She wasn't done competing. Before the argument could escalate, the assistant director arrived. "Everything ready. Please move to the set." As the two walked off together, the CEO watched them with quiet satisfaction. They looked good together, he thought, and the upcoming conference at the beginning of the month would showcase the results of all this effort. The conference began in a grand auditorium. On the towering screen, the newly developed biological armor, Silver Secret, was unveiled. The hostess' voice rang out. "Today you will witness a historic moment, the launch of an epic masterpiece." The official promotional video rolled. A girl sat peacefully beneath the shade of a massive tree, reading a book in the quiet of the park, but her calm was suddenly disturbed by a strange sound, a low, resonating hum. She looked up, her eyes searching the sky. A shadow passed overhead. Her book slipped from her hands as she jumped to her feet in alarm. Floating above her was a dark silhouette, one that bore an eerie resemblance to the infamous alien invader, Asura. The alien invader landed with a deafening crash, his massive frame shaking the ground. Without hesitation, he marched toward the girl, drawing two enormous swords. His intent was clear and deadly. Around them, chaos erupted. Students screamed in terror. Some ran, others froze, their minds unable to comprehend why Asura, the dreaded alien warrior, had descended upon their academy. Desperation filled the air. Why is this happening? Someone shouted. I don't want to die. Another cried. The girl, panicking, tripped over a stone and crashed to the ground. Pain shot through her ankle. She couldn't get up. Asura saw his chance. He called humans, damn rats, and raised his gleaming sword for the killing blow. The girl, paralyzed by fear, screamed. Off-screen, the alien Sip's cruel laughter echoed. Say goodbye to life, Asura growled. But before the blade could fall, a metal suitcase slammed into his hand, sending sparks flying. Asura staggered, stunned. He looked down at the briefcase, confused. Then, a voice echoed from the shadows. Why are you picking on a defenseless girl? A figure stepped forward. It was Hansen. He opened the metallic briefcase. Instantly, nanomaterial shot out, wrapping around him like liquid steel. On outdoor mega screens across the city, crowds watched, breathless. The commercial had just begun. Confusion rippled through the audience. Who is that guy? Someone asked. We're Sips Sunyuan, our favorite star. But a few recognized the newcomer. Wait, that's Sips Hansen. He's Sips the cadet who won every match in the Academy Cup. The ad continued. Wearing the sleek new silver secret armor, Hansen launched himself at Asura. The alien tried to strike back, but Hansen was faster, sharper, relentless. Each hit landed with pinpoint precision. The invader screamed, "This can be happening." In the next scene, Zoom Quan appeared, still in character, and approached Hansen, stunned. Who are you?" she asked breathlessly. Hansen didn't stop. He simply turned and began to walk away. "Wait," she called. "Don't sit, leave me alone." But he only looked back and said, "Now Sips, not the time for talking." With that, he rose into the air. Two massive cannons deployed from his shoulders. The sky lit up with fire as he unleashed a devastating blast that consumed Asura in a blinding plasma explosion. Just then, more members of the Asura clan appeared, enraged and ready to avenge their fallen warrior. They paused, analyzing Hansen's armor. "What is that suit?" one alien muttered. "Why is it so powerful?" But Hansen stared them down and calmly asked, "Who said I was alone?" In that moment, the sky tore open with light. A battalion of armored warriors descended beside Hansen, each wearing the new silver secret gear. They landed in perfect formation, ready for war. The music swelled, epic and thunderous. A narrator's voice boomed. "Stand united, fight together, protect humanity." The screen exploded into a montage, armored warriors charging into battle, slicing through alien invaders, defending civilization with unwavering resolve. Then, a final voiceover delivered the punchline. "Silver Secret, the armor that will protect humanity for generations, brought to you by the Weapons Corporation." The last scene showed the alien forces being obliterated. The ad ended with the line, "Limited edition sales begin soon." The auditorium erupted into thunderous applause. Then silence fell. The presenter stepped forward. "This," he said, "is truly revolutionary armor, built to exceed top-tier military standards." He added that the Silver Secret was a limited release, and anyone interested would have to join a live queue immediately. Elsewhere, Minga's mother had just finished watching the commercial at home. "That actor, he looks just like Hansen," she said with surprise. "Is he really rubbing shoulders with celebrities now?" Minga confirmed it. "It is Hansen. Look at the credits." As the names rolled across the screen, the truth was undeniable. Envy filled the room. How did that guy make it into the military academy and become a superstar? Back at the academy, the cadets couldn't stop talking. The commercial had already racked up over 500 million views. Everyone was buzzing about it, especially about Hansen's sudden rise to fame. In the cafeteria, Zhang Yuanzhan's friend turned to her. "Hansen sips all over the place." The rumors once did stop. Zhang Yuanzhan's finally snapped. She shouted that Hansen was a freak, her voice trembling with fury. "He hasn't messaged me in 2 weeks. As far as I am concerned, he sits dead to me." Later, Yushang confronted Hansen. Their voices were raised, tension thick in the air. "Why don't you go back to your movie star?" Zhang spat. "I hope you two have a wonderful time." Hansen, caught off guard, stared at her. "Wait, you think?" Zhang Yuan interrupted. "I am serious. I hope it works out." Hansen took a breath, steadying himself. "Zhang Yuanzhan, it wasn't what you think. It was just a mission. I couldn't say anything. I signed an NDA. But the damage had already been done." Zhang was dying a word of it. She glared at Hansen, her voice sharp and accusing. "You think you can just show up after 2 weeks and toss around some ridiculous excuse? Do you take me for a fool?" Hansen shook his head, his tone sincere. "It's not like that. I didn't want to hurt you. I didn't do anything wrong. But then he made a critical mistake. Trying to reassure her, he began, "Your beauty, it doesn't stead even compare to Zunwan Sit's." Zhang Yuanshan snapped. Fury overtaking her, she lunged forward and grabbed him by the throat. Hansen gasped, trying to pry her fingers away. "John, stop, you can't act like this," he choked out. Then, in a moment of bold desperation, he kissed her. Zhang Yuan froze, her grip loosened. The heat of the moment shattered the tension, if only slightly. Flushed and furious, she pulled away. "You kissed me again, without warning. You kiss." She called him a string of names that left Hansen smiling sheepishly. Later, the garrison commander summoned Hansen to her office. "I don't stead understand," she said. "Why refuse further cooperation with the arms company? Do you know how much money you could make?" Hansen nodded. "I do, but fame isn't what I want. I want to use my time to improve my skills, not shoot commercials." The commander admired his conviction. "I still pass that on to management. For the record, the Silver Secret has surpassed every sales forecast." But Hansen Sip's mind was elsewhere. "I have other priorities now, working on mutated gene development and helping the people close to me." Isten, Shang Yuanshan's poursuiveur. A few days later, Hansen found himself in the desert zone, walking beside Beimo on another hunt. The girl, clearly comforted by his presence, smiled warmly. "I stim glad you store here again," she said. "With you, I feel safe." She explained that while he seemed to been gone, others had accompanied her on hunts. They seemed to mostly encountered low-tier beasts. "But I hope," she added eagerly, "we run into something divine soon." Their conversation was cut short by a piercing scream in the distance. Both of them looked up sharply. Above them, a swarm of black-feathered creatures circled ominously in the sky. "They sef been showing up more often," Beimo said cautiously. "But it's sefter's just watching us." Hansen narrowed his eyes. "Yeah, they supper acting like they supper guarding something, not hunting." Then came another noise, clashing steel and angry cries, not far off. A battle was underway, just a few kilometers away. A hunting squad was locked in fierce combat with the winged beasts. Beimo's eyes widened with recognition. "That's Sips, my sister." Hansen turned to her in surprise. "She's Sep's 2 years older," Beimo explained quickly. "Our families do business together." But Hansen remained cautious. "Let's Sets not get involved. The beasts aren't set attacking us. If we jump in, they might see us as rivals for their prey." From a distance, Hansen observed a hunter with energy wings take flight, slicing through enemies mid-air. His technique impressed Hansen, fluid and deadly. His attention then shifted to a female archer in the squad. Her form was textbook perfect, yet her power was anything but ordinary. Hansen watched as she loosed an arrow with devastating precision. It tore a feathered beast clean in half. "She's Sep strong," he thought, quietly impressed. "Accurate, composed, lethal." Beimo nodded to herself. "That's Sip's my sister all right. Always gathering the best beast souls. These monsters will just add to her collection." The archer paused, listening intently to the quiet. A moment later, the winged hunter flew to her side. She asked him why the beasts had stopped attacking and pulled back so suddenly. He shrugged. They realized they couldn't set win. They retreated. But the girl wasn't set convinced. "No, something scared them off. Something or someone is close." Right then, Hansen and Beimo stepped out from their hiding spot. The archer, Lian Lu, turned and smiled at Beimo. "I understand why you didn't sit interfere. Don't sit in worry. We had it handled." Then her gaze shifted to Hansen. Her eyes narrowed slightly. "Wait, are you the same guy from the Silver Secret armor commercial? The one from the military academy?" She studied him more closely. "There are a lot of rumors about you. Some say you sit your divine tier already." Inwardly, Lian Lu wondered if those stories were true. But Hansen remained humble. "I said I'm just a first-year cadet. My only job is to protect Beimo." Hansen initially thought the new acquaintance seemed kind and polite. However, her sharp words made it difficult to decipher her true intentions. Meanwhile, Luck reported that their hunt had already concluded and they were heading toward the shelter of steel armor. In response, Hansen activated a holographic screen and showed the hunters the shortest route to the shelter. He then informed them that he and BMA would not be returning for the time being, as the girl still required more training. At that moment, Legenlu gave Hansen a piercing look. The girl quietly wondered if he was trying to drive her away, but Legenlu stepped in, stating that they weren't in a hurry and actually wanted to stay and train together. She added that they hadn't spoken with Bayo in a long time and needed to catch up with him soon. As Hansen carefully observed the woman, he tried to guess her motives. Legenlu had heard rumors about Hansen's exceptional skill in archery and combat armor. She asked whether his new armor genuinely enhanced martial abilities. Hansen replied vaguely, avoiding direct answers, silently suspecting that the woman's interest in him wasn't exactly pure. A fellow hunter riding alongside interrupted the conversation, accusing the woman of exaggerating Hansen's talents. He insisted that no one could be good at everything. Suddenly, Hansen halted his mount. He warned the group not to proceed any farther. A dark cloud loomed on the horizon. The hunters quickly recognized the threat. It was a swarm of black feathered beasts. However, they were confident, believing their previous victory over the creatures made them invincible. Hansen, on the other hand, didn't share their optimism. He ordered Bimo to immediately leap onto his beast, urging the others to retreat as well. Bio agreed and suggested a tactical withdrawal. While the woman complied, one of the hunters arrogantly declared he would stay behind and slay every last one of the flying monsters. Bimo's voice broke through the tension, noting how massive the flock truly was. It had blocked out the sun, plunging the world into darkness in the middle of the day. Yushanwu realized Hansen had been right all along. Their only option was to retreat. But even as they moved, the number of black feathered beasts continued to rise, flooding the sky like a living shadow. The defiant hunter remained confused. How had these beasts become so bold? He clung to his confidence, certain he could handle them alone. But Hansen snapped at him, warning that even a skilled warrior couldn't take on several hundred of these creatures. Worse, Hansen feared they were being led by a king. His fears proved true. A moment later, an enormous black-feathered beast emerged from the center of the flock. It was a god-level king of the sky. The hunter transformed, covering himself in thick battle armor. With glowing energy wings, he soared into the sky, hoping that defeating such a creature would earn him a divine gene. Lenu, watching from below, cried out in desperation, pleading for him to come back. She warned that he was no match for such a powerful enemy. As Hansen and the others retreated, he glanced back and saw the hunter charging headfirst into the aerial horde. To Hansen, this wasn't bravery, it was foolishness. As the group fell back, he ordered the girl to head toward the south rock and not stop under any circumstances. Then Hansen drew his bow and loosed several arrows into the sky. Each shot tore through the black-feathered monsters with precision. Lin Lu was astonished by his skill. In such a dire situation, he had killed 2 creatures with a single arrow. She realized the boy wasn't as ordinary as he appeared. The girls accelerated, pushing toward the southern mountains as part of the flock broke off and began pursuing them. Legan Lu fired back, unleashing deadly arrows that cut through the beasts mid-air. She screamed to the hunter behind them, urging him to return before it was too late. If he continued, there would be no chance of saving him. But the hunter refused to listen. He plunged deep into the swarm, slashing and striking the monsters with everything he had. He was desperate for trophies, desperate to consume the beasts and acquire the divine gene. During the chaos, he failed to notice the enormous predator closing in behind him. In an instant, the king beast lashed out, raking its massive claw across his back. The hunter fell rapidly toward the earth, thinking that despite his ferocity, he hadn't even reached the true target. He was instantly surrounded by dozens of monsters. Their sharp fangs bit into his armor, ripping into him with savage force. The others realized that escaping the swarm was impossible. The flying beasts were far too fast. So, the young fighters dismounted and formed a tight defensive formation, standing shoulder to shoulder. Hansen knew it was time to unleash his trump card, the sole weapon of a mutated beast. This sword he thought would be ideal for such a confrontation. Surrounded by enemies, Hansen charged into the fray. With each strike, he felled another monster. Notifications of successful kills flooded in, but the soul of the beast he sought still eluded him. Leganlu fended off another incoming strike. Her thoughts conflicted. She still harbored doubts about Hansen's true intentions, but there was no denying his strength. Side by side, the young fighters continued battling the relentless wave of monsters. Yet despite the intensity of the conflict, not a single beast soul had been obtained. Suddenly, a deafening roar shattered the battlefield, followed by a blinding flash of light. The group turned instinctively and then froze. A hunter's corpse, headless and broken, crashed to the ground. The light they had seen was the final moment of his fall. Bamo gasped, overcome with horror. She clutched her mouth to stifle a scream, whispering in disbelief at the sheer brutality of what she'd witnessed. Legan Lu stood paralyzed, her eyes locked on the fallen body. The realization struck hard. An old companion, lost to the sky beasts. There had been no chance to save him. And then, the nightmare deepened. Above them, the king of the black-feathered flying beasts descended into view, clutching the severed head in its talons. Its actions were deliberate, a calculated display meant to provoke and demoralize. Leganlu glanced around at the field, littered with the corpses of lesser monsters. So many had fallen, and yet not one had yielded a beast soul. The tools they needed to stand a chance still eluded them. Hansen, locked in a ferocious struggle nearby, grimaced. The creatures were far tougher than he'd expected. Gritting his teeth, he summoned the soul of his beast. Curious, the girl asked him what he was calling forth. "It sits, the soul of my favorite beast," Hansen replied. "I sips am going to feed it until it sips full. Then it sips will help us clear this battlefield." In the next moment, the tiny flicker of energy in his palm erupted into a massive sandworm. Towering and savage, it surged forward, devouring the black-feathered monsters with ravenous fury. Amid the chaos, Hansen turned to Bio and revealed his plan. He intended to lead the monstrous flock away. He urged her to flee at once and return home. Then, an energy flame ignited in his hand. With a swift motion he directed it toward the girl. Divine armor wrapped around her, forged from the blood of a sacred entity. Bio stood stunned. She recognized it instantly. Divine blood armor, a gift of this magnitude was unthinkable. "How will you fight without it?" she asked, concern flooding her voice. But Hansen knew what had to be done. Time was slipping away, and the king of the beasts wasn't waiting. If they stalled, things would spiral even further out of control. Without hesitation, he began his own transformation. In mere seconds his body was encased in the Empress's armor, an elite relic designed for deadly close combat. Brandishing his sole weapon, a blade born from a mutated beast, Hansen charged into the fray. He fought his way through the lesser beasts, determined to reach their leader. Every strike was swift and brutal, carving a path forward. Lu watched him closely. Now she understood why he had given the divine armor to her friend. Without hesitation, deep down, she envied him, not just for his strength, but for the fact that he possessed multiple beast souls. Still, she thought, charging head-on at the king of the beasts was sheer recklessness. But Hansen thought otherwise. He closed the distance and engaged the massive creature in close combat. Blow after blow, he pressed the attack. The beast shrieked, flapping its enormous wings, trying to shake him off. But Hansen clung tightly, maneuvering behind the creature's neck and locking his arms around it. The beast roared in fury and shot skyward, its speed immense. The entire flock followed. The sky darkened again as they vanished into the clouds. Back on the ground, Bamo realized this was the perfect chance to retreat. She urged her companion to run while they still had time. She trusted Hansen. He clearly had a plan. Lu, however, remained uneasy. Watching the boy soar into battle alone stirred guilt and helplessness in her heart. High above, Hansen's battle raged on. He wondered if the smaller beast would dare attack while their king was in danger. Using the full might of the Empress's armor, he unleashed a flurry of devastating strikes. The monster twisted and shrieked, unable to shake him. Then, finally, the king of the beasts went limp. For a brief moment, Hansen thought he had succeeded, but something felt wrong. It wasn't unconscious. It was falling, deliberately. Hansen's eyes widened in realization. This was no accident. The creature plunged headfirst toward the sand dunes below, dragging Hansen with it. Within seconds they slammed into the desert floor. The impact triggered a thunderous explosion, hurling sand and stone into the air in a violent storm of debris. Hansen looked around in astonishment and soon realized the truth. They had fallen into a cave hidden beneath the sand dunes. The realization struck him like a bolt of lightning. The black-feathered king of beasts hadn't crashed here by accident. It had known about this underground refuge all along. This had been its plan. Slowly approaching the wounded monster, Hansen's voice was calm yet ominous. "You still regret bringing me here. Now I am going to kill you, and then eat you." The monstrous creature let out guttural screeches, its powerful wings torn and trembling as it tried to crawl away. Just then Hansen noticed strange blue flashes illuminating the cavern walls. Emerging from the light were strange glowing butterflies. As they drew near, Hansen slashed at the incoming swarm. These creatures were foreign, beautiful, and clearly dangerous. He immediately understood this wasn't just a hiding place. The king of beasts had brought him here intentionally, hoping the strange insects would serve as weapons. Without hesitation, Hansen launched into action. The moment his blade connected with one of the butterflies, the system notified him he had slain a primitive flame butterfly. The creature exploded into fire, and the cave's temperature skyrocketed. A scorching wave of heat filled the air. In a panic, the king of beasts staggered toward the underground river, desperate for escape. But Hansen remained unfazed. Drawing back his bow, he fired an arrow tied with a rope and declared, "You're not getting away this time." The great beast roared and hurled itself into the torrent, disappearing beneath the icy waters of the underground stream. Hansen gripped the rope tightly and dove in after him. The frigid current tore at his body, but he pressed forward. What startled him most was the realization that this creature had mastery over multiple elements. But soon, his lungs burned. The air was gone. He had gone too deep. With no choice left, Hansen released the rope and pushed upward with all his remaining strength. After a grueling ascent, he burst from the surface, gasping for breath. He dragged himself to the cave wall, leaning heavily against it, his body drained from the fight and the chase. Just then, the system chimed again. He had obtained the soul of a primitive plasma butterfly, but to his surprise, it wasn't edible. It was a one-time use hidden weapon. Curious, Hansen decided to test its power immediately. He hurled the soul at a nearby wall. The impact was immediate and dramatic. A thunderous explosion and a blinding light tore through the cave. Hansen was stunned by its sheer power. Even the soul of a primitive insect, he realized, carried incredible destructive potential. But the blast had unintended consequences. The explosion had disturbed the resting creatures of the cave. All around him, hundreds, no, thousands of luminous blue butterflies took to the air, filling the chamber with flickering light. Yet Hansen wasn't afraid. Quite the opposite. He saw opportunity. Without hesitation, he drew his sword and began striking the butterflies mid-air, one after another. System notifications flashed before his eyes. Primitive butterflies slain, inedible flesh and blood obtained. Time passed, and the messages changed. At last, he received word that the original soul of the flame butterfly had been secured. Hansen smiled. The king of beasts, without knowing it, had led him to the perfect hunting ground. Within a short span, Hansen managed to collect dozens of butterfly souls. He decided to keep a portion for himself and sell the rest to earn some profit. But each time he destroyed one of the flame butterflies, a massive burst of heat filled the cave. His armor temperature climbed to critical levels. Still, intoxicated by the thrill of the hunt, Hansen chose to continue. Another beast soul was claimed, but now the heat was no longer tolerable. It pierced through his metal armor like burning needles, searing his flesh beneath. Every breath felt like inhaling fire. In agony, Hansen chuckled bitterly. "So this is what greed gets you," he muttered. If he could secure the primitive flame butterfly soul with divine blood, he joked to himself, perhaps it would be worth getting scorched a little. But he had pushed too far. The risk was now real. He turned without another word, sprinted toward the edge of the cavern, and dove into the icy underground river. The intense heat that enveloped him moments ago was instantly replaced by a bone-chilling cold. Relief and pain came hand in hand. Several days passed. Back at Black Hawk Academy, regular training resumed as if nothing had happened. But beneath the surface, deep below the sands, Hansen's battle had uncovered a new frontier, one filled with monstrous secrets and dangerous opportunity. Back at Black Hawk Academy, Hansen sat quietly during one of the regular classes, absently studying the soul of a butterfly in his hand. His mind wasn't on the lecture, it was on strategy. He needed to reach out to the blacksmith who had once sold him rare arrows. Hansen planned to order 10 specially crafted darts, intending to test them during training and later in actual combat. He was eager to see how effectively these new weapons could channel the power of a primitive butterfly's soul. His thoughts were suddenly interrupted by the voice of the student sitting beside him. Apologizing for the interruption, the classmate leaned in and said there was something important he needed to discuss. He revealed that he was part of the Ancient Martial Arts Club, a group dedicated to mastering deadly combat techniques, and that Hansen had caught their attention. There was one remaining spot on their tournament team, and they wanted Hansen to take it. Hansen was caught off guard. "Why me?" he asked. "I stepped in from the archery squad, not trained in close-range striking techniques." The classmate explained that after witnessing Hansen's recent battle, everyone in the academy had been impressed by his physical prowess, especially his striking skills. Their upcoming opponent in the first round was none other than the elite Wind Military Academy, and they believed Hansen could be their key to victory. "We can't afford to lose," the classmate insisted. "Not this time." Hansen's expression shifted at the mention of Wind Academy. He knew their reputation: brutal, highly disciplined and undefeated against Blackhawk for the past 3 years. "We SEP been rivals for a long time," the student continued. "They SEP always come out on top, but not this year. Not if you fight with us." The young man then looked at Hansen with urgency and admiration. "You Shumster the only one who can help us win, please." "When is the tournament?" Hansen asked. "On the 6th, next Sunday." Hansen nodded. "I don't have any plans. I still do it." Relieved and excited, the student handed him a registration form. Hansen studied it carefully until he reached the part that always annoyed him: choosing a new account name. He muttered under his breath, frustrated that he had to invent another alias again. After thinking through several ideas, he finally settled on Deathstrike. The name, he felt, perfectly captured his combat style and relentless determination. With registration complete, Hansen made his way to the physical testing center, a place he hadn't visited in quite some time. Since his last session, both his body and his combat abilities had evolved dramatically. Now he wanted a real measurement of how far he had come. Stepping into the training booth, he activated the test sequence, focusing on strength, speed and agility. The horn blared. Hansen launched himself forward, unleashing a flurry of devastating blows against the training dummy. With the first stage completed, he moved to the treadmill, pushing his legs to their limit as he tested his raw speed. Then came the reaction test. Dozens of projectiles fired rapidly toward him from all directions. Hansen dodged with lightning speed, slipping between them like water through cracks. Once the test concluded, he reviewed the results. His average score was approaching 16, a level few students reached, even those infused with the genes of mutated beasts. He smiled, waving a towel over his head, satisfied that his hard work had clearly paid off. He knew the implications. If his growth continued at this pace, he would eventually fill all his beast genes and easily break the 20-point threshold, a milestone reached only by the most elite. Just then, a stranger entered the room. Hansen turned, mildly surprised as the young man approached with an air of arrogance. He seemed almost shocked to find Hansen there. Recognizing him instantly, Hansen extended his hand in greeting. The boy was a prominent figure from the ancient martial arts club, but instead of shaking it, the boy bluntly asked if Hansen had really agreed to compete against the Wind Academy. Hansen, ever cordial, assumed he was also participating. Maybe we shall be teammates. But the other boy shook his head. I won't step be fighting. Our club doesn't said have the strength to win, so why waste time on a battle we stir sure to lose? Hansen frowned, puzzled. Then why did you come here? The boy shrugged. I been watching your fights. You sham got real skill. You belong with us. A moment of silence passed. Then Hansen smirked. Let's settle this with action. If you can beat me, I still join your club. The challenger introduced himself, Shang Rong, a former top-tier striker in the academy. He had once ranked among the top 20 fighters in school history. Hansen proposed a 10-bout series. Win 5 times, he said, and I stem yours. To decide who would attack first, they flipped a coin. The result, tails, Shang Yuan's advantage. Without waiting for Hansen to prepare, Shang Yuan dashed forward in a blur of motion. His fists cut through the air with ferocity, aiming to overwhelm Hansen before the duel even truly began. Hansen reacted instantly. As Shang Yuan launched into a flurry of aggressive strikes, Hansen slipped between them with fluid ease, analyzing his opponent's unique technique. It was a rare and direct style, built entirely around overwhelming force, something seldom seen even among elite fighters. He countered with precision, and in a flash, won the first round of their sparring match. To him, it wasn't worth using more advanced techniques in a fight this basic. Turning toward Shang Yuan, Hansen asked calmly, do you know what name I registered under for the upcoming tournament? Shang Yuan shot him a cold, dismissive glare. Not interested. Unbothered, Hansen dropped into a stance and replied evenly, Deathblow. I intend to live up to that name. Shang Yuan scoffed, thinking it was just bravado, a bluff meant to unsettle him. But that illusion shattered a moment later when Hansen struck with blinding speed. Shang Yuan never even saw the hit coming. Staggered and stunned, Shang could only blink as Hansen calmly extended a handkerchief. I warned you, Hansen said without malice. Why didn't you listen? Embarrassed and shaken, Shang Yuan insisted there must have been some mistake. He demanded a rematch. You start too confident, Hansen replied. But fine, just remember, I already have 2 points. Without waiting, Hansen attacked again. His form was impeccable, muscles shifting subtly beneath the surface, revealing deadly precision. Yet the real threat came from how deceptively relaxed his posture appeared. His arms and fists never betrayed the true force they carried. That was the essence of the deathblow technique, lethal power hidden behind stillness. Shang Yuan knew this was no ordinary opponent. He braced himself and blocked Hansen's strike. He had a strong body and was confident in his physical abilities. He'd already reached level 13 in terms of base stats. His anger fueled him. Donstedt, hold back, Shang Yuan barked. Come at me with everything. But Hansen paused and asked evenly, are you sure? Maybe we should take a break. Shang Yuan refused outright. No, keep fighting. Even the best make mistakes when they are pushed to the edge. The two clashed again, exchanging blow after blow in a fierce 10-minute exchange. Then Hansen stepped back and without drama, announced, that's 5 points, I win. Shang Yuan sitched ready to stop. This isn't set over. Your words don't match your actions. If you truly meant what you said, you wouldn't end it here. You start overcomplicating it, Hansen replied, frowning. You lost. Accept it. But seeing the fire in Shang Yuan's eyes, Hansen relented. Fine, he said. Let me end it properly. With no further warning, Hansen burst forward in a sudden assault, giving Shang Yuan no time to think. Shang Yuan tried to read him, tried to analyze each movement for a tell, but suddenly Hansen's hand was already at his face. Let me explain, Hansen said calmly in the middle of the motion. The death blow technique has 3 levels. First, observe the person, then, watch their mind, finally, their body. He paused, then added, your mistake is that you only watch the body. That's not enough. Then, without another word, Hansen turned and walked out of the room. I've won. Don't forget your promise. Sign up, he said coolly as he left. Later, at the ancient martial arts training hall, students continued their rigorous practice under the watchful eye of their coach, but the instructor remained concerned. Even with Hansen joining the tournament roster, their overall strength was still lacking. They needed more skilled fighters to stand a chance against the Win Military Academy. That's when the doors opened, and Zhang walked in. His appearance drew murmurs. After all, he had previously dismissed the tournament as a waste of time, but now, he walked straight up to the coach, asked for the registration form, and signed it without hesitation. I am fighting, he said, against the Wind Academy. With that, the matter was settled. Elsewhere, Hansen strolled through the academy grounds, enjoying the breeze and the calm after the intensity of the morning. Just as he turned a corner, an unfamiliar voice called out to him. "How have you been?" the voice asked. Hansen turned toward the sound and was surprised. A girl sat on a nearby bench, smiling at him. She clearly wasn't from Blackhawk. "What are you doing here?" Hansen asked, genuinely surprised. With a gentle smile, the girl told Hansen that she had arrived at Blackhawk Academy as part of an exchange program. She would be studying there for the next 2 years. Then, with a teasing glint in her eye, she invited him to address her as an elder. Standing from the bench, she approached him, clearly noticing that Hansen didn't seem particularly inclined to treat her as an older peer. Nevertheless, after a moment of internal resistance, Hansen forced himself to say the expected words, calling her older sister in a reserved tone. He added with restrained politeness that he was glad to see her again in this place. The girl observed him with mild amusement. She noted that he was quite an unusual figure in the academy and admitted that he had caught her attention. Then, her tone shifted slightly. She mentioned that in 2 days, she would be heading to the Shelter of Steel Armor to participate in a Beast Soul auction, an event she thought Hansen might find interesting. She was right. Hansen immediately perked up, asking her what kind of auction it was and what types of beast souls would be up for sale. Without hesitation, the girl handed him a detailed list of the available lots. As she did, she added a subtle compliment, noting that his survival from an encounter with the Black-Feathered King, a beast of divine blood tier, proved he was far from ordinary. Hansen studied the auction catalog with growing amazement. There were numerous mutated beast souls listed, and even several divine blood tier souls. Among the highlights was the divine phoenix soul, a beast soul so rare and powerful that it easily surpassed even the famed purple dragon wings in terms of rarity and strength. Another striking item was the silver pitchfork, a divine tier trident that in Hansen's estimation could potentially be even more valuable than the phoenix soul itself. With growing curiosity, Hansen asked how much those items might cost. The girl smiled, clearly pleased by his refined taste, but she didn't sugarcoat the answer. "Those kinds of artifacts," she said, "couldn't be sold for less than 230 million. Hansen was stunned. The sheer scale of the number hit him like a wave, and he quickly realized that affording such treasures was utterly beyond him. The girl, watching his reaction closely, offered a different perspective. There was still one way to obtain such artifacts: find and defeat the beast that possessed them. Then, seemingly out of nowhere, she extended him an invitation to join her martial arts club. Though tempted, Hansen politely declined. He thanked her for the generous offer, but said he had no intention of joining another club at the moment. She didn't seem deterred. Instead, she calmly suggested he not rush into a final decision. If he reconsidered, she could arrange certain special privileges. But before Hansen could even respond, a loud, irritated voice interrupted the moment. It was Jen. Her sexual tone was sharp and accusing as she demanded that the girl back off. Without warning, Zhang Yuan threw a powerful punch, landing it hard enough to force Hansen and the other girl apart instantly. Hansen stood there, stunned, not just by the suddenness of Zhang Yuan's arrival, but by the stormy fury in her expression. It was entirely out of character. Zhang Yuan didn't waste time with pleasantries. She accused Hansen of deliberately provoking her with his actions, and ordered him to move away from the other girl at once. The exchange student remained composed, studying John carefully. She gave a soft smile and offered a seemingly genuine compliment, saying John's beauty was undeniable and that she was worthy of her title as the star of Blackhawk Academy. But her expression quickly turned colder. She added that she hadn't expected John to be so openly rude and made no effort to hide her disappointment. The situation escalated fast. Words turned into accusations. The air between them grew sharp. Gone were the measured tones. They now spoke in raised voices, hurling blame without restraint. Yushan accused the girl of being shameless, of trying to seduce someone else's man in broad daylight. Her words were biting, and her anger barely contained. The once civil encounter had now turned into a very public, very heated confrontation. As tensions flared on campus, a crowd of curious students gathered nearby, watching the unfolding drama with wide-eyed fascination. They whispered among themselves, all agreeing on one thing: Hansen was unbelievably lucky. After all, he had somehow found himself caught in the crossfire between the two most beautiful girls in the entire academy. But Hansen didn't share their amusement. He stood tense and uneasy, an ominous premonition gnawing at him. Something about the situation felt deeply wrong, and he couldn't shake the discomfort. Still, the girls paid no attention to his growing anxiety. They were too focused on their heated exchange. John, filled with indignation, loudly declared that Hansen didn't need anyone's help. With his impressive abilities, she argued, he could handle everything perfectly well on his own. The mysterious new girl, sensing that the conversation was going nowhere, decided not to escalate things further. Calmly, she told Hansen that they could speak later when tempers had cooled, then quietly took her leave. John Yuanzi, however, was not finished. Her anger had only grown, and now, no longer holding back, she let loose all the frustration she had bottled up. She reminded Hansen of the strange situation he'd once had with an advertising star, and now accused him of openly socializing with Linlu. Consumed by fury, she suddenly lunged at him, fists flying. Taken by surprise, Hansen panicked. "This isn't what you think," he shouted as he turned and fled. A few days later, preparations for the upcoming inter-academic competition began. At the same time, a reporter from a major television channel received her assignment. Clearly displeased, she discovered that she would be covering the low-ranked teams of Black Hawk Academy, a task she considered dull and unworthy of her time. Convinced that no one would bother watching their matches, she reluctantly connected her holographic equipment to begin her coverage. But then, something unexpected happened. A group of students from the Ancient Martial Arts Club entered the room. Though they appeared ordinary at first glance, their confident demeanor immediately caught the reporter's attention. Without wasting a second, she approached them, greeted the coach politely, and asked if she could pose a few questions. Specifically, she was curious about the team's chances in the competition. The Black Hawk Academy coach responded with unwavering confidence. She had full faith in her team's preparation, declaring that her fighters were ready for any challenge. Though many doubted them, she firmly believed they had what it took to win. The reporter, surprised by her determination, struggled to understand how someone could be so optimistic. After all, the Wind Academy team was much stronger on paper. Turning to the strongest player on Blackhawk's team, she asked what he thought of the opposing team's top player. The young man admitted that he didn't know much about the opponent, but was absolutely certain that his team would come out victorious. To the reporter, the answer sounded overly confident, bland and lacking substance. She began to wonder how she could make the interview interesting for viewers. Just then, her eyes landed on Hansen. She stepped closer and asked for his thoughts on Blackhawk's chances. Hansen replied humbly, stating that he was only a temporary member of the team, but he stood by his coach and teammates, fully believing in their resolve and ability. His confident yet composed demeanor was broadcast live on a massive screen. Elsewhere, the Wind Academy team watched his interview closely. One of their players burst into laughter, mocking Hansen's optimism. He scoffed, declaring that Blackhawk wasn't even in their league, and that victory would be effortless. Another teammate joined in, comparing the match to the ease of eating a gummy candy. He predicted Blackhawk might barely manage a second-place finish, and that would already be generous. Their coach echoed their confidence. He told them that Blackhawk's skill level was far below theirs, and that there was no need to take the match seriously. His team agreed, vowing not to disappoint him. The coach then revealed the format of the upcoming event. It would be a battle of attrition. To everyone's surprise, he chose to let a rookie, Windtalker, take the starting position. The cadets murmured in confusion. Windtalker had only joined Wind Academy 2 months ago and was still considered average compared to the rest of the team. Blackhawk's coach, on the other hand, saw this as a strategic error. She planned to exploit their overconfidence. Meanwhile, the reporter learned more details about the upcoming face-off. Windtalker, the rookie from Wind Academy, would go up against Deathblow God Hansen himself, a first-year member of the archery squad. One of Wind Academy's experienced players, seeing the matchup, dismissed it immediately. He was so sure of the outcome that he decided to skip the game altogether and head out to buy more marmalade. Finally, the moment arrived. The two opponents stepped into the ring. The crowd fell silent as the voice of the host echoed through the arena. He announced that the Death Blow competition would take place in virtual space. Victory would be granted to the first player to score 3 points. A special scanning device would determine whether each strike was a fatal blow, meaning the outcome would depend entirely on the fighter's skill and precision. As the starting signal rang out, Hansen charged forward without hesitation. His speed and resolve caught the Wind Academy fighter off guard. The opponent, watching Hansen's aggressive style unfold, wondered if this fierce approach could actually translate into a successful fatal blow. Hansen closed the distance swiftly, gaining a favorable position, but the Wind Academy fighter narrowly evaded the attack and countered with a flurry of blows, trying to shift the momentum in his favor. Then, out of nowhere, he staggered back, struck by what the system registered as a fatal hit. He was stunned. How had Hansen landed such a clean and visible blow? Around the arena, the cadets were in awe. Hansen's technique had impressed them, though some still doubted whether he had the raw strength to maintain such a level throughout the match. Hansen wasted no time proving them wrong. He launched a second offensive, this time with even greater force, landing a blow that knocked his opponent off balance. The audience gasped in unison. The Wind Academy team leapt from their seats in disbelief. Their fighter had just lost 2 points in quick succession. Their coach, visibly angry, began shouting at the young man. He ordered him to stay calm, keep his emotions in check, and not fall for the opponent's traps. The Wind Academy fighter got up slowly, nodding in response, but inwardly he admitted one thing: this so-called god of the deadly strike knew exactly what he was doing. Hansen looked at his opponent with a calm intensity. He remarked that he had heard the guy was the weakest member of Wind Academy's team, then added with a smirk, "Looks like your luck ran out." Concentrating energy into his hands, Hansen challenged his opponent to guess, would the next hit be a training blow or a fatal one? But his movements revealed nothing. There was no lethal aura, no aggressive intent, just silence and control. The opponent made the wrong call. Hansen's third strike landed cleanly, launching the enemy across the arena. The Wind Academy team jumped to their feet in shock. Their player had lost 3-0 without scoring a single point. The reporter covering the event quickly announced the result. Blackhawk Military Academy leads with a flawless 3-0 score. She added, not without criticism, that Wind Academy had clearly underestimated their opponent by not sending their strongest player. The girls watching from the stands frowned at the reporter's tone. They suspected she was biased in favor of Wind Academy. One of them suggested checking the live comments. Zhang Yuanzhans, however, refused. She noted that while everyone had doubted their team at first, the tide had turned. Now, the crowd was clearly backing Hansen. Meanwhile, the Wind Academy coach addressed the next fighter. He warned him not to underestimate the enemy and demanded that he study Hansen's movements carefully. The new player stepped into the ring, eyes full of determination. He was determined to defeat Hansen 3-0 and prove that the Wind Academy still had the upper hand. Turning to Hansen, the fighter offered a sarcastic compliment. "For a backup player, you did well. Now get ready to head straight to the hospital, along with your pride." Hansen wasn't fazed. He challenged the man to back his words with action and lunged forward, his attack driven by boldness that bordered on recklessness. The Wind Academy fighter immediately sensed the pressure. Hansen's aggressive aura was undeniable. He was clearly aiming for a decisive fatal strike. Panicking internally, the Wind Academy player tried to maintain composure. He barely dodged Hansen's high-speed assault, jumping to the side at the last possible moment. But what truly unsettled him was how Hansen had changed the trajectory of his attack mid-strike. It was as if he had read his every move before it happened. With a cold smile, Hansen told him, "Your level sip's no different from the last guy. I sip already memorized your techniques. Nothing new to see here." The fighter gritted his teeth. He accused Hansen of arrogance and warned him not to celebrate too early. The outcome, he claimed, was far from decided. From the sidelines, Wind Academy's coach called out again, urging his fighter to ignore Hansen's words. He recognized it for what it was: psychological warfare. But Hansen didn't stop. "Here comes the second strike," he said calmly. "Better keep your eyes open, or you still miss it." Now fully aware of the danger, the Wind Academy fighter dropped into a defensive stance. He told himself he couldn't afford to lose 3-0, not just for the team, but for his own pride. Losing like that would be more than defeat. It would be humiliation. Zhang Yuan sat quietly, observing the match with unwavering focus. As the battle unfolded, one thought echoed in his mind. The most terrifying thing about Hansen was not his raw strength, but his precise control of power, and more importantly, his uncanny ability to manipulate the mind of his opponent. His combat tactics seemed to lull his enemies into a trance, blinding them just long enough for him to strike. As if on cue, Hansen exploited a minor opening in his opponent's defense. With flawless timing, he broke through and delivered a devastating fatal blow. The Wind Academy fighter was launched across the field, crashing to the ground as the announcer's voice echoed overhead, declaring the match victory 3-0. The reporter, speaking live, expressed visible astonishment. She noted that Blackhawk Academy's strategy had defied all expectations, especially after Wind Academy had already lost 2 rounds in succession. Meanwhile, the Wind Academy coach was livid. He berated his students harshly, unable to comprehend how a mere substitute from the rival team had thoroughly humiliated them. Cheers erupted from the Blackhawk Academy stands. Their students could hardly contain their excitement. Today had become a day of reckoning for Wind Academy. Hansen wasn't finished yet. He entered the next match and once again won with a crushing score of 3-0. Even against one of Wind Academy's most respected players, he ended the fight in mere minutes. Another 3-0 victory. During the intermission, the atmosphere buzzed with conversation. Students across the arena discussed what they had witnessed. Many concluded the obvious. Hansen wasn't just good, he was exceptional. He had single-handedly carried Blackhawk Academy to unprecedented glory. The girls in the audience were visibly thrilled. Hansen's performance had stunned even the reporters. Online communities were now erupting in admiration for Blackhawk Academy's power. Back in the Wind Academy ranks, the coach gathered his team. He told them not to despair. There would be a detailed review in the evening, and every mistake would be dissected and corrected. Then, turning to his strongest player, he spoke with heavy seriousness. This was it, the final round. Their reputation, their honor, rested on this moment. A defeat now would turn humiliation into total collapse. The young man, calmly chewing the last piece of a gummy candy, tossed the half-empty packet into the bin. "Understood," he said without emotion. With a composed stride, he stepped into the arena just as the announcer's voice rang out again, declaring the beginning of the final match. The reporter, who had once expected nothing from this assignment, could barely believe what she was witnessing. What had started as a routine coverage of a low-ranked team had turned into one of the most talked-about competitions of the season. Inside the virtual arena, the landscape shifted. Hansen and his final opponent now stood within a digital recreation of a mountainous region. In a distant office, a man watched the match with narrowed eyes. His gaze remained fixed on Hansen. For some time now, this man had been interested in the youth, seeing in him something rare. Hansen reminded him of a serene monk, emotionless, detached, and perfectly suited for awakening the power of Yang. This man knew that the hypernuclear gene technique was born from the union of two opposing forces, soft and virtual versus hard and real. The process was long, grueling, and often dangerous. Once, he had chosen 2 volunteers to train in this art. One had died, the other was left permanently injured, unable to understand the true essence of its power. Back in the arena, the final opponents shook hands. With a wry smile, Hansen suggested, "If it sits too hard to pronounce my game name, just call me God. Sick." His opponent remained unmoved. "Your name doesn't stit matter," he replied coldly. "I won't sit be wasting memory space remembering someone irrelevant." The match began. Hansen moved first, initiating an aggressive assault, but something was different. His attacks, while swift, were no longer effective. The opponent's eyes were razor-sharp, calm, lucid, and completely focused. He seemed to anticipate every move before it was made. The Wind Academy coach watched with bated breath. This was their last hope. Since childhood, this fighter had been trained in the advanced hypernuclear technique known as the unchanging mantra. His mind had become like a polished mirror, reflecting everything, perceiving even the most concealed emotions. And now, Hansen found himself confused. This opponent was unlike any he had faced before. He couldn't sense any intent, any emotion, not even a flicker of aggression or hesitation. It was as though he was facing a blank canvas, impossible to read. But Hansen didn't allow doubt to take root. Pushing those thoughts aside, he locked onto his enemy's movements. He knew that trying to understand his opponent's mind was futile. The only path forward was simple: watch his actions and adapt. The true fight had just begun. While the battle intensified, a cadet from Wind Academy closely observed Hansen's stance. In that moment, he realized Hansen was preparing a fatal blow. Recognizing the threat, the cadet braced himself to block the strike, but what followed shocked everyone. A single critical misstep left not only his coach but the entire Wind Academy team in stunned silence. Meanwhile, the stands erupted with cheers from the Black Hawk Academy cadets. Their excitement was impossible to contain. They rejoiced, not just in Hansen's victory, but in the fact that he had bested such a powerful opponent. The girls among them spoke with awe, commenting that this year's tournament had turned out to be full of surprises. Black Hawk had taught Wind Academy a lesson they would not soon forget. As the dust began to settle, the top fighter from Wind Academy conceded defeat. He wasn't surprised by Hansen's strength. After all, the young warrior had just taken down his entire team, single-handedly. Hansen responded with a simple thank you and suggested they resume the match at once. He wasn't one for idle chatter. The Wind Academy cadet then noticed something subtle. When Hansen struck, the corners of his lips curled into a faint smile. It was a detail most wouldn't catch, but he saw it. Steadying his nerves, he assured himself that the next blow would not be fatal. However, he miscalculated once again. At the last second, Hansen adjusted the force of his strike, throwing the cadet completely off balance. From the stands, Black Hawk students roared with applause. Their emotions overflowed as they watched what they now believed was a guaranteed victory. Even the Academy's professor observed the match with a look of astonishment. He saw more than brute strength. He saw a young man with flawless instincts, battle awareness, and a mind as sharp as a blade. Hansen's strength in the professor's eyes bordered on demonic. The fight neared its climax. The opponents clashed for one final blow, but the crowd no longer had any doubts about the outcome. The reporter covering the event could barely contain his excitement as he announced the end of the match. A new champion had risen. He called upon the audience to celebrate the Black Hawk Military Academy and its legendary warrior Hansen, the god of death strike. Even Hansen himself struggled to believe what had just happened. Wind Academy had ended the tournament with a score of 0. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed it either. Later, as evening fell, Hansen reflected quietly. The professor, watching from afar, came to a profound conclusion. Hansen was the perfect candidate to inherit the great power of Yen. He could achieve what even his predecessors had failed to accomplish. That night, in a quiet, deserted garden, Hansen met with a girl. She softly asked him to close his eyes. Without a word, she approached and gently kissed him. But the moment was cut short by the sudden ring of Hansen's phone. Without hesitation, he answered the video call. On screen appeared Lan Lu, lounging in a bathtub filled with water. She apologized for the interruption, claiming it wasn't intentional, but then she cut to the chase. She informed Hansen that the auction would be held in 3 days. Hansen found her boldness amusing. He considered her a cunning woman, and couldn't help but think the video call, especially in that setting, was completely unnecessary. Watching from beside him, Zhang Yuan's expression darkened. Jealousy flared. She demanded an explanation from Hansen, her voice rising as she asked what excuse he'd use this time. As it turned out, Lianlu's presence at Black Hawk Academy wasn't random. She was certain Hansen couldn't escape her reach, no matter how hard he tried. 3 days later, Hansen arrived at the auction. As he walked through the venue, he viewed the items on display with curiosity, but it didn't take long for him to realize that everything, each starting in the hundreds of millions, was far beyond his means. The auctioneer presented the next item, the soul of the divine phoenix. A fierce bidding war broke out, and the artifact was quickly sold to an anonymous buyer for an astronomical sum. The following lot, a silver trident pitchfork, went to a divine heir for 230 million. It became clear this auction was a playground for the ultra-wealthy. Hansen knew he couldn't compete here. With a quiet sigh, he told himself he would never return to such a place, and turned to leave. As he walked out, unnoticed by many, the auctioneer did catch a glimpse of him, but Hansen didn't notice. Outside, Hansen looked up. The sky had turned darker than usual. He sensed that rain was coming. Then something unusual caught his attention. A passerby suddenly stopped and pointed to the sky, urging everyone around to look up. One by one, the crowd tilted their heads skyward, and then froze. There, suspended above the clouds, hovered a massive floating island, Asgard, now revealed to the entire city. Hansen's eyes lit up with pure excitement. Floating islands like the one now visible in the sky were incredibly rare, so rare that he had never even dreamed of seeing one with his own eyes. Around him, the city buzzed with frantic chatter. Everyone knew the legend. Each of these islands was said to be guarded by beasts of divine blood, and if one could defeat such a creature, its soul could be claimed with 100% certainty, a prize beyond imagination. Without a moment's hesitation, Hansen dashed toward the island. His mind raced as quickly as his feet. The floating landmass hovered at an altitude of over 10,000 meters. Reaching it wouldn't be easy. In fact, it would be impossible without the soul of a flying beast. Within the steel armor shelter, there were only 2 known souls capable of such a feat. One belonged to Hansen himself, and the other had just been bought at the auction by a mysterious bidder. Time was of the essence. Without delay, Hansen began the transformation, activating his flying beast soul. He needed to know if it could perform under such intense, high-altitude conditions. Once his transformation was complete, he launched into the sky with an explosive leap. As he surged upward, he declared boldly that he would reach the island no matter what. While climbing, Hansen caught sight of another figure flying toward the same destination. He quickly guessed it must be the buyer of the Phoenix Soul, the one who had just claimed it at the auction, and was now rushing to conquer the flying island. Hansen briefly considered the possibility of joining forces. After all, the divine blood beasts guarding the island would surely be formidable. A team effort might increase his chances of survival. But as he drew closer, Hansen was stunned. The figure ahead wasn't a stranger. It was the Son of God. This revelation confused him. At the auction, the Phoenix Soul had been purchased by someone else entirely. Why was it now in the hands of the Son of God? Their eyes met midair. The Son of God scowled with hatred. His voice seethed with venom as he swore that he would kill Hansen today, no matter what. But even he had to admit, flying at this height was no easy task. The air was thin, the winds were brutal, and the temperature had plunged by several dozen degrees. Both warriors had to struggle against nature itself to stay aloft. Wearing his money brother armor, Hansen glanced at the Phoenix armor. It only deepened his suspicion. Something wasn't right. Still, he believed his own armor was more than a match for the Phoenix's power. Fueled by determination, he launched himself toward the Son of God, ready for battle. Just then, Hansen spotted a third figure soaring through the skies. It was yet another warrior bearing the soul of a flying beast. Hansen's heart sank. He was about to face not one but 2 opponents. Meanwhile, the Son of God turned to the stranger with a cunning proposal. He offered him the opportunity to join forces and destroy Hansen. In return, the stranger could claim the armor he desired. The man agreed, but only on one condition. He wanted a 50% discount. Arrogantly confident of victory, the Son of God accepted without hesitation. The battle lines were drawn. But Hansen remained calm. He had faced worse odds before. He summoned his massive alien sword and charged forward, aiming to strike both enemies in one devastating blow. The Son of God blocked the attack, but a wave of unease swept over him. That one strike had revealed the truth. Hansen had grown stronger, much stronger. He was now dangerously close to unlocking the full potential of his genome. Hansen kept a close eye on the Son of God's movements, seemingly ignoring the second enemy approaching from behind. But it was all a trap. At the last second, Hansen spun around with lightning speed and struck. His sword collided with the attacker's shield in a deafening clash. The hired hunter staggered, barely able to withstand the blow. Then, with cold confidence, Hansen lifted his massive blade. Staring down both opponents, he declared that their numerical advantage meant nothing to him. The Son of God realized brute force wouldn't be enough. He turned to the hunter and suggested a new tactic. Attack together, perfectly synchronized. Maybe then Hansen would falter. But the plan failed. Hansen's reflexes were razor sharp. He met both attacks head-on, deflecting them with ease and precision. Even against two opponents, he remained in control, dominant, unshaken, untouchable. Far below, a massive crowd had gathered. People filled the streets, gazing upward in awe. They had never imagined a battle could unfold at such staggering heights. What they witnessed was nothing short of spectacular. Two elites joining forces, yet still unable to bring down a single warrior. The legend of Hansen, the Money Brother, only grew stronger with every passing second in the sky. As the intense battle raged in the skies, Mr. Yuan observed with unwavering confidence. He boldly declared that Hansen would undoubtedly overcome his opponents. After all, the young man had long since proven his strength and earned his title, the King of the Steel Armor Shelter. But just then, a new presence emerged. To everyone's shock, Legan Lu appeared in the sky. Her sudden arrival immediately drew the attention of all who watched. Hansen's eyes widened, not just because of her unexpected entrance, but because she had turned toward the Son of God and asked if he needed help. The revelation stunned him. Why would Legan Lu, of all people, offer to fight alongside his enemy? Unlike Hansen, the Son of God welcomed this new development with a smug smile. With Legan Lu on his side, he now believed victory was guaranteed. 3 against 1, he was convinced Hansen didn't stand a chance. Still, Hansen pushed all distractions from his mind and focused on the battle. Blow after blow rained down on him as his 3 opponents relentlessly attacked. It was becoming clear, facing them all at once was far more difficult than he had expected. Below, spectators debated the outcome of the unfolding duel. Some marveled at how much stronger the Money Brother had become, yet others voiced their doubts. Could even someone as skilled as Hansen withstand a fight against 3 of the most formidable warriors? A growing number of citizens began to voice their outrage. They called it unfair. 3 against 1 gave an overwhelming advantage to Hansen's enemies. High above, the attacks didn't cease. Under the weight of their coordinated assault, Hansen was slowly forced back. Then came a devastating move. The Son of God summoned his divine-class weapon and struck with incredible force. At the very last moment, Hansen managed to block the blow, but he immediately noticed cracks beginning to form along the length of his sword. The realization hit hard. His weapon, though powerful, couldn't withstand repeated clashes with the divine blade. It was only a matter of time before it shattered completely. His situation had gone from bad to worse. Back on the ground, the garrison commander watched with growing concern. She believed in Hansen's strength, but without a weapon, even he might not be able to survive. Still, Mr. Yuan remained composed. He urged her not to worry, firmly believing that Hansen had a plan. He always did. Meanwhile, the Son of God mocked his opponent. "What now, Money Brother?" he sneered. "You are finished without your weapon. Prepare to die." Hansen's fury erupted. A blinding light surged in his eyes as he screamed out, his voice filled with rage and resolve. Without hesitation, he lunged forward, moving at incredible speed. Hansen struck the Son of God directly in the head, forcing him to recoil from the sheer power of the attack. Legan Lu, witnessing the blow, rushed to protect the Son of God, concerned that the strike might have done critical damage. Hansen quickly realized that he could no longer focus solely on his main rival. Legan Lu had become just as dangerous. He disengaged, rising swiftly into the sky to put some distance between them. Thoughts churned in his mind. He began to suspect that the auction had merely been a cover. The truly valuable items had been secured in advance by the Son of God. Hansen now faced a grim reality. He lacked a divine-class weapon. Without one, he couldn't defeat his enemies. He needed a new strategy. Something, anything that could turn the tide in his favor. As he soared higher, the magnificent floating island of Asgard came into full view. Its beauty was otherworldly, like a vision pulled straight from a fairy tale, a place that should not have existed in reality. Flying over the dense forest below, Hansen spotted something that made him freeze. Hidden among the trees stood a humanoid creature of divine rank, holding a weapon that emitted a pulsing, flickering glow. Every humanoid being on the floating island was known to possess strength far beyond normal limits. Their belief in their own invincibility was absolute. Defeat wasn't even a concept they considered. Quietly, Hansen ducked into the bushes to observe. He knew that in his current state, alone and without a proper weapon, he had no chance of winning. So he waited, watching closely to see what would happen next. Soon, his 3 enemies appeared, flying toward the same area. The Son of God was the first to notice the divine creature below. Alarmed by its presence, he raised his hand and ordered his companions to slow down. His eyes were fixed on the powerful being. Even with all 3 of them together, he wasn't sure they could defeat such a foe. His companions, however, remained confident. They urged him to continue the attack, but the Son of God hesitated. He knew that somewhere nearby, Hansen was hiding, watching. Sensing this, he raised his voice and called out to the shadows. "Hansen, I know you're there. Come out, we need to talk." His allies grumbled, complaining that time was slipping away. The flying island could vanish at any moment. If they waited too long, they might lose everything. Then Hansen's voice echoed back from his hiding place. "What do you want?" The Son of God didn't mince words. He proposed a temporary alliance. "Join us," he said. "Help us defeat that divine humanoid. I'll pay you 50 million in return, but I get the soul." Hansen stood his ground, then gave a clear answer. He would agree to the alliance, but only under one condition: the soul of the divine being must be his. His demand was met with instant resistance. The woman beside the Son of God scoffed, calling Hansen greedy. Instead, she offered 100 million and firmly refused to give up the soul. Enraged, the Son of God snapped. He called Hansen a scoundrel and declared that he knew exactly where the young man was hiding. Without waiting for a reply, he fired an arrow at blinding speed toward Hansen's position. Just in time, Hansen launched himself into the air. A moment later, the area he'd been hiding in was obliterated by a barrage of powerful arrows. Floating above the treetops, Hansen calmly countered, offering his own warning. He promised the Son of God that if he didn't surrender the soul, he'd soon regret it. But the Son of God, voice cold and unwavering, replied that he only regretted one thing: not killing the money brother when he had the chance. Hansen smiled faintly. Then your regret will last for eternity. At that very moment, the divine being stirred. Its eyes opened slowly, and an intense halo of light shimmered around its head. Without hesitation, Hansen pivoted mid-air, accelerating with ferocious speed like a falcon diving onto prey. The creature's glowing eyes snapped open, its body tensing as it raised its humming sword. Then, with a thunderous leap, the divine being launched itself skyward. A cyclone of dust exploded from beneath its feet. From a distance, the three hunters called out, urging a coordinated attack while the creature was still ascending. Hansen struck first, landing a powerful blow that forced the creature to pause. Using that brief opening, he commanded his former enemies to strike, hoping to trap the being while its guard was still down. But the Son of God cursed in frustration. He had planned to strike while the creature was dormant. Hansen had disrupted everything, provoking the monster into full resistance. And now it was far too late. The divine being was fully awake and furious. They soon realized just how far outmatched they were. The divine creature moved with speed none of them could match, cutting through the air and leaving behind a luminous trail. Hansen fought back with relentless effort, parrying its attacks again and again, but the monster's power was overwhelming. With a single strike, it shattered Hansen's axe in two, leaving him weaponless once again. Seeing the danger, Hansen shouted to the others, "If you don't attack now, we'll all die." But before he could say more, the creature unleashed another devastating blow, sending Hansen hurtling backward. As he steadied himself, a single thought raced through his mind: his former enemies no longer had the luxury to stand aside. Sure enough, the hunter charged forward and attacked, but his assault was met with crushing force. He raised his shield just in time to absorb the monstrous impact. The divine being's strength was far beyond anything he had ever faced. With a final blow, the hunter was sent flying through the air, barely keeping his balance. The Son of God didn't hesitate any longer. He summoned the soul of his own monster and turned to Hansen. "We have no choice. Let's forget our differences for now. If we don't unite, none of us will leave this island alive." Hansen scanned the battlefield and nodded. He descended swiftly, realizing that battling the divine being in the air left them too exposed. The hunter, still holding back the monster, was visibly struggling. His shield was now covered in a web of cracks, and each strike pushed him closer to collapse. Even as they prepared to join forces, the Son of God couldn't suppress his thoughts. Once this creature is dead, he told himself, the money brother will be next. Now on the ground, Hansen called for transformation. "We need divine blood strength. That's the only way to match this creature's power." Without hesitation, the Son of God transformed. A monstrous form appeared beside him, radiating a powerful aura that rippled through the air. Lian Lu, however, declined. She explained that transformation would limit her strength. As a long-range fighter and skilled archer, she would be more effective covering them from a distance. Suddenly, another thunderous strike cracked across the battlefield. The hunter's shield groaned under the pressure, the fractures growing wider with each second. Seizing the moment, the transformed hunter roared a battle cry and charged forward. "Now, while we still have a chance." The divine being paused. It stopped attacking for a moment, shifting into a defensive stance. The coordinated assault had bought them a brief moment of breathing room, but everyone knew that reprieve would not last. The final clash was coming. Seizing the opportunity, Hansen moved swiftly behind the divine being, assessing the creature's posture and defenses. Convinced that this was the perfect moment for a decisive strike, he pulled out a dagger and thrust it toward the being's back, but the blade glanced off the armor with a sharp clang, deflecting uselessly to the side. The truth hit him hard. His weapon was no match for a creature imbued with godlike power. Against an enemy like this, even his best equipment was utterly ineffective. Despite their growing fatigue, the Son of God summoned his beast spirit, launching a devastating attack in an effort to break through. But the divine creature effortlessly deflected the blow and struck back with such immense force that the beast spirit was thrown dozens of meters away, crashing into the distant trees. Yet, even in this desperate moment, the Son of God's thoughts remained fixed on Hansen. He was more determined than ever to eliminate him. If not now, then when the time was right. Hansen was simply too dangerous to let live. Calling forth another beast soul, the Son of God summoned a massive gorilla. The creature roared and charged the divine being with full force, aiming to weaken its defenses, even if only slightly. Meanwhile, Hansen called out to his so-called allies, "Give me a weapon at the divine blood level. The transformation one won't last forever. We're running out of time." His request was met with skepticism. The girl seemed stunned, asking why she should hand over something so valuable to someone she couldn't trust. To her, giving up such a powerful weapon without guarantee felt like madness. The hunter was more sympathetic, but admitted he had nothing to offer, only his shield, which wouldn't help in this situation. The Son of God flatly refused. "Do you think we're fools?" he sneered. "If you want a divine blood weapon, leave something of equal value in return." It became clear to Hansen that they weren't going to help. He couldn't afford to waste more time trying to persuade them. With a defiant cry, Hansen soared into the air. "It seems none of you really want the soul of a divine being," he shouted. "You're too scared to take the risk." The Son of God shouted after him in fury, suspecting that Hansen wasn't simply retreating. There was something more behind this move. The girl grew anxious. With Hansen gone, their team had lost a major force. Their chances of defeating the divine creature had dropped significantly. The hunter, now visibly frustrated, snapped, "He's a lunatic. We never should have trusted him. That kid was suspicious from the beginning." Just then, the Son of God observed something critical. The divine being didn't attack unless provoked. That gave him an idea. He suggested they withdraw from the battlefield and formulate a new strategy before the flying island vanished. And so, the team departed. Several hours passed. What they didn't know was that Hansen had never left. Watching from a distance, he let out a mocking laugh. "Idiots," he muttered. "Did they really think I'd retreat? That I'd walk away from the soul of a divine being?" Still hidden, Hansen studied the now motionless creature. This was his chance. He had one final trump card, a divine blood tier weapon, the flame butterfly dart. It was a one-time use weapon. If he missed, it could cost him everything. He summoned the Empress's armor, knowing it would enhance his vision and agility. He would only get one shot, but if he timed it right, it might be enough. His advantage was range. With archery, he could strike first. The key would be keeping his distance and waiting for the right moment. However, just as he prepared, the divine being stirred. It raised its colossal sword and locked eyes with him. Hansen cursed under his breath. He had hoped to remain undetected just a bit longer. Now every step had to be perfect. Losing the black mutated arrow, his most powerful ranged asset, would be a devastating setback. He couldn't afford a mistake. As the divine being lunged at him, sword swinging with bone-crushing speed, Hansen activated the Empress's enhanced systems, improved visual tracking and super-particle acceleration. He dodged skillfully, weaving through the air as the monster's strikes rained down. With every move, he adjusted his distance, waiting, calculating. And then it came. The perfect opening. Too close to miss, too crucial to delay. Without hesitation, Hansen reached for his final weapon, a shimmering dart formed from the soul of a divine blood flame butterfly. He hurled it with expert precision, channeling every ounce of focus, strength, and determination into that single fateful throw. However, the flight of the flame butterfly shuriken proves unstable and wildly unpredictable. Its trajectory, constantly influenced by the surrounding energy currents, veers chaotically through the air. At first, Hansen fears the worst. He thinks the weapon will miss, failing to land a critical blow. But then, in an astonishing twist, the shuriken arcs in a complete circle around the divine being and pierces it directly in the back. Instantly, the creature's body ignites with a blinding explosion of energy, a luminous blaze, so intense it outshines even the noonday sun. The entire sky seems to tremble as radiant flames engulf the being, its massive form beginning to dissolve into pure light. In awe, Hansen remains frozen, his eyes locked on the spectacle. Mesmerized by the transformation, he doesn't even realize the creature is approaching him. Then a sudden system message flashes before him, congratulating him on a successful hunt. The message, however, brings both triumph and disappointment. It informs him that the creature's flesh and blood are inedible. As the light finally fades, Hansen spots a new figure standing where the monstrous divine being had once been. To his astonishment, the grotesque enemy has taken the form of a girl, an ethereal, otherworldly presence. The system names her a holy angel of war. The trophy is incredible, almost unreal, but Hansen's joy is short-lived. This form cannot be used to obtain any genes, rendering it practically worthless to him in the way he had hoped. Overwhelmed by conflicting emotions, Hansen grips his heavy sword and fights back the bitter sting of disappointment. He had endured so much, only to walk away with no genetic gain. But as he steadies himself, he realizes something crucial. The weapon's destructive power is immense. Though it can't be used within the shelter, it could turn the tide in future battles. That alone gives him solace. Later, Hansen walks slowly across the academy grounds, his body heavy with exhaustion. The previous night had drained him completely, and he longs for the comfort of his room and a few hours of rest. But, as if fate had other plans, his phone rings. It's Ligan. Once again she's in the bathroom during the call, lounging as though nothing unusual had happened. She casually asks whether she's disturbed him. Hansen answers with irritation, annoyed at her timing and baffled as to why she always chooses such moments to initiate a video call. Ignoring his tone, Li Ganlu informs him that urgent news has come in regarding the sudden appearance of the flying island above the steel armor shelter. Hansen, carefully maintaining his cover, feigns ignorance. He tells her he lacks a divine-blooded winged beast soul, meaning he couldn't possibly reach such an altitude, let alone explore the island. But Li Ganlu offers a solution: special flying armor. She even asks what kind of soul he'd like as a reward if he joins the expedition. Hansen, keeping up the act, claims to be nothing more than a first-year student with no experience. All the while, he reflects on the irony. He is the one who had defeated the holy angel of war, something neither Li Ganlu nor the Son of God had any idea about. He resolves to continue pretending, masking his true strength and playing the part of a naive newcomer. If he's smart, he can leverage this disguise to get his hands on a winged divine soul and grow even stronger. Seizing the opportunity, he requests a silver trident fork, a divine tier weapon. Li Ganlu hesitates. The price of such an item starts at no less than 150 million. Hansen counters that he already has 60 million in hand, along with a valuable silver death machine he's willing to sell. He assures her that he will find a way to gather the rest. Soon after, Hansen arrives at the outskirts of the steel armor hideout. The Son of God sneers at him upon arrival, calling him a freak and making it clear that he wouldn't have allowed him to join the team if Li Ganlu hadn't personally insisted. Hansen swallows the insult, keeping his cool. He assures them he won't be a burden and will follow orders to the letter. The hunter, already impatient, urges everyone to move quickly. Too much time has passed since they left the island, and every minute matters. Hans, staying in character, casually remarks that the Money Brothers surely couldn't handle such a powerful creature alone. With a smug grin, he claims to have borrowed a divine-blooded beast soul that will aid them in the coming fight. Hearing this, the Son of God gives the signal to advance, knowing the flying island won't remain accessible forever. The expedition resumes. Time is short, and the stakes couldn't be higher. Hansen watched the scene unfold from a distance, quietly amused. This time, it was clear the Son of God had come prepared. Yet Hansen couldn't help but smirk, eagerly anticipating the look of bitter disappointment on that arrogant face when everything inevitably fell apart. As their team approached the flying island once more, the Son of God began assigning roles. He ordered Hansen to act as his cover and the hunter to take charge of personal protection. The hunter, however, disagreed with the aggressive plan. He believed it was far more prudent to observe the divine being's movements carefully and only attack once a clear opening revealed itself. Acting rashly, he warned, would only bring unnecessary risk. The Son of God noticed the hunter had stopped in his tracks and, visibly irritated, demanded an explanation. The hunter, eyes still locked on the view through his telescope, muttered in disbelief that the divine creature, which had been near the tree moments ago, had vanished. The Son of God was livid. He snatched the telescope from the hunter and scanned the clearing himself. What he saw left him speechless. The area was empty. Nothing remained. He shouted in fury. It was impossible. He insisted. A being of such power couldn't just disappear. Convinced that the creature had merely gone into hiding, he ordered the team to land and begin an immediate thorough search. But despite their efforts, no trace could be found. The hunter then stated the obvious: divine blood beings cannot leave their territory unless they are attacked. Hansen, playing along, feigned disappointment, claiming he had hoped to see the famed hunters take down a divine-level creature. Then, with a casual air, he asked whether the legendary Money Brother had perhaps been here earlier. The hunter froze at the idea, then suddenly realized it was entirely possible that Money Brother had slain the beast during their absence. The Son of God's face twisted in rage. He refused to believe it. There was no one in the entire steel armor shelter with enough strength to pull that off. No one, except perhaps him, and certainly not that freak. He screamed in impotent fury, vowing revenge. If the Money Brother had truly done it, he would pay. The very next day, Hansen finally acquired the silver trident fork, a weapon of tremendous power. With it he felt confident that he could now take on dozens of divine creatures. Though furious that the Son of God had returned empty-handed from the island, Li Ganlu still kept her promise and sold the boy the weapon. Hansen quietly appreciated her honesty. Now armed and emboldened, Hansen began considering his next move. Perhaps it was time to venture farther, to distant lands and hunt the divine-blooded Fox King. But his thoughts were interrupted by an incoming call. It was the garrison commander. She informed him that a professor from the church wished to take him on as a protege. Hansen raised an eyebrow. "Can I refuse?" he asked bluntly. The commander explained that while the church might sound like a religious entity, the professor in question was actually a military figure, an elder, involved in hypernuclear genetics. Hansen frowned. He had no ties to the church and didn't even know this man. Why would someone like that choose him? The commander clarified. The professor had seen him fight during the competitions and had been impressed. Still, the whole offer made Hansen uneasy. He asked for advice. Should he accept? The girl gave it to him straight. If he studied under this professor, he'd progress far more quickly than at the academy. His growth in hypernuclear genetics would be exponential. But Hansen had other plans. He joked that perhaps the garrison commander just wanted to get rid of him. She smiled, denying the accusation. On the contrary, she wanted him to stay. She then shared her intentions soon. She would be promoted to second level, and she wanted to recommend Hansen to replace her as commander. Now, that changed everything. Such an opportunity couldn't be ignored. Hansen decided to reject the professor's offer and wait for the garrison commander position. Elsewhere, Jian Yu, one of the academy's top players, was fuming. She had just lost her third match in a row. Hansen, curious, walked up to her window and knocked. Inside, he found her still playing a game, Hand of God. He casually invited her to dinner, but the girl declined, saying she had already eaten. Then she looked at him mischievously and asked for help defeating her new nemesis. With a dramatic flair, Hansen jumped through the window and landed in her room. "And who dares to make such a beautiful girl suffer?" he joked, grinning. Jian showed him the match stats. Her opponent had beaten her 3 times in a row. Confident, Hansen offered to take over. "Don't worry," he said, "I'll win, I promise." He hugged her tightly, assuring her once again that he'd crush all enemies. Then from her account he challenged the player. To his surprise, he learned that her opponent was a cadet from the Black Hawk Military Academy. And that raised a new question in Hansen's mind. How did this mysterious opponent know Jian? Jian reported with a serious expression that the player Hansen was about to face wasn't just any opponent. He ranked among the top 10 players in the entire league, but Hansen didn't seem fazed in the slightest. In fact, he looked more determined than ever. In his mind, this wasn't just a game anymore. This guy had dared to make moves on his girl, and Hansen had every intention of teaching him a lesson for such impudence. On the other side, at the Black Hawk Military Academy, the confident young man had been keeping an eye on Jian for quite some time. He admired her, not just her skill but her charm, and had taken it upon himself to win her attention. He saw this game as a perfect opportunity to impress her. As he prepared for the match, a friend quietly slipped into the room and asked him what he was doing there, all alone. The young man turned, smirking. "Wanna know who I just played against from the Black Hawk side?" The friend blinked, spoke. "Don't tell me you've been tracking that girl." The young man gave a sly nod. His friend chuckled and offered a word of advice. "Don't go all out. She's a beauty. Maybe show some gentlemanly grace. Let her win once in a while." But the young man wasn't interested in holding back. He wanted to dominate this match, to win 4 times in a row, and leave no doubt of his superiority. The game system chimed, announcing the beginning of the next match. The young man leaned forward, eyes burning with intensity. His hands moved swiftly, confidently placing pieces on the game board. What he didn't know was that this time Hansen was the one behind Jian's account. And from the very first move, the difference was undeniable. The opponent blinked in confusion. The moves came lightning fast, aggressive, precise and calculated. Jian had never played like this before. "What's going on?" he muttered. His friend leaned over his shoulder, stunned. "She's fast, like really fast." The young man gritted his teeth. "No matter, I won't lose, even if she's fast." But things only spiraled downward from there. Within moments, the game took a sharp turn and ended in Hansen's victory. Silence filled the room. The Black Hawk cadet sat frozen, his expression darkening. His friend looked around stunned. How did you lose? You are the strongest player in our academy." The cadet clenched his fists beneath the table, fury simmering in his eyes. This wasn't just a loss, it was humiliation. His pride had been publicly shattered. Hansen clenched his fists, struggling to contain the fury boiling within him. To him, this defeat wasn't just a setback, it was a disgrace, a stain on his pride that refused to fade. Meanwhile, the group of young individuals made their way toward the hypernuclear genetics shop. As per the established rules, each of them was allowed to purchase 2 B-level hypernuclear techniques and 4 C-level techniques. It was a rare opportunity, and they knew it. But the Hansen wasn't interested in mere quantity. His thoughts were sharp and calculated. In his mind, the true value of hypernuclear genetics lay not in its classification, but in its compatibility with one's inherited genes. Only when the techniques aligned perfectly with the genetic makeup could their full potential be realized. And for him, anything less was unacceptable. Ball, but arrest. And the manches were simultaneously. One is unacceptable. A professor stepped out in front of the young trainees and offered them a recommendation. He advised trying out 2 specialized techniques known as kinetic acceleration and gust of wind. The girl, startled by the suggestion, asked the professor how he could possibly know that those techniques were suited for her. To her astonishment, the professor revealed that the method she had already been practicing was actually called the power of a true samurai. This revelation left her completely stunned. With a calm demeanor, the professor explained further. He told the girl that her acceleration score was nearing 13 points, and her muscle strength was almost 12.5. According to him, by practicing kinetic acceleration she could achieve greater results with much less effort. Overjoyed by the revelation, the girl thanked the professor and, unable to contain her excitement, declared that it was simply amazing. Without hesitation, she walked over to the display case and confidently announced her decision to purchase both kinetic acceleration and gust of wind. As she carefully examined the items on display, the professor turned his attention toward Hansen. Approaching the young man, the professor informed Hansen that he had a new C-level martial arts technique that would suit him perfectly. With this technique, he promised, Hansen could surpass any opponent. Although appreciative, Hansen replied that C-level techniques hadn't been very helpful to him and that he was looking for something far more powerful. But the professor disagreed. He urged Hansen not to underestimate the potential of C-level martial arts. In fact, he believed this specific technique could play a critical role in solving Hansen's current challenges. The girl, still excited from her own discovery, praised the professor, calling him incredible. She even promised to recommend him in the future. She then turned to Hansen and asked him not to argue with the man and simply trust him. However, Hansen admitted that he didn't have enough funds on his card, which left him slightly disappointed. Seeing this, Jiang stepped forward, showed her card, and told Hansen not to worry. Money wasn't a problem, she said, especially if it meant unlocking his potential. Hansen felt awkward. Zhang Yuan had handed over her card so easily, and it made him feel as though he were relying on her. Still, he thanked her for the gesture and turned his attention to the new C-level martial arts technique. At first glance, it appeared to resemble a super particle flow acceleration method, but something about it hinted that it might hold more. He held a small capsule in his hand and examined it closely. To him, the gene fluid inside looked completely ordinary, but he suspected that its effects could be unpredictable. Although he planned to study the technique soon, for now his focus shifted. He wanted to head to the shelter and hunt mutated beasts. Fortunately, the professor had good relations with the headmaster of Blackhawk Academy, which allowed him unrestricted access. Knowing this, he informed Hansen that he now had permission to train using the secret Yang technique. However, there was a catch. The church would likely soon classify the new martial art as forbidden, so Hansen had a limited window to master it. As Hansen moved toward the building, the professor suddenly noticed something troubling. Hansen's appearance hadn't changed. Alarmed, he rushed after the boy, as if trying to warn him of an imminent threat or grave mistake. Just as Hansen was about to reach the entrance, he heard the professor's frantic shouting and turned around. Confused, the professor, visibly concerned, asked if Hansen had used an electromagnetic gun during training. Hansen, bewildered by the question, apologized and said he hadn't had the time, as he was focusing on other matters. The professor warned him sternly. He had only 2 days to begin his training. After that, the church could ban the technique entirely. More importantly, he emphasized that combining this new technique with the electromagnetic gun was extremely dangerous. The two should never be practiced together. The professor hoped that Hansen would choose to use the gene fluid, as it would serve as proof that his research had reached a new pinnacle, something he could be proud of. He once again told Hansen that he was the perfect candidate to train in these techniques. But Hansen wasn't entirely convinced. Something felt off. Why had he, of all people, been chosen to train in such risky techniques? He asked the professor why he was considered the best fit when there were far more skilled cadets in the academy. Without hesitation, the professor explained that the martial art required someone under 20 years of age. Younger individuals had a much greater capacity for rapid improvement, and this was the key factor. Initially, the professor had planned to choose another student, Hansen's rival in a past competition, but after witnessing Hansen's devastating final blow, he immediately changed his mind. Hansen, he realized, was the best candidate. Grateful for the opportunity, Hansen asked a direct question. What would he receive in return if he agreed to train and improve the technique? This unexpected question took the professor by surprise. Hansen clarified. He believed that practicing such untested techniques came with inherent risks, and anyone willing to take that risk deserved proper compensation. After thinking for a moment, the professor answered. Hansen could name any price. If he agreed to study the professor's techniques, the reward would match his request. Hansen calmly stated that he wasn't interested in money. Instead, he wanted a reward of 100 Hass-rank cards. The professor was stunned. His expression changed immediately. Without hiding his disbelief, he asked Hansen if this was some sort of joke. He insisted the young man didn't understand the magnitude of what he was asking for. According to the professor, 100 S-rank cards represented an enormous pool of resources, so massive that even his powerful organization couldn't afford such a demand. But Hansen, regret in his voice, told the professor that if the stakes were that high, then he simply couldn't help him. What was being asked of him required more than the professor was willing to offer. Still trying to persuade him, the professor mentioned that the church provided him with 2 high-level cards each year, cards he hadn't used yet. In addition, he offered Hansen a batch of gene fluid to sweeten the deal. Hansen listened and said he would consider the offer in the near future. However, if they were to come to an agreement, he made it clear that they would need to sign a formal contract, one that ensured mutual trust and commitment. After their conversation, Hansen returned to his shelter, where he carefully observed the monster he had been raising. A grin formed on his face. The creature had begun to mutate after consuming all the black crystals. Hansen thought deeply about the monster's evolving abilities. The soul of this beast granted invisibility to its owner, a rare and strategic advantage in future battles. Realizing its potential, Hansen made a decision. He would use the beast's soul in the upcoming competition. Without hesitation he destroyed the monster, and the system responded with a congratulatory message. He had successfully obtained the soul of a divine blood beast known as Little Chameleon. The reward brought a deep sense of satisfaction. Soon after, fellow students approached him with news. Today was the mid-year exam. They expressed concern, noting that Hansen hadn't attended training recently. Doubts arose about whether he could pass the exam in his current state, but Hansen remained calm, assuring them it wouldn't be a problem. They warned him to take the test seriously. The instructor overseeing the exam had a complicated opinion of him and had voiced her dissatisfaction with his behavior several times. Hansen, however, didn't care much. He found her training sessions far too basic and hadn't attended in ages. In fact, he couldn't even remember what she looked like. Together, the cadets made their way to the exam hall, where the semi-annual squad archery test was about to begin. The instructor scanned the list of names and emphasized how important this assessment was for every cadet present. Excited chatter filled the room. Many cadets discussed Hansen, believing he would easily pass with flying colors. His reputation preceded him. One of the observers turned to the examiner, pointing out how popular Hansen was and that his participation in the exam was crucial since he was already a member of their squad. The instructor, however, wasn't as impressed. She reminded everyone that Hansen had extremely low attendance and only showed up when competitions or commercial appearances were involved. She was clearly annoyed by his lack of seriousness. The examiner began the roll call, and one by one, the cadets confirmed their readiness. The first task was straightforward, shooting at a stationary target. For most trained cadets this was a simple challenge. When Hansen's turn came, he stepped up with quiet confidence. Drawing his bow, he loosed an arrow and it struck the exact center of the target. A burst of applause erupted from the crowd. Cheers echoed through the hall. An observer leaned over and told the examiner that Hansen's talent was undeniable. He believed the young man needed serious development to reach his full potential. The next challenge raised the stakes, hitting moving targets with displacement. Hansen didn't disappoint. With precision and poise, he hit every moving target flawlessly. Respect grew among the spectators. One man watching whispered that Hansen was likely the most talented cadet he'd ever seen, and urged the examiner to be objective in her evaluation. Even the instructor, who had doubted Hansen before, began to reconsider. She thought perhaps he should join the archery club. It could help him grow even further. Soon after, she made a phone call to her father, excitedly sharing the news of Hansen's outstanding performance. The exam concluded, and the atmosphere turned celebratory. The cadets congratulated Hansen, astonished by how effortlessly he had aced the test. One of them, John, couldn't hide his surprise. He asked Hansen how he managed to pass with such excellence, despite never attending any training sessions. Hansen simply smiled and replied with a chuckle, "I guess I was just lucky." Suddenly, Hansen received a message on his phone. Due to his outstanding academic performance, the Academic Affairs Department had granted him a rare opportunity, a special joint training session with an instructor. The cadets around him were stunned. Such an honor was incredibly rare, something most students could only dream of. Hansen immediately remarked that very few students were ever given the chance to train with the honorary headmaster of Black Hawk Academy. It was a prestigious privilege. However, Ian didn't share his friend's enthusiasm. In fact, he was visibly concerned. Ian warned Hansen not to accept the offer so quickly. He explained that the training was known to be extremely grueling, and there were rumors that past participants had been severely injured, some even left completely broken. One person had tried to file a complaint about the cruel conditions, but it was quickly buried and ignored. Still worried, Ian rushed to Hansen and hugged him tightly. He just wanted his friend to return alive and well. The next day, Hansen arrived at the special training center, expecting to see dozens of students preparing for a group session, but to his surprise, the entire building was empty. A girl nearby explained that this was normal. The training was tailored exclusively for him, an individual program designed only for students who had achieved the highest ranks. A man greeted Hansen and informed him that his training would be conducted by a female instructor. He encouraged the boy to take things seriously and push himself to the limit. Hansen politely greeted the man and introduced himself as a first-year member of the archery team. The girl excused herself, saying she had other tasks to attend to, and left. Before departing, the man praised Hansen, calling him a rising star in the archery squad. The academy, he said, had great expectations for him. Then the man revealed something astonishing, a small metal ball, forged from a rare alloy. He explained that this material was not manufactured. It had been formed using hypernuclear genetic techniques, which allowed him to restructure his own body particles, turning his flesh and blood into this formidable alloy. Hansen was stunned. Taking the ball into his hands, he thanked the man, realizing how valuable it was. He believed this gift would greatly accelerate his growth and skill development. The man, whose name was Cass, then instructed Hansen to assume a rider's stance and hold it for 3 hours. Only after that would the real training begin. However, Cass, already aware of Hansen's reputation for using a fatal blow, decided there was no point in waiting. With a sudden burst of energy, he lunged forward like a predator marking its prey, launching a ferocious attack. Barely able to hide his excitement, she has analyzed Hansen's reactions closely. He found the boy's combat style fascinating and anticipated an entertaining battle, even if short-lived. But Hansen wasn't unprepared. He had done his homework researching Case's tactics in advance. He knew the instructor had a habit of provoking his opponents emotionally, turning fights into theatrical performances. Dodging narrowly, Hansen warned, "It's my turn now." Then with a deliberately calm expression, he asked if the instructor could guess whether his next strike would be fatal. Case coolly analyzed Hansen's stance. "There's no tension," he said. "Your punch lacks power, and your expression is too calm to pose any threat." But he was dead wrong. In that instant, Hansen shifted his internal characteristics mid-strike and unleashed a fatal blow. The attack landed cleanly, stunning Case and leaving him flat on the floor. Just then, a female instructor entered the room. Shocked, she shouted, "Daddy!" She rushed to help Cause up, asking what on earth had happened. This was certainly not what she expected to see upon arrival. Case reassured her, claiming they were just practicing punches, though the scene looked far more serious. Still on the floor, he praised Hansen's skill, saying his technique was truly remarkable. Then, curious, he asked Hansen how he managed such precision. Hansen explained that in martial arts, most people focus on the visible strength behind a punch, but different muscle contractions cause different effects. If you could mask the muscle tension, an opponent would have no way of predicting the true nature of the attack. Case smiled and invited Hansen for a walk to talk more. Hansen was surprised. "Aren't we supposed to continue special training?" he asked. But Case replied that there was no need. Hansen had passed the exam so thoroughly that there was no point in repeating basic exercises. His daughter, however, was furious. She believed her father's behavior was unprofessional and against academy regulations. Watching Hansen gain Kaze's favor so quickly felt deeply unfair to her. Bitter, she told Hansen that he had officially completed special training, though her tone carried clear irritation. She then half-heartedly invited him to join their archery team. Hansen was eager to join and participate in the upcoming competitions, but he had one concern. The garrison commander might assign him to a mission that could prevent him from competing. The instructor reassured him. "The competition will take place at the end of the semester," she said. "We still have a few months to prepare." Hansen agreed with the girl's suggestion, but just then he noticed something on his phone. Several missed calls from Lanlo. A slight worry crept into his mind. The very next day, Hansen and Lanlo made their way to a remote desert location. Their goal, to find and confront a divine blood-level creature. Curious, Hansen asked why she had invited him to this hunt. Lianlu explained that the target was a non-edible creature of divine rank, one with a body so tough it felt like black gold. Her tone turned serious as she emphasized the importance of finishing it today, warning that the beast was not only massive but incredibly fast. Taking it down would be no easy task. Eventually they reached the monster's lair. There, Lianlu pointed to the terrain. It was surrounded by a pit of quicksand. Hansen instantly understood the danger. One wrong move and a person could sink to their death. She added that in a previous attempt to subdue the beast, 2 of her allies had been injured. One had died, and the other was severely wounded. Handing Hansen a beast soul arrow, Rianlu admitted she couldn't assist him directly. She had no wings, but Hansen replied confidently that he wouldn't need her help. "I'll find another way to deal with it," he said. Then, before her eyes, Hansen began to transform. Wings emerged from his back. He launched into the sky and told Lanlu to start thinking about how she'd repay him for this favor. Despite the power they offered, Hansen silently cursed his purple dragon wings, calling them a headache too slow for his liking. As he soared over the desert, he sensed the divine blood beast had already detected him. The monster reacted instantly. With a deafening roar, it leaped high into the air, swinging a giant hammer with terrifying force. Hansen veered to the side just in time. The hammer smashed into the sand, creating a crater where he had stood only seconds before. He doubted even the armor of crystal ants could have withstood that blow. The creature wasn't finished. It followed up with a flurry of hammer strikes, each one capable of crushing steel. Hansen tried to dodge, but one of the attacks connected, knocking him back and forcing him to focus on his reaction speed. Watching from a distance, Lianlu grew anxious. "This thing is too strong," she murmured. She feared only someone with the super god gene could possibly stand a chance against it. The thought that Hansen might die because of her terrified her. She readied her bow to provide cover fire, but Hansen called out midair, telling her not to worry. "I know how to handle this," he assured her. Then, Hansen summoned the soul of a giant sandworm. The massive beast emerged from beneath the dunes, rising into the sky like a living tower. Hansen landed atop its head and immediately recognized his opportunity. If he could get close enough, particle flow acceleration could end the fight. Using the sandworm's momentum, Hansen launched himself at blinding speed, closing the distance to the divine creature in seconds. He focused all his strength into a single decisive strike. Let's see who's stronger, he thought. With a final burst of energy, he pushed off from the sandworm and crashed into the beast with overwhelming force. When the dust and sand finally settled, a stunned silence fell across the area. Hansen calmly walked back toward the other hunters, carrying the enormous hammer that had belonged to the divine creature. Flapping his wings with visible effort, Hansen lifted into the air and with a grunt hurled the hammer at Lian Lu's feet. She caught her breath in awe. None of her team had been able to subdue that creature, but Hansen had done it alone. She asked if he had obtained the creature's soul, but Hansen shook his head. The monster had sunk into the quicksand before he could absorb it. Today's catch is light, he said. Still, Lian Lu trusted him. She promised to pay him properly for his help. 2 days later, Hansen arrived at the main office of the steel armor hideout. He was surprised to see a large crowd gathered outside. Inside, Shan made an announcement. She declared that she would complete her transformation within 2 months, and during that time she needed to address several pending matters. One of them was a major decision about leadership. The garrison commander revealed her verdict. Hansen would be promoted to commander of the Special Forces unit. Gasps of surprise filled the room. Among them, Yuan Xiangrong couldn't hide her shock. She thought the decision was rash and poorly considered, but the rest of those present were delighted. To them, Hansen was incredibly lucky, and clearly his abilities had finally earned him the recognition he deserved. Hansen could hear the whispers all around him. Many of the officers and cadets were openly doubting the garrison commander's decision to appoint him as the new commander of the Special Forces. Some even believed it was a mistake. Surprised, Hansen turned to the commander and asked if she was joking. This decision, it's too unexpected, he said. But before she could answer, Yu Shanrong stepped forward. I'm far more qualified to be a commander than some random freshman, she declared, clearly offended. Shang Yuan's garrison commander calmly replied that the decision had already been made and there was no use discussing it further. Around them, several officers actually welcomed the announcement. Many believed that Yemen's character simply didn't suit a leadership position. Meanwhile, Hansen tried to suppress a grin. In his thoughts, he couldn't help but feel damn lucky. Being commander of the Special Forces came with perks, and he could finally afford some nice things. Still not giving up, Yanlan stepped closer and boldly demanded to fight Hansen. If I lose, I won't say another word, she stated. Shan sighed and held her head in frustration. Why is her personality always so volatile, she thought. Turning back to Hansen, Yuan Xianmuan warned him not to try any tricks. She wanted a fair and open fight. The group arrived at a special training chamber fully equipped with holographic combat devices. The commander gave instructions. All participants were to log into the virtual combat system and fight within a simulation environment. Her voice echoed through the hall. Let's hope this match is not just entertaining but fair. Meanwhile, Xiao emerged from one of the nearby virtual booths, looking miserable. His back was sore from staying logged in for too long. But as he noticed Hansen and the officers entering, curiosity replaced his discomfort. Xiaonong quickly realized what was about to happen, a virtual duel between Hansen and the captain. Quietly he hid behind one of the booths and activated a recording device, eager to capture every moment of the fight. The simulation was set in a difficult training zone called Deep Night Forest of White Birds. Known for its realism and difficulty, the program presented a 2-kilometer forest where black and white birds perched on tree branches. The rules were simple, only shoot the black ones. The winner would be determined based on the number of targets hit and the time taken. As the simulation began, Hansen entered the dense forest with confidence. He understood that his opponent was an experienced soldier, and he needed to perform flawlessly to prove himself. Arrow after arrow flew from his bow, striking blackbirds with pinpoint accuracy. He reminded himself that there were 2 winning conditions, precision and speed. As he noticed his arrows flying in patterns similar to the flame butterfly shuriken, Hansen ramped up his pace, determined to meet both conditions. Watching from his hiding spot, Xiao was stunned. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. This guy is like a god of archery, he thought. Even Shang, the garrison commander, was impressed. She hadn't expected Hansen to adapt so quickly to the simulation environment. She admired how he instinctively predicted where the birds would appear, adjusting his aim before they even moved. 10 minutes later, Yu Shanrong stepped out of her virtual booth with a proud expression. She marched toward the commander, confident in her performance. Today was my best score ever, she announced. Victory is mine. Shang Yuan carefully reviewed the combat data. Yanman had shot down 96 blackbirds, a personal record. But then Shan turned to her with an apologetic expression. I'm sorry, she said, pointing to Hansen. He won. Yanman blinked in disbelief. Hansen gave her a playful wink, knowing full well that he'd crushed the challenge. The final stats were announced. Hansen had hit all 100 blackbirds, missed none, and had completed the task 3 minutes faster than Yuanman. The revelation stunned her. She couldn't comprehend how that was even possible. Shangrong brought the matter to a close. That's enough for today, she said. New assignments will be given out soon. Be ready. Hansen tried to remain cool on the surface, but inside, he was already planning his escape route. The look in Yuanning's eyes told him that if he stayed too long, she might take her revenge physically. Reluctantly, Yanman admitted her defeat, but next time she growled, "I'll win for sure." Xiao, still hiding, quietly saved the footage of the match to his memory card. He grinned, thinking of the perfect title to go viral, something like "Unbelievable Archery God Dominates in Virtual Combat." Later, Yaman exited the training center, only to hear bystanders already talking about the match. Everyone was buzzing about Hansen's incredible accuracy. Meanwhile, Hansen arrived at the Black Hawk Military Academy's training grounds, where a group of his fellow cadets greeted him with unexpected news. "You're one of us now," one of them said. Hansen blinked, caught off guard. "Part of your team." The instructor stepped forward, activating a holographic display. He pointed at the image on the screen and declared, "This student will be your main rival in this year's competition." The female instructor stood at the front of the training ground, gesturing toward a holographic projection. The image displayed a young man with sharp eyes and a calm demeanor. "This is the captain of the archery team from the Central Military Academy," she announced. "As you can see, his physical conditioning is exceptional, top tier by military standards. Facing him won't be easy, so I expect you all to be prepared." Then the instructor turned directly to Hansen. "What do you think of him?" Hansen replied calmly, his tone unwavering. "Whether it's a win or a loss, we won't know until we're standing face to face in the ring." A few senior cadets in the back exchanged glances. His words struck them as arrogant. To them this freshman sounded far too confident, as if he was already dismissing the opponent's accomplishments. But Hansen didn't care for empty talk. "There's no use speculating," he thought. "The results will speak when the time comes." Without further debate, the instructor invited the group to watch a combat replay. The large screen shifted to a recorded duel. Hansen versus Captain Yunman. Gasps echoed across the room as cadets watched Hansen's flawless technique on full display. "His archery form is incredible," one cadet murmured. "The guy's got serious skill." Hansen, however, was not thrilled. He stared at the screen in quiet irritation. "How does this keep getting out?" he wondered. "Why is my fight footage always ending up in the public eye?" His thoughts were interrupted by the instructor once again. "Do you think this opponent is stronger than you?" Hansen replied without hesitation. "We're on the same level." The instructor lit up with satisfaction at his answer. She turned back to the cadets with renewed energy. "You heard him. That's our target this year. Defeat the Central Military Academy. Train hard, push your limits, and support each other. That's how we'll make it happen." Later, as the students stepped outside, they ran into Lian Lu. The girl approached with a clear purpose in her eyes. "I still haven't repaid you for helping me track down the divine-level creature," she said softly, directing her words to Hansen. Then she turned to the group. "Would you all mind if I borrow him for a moment?" The cadets, clearly amused by the situation, cheerfully agreed, stepping aside without complaint. Hansen turned to the girl. "Where are you taking me?" he asked casually. Lian Lu smiled. "This is the Empress's restaurant. I thought maybe you'd like to have dinner." Inside, the atmosphere was far from typical. The restaurant was more than just a dining space. It was a full-blown combat arena. Patrons sat at their tables watching battles unfold in the center stage. Two fighters were currently engaged in a fierce duel, their movements precise and intense. Hansen watched closely. These weren't just brawls. These were well-trained evolvers sharpening their abilities in public. Lianlu poured a glass of wine and handed it to him. "So," she asked curiously, "what do you plan to do after graduation?" Hansen didn't take his eyes off the arena. "After the academy, I'll have to serve in the army. It's mandatory." There was a pause. Then, almost out of nowhere, Lanlu offered an unexpected proposition. "You should join my martial arts school, the God of War School. These fighters are all part of it. With your potential you could open doors no one else can." Before Hansen could respond, the host entered the arena, drawing everyone's attention. "Do you all know why this place is called the Empress's Restaurant?" he asked with a grin. A hush fell over the audience. A girl in a mask walked onto the stage, her presence overwhelming. The host's voice echoed across the arena. "Because the real Empress is here." Hansen leaned forward slightly, his eyes locked on the mysterious figure. Her aura was suffocating, like she had risen from a battlefield drenched in blood. It was the kind of aura only those who had evolved through countless life-and-death encounters possessed. This wasn't just a fighter, this was a living weapon. As she raised her hand high, the crowd erupted in chants. "Empress! Empress!" Her opponent was no ordinary challenger either, a warrior who had mastered the metallization technique, turning his fists into indestructible weapons. Hansen recognized it instantly. This was the most advanced form of the new martial arts technique. He admired the man's form, but something puzzled him. "Why isn't she dodging?" Hansen asked. Lian Lu remained calm. "You don't have to worry about her. She never loses." And it was true. The Empress stood completely still, waiting. Then with one calculated motion, she struck. The blow landed with devastating precision, overwhelming her opponent despite his evolved fists. Desperate, the man summoned a massive sword and charged again. "She's fought 1,000 battles," Lianlu whispered. "No one has ever defeated her." In moments, the duel ended. The host declared her victory once again. The Empress of the God of War Skull remains undefeated. Hansen was left speechless. He'd witnessed countless evolver fights, but none like this. The Empress was not just powerful, she was the embodiment of what it meant to evolve. Ruthless, composed and impossibly strong. Lianlu turned to him with a sly smile. "You can become just as powerful. You have the talent. It wouldn't be difficult for you." Hansen was about to respond when Lianlu leaned in slightly and added, "Marry me. Join the God of War martial arts family." Hansen choked on his drink, eyes wide with disbelief. Of all the things he expected that night, a marriage proposal was not one of them. The next day, Hansen ventured into the forest near the steel armor hideout, where he reunited with an old acquaintance. The young man wasted no time. He reported spotting a divine-level creature deep in the dark swamps, but admitted he couldn't face it alone. That's why he had reached out to Hansen. According to his description, the creature was humanoid, wrapped entirely in black armor, and ominously riding a black one-horned antelope. Hansen listened intently, analyzing the details. The creature didn't match anything he had encountered before. It was something entirely new, something that couldn't be ignored. Without hesitation, he told his friend to guide the way. As they moved, the friend grinned and reminded Hansen of an old rule between them. Whoever spots a divine-blooded creature first claims its soul. The following day, they arrived at the swamps. Immediately, Hansen was locked in battle with a giant centipede, slicing the monster cleanly in two with a single powerful strike from the divine-level sword he had acquired on the flying island. His friend, having nearly died from fright just watching the attack, tried to calm himself down, only to be distracted by a small furry creature gnawing at the centipede's bones. It was Hansen's pet, the three-eyed cat. Amused, the friend reached down to pet it, but in a flash the cat transformed into a massive monstrous beast, growling with raw power. The young man leaped back in shock, realizing he was facing a super-evolved creature. Regaining their focus, the pair pushed through the thick reeds until they reached the location Hansen's friend had originally seen the strange rider. What they found left them stunned. There it was, a black rider, cloaked in seamless armor, seated atop the obsidian antelope. One glance and Hansen could tell this was no ordinary divine creature. It was a terrifying humanoid of divine blood, an opponent far stronger than he had imagined. Even so, Hansen refused to back down. He knew retreating now would mean surrendering any chance to study or challenge this powerful enemy. His friend, trusting him fully, stood ready to assist. The Black Rider, having sensed their presence, turned slowly to face them. Then, in a blink it charged, its unicorn pounding toward them with terrifying force. As it closed in, the rider launched a massive energy blast straight at Hansen. Reacting instantly, Hansen raised the sword from the flying island and deflected the strike, narrowly preventing the blast from making contact. Above them his friends circled on a bird mount, yelling that this was madness. Not even a group of fighters could take this thing down. He urged Hansen to retreat while there was still time. But Hansen remained in the fight, struggling against wave after wave of relentless energy strikes. The Black Rider's attacks were unbelievably fast, sharp, and accurate. It became increasingly clear this enemy's reaction time, strength, and technique were overwhelming. Desperate to shift the tide, Hansen summoned his three-eyed cat, commanding it to attack. But the Black Rider anticipated the move. With one powerful counter, the beast sent the evolved cat flying into the distance. Watching the brutal exchange, Hansen's friend screamed again, urging him to retreat now. He pointed out that the rider couldn't fly. It was their one escape route. Hansen, acknowledging the logic, took flight. The two regrouped in the sky, reflecting on the devastating force they had just encountered. His friend doubted whether Hansen could ever defeat such a creature. But Hansen wasn't discouraged. He studied the valley from above, then corrected his friend with chilling clarity. There isn't just one enemy, there are two. The antelope, he explained, wasn't just a mount, it was a separate divine-level being, a monster in its own right. That revelation changed everything. Even worse, Hansen couldn't use his particle flow acceleration technique or transform while using his beast soul abilities, and without those, he didn't have the raw power needed to win. His friend asked, voice heavy with worry, "Where are you going now?" "I need to confirm something," Hansen said calmly, "and then fight again." They crept back through the swamp's dense reeds, returning to where the Black Rider remained. Hansen noticed something peculiar. The rider never left the pond. He found it odd. Surely, it wasn't due to a desire for cleanliness. He dismissed the thought and rushed into the attack, flanked by his three-eyed cat. But the Black Rider was ready again. It parried Hansen's blows with uncanny precision, as if it could predict each move before it was made. Even Hansen's lightning-fast strikes were effortlessly blocked. The divine being's instincts were sharper than anything Hansen had faced. Pushed to his limit, Hansen found himself launched across the battlefield, crashing to the ground after a direct hit. His friend, still watching from a distance, came to a grim conclusion. Hansen's strength, speed, and tactics, none of it was enough. Wings flaring, Hansen flew back to safety, but he wasn't retreating for good. Inside he was more resolved than ever. If he couldn't win now, then he would on the 10th try, or the 100th. But no matter what, he would win. His friend, exasperated, tried once more to reason with him. "It's already been days," he said, "and that divine being hasn't even taken a single serious injury." Yet Hansen didn't flinch. Because deep down, he wasn't fighting for victory today, he was fighting to learn how to win tomorrow. Despite the wounds and exhaustion piling up, Hansen remained undeterred. When his friend once again tried to talk him out of the fight, Hansen simply shook his head and said confidently, "Don't worry, I want to try again. I think I've finally understood the essence of his technique." Over the course of countless battles, Hansen had been closely studying the Black Knight's attacks. There was something about his fighting rhythm that didn't add up until now. He realized that the creature's every strike followed a rotational pattern, and more importantly, they always rotated counterclockwise. This wasn't just style, it was function. Hansen deduced that the forward spin of the spear's motion was intended for offensive bursts, but the counterclockwise twist subtly drained and redirected the opponent's strength. The entire structure of the knight's technique was built to both attack and neutralize simultaneously. But something still bothered him. Even after grasping this rotation pattern, Hansen couldn't figure out how the creature predicted his blows so easily. Every move he made felt like it had been pre-calculated. Still, one truth stood firm. This unique counterclockwise energy rotation was the root of the knight's overwhelming power. Realizing this, Hansen understood that head-on attacks were pointless if the opponent already knew his every intention. So, instead of recklessly charging again, he made a different choice. For several days, Hansen immersed himself in mastering a rare energy technique known as the Great Yang Magnetic Cannon, a powerful ability capable of reversing energy polarity. He believed that it could be the key to breaking through the knight's impenetrable defense. Eventually, he returned to the dark swamp, eager to put this new knowledge to the test. But disappointment struck fast. Hansen soon discovered that he couldn't unleash the full potential of the Great Yang Magnetic Cannon without a compatible weapon. Still, retreat wasn't an option. Just as before, the Black Knight sensed Hansen's presence instantly. With no hesitation, the armored creature launched forward in a frenzied assault, spear spinning like a vortex of death. Hansen activated his energy field, a brilliant aura sparking to life around him. He was determined to disrupt the knight's rhythm, to find just one small crack in his defense. This time, Hansen relied on opposing polarities in his attacks, techniques that would disrupt the knight's counterclockwise rotation. Even if the knight could read his body language, the nature of the energy itself would be erratic and unpredictable. And finally, it worked. As the battle escalated, the Black Knight was caught off guard. One of Hansen's strikes landed clean, sending the divine being crashing to the side. The impact was powerful enough to crater the earth, a clear sign of how much force was behind it. Though Hansen had aimed for the head, the blow struck the chest instead. Still, the damage was visible. The enemy had been penetrated, visibly shaken for the first time. But Hansen didn't get time to celebrate. The Black Knight rose again, energy coiling tightly around his spear like a black storm. With a single push, he charged once more, energy swirling in that signature counterclockwise spiral, crashing toward Hansen like a hurricane. Despite the injuries, the divine creature was now fighting with double the intensity. Hansen braced himself, struggling to hold his ground as the shockwaves from each strike threatened to break through his guard. Why, he wondered. How could the knight still be this strong, even after taking a blow like that? The realization struck him cold. The enemy was growing stronger with every battle, feeding off the rhythm of the fight, as if the violence itself made him more complete. Knowing he couldn't withstand much longer, Hansen took to the sky, using the wings of his armor to soar upward, hoping to retreat to safety. But he didn't make it. Just before reaching a safe altitude, a blast of energy slammed into his back, knocking him off balance. The force of it sent a shock through his entire body, nearly hurling him from the sky. Still, he was not discouraged. This time, he had come closer than ever. Though his body ached and the wounds throbbed, Hansen was certain of one thing. His final strike had hurt the knight deeply, and the next time, it might just be enough to win.
The very next day, Hansen returned once again to the mysterious humanoid creature. His mind brimmed with unanswered questions. Why did it remain submerged in the pond day after day? As he observed the Black Knight carefully, a strange realization dawned on him. Despite suffering heavy damage in their previous battle, the knight appeared completely unharmed, as if the fight had never happened. Somehow, it had fully recovered overnight. Hansen hovered above the water's surface, thoughts racing. There had to be something in this swamp, something healing, that granted such rapid recovery. As his confrontations with the Black Knight continued, time slipped by unnoticed. An entire week passed in constant observation and battle. But now, Hansen could wait no longer. Then, an idea sparked in Hansen Sip's mind. Silently, he dove into the pond, moving like a shadow beneath the surface. Approaching the creature undetected, he suddenly burst from the water and struck a fierce blow straight to the belly of the knight's unicorn mount. The attack landed hard, catching the enemy off guard. Hansen pressed forward, believing this was the moment he'd been waiting for. The antelope-like beast staggered from the damage, and for the first time Hansen had the upper hand. Now that the divine creature had been dismounted, the advantage was his. On land, the Black Knight no longer had the support of the unicorn. Hansen launched a relentless assault. But the tide turned faster than he expected. The Black Knight parried each blow with ease, and then like a thunderclap, struck back. A single counter sent Hansen flying across the field. Before he could recover, the knight was already upon him, landing a devastating energy-infused strike. Hansen barely managed to block the onslaught and in the heat of battle noticed something alarming. The knight's attacks could change direction mid-swing. Hansen saw his opening. Without hesitation, he charged and drove his god-level trident straight into the knight's body. A moment later, the system confirmed it. Successful hunt, Black Knight defeated. Another notification followed. The one-horned antelope had also been slain. Exhausted and breathless, Hansen stood over the motionless bodies of his foes. He had never poured so much effort, strategy, and patience into a single victory. But the reward was immense. The soul of divine blood, and the flesh and essence of two divine-level enemies. Next to him, a girl silently awaited. Hansen handed her some of the meat. She devoured it gratefully, completely unaware that she was consuming the flesh of mutated divine beasts. When he asked if she wanted more, she simply smiled and said, if he couldn't finish it all, she'd be glad to help. While preparing more of the fallen creature's meat, Hansen received another piece of news. His common gene readings had neared the 100 mark. He was evolving. Elsewhere, Instructor CI was growing restless. She hadn't seen Hansen in over a month, and the archery competition was fast approaching. His absence in her eyes was reckless. Then one day, as fate would have it, she ran into him on the street. The competition is about to start, she reminded him sharply. Hansen froze. He had completely forgotten. He tried to explain that training alone wasn't necessary. A few days of practice with a team would be enough for him, he claimed, but CI wasn't buying it. Wordlessly, she handed him a bow and challenged him to a duel. If you can beat me now, she said, drawing the string, stop worrying. Hansen accepted, determined, focused. He knew this would be the perfect chance to show who was the better marksman. The instructor warned him, moving targets would be introduced. Was he ready? He nodded. They both had the same weapon. CI was an evolutionist, true, but this challenge wasn't about raw power. It was about precision, about mastery of the bow. The signal sounded. 2 arrows launched toward the target, flying with immense speed. The instructor's reflexes were superb. She hit the target first. Round 1 went to her. She smirked. You're not as good as I thought. Hansen, undeterred, replied calmly. It's not over yet. CI rolled her eyes, believing it to be hollow bravado, and invited him to prove himself. Another signal rang out. This time a running fox target appeared. Both archers fired, but Hansen's arrow collided with CI's midair, deflecting hers and ruining her shot. She blinked, stunned. The score, 1-1. She thought it was luck, a fluke. But it wasn't stit. Hansen did it again, then again. Each time his arrow clipped hers in the air. The score climbed to 3-1. CI stood in disbelief. I'm sorry, Hansen said sincerely, but this was the only way I could defeat an evolutionist. How are you doing this? She asked. The hardest part, Hansen replied with a quiet smile, is predicting the trajectory of an arrow in flight. Hansen emerged as the clear winner of the archery competition. As the dust settled, the girl who had underestimated him looked on with a newfound sense of respect. Her gaze lingered a moment longer, and then she spoke. Schwen approached him, her expression serious. I have a request, she said. I want you to begin your new duties immediately. With that, Hansen was granted access to a highly classified network, the official community of the Special Security Squad, a group so secret that most people didn't even know it existed. Schwen emphasized the importance of his new role. It wasn't just about privilege. This position carried weight, a balance of power, responsibility, and consequence. Each time a squad member completed a task, the commander, now Hansen, would earn extra points that could be invaluable in the long term. She urged him to take this opportunity seriously, and reminded him that Yan possessed many valuable qualities. If used wisely, she could become an exceptional second-in-command. Hansen thanked her sincerely, promising to give it his all. Half an hour later, Hansen entered Yan's office, placing 2 thick stacks of documents on her desk. He calmly asked her to process them and select suitable candidates for the next mission. However, Yan bristled at his tone. Address me by my full name or title, she snapped coldly. Then she glanced through the files and stated bluntly, even if we mobilize the entire squad, We don't have enough strength for this task. Hansen didn't flinch. I am the commander of the garrison now. Your duty is to follow orders, not express opinions. Yan, holding back her anger, replied through clenched teeth, and I stem using common sense. Sending the squad out like this is reckless. Without another word, Hansen turned and walked out, pausing only to remind her of the chain of command. Don't forget. I steppin in charge now. Yan could barely contain her frustration. She forced herself to acknowledge his rank and authority, then reluctantly agreed to carry out his command. Soon after, the hunting unit set out into the dense forest. As they ventured deeper into the thicket, Yan muttered bitterly, the old commander would never have risked her people like this. The squad noticed the change in dynamics. Power had shifted. One of the hunters even smirked openly, mocking her loss of influence. Mr. Yuan quietly warned Hansen, the creature ahead moves incredibly fast. Everyone needs to be extremely careful. Yan added, there are too many trees around us. Archery will be nearly useless in this environment. Ignoring her warning, Hansen turned to Yan. You go first. Lure the creature out. She stared at him in disbelief. You want to use me as bait? The old boss would never… I said not the old boss, Hansen interrupted, and I said given you an order. Yan, fuming, muttered that this must be his way of exacting personal revenge, but Hansen replied coolly, you star a soldier, follow the command. With clear resentment, Yan moved forward, muttering to herself that if she survived, she would request a transfer immediately. Her mind clouded by rage, she failed to notice the danger looming just above her. Without warning, a massive beast leapt from the trees, slamming into her back and launching her into the air. The impact was brutal, but Yan quickly regained focus. Gritting her teeth, she drew her knife and engaged the creature in a desperate fight. The monster's attacks came in relentless waves, each blow heavier than the last. Yan was forced to retreat, her stamina rapidly draining. Just as she was about to fall, Hansen arrived. Blocking the next blow with ease, he stood between Yan and the creature. With a mocking smile, he asked, is that really all you got? Yan, stunned and sitting on the ground, looked up at him. Why did you help me? She asked. Weren't you planning to take revenge? Hansen shook his head. I promised I cover you. You are a soldier, Yan. You don't have to like your comrades, but you must trust them. He saw the disdain in her eyes, and although it stung, he kept his composure. Yan was silent. His words echoed in her mind. She had let her emotions get the better of her. Today, she had behaved like a rookie, forgetting her discipline. Given Hansen's strength and leadership, she realized she owed him more professionalism and respect. Later, back at the steel armor hideout, Hansen sat in his office. A large screen showed the latest broadcast. The Blackhawk Academy archery team, once a dark horse in the tournament, had made it to the second round. Their next opponent, Central Military Academy. Suddenly there was a knock on the door. Hansen looked up as Yan entered, holding a tray of tea. He raised an eyebrow. You sat here to hand in your transfer request. But Yan shook her head. No, she said softly. I came to apologize. Standing tall before Hansen, Yan Man gave a sharp military salute. Her expression had shifted completely. No longer defiant, she now looked at him with sincerity. You were right, she admitted. The former commander didn't make a mistake. You really are suited for this role. She paused, her voice steady. I made mistakes. That one happen again. Hansen gave a curt nod, accepting the gesture without arrogance. Moments later, he turned to the others and addressed the pressing matter at hand, the upcoming battle. He explained that Blackhawk Academy's main rival, the Central Military Academy, had been relentlessly sharpening their skills. They weren't just strong, they were evolving. Taking them down would be far from easy. Instructor CZ, standing nearby, couldn't hide her frustration. Our academy luck has always been terrible, she muttered. Why is it always us who draw the Central Military Academy in early rounds? Meanwhile, back in the academy's dining hall, the team shared a casual meal. Jian, one of the cadets, turned to Hansen with concern. Are you ready to face the strongest player from Steel Hand in the next round? She asked. Without hesitation, Hansen replied, no problem. But Jian didn't seem reassured. Noticing the worry in her eyes, Hansen asked gently, what's bothering you? With a sigh she confessed, last year I got us as far as the top 16. That was Blackhawk SIP's best result, but Central Academy crushed us. This year, I want payback. Suddenly, her tone shifted. With playful force, she added, besides, the winner of this year's SIP's tournament gets a 4-day stay for 2 in the presidential suite. Hansen's eyes lit up. Now that was a reward worth fighting for. He clenched his fist in quiet determination. Then I winning this. However, as the match day drew closer, he grew more analytical. Watching countless recordings of his future opponent, Hansen came to a stark conclusion. There were no visible weaknesses. His adversary was frighteningly consistent. Then a video call came through. On the screen appeared Litzen, Hansen's close friend and fellow fighter. His tone was serious. "Are you really planning to go through with this?" he asked. "You know who you steer up against, right?" Hansen remained calm. Litzen scowled. "He's been improving non-stop. He even stopped training with his team. He's going full solo to push his limits." He leaned forward, voice heavy. "This isn't just a fight. This is the elite of the Central Military Academy. Talented, disciplined, ruthless. Don't underestimate them." For the first time, Hansen paused. If even seasoned fighters like Litzen spoke of this opponent with such caution, then this was more than just a test of skill. It was a war of mind and spirit. Across the city, inside a military academy office, a cadet from Central Military Academy studied Hansen's training footage on a massive screen, his brows furrowed in concentration. A fellow cadet entered. "What's so interesting?" he asked, glancing at the screen. The captain of the central team replied calmly, "Just analyzing our opponent's sits movements, looking for weaknesses." The friend raised an eyebrow. "So how strong is he?" "He's skilled," the captain admitted, "but our team still has the upper hand. The rest of Blackhawk SIP's lineup is average." As the competition neared, participating teams began to arrive at the massive sports complex that would host the tournament. A cadet from a neighboring academy spotted Blackhawk's team entering and couldn't help but smile. She approached Hansen directly. "I saw your commercial," she said, her cheeks slightly flushed. "It was really cool." Before Hansen could respond, she extended a notepad. "Can I get your autograph?" Taken aback but amused, Hansen signed it. A large cadet standing nearby leaned in and whispered to him, "You know who that is, right? She led her academy to the semi-finals last year, and she SEP's incredibly popular, like seriously popular." The girl thanked them warmly then smiled. "I hope we meet again," she said, before disappearing into the crowd. Once she was gone, the large cadet let out a low whistle. Man, beauty, brains, and battle instincts. A lethal combination. The Blackhawk team made their way into the stadium. The air was electric. Around them, cadets from dozens of academies were already training intensely, their focus razor-sharp. Jan, another team member, spotted a tall figure across the arena. He pointed him out immediately. "That SEP's him, the captain of the Central Military Academy team," he said. "That SEP's our target." On the training stand, the captain was already hard at work. His muscles rippled with power, his posture steady. One by one, arrows flew from his bow, each striking its mark with flawless precision. Suddenly, Hansen felt a disturbance. A sharp whistle. His instincts screamed. Spinning on his heel, he caught an arrow mid-air, one that had been aimed directly at his back. He narrowed his eyes, disgusted. "Cowardly," he muttered. "That SEP's not how real warriors fight." From the shadows, a smug voice called out. "Well, well, are you really that fast? Or just lucky?" A young man approached, his tone dripping with arrogance. "Name SEP's Krieg," he said, "cadet from a neighboring military academy. Thought I stet see what the hype SEP's all about." As the atmosphere around the stadium thickens with tension, a cheeky cadet from a rival academy makes a bold remark. He claims that many people compare him to the renowned Captain Hansen. With a hint of regret, he adds that fighting is prohibited on stadium grounds. Otherwise, he would have already taught Hansen a lesson. The provocation enrages the larger cadet beside Hansen, who lunges forward in fury. However, his teammates quickly restrain him, preventing the confrontation from escalating into a full-blown conflict. Hansen, visibly irritated, confronts the cadet. He deems it utterly dishonorable to shoot one's opponent in the back, a tactic he finds vile and unacceptable. Yet the opposing cadet remains confident. He boldly claims that their academy team has every intention of reaching the finals and defeating the Central Military Academy along the way. In response, Hansen advises the young man to be realistic. He points out that their team has little chance of even reaching the semifinals. Those words ignite the cadet's fury, and he shouts that such an arrogant attitude drives him mad. At that moment, Captain Shenzi of the Central Military Academy approaches. Noticing the heated exchange, he watches the situation unfold with quiet amusement. Shenzi, composed and confident, is a firm believer in his academy's superiority. Calmly walking over to Hansen, he extends his hand and introduces himself. Hansen responds in kind, expressing his anticipation for their upcoming match. Though he originally intended to meet his opponent on the battlefield, Hansen admits he's glad for the chance to meet Shenzi beforehand. Meanwhile, a female reporter has been carefully analyzing footage of Hansen's previous matches. She's astonished by his mastery of the fatal blow technique, and believes that, had he entered a different category of competition, he would have likely earned top honors. But what intrigues her most is why he chose to compete in the archery event instead. Then, something in the data catches her attention. Her expression changes. She believes she has finally uncovered the reason behind Hansen's unusual decision. As she continues digging, she stumbles upon online chatter surrounding an eagerly awaited match between two of the strongest competitors, one of whom is Hansen. The anticipation among viewers is immense. Back in the break room, Instructor Sai gathers the Blackhawk team. With unwavering authority, she reminds them that success on the battlefield hinges not only on skill, but on sheer determination and the will to win. Noticing his friend Jan looking unusually anxious, Hansen steps forward and asks if something is wrong. Jan doesn't answer directly. Instead, he simply urges Hansen to win the upcoming match at all costs. Elsewhere, during a live interview, the female reporter asks a specialist for his thoughts on the Blackhawk Military Academy's recent performance. She notes their underwhelming record in past competitions. The expert doesn't hold back. He estimates their chances of victory at merely 30%. Two mysterious young men observe all of this from the stands, carefully concealing their identities. Back at the competition arena, the Blackhawk team enters the hall. The commentator is visibly surprised when he sees Hansen opt for the Model 11 bow. Not long after, the Fire Academy team appears, with their captain selecting the newer Model 12. The reporter, still holding her microphone, asks the expert whether it's possible to determine a competitor's skill or fitness level based solely on their choice of bow. He responds that he places more value on past performance statistics than on visual cues. The reporter reminds viewers that the Fire Academy is home to some of the most elite fighters, whose track records speak volumes. According to her, this naturally makes them the favorites. The expert agrees, singling out the Fire Academy captain as a born marksman with an impeccable record. He doubts that Hansen or his team will pose a real threat, placing their odds of success at a bare minimum. His statements are broadcast across every stadium screen, sparking outrage among some viewers, especially the young women watching, who question how someone so misinformed could be given a platform to speak. Despite the criticism, the captain of the Blackhawk team remains calm. He instructs his teammates to prepare an ambush and use the element of surprise to their advantage. Hansen urges everyone to stay focused. The battle is set to begin in just 5 minutes, and every second matters. With that, the Blackhawk team surges forward, swiftly taking up key positions across the arena. Their movements are sharp, coordinated, and purposeful. Observing this, the reporter notes that 5 members of the Fire Academy have already chosen ideal cover spots, indicating a strong sense of strategy and preparation. The expert, watching from the sidelines, begins to waver. Seeing the Blackhawk team's discipline and precision, he revises his earlier statement. If they can continue leveraging their strengths, he now believes they may actually have a shot at victory. Back in the stands, the two masked spectators speculate on the unexpected confidence shown by Blackhawks players. One of them, Jian, silently roots for a swift and decisive win. Inwardly, he urges Hansen to crush the competition, once and for all. The captain of the Fire Academy stood atop a ridge, surveying the battlefield below. His expression was calm but calculating. With a swift motion of his hand, he ordered his subordinates to stay in cover and await his signal. According to him, their current position granted them a significant tactical advantage. One of the soldiers, peering through his scope, reported, "Sir, the enemy has entered the kill zone. Should we open fire?" But the captain shook his head and replied, "Not yet. Hold your position. Save bow model number 14 for now. Wait until Blackhawk's team reaches the tree line. Then, unleash everything." Meanwhile, Blackhawk's squad moved slowly and cautiously, inching their way across a deep crevice. Each member was alert, scanning the terrain, listening for even the faintest sound that might betray the enemy's presence. In the stands, spectators watched with bated breath. Many were unnerved by Blackhawk's strategy, believing their current approach exposed them to unnecessary risk. Yet amidst the tension, a girl named C's watched intently. Her eyes sparkled with both excitement and worry as her team entered hostile territory. She silently hoped they had the skill and stamina to endure what lay ahead. Leading the group was Hansen, calm and observant. He had already detected signs of an ambush and quickly noted the precise location of every hidden enemy. As Blackhawk's team advanced another 200 meters, a sudden shout pierced the air. It was the Fire Academy captain's voice, giving the long-awaited order. "Open fire." In an instant, a barrage of arrows rained down upon Hansen's SIP's position, but he was ready. Predicting the ambush, he remained composed. "I still handle this myself," he told his team. "Don't sit, let them exploit our position. I still hold the line." The captain of the Wind Academy, watching the event unfold, was stunned. Within seconds, 2 of his players had been eliminated, forcing them out of the game and placing their team at a sharp disadvantage. Reporters, equally surprised, turned to the expert analyst beside them. The expert, unfazed, calmly reminded the audience that he had already predicted Blackhawk's superiority. Disappointment swept through part of the crowd. 2 young men, visibly disheartened, rose from their seats. One muttered, "The outcome's obvious. No point watching anymore," and walked away with clear disdain. Still, Even in his frustration, he acknowledged Hansen as a formidable opponent. He pondered how he would have responded had he been in the Fire Academy captain's shoes, faced with such an unexpected and devastating tactic. Back on the field, Hansen made his move. With rapid precision, he darted forward, releasing arrow after arrow at the hidden enemies. The Fire Academy captain was bewildered. How did he find all of them? He muttered, realizing that even the most well-concealed shooters had been exposed. As his final ally fell, the captain received the system notification defeated. His screen went dark. The audience erupted. Cheers filled the air as the announcers declared Blackhawk's overwhelming victory. Voices thundered through the arena, all chanting one name, Hansen, Hansen. From the sidelines, Cease smiled with pride. Well done, cadets, she said to herself. Now let's get ready for the real battle against the Central Military Academy. Her words were heavy with caution, for she knew this next opponent would be far more formidable. Hansen, catching her gaze, asked with quiet confidence, "Still doubt our victory?" Cease looked him squarely in the eye and replied, "Your next opponent is the strongest team among all the academies. That's SIP's not opinion, it's SIP's fact." But Hansen didn't step back down. "If you start with the belief that you still lose," he said firmly, "then you Steph already lost. When you brought me into this academy, you said there was still hope for victory. I intend to make that hope real." Moved, Cease responded with solemn sincerity, "There's SIP's only one key to winning this fight, and that key is you. Your decisions will determine the outcome. Yes, our enemy SIP's skills may be superior, but if our team remains united and confident, we still have a chance." Despite her composed exterior, anxiety gnawed at her. Most experts and spectators had written off the Blackhawk team as underdogs. Doubt hung thick in the air. The announcer's voice rang out once more, signaling the start of the match. The teams sprang into motion, spreading out across the battlefield. In the stands, Lissen's friend leaned over and asked, "Do you think Blackhawk Academy can win this?" Lissen replied bluntly, "As a team, not likely, but if we separate talking about Hansen alone, he might just be able to pull it off." Before his friend could respond, he suddenly stood up, eyes wide. "They stepped flanking the enemy. It steps risky, but if it works, it could change everything." And with that, the real battle began. Before the game even began, Sizzy had invested a significant amount of time studying the enemy's battle patterns. She had learned exactly what position the Central Military Academy would target. Their repeated preference for the Stone Mountain in nearly every match had made them predictable. Ian nodded in agreement with the instructor's strategy, but in his heart, he couldn't shake the thought. The odds of winning were slim. It would take a genuine miracle to turn the tide in their favor. Sizzy, firm in her research, reported that she had watched all of the opposing team's matches over the past few years. They had only encountered true resistance on 3 occasions, but even those teams had failed, simply because they couldn't grasp the core of the Central Military Academy's tactics. Hansen offered a different insight. He believed that if the opponent ever faced someone on equal footing, they would immediately shift into a fully aggressive strategy. The instructor agreed and took it a step further. To win, they would need to be even more brutal, crushing the enemy both mentally and physically. Some cadets thought the plan was outright suicidal, but Hansen stood firm. "This is our only shot at victory. We have to take this risk, and prove to everyone that Blackhawk deserves to win," he declared. The instructor reinforced this belief. He made it clear the heart of this match was the confrontation between Hansen and the enemy captain. He placed his trust in Hansen and urged him not to let the team down. Yet deep down, even Sizzy had her doubts. She believed that if they played the game the usual way, they were guaranteed to lose. From the stands, voices were already mocking the Blackhawk team, but the instructor still clung to hope. He believed a miracle might still occur. Meanwhile, the Central Military Academy swiftly occupied the high ground, carefully scanning the battlefield from the summit. Watching them from afar, Sizzy felt she had done all she could. From here on out, the outcome rested entirely in the hands of the cadets. Hansen lay hidden in ambush, his mind replaying the instructor's words. "Victory is in your hands." He ordered his squad to aim carefully and wait for his signal. But the instructor's strategy took a twist. Their first target wasn't the opposing captain. It was the academy's top marksman. Ian was visibly surprised. In his opinion, they should take out the commander first, but the instructor disagreed. That shooter, he explained, was ranked second across all academies, and unlike others, he was also trained in robotics and combat manipulation. A direct assault on the captain could easily fail. Strategically, the only correct move was to neutralize the best shooter and disrupt the enemy's formation. Just then, one of the cadets spotted Shenzi turning toward him and shouting a warning to stay alert. Instantly, the cadet realized he was under a hidden attack. Without hesitation, he returned fire and moved into a defensive stance. In one swift motion, he released 3 arrows simultaneously. They intercepted and knocked down the enemy's incoming shots mid-air. For a moment, the enemy shooter thought Blackhawk's tactics weren't working, but what followed changed everything. The 3 arrows had only been a distraction. As the opponent let down his guard, Hansen released a 4th arrow, sharp, sudden, and lethal. It struck true, eliminating the Central Academy player from the match. From the sidelines, the instructor watched closely, a glint of admiration in his eyes. The level of skill on display was exceptional, and Hansen's precision was divine. Even as he exited the field, the fallen Central player warned his captain Hansen was far more dangerous than they had anticipated. The realization that he had fallen for a basic trick gnawed at him. The first 3 arrows were a feint, and the 4th was the real blow. Quickly, Shenzi decided to shift tactics. He ordered his team to descend from the mountaintop immediately. The terrain lacked any decent cover, and staying put would be fatal. The cadets obeyed without hesitation. As they raced down the slope, they exchanged rapid fire with Blackhawk, who were intent on holding the line. Hansen took cover behind a large tree, evaluating the next step, but then, out of nowhere, one of 3 enemy arrows found its mark. It struck him hard, dealing a serious wound. He was stunned, not just by the hit but by its power and precision. Clearly the opposing captain's bow was high tier, at least level 16, and his arrows flew with frightening velocity. The captain of the Central Academy team continued to suppress Blackhawk with aggressive fire. Hansen now knew, this man was no ordinary fighter. He was experienced. He was dangerous. As the battle intensified, the scene shifted to the commentator Sip's booth. A reporter narrated the unfolding events. The Central Academy team had taken the high ground, but are now retreating to find shelter. Meanwhile, Blackhawk has gained a tactical advantage. Hunan, one of the Blackhawk cadets, rallied his team. We have the upper hand now. Donstedt let them descend. The reporter continued with excitement. In just under 20 minutes, 3 Central Academy players have been eliminated, while Blackhawk has only lost 1. It's been a long time since the Central Military Academy has found itself in such a tough spot. Even experts on the sidelines were surprised. Blackhawk's tactics weren't just bold, they were working. Hansen unleashed a flurry of arrows, his movements swift and calculated. His entire team had opted for the Model 11 bow, a weapon known for its rapid rate of fire, ideal for laying down suppressive cover. Meanwhile, Shenzi continued his steady descent down the mountainside. Turning sharply, Hansen spotted another comrade struck down by the opposing team. Without hesitation, he returned fire, creating space for his team to reposition. His aim was true. One of the Blackhawk players went down, struck cleanly. The reporter's voice crackled through the broadcast, noting that the Blackhawk team was mere steps away from victory, but reminded the viewers that they still had to overcome the Central Military Academy's most formidable marksman. Ian, observing closely, acknowledged the sheer skill of their opponent. He was astonished that the enemy captain could fire 2 arrows simultaneously using a heavy Model 16 bow, a feat requiring immense strength and precision. Hansen, meanwhile, had already begun analyzing his opponent's unique movement patterns. He quickly realized that the enemy captain was not only powerful but also highly unpredictable, an adversary who never left his comfort zone and only grew more dangerous within it. Lissiton, watching from the sidelines, assessed the unfolding situation. He commended the Blackhawk coach for devising a brilliant strategy that had caught the Central Academy off guard. However, he voiced concerns about the Model 11 bow's power, arguing it lacked the force needed to bring down someone like Shenzi unless they closed the distance. It soon became clear to Hansen that his enemy had shifted positions again, now nearly invincible in his new location. As Shenzi maintained his advantage, Ian urgently advised a reposition to avoid falling into a trap, but Hansen raised a hand in silent command, signaling for silence and stillness. There could be no mistakes now. Suddenly Hansen caught sight of an arrow slicing through the air. Targeting his teammate, shouting a warning, he ordered him to take cover. Then, without missing a beat, Hansen sprang from his position and loosed a counter arrow with lightning speed and surgical accuracy. The spectators were stunned by the display of reflex and precision. Some watching believed the Model 11 bow had proven a smart tactical choice, but even they admitted it lacked the reach to counter someone like Shenzi from a distance. Out of the corner of his eye, Hansen saw another teammate fall, struck by enemy fire. The announcer's voice cut in again, confirming another elimination from the Blackhawk squad. Doubt began to spread among the crowd. Many whispered that the Blackhawk team stood no chance against the Central Military Academy. The reporter highlighted Shenzi's control over the battlefield. Each time danger approached, he vanished from sight, relocating before a shot could be taken. The presenter criticized Hansen's weapon choice, arguing that had he selected the more powerful Model 14, he might have had a better chance. With the Model 11, however, the odds were grim. Shenzi now took a battle stance, scanning the terrain meticulously. He was determined to locate and eliminate his rival with a single decisive shot. Just then, Hansen burst out from his cover mid-air, firing an arrow straight toward Shenzi. A girl watching from the stands was captivated by the clash, marveling at the epic confrontation between 2 masterful warriors. Half an hour passed, yet the intensity never waned. The host declared this to be the most exhilarating duel of the past decade, one where neither side would emerge a true loser. The two warriors were in constant motion, predicting and evading each other's moves. The battle had become one of mental warfare, a test of strategy and nerve. Taking refuge behind cover, Hansen waited. He needed Shenzi to step into his kill zone for a final, conclusive shot. Yet he hesitated. The reporter noted that the Central Academy captain had made the ideal equipment choice, a decision now paying off. From the sidelines, the eliminated Blackhawk teammates watched anxiously, desperate for Hansen to prevail. Ian, disheartened, turned to their coach and muttered that perhaps they would do better in the next competition. Siza, visibly upset, had believed this ambitious plan could succeed. After all, they had come further than anyone expected against such a powerful adversary. But with Hansen still wielding the Model 11, she feared defeat was inevitable. One cadet couldn't hold back his emotions. Tears welled in his eyes, as he confessed that unlike the others, he was graduating. For him, there would be no next time. Yet the battle pressed on. Hansen began moving again, calmly and deliberately, seeking higher ground. He soon found himself in the open and knew retreat was no longer an option. Shenzi, standing tall across the battlefield, acknowledged Hansen's strength. He regretted that this would be their final encounter, believing the battle would end today. But Hansen thought otherwise. He stared back with resolve, inviting Shenzi to settle the matter now. Both warriors drew their bows. Shenzi's bowstring tightened as a bright energy aura pulsed around him. Hansen, standing firm, nocked an arrow and took aim. The final shot was moments away. Lisitsan was certain. Hansen stood no chance in a direct confrontation. His bow was simply too weak to match the firepower of the Central Military Academy's captain. But despite the overwhelming odds, Hansen made his move. As the Central Academy's captain took a step forward, Hansen released an arrow and immediately changed positions. His movement was swift, fluid, almost too fast to follow. From the commentator Sep's booth, a voice echoed across the arena, noting with admiration that the Black Hawk Academy player still hadn't given up. "It's Sep's been a long time," the commentator said, "since Sep's seen someone fight with such unyielding will." Reacting instantly, Shenzi, the Central Academy captain, leaped into the air and fired another arrow. But the commentator warned against drawing conclusions too early. Both contenders were strong, and the winner had yet to be decided. The audience, composed of cadets and instructors, watched the duel unfold with intense focus. Some thought Hansen had simply gotten lucky. Shenzi's last two arrows had narrowly missed their mark. But then, a cadet from Central Academy stood up and spoke with conviction. He claimed Hansen wasn't surviving on luck. He knew the exact trajectory of their captain's shots. According to him, Hansen could not only see where each arrow was flying, but also adjusted his movement accordingly, using a specialized mobility technique to disrupt the enemy's aim. Hansen's strategy was becoming clear. With every move, he shortened the gap between himself and the enemy. The distance had already closed to 200 meters. Though his bow model was significantly weaker, Hansen's tactics were causing concern among the enemy ranks. Shenzi's precision advantage faded as the range shrank. The dead zone 50 meters was approaching. At that distance, Shenzi's long-range specialization would become a liability. The pressure mounted. Hansen closed in to 150 meters and released 3 arrows in rapid succession, not with the intent to hit, but to distract. As Shenzi dodged, Hansen continued sprinting, showcasing incredible stamina and determination. The crowd could hardly contain their emotions. Shock, admiration, and suspense hung thick in the air. The commentator Sep's voice returned. "Hansen Sesta's approach is reckless, but if he closes in just a bit more, this might become the turning point." Lisitsan watched closely now. He had to admit, there was a certain brilliance in Hansen's desperation. It was risky, perhaps even foolish, but it might be his only shot at victory. A friend nearby pointed out a grim fact. Hansen only had 20 arrows left. With no reloading stations in sight, the clock was ticking. Shenzi, aware of the approaching threat, fired again and again, but his arrows continued to miss. The gap was now 75 meters. Dodging was becoming increasingly difficult, even for someone like Hansen. Still, he pressed forward, releasing arrows of his own mid-sprint. His breathing was heavy, his aim unsteady, but his resolve never wavered. Shenzi narrowed his eyes. This young man, he was a true opponent, but the next arrow he believed would end it all. From the crowd, a voice rang out. Size, unable to contain his emotions, shouted at Hansen, "You have no right to lose this fight." Yet others doubted. Lisitsan's friend was convinced it was over. Hansen, with limited arrows and a weaker bow, couldn't possibly win. The commentator voiced a similar sentiment. "He gave it everything he had," she said solemnly, "but perhaps even that wasn't set enough." And then, everything changed. Hansen drew a special arrow from his quiver. He muttered to himself, "This is not the end." With a burst of energy he somersaulted through the air, dodging another incoming strike, and launched the arrow. Their arrows collided mid-air. Shenzi's eyes widened. He had seen his own arrows strike down Hansen's. Yet somehow, there it was, another arrow heading straight toward him. Gasps spread through the Central Academy ranks. One cadet murmured in disbelief. The captain was wrong. Another screamed, unable to accept what had just happened. That can set be. The captain never misses. But reality struck hard. Hansen had come too close. Shenzi realized it too late. His long-range bow was useless at this distance. With no other option, he hurled an arrow like a spear, hoping to strike Hansen directly. But Hansen was prepared. "This ends now," he declared. "You were a worthy opponent." In one final move, Hansen activated a technique he had trained for 3 long months, a method of spinning energy counterclockwise. The special arrow twisted mid-air with unnatural motion and honed in on Shenzi. There was no escape. The arrow hit. A stunned silence followed. Then, the host Sith's voice broke the stillness. "Central Military Academy has been defeated. Their captain is out." Shock spread across the arena. Teachers, students, none could believe it. The mighty Central Academy had lost. The commentator was momentarily speechless. The cadets of Black Hawk Academy rushed the stage, surrounding Hansen. One cadet, tears in his eyes, turned to their instructor. "Did we really win?" With pride, the instructor nodded. "Yes, this is real." Lissit's mysterious friend was still stunned. This is incredible. I never thought this could happen." It wasn't just the victory, it was how Hansen had done it, against all odds, using a weaker weapon, defying logic and unleashing an arrow that defied physics. Its path was mysterious, inexplicable, perfect. The reporter, finally regaining her voice, beamed with emotion. "A miracle has occurred today. Black Hawk Academy has done the impossible. Their new hero, Hansen, has struck down the unshakable captain of the Central Military Academy." Across dozens of screens, an enormous image of Hansen appeared, bow raised, expression calm yet proud. The announcer declared with unwavering excitement. "A new era has begun. The age of Black Hawk Academy." With the championship trophy in hand, Hansen stood victorious. A new champion had been born. Atop the roof of a building, cadets from the Central Academy sat quietly, sipping beer under the night sky. One of them, breaking the silence, turned to Shenzi and asked, "How does it feel to lose?" Shenzi didn't respond immediately. After a brief pause, he admitted, with a hint of surprise in his voice, that he hadn't expected defeat. The same cadet then asked what exactly had happened during the final shot. Shenzi replied that the arrow had traveled in an inexplicably twisted path. This revelation shocked the group. In their competitions, arrows were specifically designed to prevent such manipulation. Techniques like spin, or using air currents to redirect arrows were strictly prohibited. For the arrow to behave that way, something unusual had happened. Shenzi, however, didn't seem angry, just intrigued. He admitted that his opponent, Hansen, was a truly remarkable young man. He regretted that this had been his final match, and that he wouldn't get another chance to face Hansen in the championship. Rising to his feet, Shenzi bid the group farewell, expressing hope that they'd meet again someday. As he left, one cadet asked what his future plans were. Shenzi confessed that he had originally intended to wait until the awards ceremony at the stadium, but now, after this loss, he had changed his mind. He simply wanted to go home. After he departed, the cadets sat in silence. One of them began drinking his beer more rapidly, visibly frustrated. In his mind, he vowed to one day defeat Hansen and avenge Shenzi's loss. But another cadet, seated beside him, remained deep in thought. He understood that challenging Hansen was no easy feat. Hansen had proven himself time and time again. His strength and determination were no illusion. Far away, by the sea, Jian and Hansen were enjoying a day under the warm sun. The weather was perfect, the waves sparkled with reflected light, and the peaceful environment radiated comfort and luxury. Hansen, lounging beside Jian, grinned and declared how wonderful life was, especially when spent at a beach resort in a presidential suite where everything spoke of wealth and leisure. At that moment, Jen playfully took Hansen's sunglasses off and chided him. "Why are you always lying around? Go swim and enjoy the sea," she teased. Hansen laughed and asked why she didn't invite someone else, gesturing to the empty beach. Jen smiled and replied that there was no one else. It was a private beach. That's when Hansen discovered something that shocked him. The beach belonged to Jan's cousin's family. He nearly choked on his drink. "That sep's amazing," he exclaimed, rushing toward her with enthusiasm. "From now on, I shall do whatever I want here." But their light-hearted moment was soon interrupted. A voice called out, asking Jian if she remembered her brother. A man appeared, flanked by several stern-looking bodyguards in black suits. He approached with a smirk, and asked why he hadn't been introduced to her new friend. Jian calmly introduced him as her cousin, and introduced Hansen as her new boyfriend from the military academy. Hansen, slightly tense but trying to remain composed, waved politely and stated his name. The cousin nodded, saying he had already heard about Hansen's recent battle with the Central Academy captain. "You're a real hero," he said. "Your reputation is well earned." Later, inside a hidden steel-armored room, Hansen sat alone, deep in thought. He gazed at his monster, which was maturing at a rapid pace. In just 1 month, it would evolve into a divine blood beast. The thought filled him with both joy and impatience. But he knew that wasn't enough. To surpass his peers, he would have to push further, maybe even take dangerous risks. Digging through online archives, Hansen found mention of a distant mountain range inhabited by incredibly powerful beings, some even possessing divine blood. It was a perilous place but filled with promise. One video showed a team of 30 elite fighters engaging with these creatures. Though many fell, those who survived returned with rare and precious resources. Inspired, Hansen made his decision. He departed immediately, heading toward the mountains rumored to be saturated with ancient energy, an aura so dense it could alter any life form. Local legends spoke of a god slayer among the creatures, a being so powerful it could annihilate an entire squad with a single blow. After reaching the region, Hansen spent hours wandering the gorges. Oddly, he didn't encounter a single monster. The area supposedly teeming with dangerous life was eerily quiet. Still determined, he checked every cave and crevice, growing increasingly suspicious. Suddenly, the ground beneath his feet trembled. At first, he thought it was an earthquake. Rocks slid down the slopes, and the rumbling grew louder, until it became a thunderous roar. Turning around, Hansen froze. A colossal beast, towering like a mountain, charged toward him. Its steps were so powerful, Hansen had mistaken them for tectonic movements. Compared to it, he was no more than an insect. Realizing the danger, Hansen knew he had to move immediately or be crushed without even being noticed. But as the monstrous creature closed in, Hansen made a split-second decision. Instead of running, he rushed toward it. His instincts screamed at him to flee, but he ignored them. If this beast could clear the area of all other life, then it might be the perfect shield, and maybe, just maybe, the key to his next great evolution. Just moments after narrowly escaping danger, Hansen suddenly hears a thunderous roar echoing across the landscape. His eyes widen in shock as he witnesses a terrifying sight. A colossal lion, towering like a small mountain, launches a ferocious assault on the massive creature he had encountered earlier. The ground beneath his feet trembles from the sheer force of the battle, and before he can gather his thoughts, a new threat reveals itself. Turning sharply, Hansen sees a horde of enormous beasts charging straight toward him. He's trapped, wedged helplessly in a narrow gorge. On one side stands the towering lion, and on the other, a furious pack of monsters rapidly closing in. There's no clear escape route. Fortunately, Hansen possesses a divine blood-level beast spirit, his only glimmer of hope in this dire situation. Realizing the urgency, he knows that remaining here means certain death. He scrambles up a large rock and activates his invisibility mode, praying it will be enough to evade the chaos. But luck isn't on his side. Above, a new menace appears. A massive flock of airborne beasts circles the sky, their sharp, searching eyes seemingly piercing right through his camouflage. With no other option, Hansen descends once again and flees through the gorge, trying to outpace the encroaching monsters that are now surrounding him. In a moment of desperation, he makes a bold decision, head directly toward the giant lion. His logic is risky but sound. The monsters likely won't dare attack if he's near such a dominant predator. With every ounce of strength, Hansen sprints forward and leaps into the air, heading straight for the lion's back. As he ascends, he can't help but feel utterly insignificant, like a mere flea compared to this majestic beast, but he succeeds. He lands atop the lion, clutching tightly onto its thick, powerful fur. It's a perilous gamble. One wrong move could send him plummeting to the ground, where he would be trampled without mercy. The lion, seemingly indifferent to the new rider on its back, charges forward into battle. A vicious aerial clash unfolds as the flying monsters swoop down, their cries filling the air. Hansen, holding on for dear life, tries to remain calm, knowing that panic will only hasten his end. The battle is relentless. The lion constantly moves, forcing Hansen to exert every ounce of strength just to stay mounted. The land shakes, roars echo, and chaos reigns. Yet the mighty beast doesn't falter. It slashes through its enemies with monstrous power, treating them like nothing more than insects. After crushing the attackers, the lion begins feasting on the defeated mammals, but the chaos doesn't end there. A swarm of griffins descends upon the scene, eager to claim the remains. Another wave of violence erupts. Watching from the lion's back, Hansen reflects on the grim reality. This place is far more dangerous than he ever imagined. He starts to regret ever coming here. What had begun as a curious expedition now seems like a fatal mistake. Still, days pass. He remains a passenger on the lion's back, growing increasingly convinced that he must find a way out before his luck runs dry. Then, something changes. A flock of giant birds circles above them. Some carry divine blood, their power evident. Hansen grows anxious but reassures himself. The lion is strong enough to fend them off. Soon, the beast shifts direction. Hansen soon realizes why the lion is heading toward a water source. The predator kneels by the reservoir and begins drinking heavily, but as it does, a monstrous shadow approaches from beneath the surface. Within seconds, a gigantic serpent erupts from the depths, jaws wide open, lunging toward the lion with terrifying speed. Hansen's heart nearly stops. The lion reacts instantly, dodging the attack with incredible agility. It counters with a devastating strike, its massive claw tearing through the serpent's body. The clash is short and brutal. The snake is torn apart, its corpse lying motionless. Hansen is stunned, not only by the lion's strength but by its lightning-fast reflexes. Once the beast finishes its opponent, it begins to feast. Hansen, seizing the opportunity, carves out a portion of the snake's flesh for himself, a rare, solid meal in this unforgiving land. After eating, he rests on the lion's warm fur. For the first time in a while he feels a flicker of comfort. Soon a system notification confirms that the snake was indeed a divine blood-level creature. Hansen has earned a super god gene. This confirmation renews his admiration for the beast beneath him. The lion had effortlessly defeated a divine-level monster, a feat few could hope to replicate. But even awe begins to fade with time. Days stretch into weeks. Hansen grows weary of the endless ride, his body worn down, his mind fixated on one desperate thought: how to get back home alive. Suddenly the boy sensed that something had changed. Raising his head, he noticed the flock of birds that had been accompanying the lion this entire time had abruptly taken flight. Their sudden departure unsettled him. Why had they left? What did it mean? But the enormous predator paid no attention to the birds. Without hesitation, it dove into the water, swimming swiftly and leaving behind massive waves in its wake. Hansen, still clinging to the lion, realized with a growing sense of dread that he had completely lost his bearings. He had no idea where they were heading now. As he surveyed the deep waters, Hansen came to a grim conclusion. Jumping in would be foolish and far too dangerous. The depths likely hid formidable creatures, any of which could tear him apart in seconds. And so the journey continued, stretching into long hours of uncertainty. Eventually Hansen spotted a glimmer of hope. In the distance, a bright light shimmered, a fiery glow on the horizon. Moments later, it became clear the lion had reached a large island, over which the setting sun cast golden rays, bathing the entire landscape in warm, radiant light. The lion strode ashore, shook the water from its massive body, and let out a thunderous roar that echoed across the island. Hansen stared in awe. He began to suspect this island might be the beast's territory, its lair. Still clinging to the lion's back, Hansen observed how confidently and swiftly it moved across the terrain. A thought struck him. Were there other creatures living on this island, or had they all gone into hiding at the mere presence of this terrifying apex predator? Several days passed in silence. During all that time the lion did not move again. It remained motionless, as though in deep slumber, or worse. A troubling thought crossed Hansen's mind: was it dead? If so, its death might offer an unprecedented opportunity. This creature was of divine blood. Consuming its flesh could enhance Hansen's supergenes, something that rarely if ever presented itself. Raising his gene level had become his foremost goal. He couldn't afford to let this chance slip away. But just as he approached to confirm, the lion suddenly stirred. With a violent jolt, it leapt to its feet and roared once more, an ear-shattering primal sound that rippled through the very earth. Hansen clutched his head, trying to muffle the unbearable roar, which seemed to split the air itself. Then, silence fell. As Hansen steadied himself, he noticed something beside the lion, a tiny lion cub, barely able to stand. It looked frail, fragile, and disoriented. A moment later, the adult lion began vomiting blood, but there was something strange in the crimson stream, a glowing, mysterious object. Curious, Hansen stepped closer. Among the blood was a large, radiant orb, pulsing with a strange energy. The lion cub, just as intrigued, approached the object and began licking it gently. Hansen observed closely. What was this sphere? Was it edible, or was it something far more powerful? He turned his gaze back to the lion. There was no longer any breath. The mighty predator was dead. Slowly he approached the cub, wary of any sudden movement. Even a small predator could be dangerous if provoked. Using his spear, Hansen attempted to pull the orb toward him, but it proved heavier than expected, especially with the cub's weight pressing on it. After much effort, he finally managed to roll the object away. The cub, weakened and unable to stand, posed no threat now. This gave Hansen the chance to examine the mysterious orb more closely. He touched its surface. It was cold, with a texture resembling jade. Was it food? Or perhaps some ancient artifact? He continued to observe the cub. It had eaten the orb without issue, suggesting it might be safe for humans too. With caution, Hansen brought the orb to his lips and tasted it. It began to melt slowly on his tongue, releasing a sweet, exotic flavor, like a blend of honey and rare fruits. Instantly, he felt a surge within. His cells awakened, overflowing with energy. It was as if his body had been flooded with a force far stronger than any stimulant he had ever known. Overcome by greed and hunger for more power, Hansen devoured the orb with growing intensity, savoring the unstoppable strength coursing through his veins. In his frenzy, he failed to notice behind him, the lion cub had begun to move. However, after a few moments, Hansen finally noticed the cub stirring. A sharp realization struck him. Despite its young age, this creature was already a potential threat. If left unchecked, it could grow into something far more dangerous. He had no choice. It had to be eliminated before it became too powerful. Determined, Hansen approached the cub and made his decision. Gathering his energy, he shifted into a combat stance and launched a powerful blow directly at the cub's head, expecting a swift and final end. But what happened next defied all logic. The strike landed, yet it had no effect, not even a scratch. Hansen's eyes widened in disbelief. Even as a newborn, the cub's fur was so impenetrable that his weapon couldn't pierce it. It was as though he had struck an iron wall. The cub's eyes snapped open, glowing with a blood-red light. A roar erupted from its small throat, a sound so mighty it made the air tremble. Despite its size, the power behind it was unmistakable. Still determined, Hansen aimed for the eyes, the known weak spot of most creatures. With his honed precision, he launched another focused strike. The cub recoiled, falling to its side and growling in pain while rubbing its eye. But again, something was wrong. There was no blood, no visible wound. The attack had landed perfectly, yet had caused no lasting damage. Before he could analyze further, the cub stood up, this time with a steady posture and a glare filled with fury. It began to approach, its low growl warning of an impending attack. Hansen wasted no time. He pulled out his most devastating weapon, an arrow twisted counterclockwise, a technique designed to pierce through any defense. But again it failed. The creature didn't even flinch. Desperate, Hansen escalated. He drew a divine-level sword, unleashing a flurry of powerful strikes. Then he switched to a silver trident. Neither weapon made the slightest impact. Half an hour passed. Hansen, panting and frustrated, was forced to face the truth. He had been fighting a cub, a mere infant, and yet it was completely immune to all his divine tools. But what alarmed him most was what came next. The cub was growing rapidly. Its body expanded with each moment. Its steps became more confident, its posture more stable. The little monster was evolving right before his eyes. Having exhausted every option and failed to inflict even minimal harm, Hansen made a new decision. He would not waste another second. The glowing orb still nearby was the key. He had to secure it before the cub regained full strength. With lightning speed, he darted forward, seized the orb and soared into the sky before the cub could react. From below, the young lion let out a frustrated growl, its glowing eyes tracking Hansen's every move. While airborne, Hansen continued devouring the golden orb. As he did, he felt power rushing through his veins, more intense than anything he'd ever experienced. But a troubling thought crept in. The orb was too large. He couldn't fly far while carrying it. A system message flashed before his eyes. You have consumed a fragment of the golden orb and received the super god gene. Hansen felt a strange mix of awe and confusion. The notification should have signaled something monumental. Yet, he felt no change, no transformation, no power surge beyond what he'd already experienced. Soon he discovered the truth. Super god genes did not activate like divine blood level genes. They required time, or special conditions. Either way, it wasn't instant. The next morning, Hansen wandered toward the island's coastal waters, hoping to catch fish, anything that might help him boost his genes further. To his surprise, even the smallest creatures in these waters possessed divine blood. Consuming them had noticeable effects. His strength grew. As he feasted, a memory stirred. The black beetle that had given him his first pearl. Could it have come from this very island? It no longer seemed like coincidence. If that beetle was native here, then perhaps even more powerful creatures roamed the land. If he could find just one high-ranking beast, he might avoid the need to consume dozens of weaker ones. His thoughts were interrupted by a sharp, piercing cry. It was the lion cub. Awake, and now larger than before, its very presence now exuded danger. Hansen's heart pounded. Staying here meant death, but leaving the island, that seemed just as impossible. The next day, with urgency burning inside him, Hansen took to the skies. He needed to know what lay across the island, anything that could lead him to safety. As he flew high above the forest canopy, he scanned every inch of land below. Then he saw it. A massive ship anchored near the coastline. Hope ignited in his chest. If there was a ship, perhaps there were people who could help him escape this island. Descending rapidly, Hansen approached the vessel, but his heart sank. The ship was abandoned. No signs of recent activity, no crew, no supplies. just an empty shell on the water. Still, he refused to give up. He continued walking along the shoreline, then suddenly voices, human voices, drifting from the forest. His hope flared anew. Someone else was here, and they might be his only chance at survival. As Hansen stood by the shore, a girl suddenly emerged from the forest. Her face lit up as she greeted him loudly, clearly overjoyed to see another person. With genuine relief, she thanked the gods, believing that help had finally arrived. But her joy quickly faded. The moment she realized Hansen was not part of any rescue mission but rather someone also stranded and seeking escape, her expression darkened. Her disappointment was soon shared by others. As more people stepped out from the shadows of the trees, drawn by the commotion, Hansen explained that he had come from the steel armor shelter and ended up on this island purely by accident. His words, however, only brought more dismay. A few of the men, visibly disheartened, turned away without a word, muttering among themselves about how rescue might never come and that they were fated to die here. The girl, still watching Hansen, spoke with sadness. She told him plainly that if he had arrived on this island, then he was most likely condemned to remain here forever. With a cryptic tone, she added that he would understand everything soon enough. Without another word, she turned and disappeared into the forest. Confused and unsettled, Hansen called out, trying to stop her, asking what she meant. As he followed, he stepped on something hard. Looking down, he picked up a can. The girl, hearing the clatter, turned back briefly and warned him to be careful. It was a water container. That's when it all clicked. Hansen realized these people were survivors of a shipwreck. They had been living on this island for quite some time, but as he looked around, he noticed something odd. There were no shelters, no real equipment, nothing that resembled an organized survival effort. A man from the group studied him closely and made it clear Hansen was new here, and if he wanted to stay, he had to follow the rules. There was no room for freeloaders. If he wanted to eat, he needed to contribute. The man's tone was stern, his confidence firm, but Hansen, inwardly, found it amusing. Did they not know? The island was swarming with divine-blooded beasts. Even a single one could provide enough sustenance for weeks. Hunting food here wasn't the problem. It was surviving the hunt. The man continued, now warning Hansen of the extreme dangers lurking across the island. Venturing too far from the camp, he said, was a death sentence, and if Hansen chose to take that risk, then his fate would be his own responsibility. He had been warned. Just then, another young man stepped forward to ask an important question. He reminded the group that the island housed extremely powerful creatures, beings of divine blood. He asked Hansen directly whether he could handle such foes. At that moment, the first man decided to reveal more. With a serious look, he informed Hansen that their group belonged to a special security squad. He then asked Hansen if he had ever heard of such a unit. Hansen nodded. He too was a member of a special security squad, though he didn't recognize which division these survivors belonged to. This response stunned the others. Judging by Hansen's youthful appearance, he looked barely 20. They couldn't fathom how someone so young had earned a place in such an elite unit. In response, Hansen introduced himself fully. He stated that he was not just a member but the commander of the special security squad at the steel armor shelter. One of the men glanced at his companion and gestured toward him. "That's what a real captain of a special security squad looks like," he said coldly. The girl and the supposed captain exchanged glances. They mentioned knowing the former garrison commander and informed Hansen that their unit was currently led by a woman. Hansen calmly replied that these people had likely been cut off for too long, and that much had changed at the steel armor shelter in their absence. Skepticism remained thick in the air. One man challenged Hansen directly, demanding proof, some kind of documentation to back up his claim. Hansen admitted he had no papers on him. At that, the girl asked a telling question. If he really knew the garrison commander Schwan, then he should be able to answer a specific detail. What sips behind Schwan Sip's left ear? Hansen paused, digging through his memories. He recalled their many sparring sessions, moments spent analyzing her every move. After a moment, he answered, not behind her left ear, but behind her right. There was a red birthmark, roughly the size of a bean. The girl's eyes widened. She couldn't confirm whether Hansen was truly a commander, but she was now certain. This young man knew Schwan personally. Encouraged by her reaction, Hansen asked his own question. Was the girl also a member of the special squad? She shook her head, not directly, but she revealed that she held a very high-ranking position within the Weapons Corporation. Hansen immediately recognized the name of the Weapons Corporation, the same one directly tied to the Son of God. His eyes narrowed. Fate had handed him a rare opportunity. This wasn't just survival anymore. It was a new chance to settle scores with his sworn enemy. As evening descended, the survivors gathered around a flickering campfire. The girl, now revealed as the vice president of the Weapons Corporation, began sharing their story. Around 6 months ago, during their voyage, their vessel had been attacked by a colossal sea beast of divine blood level. It was that devastating ambush that stranded them here. Hansen leaned forward and asked the question that weighed most heavily on his mind. How far was the island from the mainland? Was there any way to escape? One of the men answered grimly. Leaving the island was nearly impossible. Even those with the ability to fly would be hunted down mid-air by powerful predators. The skies, like the sea, were just as deadly. Hansen soon learned the specifics. A massive sea monster ruled the nearby waters, so terrifying that none dared approach the coast. Because of this, the survivors had been forced to rely solely on wild vegetables and mushrooms for sustenance. The young man was surprised. He understood the danger of the ocean, but the island itself seemed teeming with divine creatures. Why not hunt them? His question was met with tense silence, until the girl responded. Her voice was edged with fear. She explained that they had been confined to this part of the island by horrifying beings known as ghost bears. These monsters resembled normal predators in shape, but were far larger and vastly more dangerous. The captain stepped in to elaborate. He recounted the last hunting expedition their group attempted. They had set out with a full squad of 30 people. It ended in tragedy. They were ambushed. Almost all of them perished. Among the ghost bears were divine blood-level leaders, beasts with not only overwhelming strength, but a frightening intelligence that made them far more lethal than ordinary monsters. The captain admitted that their current strength only allowed them to fend off the lowest-level bears. Anything stronger would wipe them out. Hansen turned to the vice president and proposed a deal. She looked at him, startled. How did he know her position? Before she could ask, Hansen posed a question of his own. Do you want to eat real food again while you're on this island? Her eyes lit up, suddenly filled with hope. You have food with you? She asked eagerly. Hansen shook his head. No, but this island has plenty. We just need to take it. Realizing what he meant, her mood shifted instantly. He was planning to hunt the ghost bears. Her face turned serious. I won't lose any more people, she said firmly. Hansen turned to the others. Any of you interested? Most shook their heads. One man said flatly that it was safer to remain here than to risk a hunt destined to fail. But the captain, intrigued by Hansen's confidence, asked him to continue. Hansen reminded them that they were not ordinary survivors. They were members of a special security squad. If they joined forces, they might be able to take down even these legendary beasts. But not everyone was convinced. One of the men scoffed. You haven't even seen the shadow of these monsters, and you're already talking about how to divide the meat. The captain fell silent for a moment, then spoke with reluctant resolve. I am not willing to risk the lives of my team, he said. Not again. Hansen nodded, understanding. He would go alone. Turning to the vice president, he gave her a final glance. Think carefully about how you still repay me. With that, he left the camp, disappearing into the shadows of the island. The girl watched him as he vanished into the treacherous landscape. In her heart, she hoped he wouldn't die. But before she could linger on that thought, something caught her attention. A pack of ghost bears, leaping effortlessly from one rocky cliff to another. Her face paled. Hansen, hidden nearby, witnessed the same thing. Now he understood why the squad had failed. This place was no ordinary wilderness. It was a graveyard for the unprepared. Even elite fighters could meet their end here. Then it happened. One of the ghost bears spotted him. The creature lunged. With astonishing agility, Hansen sprang to a nearby rock, evading the monster's massive swipe. The bear, misjudging its jump, lost its footing and plummeted into a deep ravine. Hansen wasted no time. He dove after it to finish the job before the beast could recover. A moment later, a deafening roar echoed through the gorge. It was the dying cry of the giant bear. Back at the camp, those who had been gathering mushrooms froze. The sound rang across the forest like a chilling omen. The vice president, her face grim, whispered, "This island will bury us all." Her words landed like a death sentence. Around her, the people noticed a shift. The aura in the air had changed. They could feel it. Something dark was coming. Sensing the residual energy of the ghost bear, the survivors quickly formed ranks beside the vice president, their weapons drawn. They didn't know what would come next. But they knew Hansen had just challenged the laws of the island, and that nothing would be the same again. Just moments after the tension rose, a massive ghostly bear materialized near the group. Panic swept through the crowd as the unmistakable sounds of people preparing to flee echoed around. It was clear, no one believed they could survive against such a monstrous entity. But then, to everyone's shock, Hansen emerged calmly from beneath the carcass of a slain beast. Without a trace of panic, he urged the others to stay calm, assuring them there was no need for fear. His sudden appearance left the vice president stunned. The young woman couldn't believe he had gone hunting alone and managed to bring down such a formidable creature by himself. As Hansen tossed the massive carcass to the ground, the camp erupted in murmurs. People speculated in disbelief. How had he succeeded when their own team had failed, losing many comrades in the process? Turning to the vice president, Hansen casually admitted it hadn't been easy. Then, with a sly grin, he teased her, asking if she was finally ready to do business with him, a subtle jab at her earlier skepticism. Clearly impressed, the vice president answered yes. Intent on claiming the beast's soul before the corporation's rescue team arrived, the vice president told Hansen that if they could eliminate the remaining ghost bears, nothing would stop them from returning home. The surrounding group grew excited, dreaming of finally eating their fill of meat. The vice president then asked what Hansen wanted in return. Without hesitation, he declared he wanted market value, which he estimated at 100 million. His words sparked outrage. One man scoffed, saying the mutated creature was worth only 2 or 3 million, and demanded clarification. The girl confirmed his estimation. Rare mutated beasts fetched no more than that. Even multiplied tenfold, it wouldn't reach 100 million. But Hansen stood firm. Prices vary by location, he said confidently, and here the price is 100 million. The vice president reminded him they were all part of the same squad and questioned the fairness of his demand. Hansen calmly brought up what the captain had said during their first meeting. He who doesn't work doesn't eat. He then reminded her that he had suggested hunting together from the beginning, an offer everyone had declined. So here sits my position, Hansen declared. Anyone who wants the beast pays the asking price. The girl protested again, insisting they were all in this crisis together and should help one another. She accused him of acting like they weren't part of the same group. Gradually, the men began to surround Hansen, tension rising. Some of them whispered, questioning why they shouldn't just take the creature from him by force. Noting the shift in atmosphere, Hansen raised the stakes. The price is now 200 million, he announced coldly. The squad captain, fed up with the situation, turned on his heels and walked away. I'm done with this farce, he muttered. His subordinates tried to stop him, begging for meat, but he refused to return. Hansen, meanwhile, realized no one was willing to pay his price. Sighing inwardly, he prepared to eat the entire bear himself. Hoisting the heavy carcass over his shoulder, he began to leave. But before he could get far, the vice president called out. She declared she would pay the price. She didn't have the money with her, but she offered to write an IOU, promising full payment once they returned to the mainland. Inwardly, however, she smirked, planning to abandon Hansen once the corporation's rescue team arrived. Hansen simply smiled. I'm sorry, he replied. I only accept cash. Or, as a rare exception, the souls of divine blood beasts. He explained that the market value of such souls ranged from 100 to 200 million, and he'd gladly trade the ghostly-eyed beast for one. The crowd erupted again, calling him crazy for making such a demand, but Hansen ignored them. Turning back to the vice president, he reminded her that she was the representative of a massive corporation. For someone like her, this sum should be nothing. When she finally handed over the sacred beast's soul, Hansen accepted it with a slight smile and thanked her warmly, saying, "It's a pleasure doing business with you. Your generosity once did go unnoticed." Curious, the vice president turned to the captain and asked his opinion. Instead of answering immediately, the captain studied the ghost bear's soul, eyes narrowing. He then invited the girl to inspect something closely. He pointed to a single wound on the massive creature's body, precise, clean, and fatal. The implication was undeniable. It had been killed with one perfect strike. "We still dealing with a warrior of terrifying skill," the captain warned. "Someone powerful enough to enter ghost territory and slay a ghost-eyed bear in one blow." He turned back to the group and issued a final warning. "If any of you plan to become hostile toward this man," he said coldly, "think again, because you will regret." Meanwhile, Hansen begins testing the newly acquired soul of the sacred being in real combat. With each move he feels satisfied, noting how generous the vice president had been in granting him such power. As he delivers a crushing blow to yet another ghost bear, Hansen suspects that the girl's true intention might be to use him to wipe out these monsters. Half an hour later, Hansen locates the lair of the ghost bears. Without much delay, he eradicates most of the creatures in a short span. Soaring over the jagged rocks, Hansen reflects on how the vice president possesses only one sacred beast, clearly not something that could be shared with everyone. But just as he's flying, something on the ground catches his eye, forcing him to halt mid-air. Beneath him lies a strange stone formation. At once, Hansen recognizes it. It's the entrance to the Lotus of Life, a rare type of creature's nest. According to everything he had read, the entrance resembles petals, and the beings that dwell within rarely leave. Landing near the narrow opening, Hansen realizes his luck. Finding such a location was extremely rare. He inspects the entrance closely. The stones are pitch black, polished smooth, and the gap leading inward is incredibly narrow. Everything matches the online descriptions exactly. Hansen theorizes that earlier crash survivors must have failed to enter this cave. Still, he's unsure if he'll be welcome here either. Determined, Hansen squeezes through the tight gap and descends. The fall is swift. so swift that the young man nearly loses consciousness from the force. When he finally regains his bearings, Hansen realizes he's deep underground, possibly over 1,000 meters down. According to reports, layers where mutated creatures reside are typically buried at such depths. Although a few mutants occasionally surface, the entrance isn't how they usually come and go. That raises an important question. How do these mutated creatures enter and exit if the entrance is inaccessible? He surveys the area, beginning to question the accuracy of the information he'd found online. Still, there's no turning back now. He arms himself in his powerful ant armor, renowned for its exceptional protection. Soon Hansen comes across a wall of anomalous crystal, fractured just enough to offer a passage inside. He immediately sees this as an opportunity. Confident that sacred-level creatures dwell within, he wastes no time and begins smashing through the wall. After finally creating an opening, Hansen pauses. A strange, unsettling silence greets him. The air feels heavy, and something about the quiet unsettles him. Still, he decides not to dwell on these thoughts. The best way to understand the situation is to explore. He ventures forward about 50 meters in and abruptly stops. A vast chamber opens before him, and Hansen is left frozen in awe. The hall is massive, filled with glowing cocoons that emit a ghostly radiance. The atmosphere is eerie, like stepping into a hidden underground city rather than a simple lair. Initially tempted to fly for a better view, Hansen thinks twice. If he ascends, he'll become an easy target. Tightening his grip on his sword, he whispers a quiet prayer, hoping the gods grant him a sacred-blooded creature to face. As he advances, he hopes the creatures here are primitive. Battling high-level mutants in large numbers would be far worse. Cautiously, he studies the area. Surprisingly, there are no signs of mutants anywhere. He starts questioning the silence once more. Why is the lair so empty? The sealed entrance suggests that no one else has entered, meaning the cocoons should still be untouched. As he inches closer to one of them, disaster strikes. Out of nowhere, a powerful blow comes crashing toward him. Hansen blocks it just in time. A hulking humanoid creature emerges from the shadows. It had been watching him all along and now springs into action. Recovering from the blow, Hansen steps back and assumes a defensive stance, ready for what's next. The creature doesn't attack immediately. Instead, it stands still, watching him with unsettling calm. Then, slowly, it begins to move again. Hansen studies the attacker. It bears a striking resemblance to a human, always a sign of a highly evolved being. He knows instantly, this will not be an easy fight. Yet he remains confident. He believes he has the strength and the weaponry to bring this opponent down. This might just be the rare prize he was hoping for. The battle begins, intense and unrelenting. Hansen strikes again and again, but the creature proves formidable. It parries many of his blows with ease. Then, in a devastating counter, it claws at Hansen's helmet, forcing the young man to kick the creature away. He grits his teeth, silently thankful for his armor. Without it, he might already be dead. The humanoid moves like a ghost, circling him with incredible agility. It launches another series of brutal attacks, and the deadly fight continues with no clear victor in sight. Hansen couldn't help but admire the sheer power of the humanoid creature's claws. They were as deadly as his own sword. He quickly realized that one direct hit from those could be fatal, even with his high-grade armor. Dodging became his only viable strategy. But evading wasn't easy. The creature moved unpredictably, shifting positions with lightning speed and landing blows that forced Hansen to stay on constant defense. Its attacks were wild and chaotic, making them nearly impossible to read. The tension rose with every exchange. Hansen felt something he hadn't experienced in a long time: disorientation. It was like being a musician who knew the theory but couldn't catch the rhythm of a song during a live performance. It irritated him to his core. Then, a more troubling realization struck him. The creature wasn't just fast, it was smart. It could read him. Every move he made, the humanoid seemed to anticipate. With growing frustration, Hansen cursed the monster aloud, then leapt backward, creating some distance to catch his breath. But the reprieve did instead last. The creature pressed forward, relentless in its pursuit. Hansen had to pour every ounce of strength and skill into holding his ground. With his options dwindling, he made a desperate move. He summoned the spirit of his three-eyed cat, his trusted ally, hoping it could shift the tide of battle. It worked. The moment the giant spectral cat appeared, the humanoid hesitated. Fear flickered in its eyes. It backed away, visibly shaken, trying to retreat from the new threat. Sensing an opportunity, Hansen didn't waste a second. He turned and bolted toward the cave's exit. Behind him, the spirit of the three-eyed cat pounced, pinning the humanoid against the wall and halting its advance. Once Hansen reached the cave entrance, he called his companion back. The massive spirit dissolved into a glowing plasma stream and shot into his palm. Hansen thanked it silently, grateful for the rescue. But the fight wasn't over yet. Just as the young man prepared to leave, the humanoid broke free and came charging after him. Outraged, Hansen called it a freak, frustrated that the creature refused to back off. He had offered it a chance to end the fight peacefully, but it chose to pursue him instead. Thinking quickly, Hansen led the creature into a narrow passage. He knew the confined space would limit its mobility. Then he fired an arrow, one charged with swirling counterclockwise energy. The arrow surged forward, straight at the creature's head. It had no room to dodge or escape. But then something strange happened. The creature unleashed a mysterious power that froze the arrow in midair. It just hung there, suspended. Hansen's confidence wavered. He realized then, this opponent was on an entirely different level. Deciding it was best to retreat and rethink his approach, Hansen turned back. Besides, if he stayed gone too long, the others at the camp would start asking questions. He had to avoid suspicion. Back at the camp, a thick column of smoke rose from Hansen's fire. The others noticed and began joking about how he was probably grilling meat again, tempting them with the smell. The captain laughed, but the vice president wasn't convinced. She suspected Hansen might be using the barbecue as a cover, distracting everyone from whatever he was really doing. With a serious expression, she told the captain she planned to speak with Hansen directly. She wanted to know whether he had discovered the entrance to the Lotus of Life. Meanwhile, Hansen stood by his fire, carelessly biting into a giant slab of roasted meat. He seemed relaxed, unconcerned, but his eyes were sharp. He was watching everything. Though some men believed he hadn't noticed them hiding in the bushes, Hansen had spotted them long ago and simply pretended not to care. Eventually, the group emerged and approached him, asking what he was cooking. They joked that the smell had made them hungry. Hansen held up an enormous bear paw with a grin and told them flatly that if they wanted a piece, they should ask the vice president to buy it. He wasn't giving away the spoils for free. Just then, the vice president arrived. She scolded him, saying they'd been worried sick all day and had even gone looking for him. She called his behavior selfish and immature, clearly irritated. Hansen kept eating, but raised an eyebrow in surprise. He hadn't expected them to actually worry about him. With a sarcastic tone, he thanked her for her concern. It was hard to tell if he meant it. The girl, calming down a bit, admitted she was relieved to see him safe. She then changed the subject. She wanted to discuss purchasing the body of the ghost bear he had slain. Hansen leaned back slightly and told the vice president that things weren't as simple as they seemed. He explained that during his hunt, he had only encountered a single primitive bear with ghostly eyes. Then, turning the conversation toward business, he casually asked how much she was willing to offer for it. But Hansen wasn't done yet. He firmly added that while the base price remained the same, he would only part with the beast if she also included the soul of another sacred-blooded creature. His demand stunned the surrounding onlookers. The price was steep, so steep that murmurs of disapproval quickly rippled through the group. Some accused him of exploiting the situation, hiking up the price to ridiculous heights. Dissatisfaction spread like wildfire. Trying to diffuse the tension, the vice president called over one of her men. The subordinate obeyed and approached Hansen, issuing a challenge in front of everyone. If Hansen wanted the sacred soul, he should compete for it in hand-to-hand combat. The winner would claim the ghost-eyed bear. Hansen didn't even blink. He made a sudden sharp move, grabbing the man by the wrist in a swift demonstration of strength. His eyes were cold as he declared that he didn't follow such rules. In his world, the winner survives, and the loser dies. The vice president quickly stepped in. Sensing things could spiral out of control, she laughed it off, saying her man had only been joking. But Hansen wasn't amused. He declared that the only thing he was willing to gamble was human life. If the man truly had courage, he could step forward and prove it. Though she kept a calm expression, anger brewed deep within the vice president. Silently, she wished that this island would become Hansen's final resting place. Trying to maintain peace, the captain stepped forward with an offering. In his hand burned the soul of a sacred beast, glowing with vibrant energy. He extended it to Hansen, proposing a simple trade, the soul in exchange for the slain ghost bear. Hansen accepted the soul with a smirk, but made it clear that he wouldn't hand over the carcass until the next morning. The captain, speaking in a hushed voice, warned Hansen not to provoke the vice president further. Their only hope for saving the corporation depended on unity. He acknowledged Hansen's strength, but hinted that even the mightiest warrior couldn't stand alone against an entire organization. Before walking away, the captain added one final note: if Hansen ever wanted to make peace with the vice president, he could come to him any time. He was leaving the door open. Hansen appreciated the gesture but in his heart held firm. He wasn't the type to apologize. He didn't change his principles for anyone. 2 weeks later, deep inside the cave, the awakened humanoid still lingered. Suddenly, its ears twitched at a faint sound. It turned sharply, too late. Hansen launched himself forward, unleashing a flurry of brutal strikes. Even now, the creature's unique fighting style puzzled him. It fought with precision, using memorized patterns, so Hansen countered with the opposite, unpredictable, chaotic movements, and it worked. He smiled to himself, having finally grasped the creature's rhythm. It wasn't adapting, It was simply looping a set of techniques. Hansen decided it was time to end this dull battle. Waiting for the perfect opening, he delivered a crushing blow. The system chimed in. Congratulations, the leader of the humanoids has been hunted successfully. Soul and flesh are unusable. Despite that, Hansen received a worthy reward, a pair of massive razor-sharp claws from the fallen humanoid, lighter than a sword, but just as deadly. Without hesitation, he equipped his new weapons and ventured deeper into the cave. It wasn't long before something caught his attention. Ahead of him, a single egg pulsed with blinding light. Hansen approached, intrigued. He believed that breaking it could yield the soul of a beast, and possibly a sacred one of divine rank. He struck it with full force. Alien egg destroyed. Hunt successful, the system reported. Now came the moment of truth. Hansen knew that beast souls were randomly assigned. It could be an ordinary soul, or the rare divine-level soul he sought. He closed his eyes and prayed to the gods. Let it be sacred. Let it be divine. The system chimed once more. Beast soul extracted. Main beast acquired. A grin spread across Hansen's face. The divine bloodline was now his. Hansen still held on to hope. Perhaps the soul he had just acquired would turn out to be something truly extraordinary, a sacred alien soul, maybe even the first of its kind in human history. But his hopes were quickly dashed. The next message from the system brought a mix of awe and disappointment. The soul was indeed of divine blood, but it was classified as common. Valuable, yes, but not the rarity he had imagined. A bright plasma flame erupted in his hand, and Hansen prepared to test the soul's capabilities. Then, before his eyes, the small flame surged outward, transforming into a vast plasma field. The system identified it as a soul halo, a unique trait of a beast's soul. Hansen's heart raced. The gods had clearly answered his prayer. He would have settled for a basic beast soul, but now, he possessed something far rarer. This halo alone was worth a fortune. With greedy enthusiasm, Hansen began absorbing the soul, thinking about the implications. In the entire steel armor shelter, there was only one mutant soul known to have a halo. Now he had a divine-blooded soul with a halo, an extremely rare treasure. Meanwhile, far from the cave, a squad of survivors was cautiously navigating a narrow mountain ledge. The captain raised a valid question: why not wait a little longer for the rescue team? After months of waiting, what harm would a few more weeks do? But the vice president was adamant. She insisted that action was needed now. She couldn't risk Hansen claiming all the spoils and turning her into a laughingstock in front of the entire corporation. The captain finally understood. She had never truly cared about the price paid for the ghost bear. That had just been a distraction. Her real aim was to keep Hansen off balance. Suddenly, a chilling, blood-curdling scream echoed through the gorge. It was unmistakable. Ghost bears were near. The group froze. They'd been ambushed. The vice president quickly took charge, ordering her team to stay calm. These were just primitive beasts, she said. Nothing they couldn't handle. The captain pointed to a ledge below and advised the group to descend. It offered solid ground and a defensible position. The survivors jumped down and quickly formed into defensive lines. A moment later, the ghost bears attacked. Though numerous, they were still of a primitive tier. The team repelled the assault efficiently, taking down several beasts and discarding their bodies. The captain ordered that a few be left intact for food. But then, another roar thundered across the mountainside. Everyone froze. That sound, it wasn't just any ghost bear, it was the pack leader. Without hesitation, the captain commanded a circular defense formation. The massive beast charged from the cliffs above, each step shaking the rocks. The vice president stepped forward, ordering her men to retreat. Her body began to glow as she activated her transformation. The earth trembled beneath the creature's roar. The air pulsed with pressure as the bear rushed forward. But the girl had completed her transformation, her body now enveloped in a radiant aura of power. The energy materialized into the form of a giant warrior, which launched itself at the bear and struck it with a devastating blow. Watching from a distance, Hansen was stunned. He had underestimated her. Her combat prowess and transformation abilities were far beyond what he had imagined. As the dust settled, the vice president's subordinates rushed to her aid. The battle had drained her completely. She could no longer even stand. But Hansen noticed something the others missed. The pack leader, though severely wounded, was still breathing. Without hesitation, Hansen drew his bow, pulled back the string and fired. The arrow flew straight and true, striking the monster. A brilliant explosion lit up the field, blinding everyone momentarily. The vice president's eyes widened in confusion. What had just happened? Then the system notification appeared in Hansen Seps's vision. Hunt successful. Divine blood tier beast soul acquired. Though she had fought the bear herself, he had delivered the final blow. He had claimed the soul. The vice president was livid, her face twisted with rage as she ordered her subordinates to move immediately toward the lair to collect whatever trophies remained. At the entrance to the lotus lair, her voice erupted again. This time in raw fury, she didn't hold back, cursing Hansen with every word she could muster. Her rage spilled out like venom, echoing through the mountains. A month passed. Hansen now lay atop a high cliff, lost in his thoughts. The sun painted the horizon in golden hues, but something stirred in the distance. A strange noise snapped him back to reality. Rising quickly, he moved to the edge and narrowed his eyes. On the ocean's surface, a large ship appeared, steady, purposeful, unmistakable. This wasn't just any ship. It was a military rescue expedition. They had come for the missing. As the vessel neared the shore, the survivors scrambled to deploy rubber boats, boarding them swiftly. Without looking back, they sailed toward the ship, desperate to escape the island's dangers and return to civilization. Their long ordeal was finally drawing to an end. As the captain gazes intently toward the distant island, someone nearby curiously asks what exactly he's trying to see. Minutes later, the rescue boats finally reach the vessel, and one by one, the survivors begin to board. A wave of long-awaited relief washes over everyone, but the captain remains anxious. He's deeply worried about Hansen. He solemnly reports that despite thoroughly searching the entire island, Hansen could not be found. In stark contrast, the vice president watches with a hint of satisfaction. Deep down, she hopes Hansen will stay lost forever and never return to her life. But then, something incredible happens. Soaring through the air with powerful wings, Hansen approaches the rescue ship at breathtaking speed. His determination is unwavering. As long as there's even the slightest chance, nothing will stop him from making it home. Later, Hansen walks down a bustling street, overwhelmed with joy. Throwing his arms into the air, he shouts with uncontainable excitement about how wonderful it feels to be among people again. Passers-by turn their heads in surprise. Moments later, his fellow students come running, embracing him tightly. Their eyes shine with genuine happiness. They had believed him dead, having long lost hope of ever seeing him again. Amidst the reunion, Hansen is surprised to learn that Jian will soon begin her military service. One of the boys explains how deeply the girl was affected by his disappearance. She worried constantly and lost a lot of weight. Another classmate, Ian, tells Hansen that the academic year has progressed. They'll soon be in their third year, so if Hansen doesn't want to be left behind, he'll have to work hard to catch up. Determined, Hansen dives into his studies, spending countless hours trying to recover what he missed. One day, as he pores over textbooks, an unexpected phone call interrupts him. It's his mother. Overwhelmed with emotion, Hansen is flooded with joy just hearing her voice. But his mother, her concern pouring out through the phone, scolds him gently. Why hadn't he called sooner? Why didn't he say anything? What on earth happened to him? As her voice trembles, tears well up in Hansen's eyes. He hadn't realized just how deeply she had worried. In that moment, he feels something he hadn't in a long time. Love, warmth, and the comfort of being truly missed. After that heartfelt call, Hansen tries reaching out to Jian, but she doesn't answer. In the army, personal phones are prohibited. The next day, Hansen meets Lianlu at the Empress's restaurant. She lights up upon seeing him and says she's genuinely glad he's safe. Curious, she asks if he had been to the Lotus Dungeon and whether he remembered the route. Hansen calmly replies that not only had he been there, but he also memorized the way back. It wouldn't be difficult for him to return, but Lianlu advises against it. Her cousin is currently stationed at the steel armor hideout, making it dangerous to go there now. Hansen is surprised when he hears that her cousin has already reached level 2. Lianlu shrugs it off, saying it was only natural. After all, he completed his genetic enhancement successfully. She warns Hansen that returning to steel armor requires passing at least 5 rigorous trials. Then, Lianlu invites Hansen to join her martial arts club. She also asks about the beast soul he obtained from the alien creature's lair. Without hesitation, Hansen tells her it's incredibly valuable, worth an enormous amount of money. Lianlu remarks that helping him will cost her dearly. Still, she doesn't back down. She warns him again. The journey could be fatal. He must consider this seriously. But Hansen simply smiles and says, "Don't sit worry, just give me the card." Suddenly there steps a knock at the door. A visitor asks the professor for permission to enter. The professor warmly greets Hansen and inquires about his recent progress in combat. Hansen, still brimming with curiosity, says he has questions about supernuclear gene technologies, specifically which ones could be used by people without fully developed potential. The professor explains that results depend on the individual. Even the most advanced technique, if misused, will yield nothing. As they speak, Hansen recalls a giant lion he once encountered. He now sets his sights on defeating a beast far stronger than even the divine blood-level creatures. Soon after, Hansen and his three-eyed cat confront a powerful monster. In a flash, the creature makes a misstep. Hansen seizes the moment. A surge of energy crashes into the monster's head with immense force. The attack is clean, decisive. Reflecting on the route Lianlu had shared with him, Hansen realizes it truly was safe. Feeling grateful, he decides not to keep everything for himself. Instead, he offers several beast souls to her as a thank you. In a relatively short span of time, using the map as his guide, Hansen managed to collect 5 animal souls. However, a new challenge quickly arose. An overwhelming hunger began gnawing at him. His recent training had clearly amplified his appetite to a level that now seemed almost impossible to satisfy. Recalling the professor's warning about the supernuclear gene technique, Hansen remembered that it was a form of martial art with its own unique side effects. Trying to understand what was happening to him, he started connecting the dots. This new technique seemed to intersect with an ancient body of knowledge, one that spoke of a mysterious and evil curse, long buried in time. The professor had once told him that many esteemed researchers had tried to unlock the secrets of this so-called ancient evil curse, hoping to convert it into a modern gene technique. But every single experiment had ended in failure. Still, Hansen couldn't help but wonder, was the curse really as dangerous as it was believed to be? Maybe its reputation was exaggerated. Although test subjects reportedly gained tremendous physical strength, the professor still advised Hansen to remain extremely cautious. It wasn't long before Hansen began to experience the side effects firsthand. The hunger intensified. No matter how much he ate, his body remained unsatisfied, the craving unending. As time passed, Hansen realized the hunger wasn't just physical, it felt primal, wild, and consuming. One day, while battling his urges, he turned and met the eyes of his three-eyed cat. For a moment, the hunger twisted inside him, and he had to fight the terrifying impulse to devour his own pet. Closing his eyes, he repeated to himself, "I do not want to eat." The professor's voice echoed in his memory again, reminding him that the ancient evil curse drained enormous energy from the heart and blood vessels. Hansen understood now, this was just the beginning of a brutal test, but perhaps there was a workaround. He theorized that if he used muscle-hardening techniques to slow the circulation of energy, he might be able to suppress the hunger. Yet, the warnings remained. The professor had specifically mentioned that the Tibetan curse was a core component of the ancient evil curse. If all its layers were activated, the strain might become too much for the heart to handle. But to Hansen's relief, his heart began to grow stronger. His strength increased significantly. Despite the torment he endured, Hansen was proud that he had resisted the worst of his hunger and had not harmed his cat. 3 months passed. During this time, Hansen underwent a dramatic transformation. His appearance had changed so much that the other cadets started questioning whether he was all right. When he met Yanmen again, he greeted her with a smile and remarked how long it had been since they last spoke. She, however, looked at him with deep concern. Weighing himself, Hansen was shocked. He had lost 30 kilograms. Still, his sense of humor remained intact. With a half-grin, he joked that this new training was more effective than any diet pill, but deep down, he knew the truth. This secret technique drained him terribly. The hunger had begun to fade, but only after it had taken its toll. In return, his heart and vascular strength had increased immensely, far surpassing what most people could ever achieve. He had even surpassed the disciples who practiced the renowned atomic vision technique. It had taken him 6 months to master the first and second levels of the ancient evil curse. Now on the third level, progress was slow, and the difficulty was growing. One day, while studying a caged animal, Hansen sensed something was off. The creature hadn't grown at all. Perplexed, he leaned in closer, then noticed 2 pearls glimmering in the cage. Suddenly, realization struck. These were essences, and not just any essences. They were black and white super god-level essences, the kind only found in super god beasts. His heart raced with excitement. With these essences and the ancient curse technique, he could become the first super-evolutionary human. And if the gene was a noble one, then he could become the king of all evolutionaries. Elsewhere in the academy, the president of the Hand of God Club was multitasking, playing on 2 screens simultaneously to sharpen his reflexes. He believed that there were only 2 players in the entire academy truly worth recognizing, himself and Hansen. Many envied Hansen. At such a young age, he had achieved things others only dreamed of. While training, the club president was interrupted by a friend who asked if he had heard the news. Hansen was back. Without hesitation, he urged his friend to take him to Hansen immediately. Meanwhile, Hansen walked slowly through the academy grounds, deep in thought. He now had 19 super god genes, and if his little beast didn't fail him, he estimated he could reach the maximum level in 9 more months. He also remembered a promise the professor had made, about receiving special cards for learning secret techniques. Now, with his body strengthened, his hunger tamed and powerful genetic essences in hand, Hansen was ready to take the next step. A storm was coming and he would be at the very center of it. Just as Hansen was walking, he suddenly stopped. Someone had called out his name. A young freshman caught up with him, introducing himself as a new student and a member of the archery squad. The boy asked when Hansen would have some free time. Those nearby were stunned by the freshman's determination. It was clear he had come to challenge Hansen. Hansen smiled politely, calling him junior, and apologized. He had no time at the moment, but if the opportunity arose, he promised to teach the young man something, but then came a surprise. The freshman revealed that he was the younger brother of Shenzi, the former captain of the Central Military Academy. This revelation left Hansen visibly shocked. What was Shenzi's brother doing in their academy? His thoughts immediately turned to the possibility that this young man had come to avenge his brother. Without hesitation, the freshman challenged Hansen to an archery match. He claimed his older brother was no weaker than Hansen, insisting Shenzi had only lost because of poor tactics and a bit of bad luck. Hansen tried to dismiss it, calling the whole matter boring and asking the freshman to send his regards to Shenzi. But the young man wasn't set backing down. "You can set just refuse me," he said firmly. "You can set walk away like that." It was clear. He intended to defeat Hansen and prove that he wasn't as great as people believed, not even worthy of being compared to Shenzi's little finger. Hansen, unfazed, headed toward the holographic training room. He wanted to test out a newly acquired S-tier card. Fighting undeveloped opponents had always been dull for him, but with this card, he could finally compete against developed foes. He entered the virtual gladiator arena, ready to assess his enemy's techniques. Double swords appeared in his hands, a rare sight. It had been a long time since he last wielded such weapons. Now was the perfect time to practice. His opponent was visibly shocked. Hansen had abandoned his usual weapon and had chosen the same double swords as his challenger. The masked man scoffed, calling him a foolish boy, and launched into a frenzied attack. Hansen parried the opening strikes and immediately noticed something peculiar. The fighting stance involved one hand stretched forward, while the other stayed pulled back. It was an unusual tactic. Studying his opponent more closely, Hansen realized this man had rare skills. His physical fitness even seemed to surpass Hansen's slightly, and his mastery of dual swords was on another level entirely. The masked warrior too was impressed. Hansen wasn't as weak as he had first assumed. It excited him to have found a worthy opponent. He guessed that Hansen was using a phantom sword technique, and even admitted to himself that the young man's technique might be superior. To disrupt the masked man's rhythm, Hansen unleashed a chaotic dual sword technique. It was an unpredictable flurry meant to throw off even the most refined style. He hadn't expected members of the gladiator community to be so strong, but now he was beginning to see their full potential. The masked fighter admired Hansen's resilience. Despite the few rounds they had shared, suddenly a bright energy field ignited around the masked man. He was activating the 13th reverse flow technique. With rapid swirling movements, he created a spinning vortex of immense energy. Hansen met the ferocious assault with all his might. Every fiber of his being was pushed to its limit. The pressure was immense, and he could barely hold off the barrage. Still, the masked fighter pressed on. Hansen realized that the man hadn't even reached his peak strength yet. After receiving several punishing hits, Hansen noticed his life had dropped by 27%. It was time to strike back. He pushed forward, through the dense energy spiral and the wall of sword strikes. Hansen knew, if this had been a real battle, the number of hits he'd taken would have left him seriously wounded or dead. But this was the advantage of the virtual arena. In this environment, a fighter using the 13th reverse flow could deal up to 70% damage in an instant. Hansen observed closely, his mind racing. This time, he could see the path of 9 out of the 13 incoming strikes. Charging forward, he parried each blow, moving with increased precision. The gladiator, now genuinely concerned, wondered how Hansen had gone from missing every second strike to dodging nearly all of them. With a roar, the masked man continued his vicious assault, threatening to unleash even more devastating attacks if Hansen failed to stop him now. But Hansen only smiled. He was thrilled. Finally, he had found a worthy opponent. Watching every movement, he began to predict the force and direction behind each strike. It was no longer just instinct. It was calculated reading of the opponent's intent. The masked man screamed again, charging at him with another round of his fearsome 13th reverse flow technique. And Hansen, steady and ready, met it head-on. Despite the gladiator's fierce assault, Hansen remained calm. With flawless calculation, he read the trajectory of nearly every strike and dodged each one with ease. The crowd fell silent as the gladiator, stunned, came to a halt. He couldn't comprehend how his opponent had taken only 5% damage, despite him going all out, unleashing his full strength. Hansen simply smiled, unfazed, and informed the gladiator that it was now his turn to attack. Then, to everyone's disbelief, the young man began mimicking the gladiator's previously unknown sword technique, almost perfectly. The gladiator was visibly shaken. He had spent a decade mastering sword techniques since childhood. It wasn't until the age of 16 that he finally qualified to wield the powerful reverse flow technique. And now, in just 30 minutes of combat, a newcomer had not only learned it but nearly replicated it flawlessly. After the fight, Hansen casually mocked the gladiator, calling him a little boy. He noticed the man's stunned expression, and with a smirk, teased him by asking what was wrong. The gladiator, still in disbelief, asked Hansen if his elder sister was present. Later, in his room, Hansen sat quietly when his phone suddenly rang. The device lay near the cage containing a monstrous beast. On the other end of the line was Yanmen, urgently reporting the discovery of a lair filled with alien creatures in the nearby mountains. Realizing the importance of this opportunity, Hansen wasted no time. He began packing immediately, determined not to miss his chance to acquire the souls of these monsters, souls that could significantly boost his strength. He swiftly made his way to the mountains, scanning every cave and crevice until, eventually, he stumbled upon a clearing crowded with people. Among them were members of the armor squad, the disciples of God, and the fist fighters. Hansen landed silently in the center of the clearing and assessed the situation. He couldn't help but wonder, would there be enough loot for everyone? With three powerful groups gathered, tension hung in the air. Mr. Yoan, one of the group leaders, stepped forward and proposed a gentleman's agreement to avoid unnecessary conflict. He suggested drawing lots to decide who would enter the lair first, a fair method based on luck. The others agreed. The participants each picked a stick, and Mr. Yuan won. He immediately announced that his faction, the Disciples of God, would go first. 30 minutes later, his men came running out of the lair, visibly terrified and gasping for air. The scouts reported that a massive swarm of mutated monsters had blocked the entrance. Behind that barricade, they claimed, lurked an unknown number of powerful alien creatures, too many and too strong for anyone to pass. The other squads insisted it was now their turn, but Mr. Yuan's men scoffed, warning them they would fail too. 20 minutes passed. When Hansen asked the next team why they had returned so quickly, they confirmed the earlier reports. The lair was indeed extremely dangerous. They admitted they'd retreated to avoid a senseless death. Unbothered, Hansen declared he would go down to see it for himself. Yanmen cautioned him to be careful. When Hansen asked if anyone wanted to accompany him, a few hunters agreed to join the risky venture in hopes of a great reward. Led by Hansen, the group cautiously navigated a narrow tunnel. After 10 minutes, they reached the barricaded entrance. From behind the massive rocks, they could see a horde of alien creatures waiting. Bimbo, one of the hunters, crept closer and confirmed the threat. He proposed waiting for the creatures to break through the barricade first, then launching a surprise attack. But Hansen had other plans. He ordered his team to stand back. He intended to break through and enter the lair himself. Donning his armored antsuit, he acknowledged the danger but also the rare opportunity to claim an alien egg. Just as he prepared to move, Bimbo stopped him, insisting it was too risky and offering to accompany him. Hansen declined. Grateful for the support, he said he would go alone. The hunters wished him luck and promised to guard the entrance. Suddenly Hansen burst forward, charging at full speed. With a powerful blow, he smashed through the barricade and plunged into the lair. Inside, he was immediately met by a swarm of monsters. Without hesitation, he launched into battle, his strikes lightning fast and precise. As he fought his way deeper, he encountered a massive, terrifying alien beast. The creature opened its grotesque mouth and let out a deafening roar. The sound caused several lesser monsters to surge toward the exit, but Bimbo and the remaining hunters quickly intercepted them, ensuring none would escape. And so, Hansen pressed on into the heart of the alien nest, ready to face whatever monstrosities lay ahead. After several minutes of intense combat, an eerie silence blanketed the cave. The air was thick with tension as the hunters cautiously observed Hansen standing at the forefront. It soon became clear he had single-handedly taken down every monster in sight. But just as a sense of calm began to settle, one of the hunters spotted a wounded creature still alive. Without hesitation, it charged directly at Hansen. A young hunter cried out, warning him of the incoming danger. Reacting instantly, Hansen lunged forward and delivered a precise, deadly blow that ended the threat in a single strike. The young hunter, stunned by what he had just witnessed, turned to Bimbo in disbelief. Was Commander Hansen always this strong? He asked. Bimbo's gaze grew distant for a moment, as he recalled the past. He then revealed that Hansen had once been trained in swordsmanship by Bimbo's own brother, an unexpected revelation that clearly shocked the younger hunters. Meanwhile, Hansen pressed onward. With each step he carved a path through the dense lair, swiftly eliminating the monstrous threats that dared to block his way. After some time navigating the cave's treacherous interior, Hansen finally reached a glowing cocoon suspended from the cave's ceiling. Without hesitation, he struck it with a powerful blow and called upon the higher powers, requesting a super god-level soul. Almost instantly, a surge of energy struck him directly on the head. As the cocoon shattered, a system notification confirmed that the extraction was complete. Hansen had obtained both the divine sword and the demon's soul. Still recovering from the shock, Hansen tried to gather his thoughts. The divine blood-level sword he now held was clearly far superior to his previous weapon, and this realization filled him with renewed confidence. Elsewhere, in a virtual monitoring room, a young man sat in front of a computer screen. watching the unfolding action in a digital gladiator arena. Excited by what he saw, he quickly called over his friend, urging him to witness an extraordinary battle that was about to begin. Inside the arena, one of the most powerful and respected gladiators made his entrance. His very presence commanded both awe and fear. The crowd stirred with excitement. This was no ordinary fight. As the gladiator noticed his friend in the crowd, he asked what brought him there. His friend replied that he'd heard rumors of a mysterious new fighter and came to assess his strength in person. On the battlefield, one of the duelists took a combat stance. Everything about his posture spoke of readiness for a fierce and desperate battle. Hansen mirrored the stance, poised and focused. Then the voice of the gladiator rang out again. He asked his companion if he knew anything about this new fighter. The man admitted he didn't know Hansen personally, but had seen him occasionally at the academy. Intrigued by those brief encounters, he had added him as a friend. As the duel began, Hansen's opponent questioned why he wasn't using two swords. He believed that if Hansen dared to activate his technique, it would surely lead to the young man's death. Attempting to counter, Hansen lunged to grab his opponent's arms and limit his movements. But the effort failed. His opponent was one of the academy's elite. His skills exceeded anything Hansen had anticipated. Suddenly, Hansen began to lose control. A part of his body went numb. He quickly realized what was happening. His opponent had activated the Overlord's armor discharge technique, a move that not only immobilized its target, but also drastically reduced their strength. The fighter followed up with a brutal combo, leaving Hansen with 70% damage. Despite the pain, Hansen struggled to suppress his anger. This was no ordinary technique. It was a universal counter, one that could sap an enemy's power with ruthless precision. He silently acknowledged the harsh reality. Evolutionists were merciless warriors who seized every advantage. Yet, even in this, Hansen couldn't help but admire his opponent. He was a skilled, well-trained fighter, one who walked a disciplined path. With physical stats 10 points higher than his own, Hansen knew he had little chance of winning in a straight fight, but he resolved to close the gap using the strength of his heart. Meanwhile, the gladiator watching from the stands commented to his friend that Hansen had been playing possum. His physical abilities were far greater than he let on. The duel continued fiercely for over half an hour. Hansen's opponent circled behind him, preparing another crushing hold. Watching the scene unfold, the gladiator experienced a strange sense of déjà vu. This battle was unfolding exactly like their own, where Hansen had first struggled, then turned the tide. Now Hansen was evading strikes more easily, his speed increasing with each movement. The gladiator's eyes widened as he realized the terrifying truth. Hansen wasn't just dodging, he was copying. He had begun mimicking his opponent's techniques, showing signs of mastering the armor discharge ability mid-battle. The man beside the gladiator was equally stunned. He had already heard rumors that Hansen had once mimicked the reverse flow of 13 blows during a past match. Back in the arena, Hansen flawlessly dodged another attack, then lunged forward. To his opponent's utter shock, he firmly grabbed him by the leg. The man was stunned. How could someone replicate their techniques so flawlessly during combat? Hansen, now moved with total precision, he slipped behind his opponent and executed a painful submission hold. Writhing in agony, the fighter could barely speak. In a hoarse voice, he surrendered and admitted defeat. The gladiator and his friend rushed to the fallen warrior, asking if he was all right. Gasping for air, the young man could hardly believe what he had just experienced. Hansen had fully learned and replicated his combat technique during the fight. Shaken and curious, the spectators and fighters began to question who Hansen really was. Why did he study and adopt the techniques of his opponents in every arena match? The mystery surrounding the young man only deepened. The gladiator turned to his companions and mentioned that he had strong connections with the master of a remote monastery hidden in the mountains. He promised that he could arrange for Hansen to face a truly worthy opponent from there. Meanwhile, Hansen was in his room completely drained, his body trembling from the pain. He had pushed himself beyond the limit by using an ancient and forbidden evil curse. His level had reached its peak, but his body could barely endure the overwhelming strain it now carried. Recently, rumors had spread of a divine creature resembling a colossal turtle appearing somewhere in the mountains. Hansen suspected this might be one of those legendary beings with sacred blood coursing through its veins. Just then, a voice interrupted his thoughts. A young man stepped forward and handed Hansen a bottle of water, noting how exhausted he looked. "Your training must have been brutal," he remarked. Hansen, too tired to argue, took the bottle and drank without hesitation. The young man chuckled and asked mockingly, "Aren't you afraid of being poisoned?" Hansen replied coolly, pointing out that such tactics wouldn't set work here. "You wouldn't try something so cheap," he said. "This room is filled with surveillance cameras recording every move." The stranger grinned and assured him that he had no intention of poisoning him, at least not yet. But if Hansen refused to cooperate, more drastic measures might follow. Hansen smirked and responded with a jab of his own. "Seems like your older brother didn't teach you well enough. Don't worry, I'll handle your training myself." Elsewhere, Instructor Size approached the head of the department, surprised by her presence. She calmly explained that she had come to review the latest recordings of Hansen's battles. With curiosity, she asked the instructor how Hansen's training was progressing, and whether he now stood a chance against the senior cadets. Back in the training arena, Hansen faced Shenzi, the younger brother of his earlier adversary. Shenzi held an arrow in one hand and declared that he had a message to deliver through action. Without further warning, he pulled his bowstring and invited Hansen to pay close attention. He fired a series of lightning-fast arrows. One after another, they struck the same target with pinpoint accuracy. The observing instructor was impressed. The young man's expression remained perfectly calm, signaling that this was only the beginning. The head of the department watched with visible amazement. Shenzi wasn't just fast, he was bending the arrows mid-flight, changing their trajectory mid-air, a technique that complex couldn't be self-taught, yet there he was, executing it flawlessly. Until now, only Hansen had mastered the twisted archery technique. No one else had ever demonstrated such skill. Now Shenzi confidently approached Hansen and with a slight smirk, asked how he liked his version of the technique. Hansen acknowledged the effort. "You trained well," he admitted. "Not many at your age can handle a technique like that." But Shenzi wasn't done. With a grin he challenged Hansen to a demonstration. Pointing to Hansen's weapon he asked curiously, "Are you really using the Model 11? The instructor, overhearing the comment, frowned. Bow Model 11 was significantly weaker than the one Shenzi used. She couldn't grasp Hansen's tactical logic. Shenzi, recalling an old encounter, remembered the exact distance from which Hansen had once fired an arrow at his elder brother. He now stood in that very same spot, preparing to finish what his brother couldn't. Slowly pulling the bowstring, Shenzi was confident. He had been perfecting his spiral arrow technique for this moment of revenge. With a swift release, a storm of arrows filled the air. The spectators held their breath. Dodging such an onslaught seemed impossible. But Hansen remained utterly calm. He understood that the true power of a twisted arrow didn't lie in speed or strength. It was in the energy spiral guiding its path. He quietly pulled back his bowstring and released a single arrow. No flourish, no visible effort. At first, it appeared unremarkable, but then, the arrow accelerated. With incredible precision, it struck the oncoming swarm of arrows, knocking each one off course, shattering Shenzi's carefully orchestrated attack. But the arrow didn't stop. Its momentum increased, streaking through the air like a force of nature. In a split second it closed in on Shenzi too fast for him to react. Every technique Hansen had just used was rooted in spiral energy principles, and enhanced by his professor's augmented theory. His archery was not just precise, it was lethal. Hansen watched Shenzi closely. The young man was talented, no doubt. He was walking the right path. But in Hansen's eyes, it was clear Shenzi still had many years of grueling training ahead before he could ever hope to reach mastery. Hansen won the match effortlessly. Looking at his defeated opponent seated on the floor, he calmly offered a final remark. If the young man truly wished to master the real technique of twist shooting, he could come to him for proper instruction. Watching the entire duel from the sidelines, the instructor turned to the head of the department with admiration. "Hansen has colossal potential," she said. "He could bring the academy countless victories in the future." At the same time, Hansen's opponent sat in silent confusion. He couldn't understand how he had lost. His rival had used only a basic bow and an ordinary arrow, something that should have been no threat, and yet he had been utterly defeated. Shaken, he came to a single conclusion. He needed to train harder and become far stronger. The very next day, a flying island appeared over the dark swamps, an ominous place, isolated from all major roads. Hansen knew it was the perfect location for an excursion without interference. However, once he set foot on the floating island, it became clear that someone had already beaten him there. It didn't seem like these strangers were from the steel armor shelter. Before long, Hansen spotted a brutal battle taking place in the distance. Two warriors, representatives from the neighboring Slava shelter, were struggling against a terrifying beast. The monster, towering and vicious, delivered a devastating strike that sent both hunters crashing to the ground. Noticing Hansen nearby, one of the hunters called out. He introduced himself as a representative of Slava's refuge, and proposed that they team up to take the monster down. Hansen asked a single strategic question: who would get the soul and flesh of the beast if they succeeded? The hunter smiled and replied that it was simply a matter of luck. Whoever finished the fight would take the spoils. That answer brought a faint grin to Hansen's face. The monster reared onto its hind legs, opened its grotesque maw, and unleashed a thunderous roar that echoed across the floating island. The sound alone put everyone on edge. But Hansen didn't hesitate. Drawing a silver trident, he launched himself into battle with astonishing speed and precision. The Slava shelter hunter's eyes widened. Hansen wasn't just fast. He was using the legendary 13-strike technique, one of the deadliest and most difficult combat methods known. Blow after blow, Hansen hammered the beast with lethal accuracy. Moments later, a system notification appeared. The divine blood windwolf has been slain. Hansen had claimed its soul. A surge of joy washed over him. This was a riding-type beast soul, and it was no ordinary mount. It was his first divine blood riding spirit, and with it, his power had grown significantly. As Hansen was recovering from the battle, hunters from the Glory Shelter arrived, now back in their normal human forms. They approached him, curious. One of them asked if he would be willing to sell the beast's soul. Hansen shook his head. He wasn't interested in money, but he was open to a trade, if they had souls he needed. The group fell into an awkward silence. The girl beside him frowned. She felt the offer was absurd. Hansen was proposing a trade between the first shelter and the second, a clearly uneven exchange. But Hansen didn't have time to waste on negotiations. Without another word, he hoisted the monster Sep's corpse over his shoulder and turned to leave. As he walked away, the girl looked at her companion and asked in disbelief, "Are you really just gonna let him go?" The Glory Shelter hunters didn't argue. They recognized Hansen's strength and took him seriously. They even suggested traveling together. Deep within this valley, they revealed, their people had once encountered a turtle of divine blood. Their journey continued. Before long, they encountered a squad of hostile hunters. One of Hansen's companions quietly warned that they couldn't afford to get involved. These people were dangerous. Fortunately, the opposing group also seemed unwilling to start a fight. Their commander, however, stared intently at Hansen. There was a flicker of recognition in his eyes. "Where have I seen you before?" he asked. He suspected that Hansen had come here in search of the divine blood turtle. One of the hunters quickly stepped in to calm the situation, saying Hansen was just a curious youngster hoping to glimpse the ancient creature. Hansen nodded in thanks, but felt dissatisfied with this overly cautious approach. He expressed his appreciation for their help, and then politely suggested they part ways. Riding his divine mount, Hansen made his way toward a towering mountain. Lifting his gaze, he spotted the giant turtle resting at its peak, ancient, majestic, and powerful. Nearby, strange bushes bore curious fruits, and Hansen wondered if these were what had drawn the turtle from the depths of the sea. Suddenly, movement behind him snapped his focus. He turned swiftly to find a hunter approaching on a beast mount, charging directly at him. The stranger didn't bother with pleasantries. In a harsh tone, he barked a warning. "If you don't want to die here, leave this mountain range immediately." Hansen responded to the hunter's threat with a loud mocking laugh. His eyes sparkled with amusement as he made it abundantly clear. He found the man's intimidation laughable. From the sidelines, one of the squad members whispered that the young man must be insane. He showed no fear, no hesitation, and seemed completely unaware of the danger he was facing. Just then, the enormous turtle finished grazing and slowly began to move forward. Meanwhile, Hansen subtly lowered his hand to his weapon, never taking his eyes off the hunter commander. The man's expression darkened. Anger and contempt burned in his gaze. In his mind, Hansen was a fool, walking blindly toward his own death. Without warning, Hansen sprang into action. In a single explosive movement, he drew his spear and lunged forward, delivering a devastating strike. The same man who had been full of confidence a moment ago panicked. All bravado drained from his face as he turned and fled in terror. But Hansen wasn't done. With flawless timing, he hurled his combat dagger, striking the fleeing commander square in the back. The man collapsed, defeated before he could escape. The next day, Hansen embarked on a relentless journey through the mountains, searching for the enormous turtle that had vanished. Unbeknownst to him, the divine beast was traveling in the same direction, hidden from view, moving through a gorge that ran parallel to his path. Though it appeared slow, the creature's size was deceptive. The turtle was a terrifying opponent, and its strength should not be underestimated. Eventually, Hansen caught sight of the beast. Without hesitation, he activated his battle form, donning enchanted armor and summoning the demon sword. After being fused with the beast's soul, the blade had become significantly more powerful, its sharpness enhanced by more than a third. With his weapon ready, Hansen unleashed the ancient evil curse technique and charged forward, hoping to end the fight with a single strike. But the turtle reacted with shocking precision. In the blink of an eye, it dodged his blow and caught the sword blade in its jaws. Hansen's eyes widened. He had just used one of his most destructive techniques, powerful enough to pierce the toughest armor, and yet this creature had clamped down on his blade as if it were paper. The sword shattered like glass. It was in that moment Hansen understood the truth. This was no ordinary beast. He was facing a true divine entity. With a deafening roar, the turtle opened its mouth wide, the sound vibrating through the air like a quake. The shockwave alone left Hansen reeling. Realizing he had no hope of victory, Hansen turned and fled. He needed distance, and fast. But the turtle, massive though it was, moved with shocking speed. It charged after him, forcing Hansen to unfold his wings and take to the skies. As he soared through the air, the adrenaline began to fade, and clarity returned. Just moments earlier, he had been one step from death. He had no divine armor, no advanced technique strong enough, not even the speed to avoid an attack like that. It was a crushing realization. Suddenly a system message appeared. The Empress challenges you to a duel in the gladiator ring. Without hesitation, Hansen accepted. This wasn't just a fight, it was an opportunity, a chance to develop a new technique, a way to strengthen his body in a short span of time. The duel began. The Empress stood silently in the center of the gladiator arena as the countdown ticked down. As soon as it hit 0, Hansen charged forward, determined to land the first blow before she could counter. His philosophy was simple: strike fast, strike first, and leave no opening. But to his surprise, at the very last moment, the Empress sidestepped his most powerful attack with ease. Hansen didn't stop. Blow after blow followed, each more aggressive than the last, but she didn't retaliate. She simply dodged, silent, controlled, unreadable. Frustrated, Hansen pressed on, treating this duel as a perfect environment to test the limits of his abilities. He unleashed a flurry of chaotic strikes, mixing up rhythm and direction, attempting to outpace her reflexes. It didn't work. The Empress was faster, far faster. She dodged every attack, not with effort, but with grace. It was as if she was reading his mind. Each time Hansen adjusted his tempo, she adapted instantly. It became painfully clear she was leading the fight, manipulating his pace and controlling the rhythm. He had been moving according to her plan all along. Now backed into a corner with no room to maneuver, Hansen finally realized the truth. He wasn't fighting on his own terms anymore. He was dancing to her rhythm, and the tempo was about to change. The moment hung suspended in silence, until suddenly the Empress soared into the air. Her figure cut through the sky like a blade, preparing to strike with terrifying precision. Her speed was overwhelming, offering no time to react. Hansen barely managed to deflect the blow, but the cost was immense. His body suffered severe overload, the force he absorbed couldn't be released, and the strain tore through him. Just then, the host's voice echoed across the arena. The fight had ended. The Empress was declared the victor. In an instant, Hansen vanished from the virtual gladiator arena. Now alone, Hansen sat still, analyzing every detail of the battle. He soon realized the Empress had used unconventional stances and a unique dodging technique to gradually corner him. Her style had stripped him of space to maneuver and made defeat inevitable. Impressed and intrigued, Hansen added her to his friend list. To him, she was more dangerous than any super-divine being. If he could train with her more, he believed his skills would evolve significantly. Far away, the Empress was greeted with a holographic notification. An unknown user had sent her a friend request. Without hesitation, she accepted it. Then she made her way to the main temple, where the abbot awaited her. She walked with steady determination, stopping in front of him and declaring that the test had been successfully completed. Back in his room, Hansen continued dissecting the battle. He concluded that the overload effect, while physically taxing, also pushed the boundaries of his combat capabilities. When paired with his inner strength in the ancient evil curse technique, it could potentially double his power. Just then, a holographic screen flashed before him. A friend request had been accepted. Hansen instantly knew it was the Empress. Encouraged, he poured all his free time into gladiatorial matches, persistently refining his techniques. In his next arena battle, Hansen sized up his new opponent, a warrior of immense strength and terrifyingly refined technique. It was clear from the beginning that this match would be brutal. To win, Hansen would have to give everything. He started cautiously, retreating while blocking the relentless flurry of attacks. But at this pace, he knew defeat was inevitable. He quickly recalibrated, channeling the ancient evil curse along with the overload. He aimed to boost his physical strength to 28 points. Yet even this proved insufficient. His opponent struck a devastating blow, and the system notified Hansen that he had been knocked out of the match. Hansen realized his foe's speed was so intense that he hadn't even registered the moment of impact. The next day, he faced the same opponent once again. This time he was determined. Drawing inspiration from his match with the Empress, Hansen considered emulating her technique, but he also understood that he wasn't yet as skilled. He had to execute every move precisely or risk falling into a trap himself. As the battle began, Hansen mixed different styles and altered the tempo of his movements. His opponent looked on with interest, finding Hansen's erratic style strange, but fascinating. After several exchanges, Hansen, using what he dubbed the Empress system, managed to trap his opponent against the arena wall. He calculated carefully, preparing to unleash an overload-powered strike that could seal his victory. His opponent was shocked as Hansen replicated his exact movement. Enraged, the warrior accused Hansen of deliberately copying his technique, but Hansen was unshaken. He launched forward, mirroring the move once more. This time, he predicted the opponent's trajectory and blocked the incoming strike early. Just barely. The enemy dodged to the side, avoiding a blow of tremendous force. Hansen had achieved tactical success, yet he remained unsatisfied. His body was still too slow, his movements not yet perfect. His rival meanwhile was astounded. This strange young man had forced him to exert his full strength. Elsewhere, Shenzi's younger brother watched Hansen's training session in Transport Hangar 7. Observing Hansen's speed and stamina, the boy was amazed. Even Shenzi, after evolving, hadn't shown such power. Hansen was clearly pushing himself to the very edge, but in Hansen's own mind, it still wasn't enough. With his current level, he wouldn't even be able to dodge the strike of a giant turtle. Then, he noticed the young observer. Curious, Hansen asked why he had been watching him train. The boy approached and quietly asked, "Do your promises still stand? Will you teach me to shoot a bow?" Hansen agreed on one condition. "If you've got something to pay with," he replied. The boy asked, "Are you afraid of that?" Hansen smirked. "I fear nothing. As long as I keep progressing, I say I'll be the best warrior. No one, not even the students I teach, will ever surpass me." The next day, Hansen receives word that he has been assigned a new mission. This time as a bodyguard. Curious, he carefully reviews the mission briefing and learns that the subject of protection is a plant researcher, a man who has dedicated over 50 years of his life to the study of botany. Hansen immediately suspects that someone with that much experience might know a lot, especially about the diet of the giant turtle, a creature that has recently caught his interest. Without delay, Hansen heads to the professor's office. The moment he lays eyes on the man, he's taken aback. According to the dossier, the professor is over 70 years old, yet he looks no older than 50. Shortly afterward, Hansen is introduced to the commander of the bodyguard squad, who is also tasked with the professor's protection. Hansen assures him there won't be any issues. He's here to cooperate. The team sets out on their journey. Along the way, the other guards speak with admiration about the professor's dedication. Despite having already reached level 14, he hasn't advanced to the second shelter like most do. Instead, he's chosen to stay behind and devote himself to his research. During one stop, the professor gently picks up a fallen petal and examines it with great affection. He explains to Hansen that he's only ever read about this plant in his father's notes. This is the first time he's seen it in real life. As they talk, the professor reveals that botany runs in his family. His grandfather too was a professor of plants, and this work is more than a profession, it's a legacy. Seizing the opportunity, Hansen poses a question that has long intrigued him. Why is it that mutated creatures can enhance their genes through evolution, yet plants seem unaffected in this way? The professor responds thoughtfully. He explains that many plants within the shelter are actually harmful to humans, but under different conditions, the same plants or their herbs can produce entirely different effects. Hansen immediately recalls the berries eaten by the giant turtle and decides to ask if these particular fruits might influence such a creature. The professor shares what he knows. According to decades of research, mutated creatures do not require plant-based food for survival, yet many herbivores still consume them. The professor believes this behavior may be linked to reproduction in some mysterious way. The answer sparks a realization in Hansen. If the giant turtle is eating berries for reproductive purposes, then it likely has offspring already or is preparing to give birth. His thoughts drift to the enormous lion he once encountered. If the old turtle is indeed going to have a child, then she may pass on her genetic essence to her offspring. That changes everything. It means Hansen might not have to kill the turtle to obtain the super god gene. Instead, he could wait, observe, and seize the genetic essence from the next generation. After some time, the professor turned to Hansen, asking if he could take him to the location where he had spotted the massive turtle. Hansen agreed without hesitation, and led the squad toward the Red Copper Mountain Valley. Along the way, the bodyguards chatted excitedly. The giant turtle had been all over the recent news, and they were eager to see it with their own eyes. Before they could get too close, Hansen warned the professor to maintain distance and exercise extreme caution, explaining that the divine turtle was incredibly dangerous. One of the bodyguards scoffed at this, claiming the professor could come nearer since, in his opinion, this was nothing more than an ordinary turtle with divine blood. Just then, the enormous creature spotted the approaching group. It let out a deafening cry that echoed across the nearby mountains. Hansen's expression hardened as he immediately ordered a retreat. But one overconfident bodyguard, convinced of his own strength, declared he could handle the beast alone. Without waiting for permission, he charged ahead, closing in on the turtle and delivering a massive blow with his sledgehammer. The attack barely fazed the creature. With terrifying force, it flung the bodyguard aside, hurling him into a nearby rock. Hansen sprinted toward him just in time to shove him out of the spot where the turtle's next strike would have landed, a blow that could have killed him instantly. Seeing the danger, the captain of the bodyguards rushed in to defend his subordinate, blocking the monster's attack with his sword, but the turtle simply clamped down with its jaws, snapping the blade into pieces. Realizing how dire the situation was, Hansen instantly activated the Empress's armor. Turning to the stunned bodyguards, he demanded, "What are you waiting for? Get the professor to safety, now." As the others scrambled to obey, Hansen positioned himself between them and the enraged turtle, spear in hand. The creature's power and resilience were overwhelming, but Hansen pressed on, striking again and again to keep its attention on himself. The professor, worried, asked what was happening to Hansen. The captain reassured him that the young man likely had a plan and urged them all to retreat immediately. Hansen unleashed a combination of the double explosion and superparticle flow acceleration techniques, but even these weren't enough. The turtle's speed was astonishing, forcing Hansen to dart and weave to avoid its devastating strikes. In the nick of time, he dodged another crushing blow and began luring the creature toward a cliff. Reaching the edge, Hansen launched himself into the air using his wings, narrowly escaping another attack. He silently thanked his ability to fly for saving him yet again. Meanwhile, the bodyguard who had charged in earlier lowered his head in shame. He admitted it was his fault for not listening and getting involved with the turtle. When Hansen rejoined them moments later, many were surprised. Some had assumed he was already dead. The bodyguard repeated his apology, but Hansen simply told him to forget it, assuring him that it was no trouble. The next day, Hansen activated a holographic screen and challenged the Empress to a duel in the virtual martial arts hall. The Empress, curious about this persistent challenger, accepted. The battle was intense. Hansen attacked using the Empress's own techniques, trying to trap her against the wall. Watching his movements closely, she quickly realized what he was doing. She acknowledged his talent but noted his lack of experience. In a swift counter, she pinned him against the wall and pointed out that his footwork had gone wrong from the 7th step onward, before delivering a decisive blow. Hansen understood. She was training him, helping him refine his ability to dodge attacks. If he could avoid the Empress's strikes, he believed he could evade the old turtle as well. Meanwhile, the bodyguard commander regretted letting the divine-blooded turtle escape. Following its trail, the group failed to notice a massive insect descending from the cliff above, until Hansen spotted it. "A giant spider," he warned, drawing the others' attention. The commander prepared for battle, seeing this as an opportunity. Even if they couldn't take down the turtle, eliminating a few of these creatures would be worthwhile. But the bodyguard girl reported grim news. The insect wasn't alone. A swarm of massive creatures was approaching from the other side. Without hesitation, Hansen charged forward. The captain called after him, urging him to be careful. Leaping high into the air, Hansen drew his bow and released a counterclockwise energy arrow straight into the nearest insect. The hit was flawless, and the system announced that he had obtained the soul of the red divine insect. Encouraged, Hansen pushed on, telling his companions to keep up. After some time, they discovered a dark cave. The air grew heavier as they ventured deeper, and one bodyguard remarked that they were likely heading towards serious danger. After some time, the group arrived at a vast underground reservoir. The voices of nearby hunters echoed through the cavern, discussing the abundance of rare souls here, treasures that could fetch a high price. The squad leader glanced at Hansen and asked if he still intended to pursue the massive turtle. Hansen, his gaze fixed on the still water, spoke quietly. Something about this place felt unnatural. He suspected that jade water dragons might inhabit it. He announced his plan: he would fly across the river, and if there was no danger, the bodyguard captain would ferry the professor to the opposite bank. Hansen took to the air, unaware of the colossal shadow gliding beneath the water's surface. He had just flown over it when a monstrous creature burst upward, its enormous jaws lunging straight for him. Reacting instantly, Hansen deflected the attack with his arm, but the force told him everything he needed to know. This encounter would not end easily. He summoned his mount and ordered the bodyguards to withdraw and find shelter. Ye discovered a narrow gorge and called for him to follow. Riding at full speed, Hansen charged toward a slender rock crevice, the furious beast in relentless pursuit, smashing everything in its path. He slipped into the gap at the last second, and the monster's face slammed into the rock behind him. The hunters watched nervously as the creature attempted to push through, fearing it might widen the opening. Pressing deeper into the cave, the squad soon found it split into 2 tunnels. The captain hesitated, unsure which way to take, until the professor pointed toward the left. Plants grew more densely there, meaning fresh air, and an exit came from that direction. Half an hour later, they emerged into a vast chamber. Before them lay an underground lake crowned by a roaring waterfall. The professor froze, eyes wide, as he spotted something extraordinary: a rare, gigantic turtle. Hansen speculated that it might be searching for food, and if they followed it, they could eventually reach the surface. The massive creature slowly emerged from the water, climbing up the rocks. Hansen ordered everyone to stay quiet and follow cautiously. As they crept after it, the air grew noticeably warmer. Entering another immense cavern, they realized the temperature had risen by at least 20 degrees. The professor suddenly announced that this must be the turtle's breeding ground, heated by molten magma. One of the bodyguards expressed disbelief, saying the eggs would surely boil. The professor explained that mutant biology followed different rules, and the eggs might not be in the lava itself. Hansen's thoughts turned to the possibility of retrieving such eggs. Even with his strength, jumping into lava would be impossible. Their path opened onto a sight that stole their breath: a river of molten rock flowing beneath them. Suddenly the captain stiffened. "Did anyone else hear that?" he asked. A strange sound echoed again and again. Then the source revealed itself, a massive underground dragon slamming its head against a stone wall. The bodyguards were baffled. Was it trying to kill itself? But Hansen's eyes widened in realization, and the professor reached the same conclusion. The dragon was trying to break through, letting water flood into the lava chamber, to trap the turtle in solid rock. The creature's blows intensified, and soon the wall gave way. A roaring torrent of water cascaded into the molten river, sending clouds of toxic steam into the air. Hansen snapped on a mask and shouted for everyone to put on their gas masks immediately. As the lava hardened, the dragon charged toward the turtle, seemingly ready to finish it off. But cracks soon formed in the cooling rock, and with a thunderous crash, the giant turtle broke free. Hansen instantly recognized the truth. This was no ordinary divine beast. Its power was beyond anything he had faced before. The turtle lunged, clamping its massive jaws around the dragon's neck. With savage strength, it whipped the serpent-like creature back and forth before hurling it into a cliff, sending shards of stone flying. The bodyguards could only watch in awe as the titans clashed, the cavern trembling under their fury. Hansen, knowing they stood no chance in such a battle, activated his ant armor and ordered the professor and the others to retreat to the surface. But the professor shook his head, concern in his voice. "It's too dangerous to stay here alone. I can let you risk your life hunting that creature by yourself." Thick smoke filled the cavern, clouding Hansen's vision. He decided to switch to the Empress's vision, an ability that could pierce through the haze. Clad in the Empress's armor, he quickly assessed the battlefield. The turtle had emerged from its clash with almost no injuries, while the jade dragon was in far worse shape, its body marked by deep, serious wounds. Despite its condition, the massive dragon fought on, but it was clear it stood no chance against the turtle's overwhelming power. To Hansen, that meant one thing: caution. One strike from either of these creatures could obliterate him in an instant. Patience was his best weapon. Then he saw it. A wound on the jade dragon's head. Without hesitation, Hansen drew his bow and loosed an energy-charged arrow, aiming for the injury. The professor, watching from a distance, grew tense, but the commander reassured him that Hansen likely knew exactly what he was doing. The glowing arrow cut through the smoky air, striking the wounded spot with lethal precision. It pierced straight through the dragon's skull and exited the other side. The enormous beast crashed to the ground, lifeless. A system notification appeared. The super divine creature, the water dragon, had been slain. The soul of the super beast was now his. Hansen could hardly believe his luck. Super beast souls were among the rarest of rare prizes. Few in the entire world could claim to possess one. As the dragon's body lay still, a brilliant sphere of light rolled toward the fallen arrow. But there was a problem. The turtle still lingered below. Then fortune smiled on him. The turtle slipped back into the underground lake and disappeared. Hansen wasted no time, dropping down to claim the shining orb. As he picked it up, he realized something. The jade dragon he had faced was probably a young one. An adult would have been far larger and far deadlier. Without hesitation, he consumed the sphere. Moments later, the system confirmed it. He had absorbed the soul of a super beast. When Hansen rejoined the others, the professor and hunters were relieved to see him unharmed. He explained that both mutants had escaped, then followed the squad until a shaft of light from above revealed their way out. Later, at a banquet, Hansen listened quietly to nearby conversations. Some men spoke grimly about a recent mutant attack on a shelter that had claimed several lives. Suddenly, an old acquaintance spotted him and approached, asking why he was here. The man assumed Hansen, like him, had come to celebrate the Empress's birthday, a fact that caught Hansen off guard. His friend teased him about bringing a gift, but admitted he only had one himself. He then pointed toward a figure nearby. Hansen turned and saw the Son of God, but not as he remembered him. His friend explained that the Son of God had changed drastically in recent days. The Son of God approached Hansen with a polite greeting. For the first time, Hansen sensed no hostility. The man explained that after entering the second shelter, he no longer saw Hansen as an enemy. He admitted to being hot-headed and naive before, but his worldview had shifted entirely since arriving there. After he left, Legan Lu told Hansen that her cousin's change was genuine, then encouraged Hansen to grow stronger so he too could earn a place in the second shelter. Sometime later, another young man approached Hansen with a message. His master wished to make a deal. Hansen followed him to meet the stranger, who offered him a seat and an expensive drink. The man turned out to be the grandson of a prominent senator, and his purpose was clear. He wanted Hansen's help in collecting several divine souls for the Steel Armor Sanctuary. The senator's grandson explained that they operated a private club trading beast souls. If Hansen was interested in a particular type, they could arrange an exchange. Hansen asked whether souls from beasts in the second shelter could be found there. The man was startled. Those souls were far more valuable and rarely exchanged. Hansen simply replied that he had something to make the offer worthwhile. Curious, the young master turned to his assistant and asked how many free beast souls were currently stored in the neighboring city's sanctuary. Hansen asked whether they possessed beast souls from the second shelter. The question startled the senator's grandson, who noted the imbalance in value, but Hansen countered with an offer: 3 divine blood beast souls in exchange for 1 armored beast soul. The assistant objected, calling the trade uneven, but the senator's grandson overruled him and requested to see Hansen's collection. Hansen revealed the silver trident. The senator's grandson was intrigued. This was no common item. Hansen also presented a mount with a demon sword, claiming it was the fastest in the first shelter. The senator's grandson disagreed, citing the Windorse, but Hansen did not argue. He offered the soul freely, earning respect. Next, Hansen showed a spirit called the Ghost-Eyed Warrior, a being of divine power that greatly increased strength and speed. He restated his terms 3 for 2. The assistant objected again but was silenced, and the contract was ordered. Later, Hansen encountered the professor, who invited him to assist in a special project. It required data collection on the highest energy gap numbers among the unevolved, with a substantial reward promised. The next morning, Hansen arrived at the laboratory. The assistant explained the cell activator, a solution that stimulated cells to peak activity, maximizing physical potential. A small capsule was given to Hansen, meant to be taken before sleep. He wondered if it could help him withstand the extreme training loads he endured daily. Later, in the gladiator arena, Hansen faced a seasoned opponent. Though he survived 30 seconds longer than before, he felt unsatisfied. There was no growth, no new insight. His opponent, however, noticed something unusual. Hansen used rare techniques like 13 strikes and armor breaker, skills typically taught only in elite clubs. Astonished that Hansen belonged to none, the gladiator invited him to join his own. Hansen declined, saying he was still a student. The fight continued. The gladiator, noting Hansen's unpredictability, eventually recognized a shift. His movements now resembled the Empress's own style, but Hansen's physical level was still too low. With a final crushing blow, the gladiator slammed him into the wall, cracks spreading from the impact. Hansen knew that the battle he had just fought would be invaluable for the future, especially when facing the Empress again. In this fight, he had pushed his opponent to use every ounce of skill, and that alone made it worthwhile. Not long after, his communicator rang. On the other end was Zhao, brimming with excitement. He claimed to have spotted a rare phoenix in the White Devil Desert, and had already assembled a team to pursue it. Hansen did not hesitate. He agreed to join immediately. As they traveled, Zhao described the sight in vivid detail. The creature, he said, resembled a massive peacock perched atop a towering tree. Its body was cloaked entirely in flames, with no flesh or feathers visible. When it took flight, the tree beneath it was left completely charred. During a rest stop, Zhao found himself locked in an argument with a group of hunters, debating who was the best archer in the shelter. Proudly, he gestured to Hansen, calling him the most legendary marksman he had ever met. The hunters scoffed, claiming their own leader and his evolved companion were unmatched. Hansen, uninterested in petty boasting, told Zhao to drop it and focus on the task at hand. The hunters mocked Zhao, calling him Four Eyes and accusing him of lying, since they had yet to see a single tree in the endless desert. But Zhao only smirked and told them to look ahead. There in the distance, stood a blackened, lifeless tree. Hansen examined a piece of the charred wood, while the hunters stared in disbelief, wondering aloud about the phoenix's nature. They pressed Zhao to take them directly to it, but Zhao reminded them of the contract. They had only paid to be led to the burnt tree. If they wanted to find the phoenix, they were on their own. The hunters did not take this well. One of them insulted Zhao, ordering him to continue as per his commander's demand. Hansen stepped in, saying that if the contract was fulfilled, they would leave. But the hunter blocked their path, boasting that he was a genetically advanced warrior, and demanding they recognize who they were dealing with. Hansen ignored him and walked on. That was when Zhao shouted a warning. Another hunter was trying to strike from behind. In a single motion, Hansen turned, assuming a battle stance. The attacker froze, eyes fixed on Hansen's weapon, a soul blade of divine blood. Hansen caught the strike effortlessly with 2 fingers and calmly offered a chilling proposition. He would trade 1 life for that sword. The hunter laughed in disbelief, but Hansen summoned his combat blade and executed the God Hand technique. Fear flickered across the hunter's face. He stammered that his father owned a powerful corporation, and harming him would bring ruin to Hansen's family. But Hansen pressed his blade to the man's throat, giving him a count of 3 to comply. The sword changed hands before the count ended. The hunter's subordinates rushed to him, but Hansen simply admired his new weapon, advising Zhao to be more selective with his acquaintances. Yet the peace did not last. Moments later, the young hunter regained his courage and ordered an attack. Hansen told Zhao to keep a safe distance. The hunters charged, but Hansen met them head-on, scattering them with ease. Then, aiming at the commander, he released the soul of a fiery butterfly. The blazing projectile struck the man's armor, erupting in a violent explosion that sent him flying. Realizing they were outmatched, the hunters retreated. Xiao shouted after them, calling them fools and warning them to think before acting next time. Then he turned to Hansen, asking if they should give chase and finish the job. Hansen declined. After all, if they killed every hunter, who would scout the land and act as bait? Night fell. In the distance, a bright glow shimmered against the darkness. Drawing closer, they saw it, the phoenix itself. But before they could approach, chilling screams tore through the air. A squad of hunters had reached the creature first. They attacked, but the phoenix's flames consumed them where they stood. Xiao Qiao spoke quietly, his voice carrying the weight of certainty. He was not exaggerating. He insisted, this phoenix truly possessed the power to incinerate everything in its path. The commander of the hunters, his face twisted with terror, gave a desperate cry and turned to flee. But the phoenix's next wave of fire moved with such speed that escape was impossible. In an instant, the flames engulfed him completely. His body was consumed by an all-devouring blaze, leaving nothing but charred remains. When the battle ended, Hansen and his companions examined the blackened corpses of the hunters. It was clear they would have stood no chance against such a creature. Hansen kept his eyes on the phoenix's flight. In his mind there was no doubt this was a super-divine being. Later, he decided to visit his mother. Inside her home, they sat together at the dinner table. She asked him to eat slowly, but he noticed the sorrow on her face. Concerned, he asked what was troubling her. Yusef groaned, she said softly, and at Sep's time I gave you something your father left behind. She handed him a box. Hansen, confused, asked how his father could have given her these things. After all, he had died in an aircraft explosion. His mother revealed that 2 days before the disaster, his father had contacted her. He had been worried, perhaps even aware that something was about to happen. Inside the box, Hansen found his father's badge. It revealed that his father had served in a secret unit, the 7th Group, holding the rank of investigator. Pride stirred within him. His mother went on to explain that Hansen's grandfather had also worked in the same group, deepening the mystery of his family's past. Among the items was a finely crafted pendant. His mother explained that it had belonged to his great-grandfather. She recalled his father Sip's words, if Hansen ever faced great difficulties, he should take the pendant to find someone from the right family. The thought struck Hansen, perhaps there had been more to his father's death than the official story suggested. His mother then handed him a notebook, saying it had belonged to his great-grandfather. It might hold important clues. As Hansen read, his eyes widened. The records repeatedly mentioned something called the super god gene. Questions began to pile up in his mind. His mother's voice trembled, as she confessed that before his death, her husband had explained nothing to her, leaving only riddles that their son must now solve. Determined, Hansen reassured her, I shall find out everything about father and great-grandfather. Soon after, Hansen went to a laboratory, where an assistant briefed him on their current experiment, the extreme acceleration zone. This test measured a person's reaction to sudden bursts of gene energy. Inside a special chamber, the subject would face crushing gravitational shifts while striking specific target plates, requiring both physical skill and mental focus. The assistant warned that the surface of these zones was charged with high electrical energy. Choosing the wrong position would result in a severe shock, forcing the subject to restart. If Hansen took more than 7 shocks, he would fail. Hansen entered the chamber, signaling he was ready. Instantly gravity shifted, slamming him against a plate. Gritting his teeth, he began using his secret techniques to resist the pressure. Time passed, and against all odds he completed the test, becoming the first subject to finish it in record time. Meanwhile, in a forest near the shelter, a small group of men grew restless. They had been waiting for a guide for far too long. One cursed the middlemen for wasting their time. Then Hansen appeared, wearing the armor of the money brother. Calmly he offered his services. If you have money, I can take you to the place you steer looking for. He was fulfilling a promise to a new acquaintance, to guide his friend's group into the mountains in search of the Jade Dragon. The hunters claimed to be ready. 2 had undergone full genetic enhancement, and the rest had made impressive evolutionary progress. Hansen warned them about the dangers in the mountains and urged caution. They traveled for hours until one hunter pointed out something strange. Despite the rumors of many creatures in the area, they had seen none. Hansen dismounted, saying quietly that they could go no further. This puzzled the hunters. One shoved him roughly, demanding to know why. Another asked the same. The Lotus Land begins ahead, Hansen replied evenly. The warning didn't stop them. Driven by curiosity, the hunters pressed forward, climbing a steep cliff. Encouraging one another, they began their ascent, unaware of the danger that lay ahead. Hansen already suspected that the Lotus Land ahead concealed a dangerous lair, though none of the hunters had the faintest idea what kind of creatures might dwell there. The first sign of trouble came when one of the hunters spotted a bird approaching. Without hesitation, the man activated his combat skills, ready to repel the threat. Hansen, however, observed the situation more cautiously. He noted that his new companions were far too quick to act on emotion, an unusual trait for people who had already undergone genetic evolution. The bird, however, was no ordinary foe. It dove at one of the hunters with astonishing speed, forcing the man to counter with a rapid flurry of precise, powerful strikes. In an instant, the hunter lunged forward, aiming to wound the predator, but missed. Hansen noticed something remarkable. The man was channeling genetic energy to enhance his movement, a sign of advanced training. Yet this was not a technique taught at the academy. The fight was interrupted by an unexpected arrival. A stranger descended from above, landing lightly while showing obvious interest in the hunter's skill. Riding the attacking bird as if it were a tamed mount, the newcomer introduced himself as Yuan, a disciple of the Temple of the God of War. He explained that he had not come to fight, but to deliver a warning. According to Yuan, the path ahead led to the lair of a monster so powerful that it had nearly killed him in a past encounter. The hunters, however, reacted with open skepticism, scoffing at the idea that any local beast could threaten 6 evolved fighters. Turning to Hansen, Yuan asked what school he had trained in. Hansen calmly replied that he belonged to none. He was simply a guide, hired to lead the hunters to their destination. Still, Yuan persisted. The creature, he warned, was not invisible but so fast that it could move instantly between different sections of its lair, making it nearly impossible to track. 2 scouting teams had already vanished here without a trace. The hunters admitted they knew little about the beast, only that it had 4 legs, a black body and unmatched speed. When asked to join the hunt, Yuan shook his head. "You have no chance of killing it," he said bluntly. But he did offer a plan. He possessed the soul of a divine blood creature, infused with swamp water and quicksand. Once activated, it could trap the monster in thick mud, slowing it down long enough for them to strike. Following Yuan's lead, the group descended into the cave and reached the monster's lair. One hunter transformed, summoning the soul of a massive beast behind him as bait. The plan worked. The hunters soon caught sight of a blur racing toward them. Even Hansen's unique vision could barely register the creature. It seemed fox-like, but far more menacing. The blur solidified into a giant cave wolf, charging with terrifying speed. Joan shouted the signal to attack, and the hunters immediately unleashed their own souls. They concentrated all their strikes on a single point, their combined power erupting in a blinding explosion. But the wolf was faster than their aim. It dodged the attack entirely, closing the gap with the bait hunter in seconds. Hansen's concern deepened. Something was not right about this creature. The targeted hunter summoned a divine blood shield, bracing for impact. The cave wolf hit with relentless fury, pounding the barrier over and over. Fear gripped the hunter's mind. Even his sacred shield might not withstand this assault. Yuan saw that the battle was turning against them. The cave wolf's savage blows threatened to tear through the hunter's defenses, and without hesitation, he rushed forward to strike. But the wolf was too fast. It twisted aside, evading Yuan's attack, and then turned its fury toward Hansen. Hansen's mind raced. The sheer force of his opponent's power was staggering. Even a spear forged from divine blood shattered upon striking the beast, splintering into useless fragments. The wolf lunged, and Hansen dodged, barely. He knew it had taken everything he had just to avoid that strike. The monster paused at the cave's mouth, its massive frame silhouetted against the dim light. It opened its jaws and unleashed a terrible howl, the sound reverberating through stone and bone alike. Hansen recognized an opportunity. The wolf stood still, even if only for a moment. He called it out, and Yuan agreed instantly, hurling another divine blood spear. But again, the weapon broke on impact. The wolf's eyes burned with rage. It darted forward, faster than sight, targeting Yuan with lethal precision. The warrior's sword flashed, but the blows of the wolf's claws forced him back. In that instant, Hansen sprinted past and shoved Yuan aside, saving him from what would have been a killing strike. But the swamp water and quicksand effect had worn off. The wolf's movements returned to full speed, and it was no longer falling for tricks. The hunters pulled Yuan from the cave, relieved to find that he had escaped with only a twisted leg. As the group caught their breath, a sentry spotted movement on the cliff. It was Hansen, climbing up to rejoin them, looking worn but calm. Night fell, and the hunters lit a fire, their voices low as they picked apart the failed encounter. Yuan turned to Hansen with genuine gratitude. Without his intervention, the fight would have ended differently, and permanently for him. The hunters asked Hansen how he judged their chances. After a pause, he replied, 50%. The answer drew mixed reactions. Then, flames of energy burst from Hansen's body, illuminating the camp. He revealed his hidden trump card, the glowing soul of a beast, one that could amplify the effectiveness of all nearby souls. His plan was simple: combine his soul with Yuan's to slow the wolf's speed, giving them a fighting chance. It was not a guarantee, but it was something. Meanwhile, in its lair, The cave wolf licked its wounds, yet its sharp eyes had already spotted movement outside. The hunters were coming again. They approached in formation, a shield bearer at the front to take the first blow. The wolf did not wait. It surged forward, slamming into the shield with crushing force. Even with the protective soul, the hunter staggered, pinned against the cave wall. Hansen's counterclockwise soul arrow struck the wolf, but the effect was minimal. He pressed the attack with a spear, which only fueled the beast's fury. The shield bearer strained against the pressure, astonished at the wolf's relentless strength. 2 minutes passed. Injuries mounted. One hunter urged retreat. Hansen could see they had fought better this time, but the monster remained unbroken. They withdrew, bandaging wounds under a dark cloud of frustration. "This wolf is too strong," one hunter muttered, disheartened. "Even your strongest strike couldn't hurt it. We should give up." "You can leave if you wish," Hansen replied evenly. Then he turned to Yuen. "What about you?" "If you need me, I'll stay," the warrior said without hesitation. The departing hunter warned them of another danger. Lingering in a first-level lair too long would damage their bodies. Hansen agreed. The gene energy here was destructive. Yuen merely nodded, saying he could endure a few more days of fighting. The plan would be the same. Lure the wolf out, release the swamp water and quicksand soul, and this time, hope it was enough. Hansen agreed to the proposal, and began moving toward the entrance of the lair. However, his steps were heavy, and his coordination appeared impaired. The cave wolf, lurking near the entrance, immediately noticed the young man's approach. With a furious roar, the beast lunged at him, its eyes blazing with rage. Hansen swiftly sidestepped, pressing his spear firmly into the cave floor. As the cave wolf charged, Hansen caught its movement and countered with precision. Yifin, watching from a distance, could not hide his astonishment. The boy had fended off the cave wolf entirely on his own. It was then Yifin realized Hansen's strange movements were not due to injury. The young man had deliberately allowed the energy of heaven and earth to flow into his body to activate the legendary Heavenly Go Mastery, an ancient skill said to control an opponent's thoughts and actions, mastered only by the Empress herself. Hansen kept moving, forcing the enraged beast to give chase. He thought to himself that he had already lost count of how many times he'd had to alter his tactics in this battle alone. Then, without warning, he found himself trapped at a dead end. His escape route was gone. Fear and determination surged within him. There was no choice now but to fight with everything he had. He braced himself, hoping Yifin would arrive in time if things went wrong. But even with the weapon of divine blood, the cave wolf remained unhurt. Hansen knew he needed to target its weakness. He had studied the beast's movements throughout the fight and concluded that its most vulnerable point was the lower jaw. Spotting an opening, he dove beneath the monster and struck with precision. Yufin's eyes lit with admiration, and in his excitement, he called Hansen the god of hunting. Realizing the wolf was wounded, Hansen pressed the advantage. Blow after blow landed with ruthless efficiency until one decisive strike connected with the beast's head. Twisting the divine spear counterclockwise, Hansen drove it deep. A heartbeat later, the system confirmed a successful hunt. Relief and triumph washed over him. Hansen had claimed the soul of a wild super beast, one that already contained wolf genes, making him even stronger and unlocking new potential. Often rushed to his side, congratulating him before asking if he was injured. Hansen, hiding the gene elixir behind his back, simply replied that the wolf was dead and that they now needed to locate the egg to complete the mission. Before long, they found the cocoon, but it was already broken. Shocked, they suspected other hunters, though neither knew when it had happened. Later, back in his room, Hansen examined a weapon fused with the soul of a wild beast, a knife capable of splitting a Z-steel shield into pieces. His thoughts were interrupted by a sudden video call. The caller was an unfamiliar young man, who didn't bother with introductions. Instead, he immediately begged Hansen to save him. Hansen's next meeting was with Lian Lu. She greeted him with sarcastic amusement, remarking that he must really need her help. Hansen praised her intelligence, beauty, and unparalleled analytical skills, but she cut him off, urging him to get to the point. With a serious expression, Hansen explained that he wanted advice about the VIP Gladiator arena. Surprised, Lian Lu asked when he had been there and reassured him she wouldn't report him. Hansen clarified that it wasn't him. His classmate had gone instead. Lian Lu's tone grew grim. She explained that the arena was run by the Temple of the God of War, backed by powerful figures with vast wealth. These arenas hosted brutal, blood-soaked battles for the entertainment of the elite, luring in naive participants with the promise of great rewards. After a pause, she revealed the grim truth. His classmate had already been sentenced to death. She told Hansen there was no chance of survival. Hansen then stunned her by offering to take his classmate's place. Lian Lu thought he was insane, unable to understand why he would risk his life. To prove her point, she played footage of the arena fights. Volunteers always faced opponents of a higher level, and Hansen was appalled. It was nothing more than a setup, but Lian Lu simply replied that in the world of the rich, morality meant nothing. Pausing the video at a scene where a massive brute tore off his opponent's head, she warned him plainly if he went through with this, these were the monsters he would have to face. Hansen asked the girl if there was truly no chance of survival. She confirmed that it was indeed hopeless. Yet instead of fear, Hansen felt a rush of excitement. He declared that he would enter the duel in his classmate's place. Pointing to the image of a massive fighter, he explained his reasoning. This man possessed incredible strength, but his movements were slow. Speed was his weakness. Hansen requested that this fighter be chosen as his opponent, and the girl agreed to make the arrangements. The next day, the gladiator battles began in an exclusive VIP club. Amidst thunderous applause, the announcer introduced a fearsome contender, known only as the Iron Madman. Hansen remained composed, summoning the Empress's armor and instantly encasing himself in a powerful suit. The Iron Madman bellowed a threat, promising to rip Hansen's spine from his body. Unfazed by the taunts, Hansen charged forward, striking with his dagger. The giant laughed, boasting of his steel muscles and iron bones, but the laughter quickly died. A small wound on his neck began to widen, blood spilling fast. The massive brute staggered, then collapsed to the arena floor with a thunderous crash, gasps of disbelief echoing from the audience. In a VIP box above, a man watched intently. He turned to Ligan Lu and quietly demanded she bring this young man to him. Soon after, she approached Hansen, her expression serious. She told him they had a problem. Hansen knocked on a door and was invited in by a man who introduced himself as Neil. Without delay, Neil offered Hansen a proposition: join an expedition to hunt down a rare beast. In exchange, he promised to secure a place for his younger sister in a prestigious school, fulfilling a wish Hansen had long held. At the appointed time, Hansen arrived at the meeting place. A grim-faced man confirmed he was sent by Neil. Another young man stepped forward, introducing himself as Hansen's partner for the hunt. Their target, they explained, was hidden in the mountains. The plan was simple: they would lure the creature out, and then Hansen would strike. Hansen quickly noticed that the others in the group had undergone full genetic enhancements. He couldn't understand what such warriors could possibly fear. Hours passed before gunfire and shouting broke the silence. A squad of hunters emerged, retreating rapidly and firing back at something unseen. Hansen moved to assist them, but his partner held him back, insisting they stay hidden. Then, strange sounds drew Hansen's eyes to their pursuer, a colossal snail. Its shell was so strong that even an arrow forged from Zast steel shattered against it. Confused, Hansen questioned why they were hiding. The beast was slow. It could be approached and struck with ease. His partner explained that only the soft flesh at the back was vulnerable. Sensing his moment, Hansen broke from cover and sprinted toward the snail. Leaping onto its shell, he drove the cave wolf's dagger into it, but the creature instantly retracted into its armored shell. Suddenly, the snail surged forward with surprising speed, barreling toward them with crushing force. Hansen and his partner fled into the forest. Weaving through the trees, the snail closed the distance quickly. Feeling it nearly upon him, Hansen spun and struck again with his dagger. Slowing it momentarily, his partner joined the attack, hurling a knife that found its mark. They continued their desperate flight over rough terrain, while the partner distracted the creature with a flurry of thrown blades. Finally, they managed to break free of its pursuit. Gasping for breath, the partner chastised Hansen for ignoring orders. He had warned him to strike and run immediately. The group leader, relieved that no one was harmed, declared the mission complete. They would rest briefly before making their return. Hansen was taken aback by the group leader's calm declaration that they would not be killing the giant snail. The man explained that they lacked the strength to do so, and would wait for the young master to arrive. In that moment, Hansen understood. This entire mission had been nothing more than a test. Neil had sent him here to see if he could harm the snail and determine whether it was a super beast. That evening, the hunters sat around a fire, speaking casually and praising the cooking skills of Hansen's partner. They all agreed he could roast meat to perfection. Hansen took a generous bite and had to admit, it was delicious. But within seconds, a sharp burning spread through his mouth. He realized instantly, the meat had been poisoned. He kept his composure. Such a dirty trick would not bring him down, and whoever planned it had clearly underestimated him. Around the fire, members of the group began collapsing one by one, succumbing to the poison. His partner stepped toward him, emotionless, and offered him a choice: hand over the dagger of divine blood willingly or die. He declared that he would claim the dagger no matter what, then lunged at Hansen with ruthless speed. Hansen parried the strike effortlessly, his expression icy. "You're using cheap methods," he said, leaving his opponent momentarily unsettled. The man was baffled. Hansen had eaten a large portion of the poisoned meat, yet showed no signs of weakness. That should have been impossible. As the fight continued, Hansen recognized his opponent's style. It was the 7-hit technique, one he had already faced in the gladiator arena. That knowledge gave him an edge. Dodging a counterstrike, the man demanded to know how Hansen had learned of the technique. He promised to spare Hansen's life if he told the truth. Hansen only smirked, dismissing the threat. The poison, he explained, was useless against him. His advice to the man was simple: start thinking about saving your own life, because his chances of winning were shrinking with every passing second. With a devilish grin, the man revealed that this was no ordinary sedative. The poison was already in Hansen's system, slowly destroying both his body and mind. Even if he felt no immediate effects, they would come later. He went on to boast that he had mastered the forbidden art of aromatic poisons, substances capable of altering a person's very genes, knowledge that had cost many lives to obtain. Hansen, still calm, asked if this meant he was doomed. The man replied that an antidote could be made for any poison, again offering the deal: trade the dagger for his life. Hansen's answer was a swift, precise strike. Take it in a fair fight, he said, if you think you still worthy. Seeing that Hansen would not yield, the man tried to bargain. He asked to stop fighting and talk, but his tone reeked of desperation. His plea was met with a powerful blow to the head that sent him staggering. Hansen raised his hand for another strike, forcing his partner to cry out in panic and promise to reveal everything. Hansen kept a firm hold, his voice low and edged with suspicion, demanding to know what he meant when he said the snail wasn't their real target. Twisting the man's arm, he pressed for answers, especially about why so many evolved hunters had failed against the creature. In agony, the man begged for mercy and began to speak. He revealed that when the sanctuary was first discovered, they had noticed something unusual, something that led them to believe a far greater threat existed there. It was not merely an animal with divine blood, but something stronger. His family had invested enormous effort into proving this theory, but every attempt had failed. After years of research, they had reached a grim conclusion: there was no weapon in the sanctuary capable of defeating these powerful monsters. Their mission, he admitted, was all but hopeless. Hansen, still holding his opponent, asks the man why he was sent to spy on the Neal family. The answer comes without hesitation. The rival family's mission was to infiltrate the scientific department where research on powerful creatures was being conducted, hoping to uncover the origin of these beasts. At once, Hansen realizes the significance. This is the very department where both his great-grandfather and father once worked. The connection becomes clear. His great-grandfather must have noticed something suspicious within the sanctuary. It was no coincidence that he left notes in his journal about the mysterious super-god gene. The captive suddenly shouts, insisting that he has told Hansen everything he knows and demanding to be released. Hansen's reply is cold and decisive. He might have had no quarrel at first, but after the man's earlier attack, letting him go was out of the question. He will hand him over to Neal's family. Then Hansen issues another command. He wants the arrow, immediately. The man looks confused and asks what arrow Hansen is talking about. Irritated, Hansen warns him to stop pretending, or he will cut off his ear. The captive protests, claiming he has already revealed everything and surrendered his weapon. Again, he pleads to be freed. Hansen's response is firm. The man may have bought his life, but no one promised him freedom. Without softening his tone, Hansen orders him to remove the poison from the bodies of the fallen hunters. The man hesitates, warning that if he revives them, they will interrogate him endlessly and eventually kill him. Hansen silently raises his bow, the meaning clear. Panicked, the man agrees. Gradually the hunters regain consciousness. Groaning from the lingering effects of the poison, the group leader draws a knife, ready to end the prisoner's life. But Hansen stops him. The man had bargained for survival, Hansen explains. It would be unwise to kill him before the boss arrives. When the two are finally alone, the captive gives one last warning. Never show the dagger used in their fight. It is the only weapon capable of killing a super beast. The next morning, shouts echo through the camp. Hunters report that the prisoner has escaped. The group leader, furious, announces that he killed a guard during his flight. Hansen, however, finds it strange. Why didn't the man flee earlier? Why stay behind to reveal his plans in detail? Neal interrupts with personal news. All the formalities for Hansen's younger sister's admission to school have been completed. She can be transferred at any time. At that moment, two strangers enter the office. Neal asks if their evolution was successful, and Hansen instantly understands. They underwent the process just before the operation, strengthening themselves for the mission to kill the giant snail. Soon, the hunters gather at a mountain river. The group leader tells Neal, there is no need to rush. Hansen's gaze falls upon the water, where Neal's reflection ripples, a reflection that eerily resembles the black armored rider Hansen once fought in the mysterious swamps. Neal approaches with a smile, saying that from the first moment they met, he knew they should be allies. He adds that his great-grandfather was once friends with someone who shared Hansen's family name. Curious, Hansen asks for the man's name, suspecting it could be one of his ancestors. Neal speaks the name. Hansen is stunned. It matches exactly his great-grandfather's name. Could they be the same man? But Neal shakes his head. No, this man had no family and was much older. Hansen recalls his former partner's words about a new type of monster, one far stronger than any creature with divine blood, discovered when the sanctuary was first found. Yet at that time, Hansen's great-grandfather had not even been born, so how had he obtained a pass with a serial number linking him to those events? Neil explains when the sanctuary was discovered, human genetic technology was still undeveloped. The man Hansen asks about was a renowned Qiong master, a warrior so powerful that by today's standards, he would be considered equal to a god. The thought gnaws at Hansen. If his great-grandfather truly was such a legendary figure, why had his descendants fallen into poverty? The hunting party presses onward, climbing higher into the mountains. The group leader turns to the master and reassures him. His people will hold the monster at bay. All the master must do is wait for the perfect moment to strike. The hunting party advanced cautiously through the mountains, the air tense with anticipation. Suddenly the group's leader froze mid-step. Raising a hand, he signaled for absolute silence. No one was to make a sound that might scare away their prey. Turning to his master, he instructed him to remain in place, while the rest of the men moved ahead to lure the monster from hiding. The monster in question was no ordinary creature. A massive snail, its body protected by a near-indestructible shell, lay dormant, unaware of the danger approaching. The hunters spread out, their forms shifting as they transformed, hoping to ambush it in its sleep. But Hansen was not convinced. To him, this was a naive tactic. A divine blood super beast was far too cunning to be caught so easily. His doubts proved correct when the snail stirred. Slowly, it emerged from its shell, letting out a deep, resonant cry that seemed to vibrate through the ground. The team leader wasted no time. He barked an order for everyone to transform fully and attack at once. Armor materialized over their bodies as they charged in formation, swords flashing in the dim light. In seconds, they reached their target, but their blades sank into the creature's flesh without leaving a mark. Instead, the flesh seemed to part around the weapons, making them vanish as if they had struck nothing at all. "This is bad," one of the hunters muttered before shouting for their most powerful weapon to be brought forward. Before it could be deployed, the snail retaliated. Dozens of thick, writhing tentacles burst from its body, each ending in razor-toothed maws. They lashed out wildly, forcing the hunters into a desperate dance to avoid being torn apart. One tentacle pierced a man's leg with terrifying ease, its acidic touch melting through armor and fusing it with his skin. His screams cut through the chaos. Hansen tensed, ready to leap into the fray, only to be stopped by Mr. Neil. The older man's voice was calm but firm. "Not yet. The time hasn't set come. If we wait, they shall die," Hansen protested. "Then their sacrifice will mean nothing," Neil replied, his eyes locked on the monster. Hansen realized then, Neil not only understood the battle's true stakes, he shared the same strategy. Summoning his saber, Neil's weapon ignited with a brilliant energy glow. Without hesitation, he leapt from a high cliff toward the giant snail. Hansen was startled. Neil hadn't undergone evolution. His physical strength was still limited. Yet here he was, diving headlong into mortal danger. Tentacles whipped toward him, but Neil's strikes were fast and precise. One by one, the writhing limbs were severed. His saber pierced the monster's hide effortlessly, the blade untouched by the beast's corrosive defenses. Watching from below, the group leader's expression shifted from worry to admiration. "A true warrior," he murmured. The snail's fury intensified. More tentacles lashed out, but Neil's agility kept him just ahead of every deadly strike. Hansen studied him closely and made a startling observation. Despite his low physical power level, Neil's combat skills far surpassed even those of the man known as God's son. The hunters tried to push forward, but the relentless tentacles blocked any path to the snail's vulnerable spots. Realizing his allies were faltering, Hansen made his move. Donning the Empress's armor, he prepared for battle. This time, he wouldn't need his ancient curse, only his physical strength and the dagger he had once used against the cave wolf. He charged, not aiming to kill, but to wound. At once, the snail recoiled, pulling back its tentacles. Hansen's eyes narrowed. This creature feared the dagger. That fear was his advantage. Circling the snail, he struck again and again, his movements swift and deliberate. Around him, the hunters' transformations began to fail. Their bodies could no longer withstand the strain, and one by one they withdrew from the fight. But Hansen did not follow. The snail feared his weapon, and that meant he could win. Hansen stood still, his gaze locked on Mr. Neil, and a realization began to form in his mind. This man was not simply cautious, he was calculating. Neil preferred to hold back, letting others bear the brunt of the danger before swooping in at the opportune moment to strike the decisive blow. Under the relentless assault of the hunters, the giant snail finally buckled. Withdrawing its writhing tentacles, it retreated into its massive shell. Seeing this, Hansen advanced, intent on breaking through the creature's natural fortress. He struck again and again, but to his surprise, the blows left only faint scratches on the surface. One of the senior hunters stepped forward, halting Hansen's attack. He proposed a deal. You haven't yet reached the stage of evolution, the man pointed out. Your strength alone won't be enough to defeat this beast. But, give me your dagger, and once the battle is won, we split the spoils evenly. Neil studied Hansen with sharp eyes. Face reality, he said. This creature is unlike anything you Stev fought before. Before Hansen could respond, a sudden lash of a tentacle erupted from the shell, striking one of the hunters and pulling him in. The nearby men leapt into action, slashing at the appendage to free their comrade. Neil turned back to Hansen. So what do you say to our offer? I'm not selling my dagger, Hansen replied firmly. Neil's lips curved in a faint smile. 5 divine beast souls then. That's my price. Without waiting for a response, he struck at Hansen with his sword. Steel met steel as Hansen parried. You really don't understand who's in control here, he said calmly. The group leader's expression shifted from annoyance to fear. You've evolved? He asked in disbelief. Neil spoke in a low voice. Let me tell you a secret. The man standing before you is not Neil at all. In the sanctuary, there are duplicate souls, copies. What you see now is just one of them. Hansen nodded slightly. I believe you. And without hesitation he launched another attack. Breaking away, Hansen turned his attention back to the snail. It could not be invincible. Charging forward, he drove the cave wolf dagger deep into the shell. The effect was immediate. The monster emerged, unleashing a storm of tentacles. Hansen moved with precision, landing strike after strike. Moments later, the snail went still. Victory was his. Hansen had claimed the soul of a divine superbeast, and gained rare genetic material, enough to fuel his belief that he might become the first human in history to evolve into a supergod. Neil approached, suggesting they return to the sanctuary of steel armor. There we can find the right place to talk, he said. I will think about it, Hansen replied. If the terms are right. Later, back at the academy, a large classmate cornered Hansen in the bathroom, questioning why he had returned without greeting his friends. But Hansen barely heard him. His mind drifted to the memory of the Black Rider, that strange moment when he had plunged into the water and emerged renewed. A suspicion formed perhaps that had not been the real Black Rider, but a reflection. He reached toward the mirror. Suddenly the image shifted. The Black Rider appeared within it, and Hansen realized he could control him from a distance. The next day, Hansen ventured into the White Devil Desert. Perched atop the head of a massive sandworm, he pressed onward. The sands were littered with the torn remains of giant insects, a sign that someone or something was ahead. A kilometer later he encountered a hunting party led by the young master Yuan, locked in battle with a swarm of monsters. Yuan greeted him warmly, asking after his well-being. I sent him here to hunt divine-blooded creatures, Hansen explained, to build my gene count. Some of the hunters assured him they would never try to take his prey. Hansen, with a hint of bravado, remarked, taking a divine-blooded beast from me wouldn't be so easy. One hunter frowned, muttering that Hansen was far too self-confident. Hansen spent half the day hunting alongside the group. During a break, one of them remarked that every member of the upper house of parliament had ties to martial arts. Their ancestors, back when the sanctuary was first discovered, had held positions of great power. Hansen suddenly raised his hand, signaling the hunting party to halt. His eyes were fixed on the horizon. There's a flock of blackbirds ahead, he said, and they are being led by a sacred leader. The hunters exchanged doubtful glances. None of them could see anything in the distance. Yet Hansen calmly reached for his bow. He drew the string, his gaze unwavering, and released. The arrow shot into the sky with tremendous speed, trailing a halo of bright light. A moment later, a system notification appeared. The king of blackbirds, a beast with sacred blood, had been slain. One hunter, still unconvinced, sprinted ahead to see for himself. Several kilometers away, the dead bird lay in a narrow gorge, its body radiating a strange aura. The others murmured in disbelief. Striking a sacred beast from 2 kilometers away seemed impossible. Hansen returned to them without ceremony. It's nothing special, he said casually. The shelter is full of masters like me. Then he ordered his massive sandworm to devour the bird. The hunters protested, saying the sacred beast could have been sold, but Hansen had other plans. If the sandworm absorbed the bird's essence, it might transform into a divine pet, one that could fight in full combat mode. Climbing onto the creature's head, Hansen bid the party farewell. I have urgent matters to attend to, he told them, before summoning his 3-eyed cat and sending it ahead to hunt. Before long, a new system message arrived. The fiery butterfly of divine blood had been killed. Following his pet's trail, Hansen found a narrow cave. Knowing such places often hid dangerous inhabitants, he sent the 3-eyed cat in first. Silence followed. Curious, he descended into the depths and discovered a massive underground hall. On a rocky ledge lay a strange object bathed in bright blue light. Sensing danger, Hansen summoned his cave wolf dagger before approaching. The source was an ancient, withered corpse, perhaps centuries old. clutching a manuscript. Gently, Hansen pried it from the dead man's grip. The scroll was covered in archaic hieroglyphs, unmistakably ancient. Without warning, the mummy's clothing erupted in blue flames, and the body crumbled to ash. Hansen built a simple grave before leaving, the scroll now his. Meanwhile, his sandworm had completed its transformation, fully capable of switching to combat mode. But before Hansen could test its power, shouts erupted from the gates of the shelter. People were fleeing, begging for help. A monstrous lion was inside, smashing buildings with its massive paws and setting fires in its wake. From a rooftop, Hansen recognized the beast, the same lion he had once encountered on the island. Without hesitation, he donned the Empress's armor and summoned his pets, now ready for battle. The lion stopped its rampage and locked eyes on Hansen. Its roar shook the air for kilometers, then it charged. Hansen leapt from the rooftop as his sandworm lunged, sinking its teeth into the lion's back. The beast turned its fury on the sandworm, and Hansen seized the moment. Racing in close, he drove the cave wolf dagger deep into the lion's eye. Hansen leapt high into the air and landed squarely on the sandworm's head. The giant lion, blinded in one eye and howling in rage, roared with indescribable fury. It lunged for Hansen, but the sandworm intercepted the attack, its pincers locking around the beast's paw while its massive tail slammed into the lion's side. Seizing the opening, Hansen vaulted forward, driving his cave wolf dagger deep into the lion's other eye. The predator shrieked in agony and staggered back, then turned to flee toward the ruins of a collapsed building. But Hansen was relentless. Riding atop the sandworm, he pressed the chase. The lion, now desperate, bolted through the wasteland and into a dark swamp. The gap between them closed rapidly, the air filled with the lion's tortured cries, and the sound of the sandworm tearing at its heels. When the moment came, Hansen leapt once more, landing directly on the lion's head. With a decisive strike, he drove his dagger down for the final blow. The beast's last roar split the air before the system confirmed it. The divine super beast was dead, its soul now his. Hansen stood over the enormous corpse, wondering how to consume such a massive creature to improve his genetic power. Cutting through the thick hide, he uncovered a glowing orb within. Summoning the lion's soul, he mounted it and sped through the swamp as though aboard an elite aircraft, smooth, fast, and unstoppable. On the move, he tore strips of divine lion flesh and forced himself to eat. The taste was appalling, like chewing 300-year-old cowhide. With a grimace, he abandoned the effort and instead called forth one of his monster souls. Before his eyes, the soul transformed into a battle angel, a winged girl radiating divine energy. She set upon the lion's carcass, devouring it without hesitation. When she finished, she turned to Hansen, wiped her mouth and smacked her lips with satisfaction. Then, without warning, she rushed forward, seized his head in both hands and kissed him hard on the lips.